In the vastness of the universe, stars gather to form clouds, shining brilliantly. Amidst these countless nebulae, Planet X stands quietly with its unique presence. The well-defined sphere glows softly, resembling a radiant pearl, casting a gentle halo in the dark night sky, akin to a shy and enchanting maiden. More astonishingly, several colorful rings orbit the planet, spinning continuously like a mysterious wheel of life. Suddenly, streaks of meteors blaze across the silent sky, trailing bright tails as they crash towards different parts of the planet. In an instant, the once quiet surface becomes bustling with activity. The roar of machinery echoes, and flashing lights merge into a continuous glow. Countless points of light move rapidly across the ground, forming lines that weave together, converging on the meteor impact sites. At one such site in a valley, near a massive mechanical chamber, three factions stand in tense confrontation. At the forefront of one group, a young man in blue speaks coldly, "Starfire, it's our turn this time. Last time, you got first pick." Opposite him, a red-haired youth shrugs, cracking his knuckles with a disdainful smirk. "Let's settle it the usual way with strength." Angered by these words, the young man in blue ignites with arcs of energy, forming a crackling blue electric sphere in his hands, ready to strike. Simultaneously, the red-haired youth licks his lips, crouches, and as his hands come together and apart, a blazing fireball forms, its temperature rising rapidly. Just as tensions reach a breaking point, a third faction suddenly appears. A group of female warriors, fully clad in mechanized armor, arrives. Through their transparent visors, it's clear they are all women. The only girl without armor jumps off a bike and impatiently says, "You two guys, can't you ever keep it short? Always so much talk. Ever heard of ladies first? Fight later. Let's inspect the goods first." The two young men seem wary of her and, after exchanging glares and grumbles, they reluctantly retract their powers and follow her towards the mechanical chamber. The three factions maintain a cautious distance, forming a circle around the chamber, each on alert. As the trio approaches the chamber, beams of light scan them for identification, and the door opens automatically, gradually illuminating the interior. To their shock, the chamber contains no expected medical supplies, only 3 life pods and a small metal box. "Damn it, got excited for nothing. Thought there'd be medical supplies." The red-haired youth curses angrily. The young man in blue also vents his frustration. "Resources are so scarce now, no supplies, just more burden and consumption." "Damn it." The girl from the bike frowns thoughtfully. "Only 3 life pods? Looks like the Federation is not only short on resources, but also personnel. The situation is getting worse." Despite this, she quickly strides towards the life pods, pointing at the small box. "As usual, you pick first. What's left is mine. I just want this." The two young men relax upon seeing the box's insignia and agree readily. But when they press the buttons on the life pods, only 2 respond, displaying holographic images, while the third remains inactive. Surprisingly, the 2 life pods contain incomplete superhumans, a phenomenon never before recorded. Even more astonishingly, because they are not fully developed, the life pods can be taken away, requiring only the completion of their evolution energy. The girl from the bike feels a tinge of regret but quickly regains her composure, proposing an exchange of 500 energy stones each. The two young men, momentarily dazzled by her sudden smile, eventually come to their senses and, citing a shortage of energy stones, request to pay next time. After negotiating the terms, the young man in blue opens the third life pod, revealing a young boy inside. Both are immediately filled with greed, wishing to purchase this life pod, only to face the girl's furious wrath. Her energy surge causes the lights to flicker and the chamber to shake violently. "You idiots, courting death. You used to dismiss girls as burdens without combat prowess, leaving me to pick up the leftovers." Sensing danger, the two young men hurriedly push their life pods containing the superhumans and flee. When they explain the situation to their respective groups, after hearing Star Thunder and Starfire's account, the crowd erupts in ecstatic celebration. 2 groups stood apart, each one surrounding a red-haired boy and a blue-clad boy, guarding the life pod with wary eyes. They retreated cautiously, watching each other closely, fearing the other might make a move to seize the life pod. The air was thick with tension, and everyone's hands gripped their weapons tightly, ready for any potential conflict. Once they reached a safe distance, both groups quickly turned and hurried back to their respective camps. The boy with the motorbike also pushed the life pod out from the mechanical bay. The mech warriors around them immediately gathered, forming a protective barrier as they escorted them swiftly back to their camp. As the last person left, the massive door of the mechanical bay slowly closed. Red flames burst from its rear, and the bay gradually lifted off, accelerating steadily. It traced a bright path across the night sky before finally disappearing into the dark expanse of space. In the cavern of the camp, a young girl furrowed her brow, staring intently at the life pod before her. Her mind swirled with questions. Why was this one an incomplete evolution? Why could the life pod be taken away? Was there an issue with the Federation? Or was there a new plan? How was this life pod different from the other two? She inspected the life pod closely and found it only displayed a 13 evolution rate, with no other information. Manually opening the alloy window, she revealed the sleeping boy inside. His appearance was ordinary, yet he possessed a pure aura that seemed to cleanse the soul. As she gazed at the boy's face, her expression gradually softened. She suddenly felt a strange sense of telepathy, as if all her worries had vanished. Coming back to herself, she whispered, "You'll be the first man in our camp, so I'll call you Shingan." Just then, the sound of heavy mech footsteps shattered the silence. A girl named Jing entered the cave and questioned, "Leader, why did you give them the life pod? We could have taken them all." The girl sighed and explained, "Jing, we can't support that many life pods. The Federation sent us incomplete evolution bodies this time, and our energy stone reserves are limited." Jing finally understood, her expression shifting from dissatisfaction to concern. She cautioned, "The camp needs reinforcement. The extra beast disturbances are becoming more frequent." The girl nodded and said, "I called you here for that reason. The recent supply drops have been unusual, with shortages in supplies and fewer airdrops. We must be prepared. I suspect there's a problem with the Federation. To avoid any surprises, use our reserve supplies and reinforce the camp twofold," the young woman commanded with a serious expression, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. Jing hesitated, pointing at the life pod. "What should we do with this life pod?" Without hesitation, the young woman replied, "Use all available resources to complete the evolution process as quickly as possible. Having one more empowered individual means an additional strength for the camp." She was certain that whatever the Federation sent had a purpose, and with the recent relentless beast attacks, completing the evolution was a priority. The young woman's judgment was soon validated. After the life pod arrived, the beast waves on Planet X became more frequent and seemed endless. Worse still, the Federation stopped sending additional equipment and personnel supplies. Under the continuous beast attacks, the camps of the blue-clad boy, the red-haired boy, and the biker girl kept shrinking. The three coordinated to position their camps defensively, and the Starfire and Star Thunder camps gradually moved closer to the biker girl's camp. Everyone realized that this situation was unlike any they had faced before, and the crisis was becoming more severe. Finally, the leaders of the three camps held an unavoidable emergency meeting in the cave of the biker girl's camp. The blue-clad boy, disheveled and weary, downed the water in front of him in one gulp and exclaimed angrily, "Are the beasts on Planet X insane? I've never seen such a frenzied attack. They won't even let us sleep." The red-haired boy, equally exhausted, speculated weakly, "Maybe one of their kin died. Did any of you kill a royal relative of a beast king, and now they're seeking revenge?" The biker girl sneered, rhythmically tapping her fingers on the table. "Stop complaining. You must have gained quite a bit. Are your energy stones overflowing? If you don't pay back what you owe me soon, the interest will double." She eyed them both intently, then asked, "By the way, your life pods must have completed their evolution, right? Didn't bring any empowered individuals along because you're afraid I'll be jealous?" Hearing about the life pods, the blue-clad boy perked up. "How could I dare bring them here? I've spent so many energy stones, and with no more supplies from the Federation, I can't waste time. He's busy fighting off the beasts. I need to recoup my costs." The red-haired boy was equally enthusiastic. "Same here. Can't afford to waste time. Time is energy and energy is life." The biker girl retorted with a smirk. "Afraid to provoke me? Do I seem that petty? Your visit isn't for nothing. From now on, supplies and equipment will be at a 20% discount. Of course, you need to pay back the 500 energy stones you owe me first." Both of them jumped up in surprise, asking in unison, "Really?" Jing, standing by, turned pale with anxiety but was silenced by a gesture from the young woman. The young woman calmly said, "Of course it's true, but I have conditions." As they eagerly pressed for details, she led them to an empty cave where an unfinished life pod lay. The blue-clad boy's heart raced as he tentatively asked, "Are you selling us this life pod?" The biker girl nodded, "Yes, I'll sell it to whoever offers the highest price." Suspicious, the blue-clad boy questioned, "You're being this generous? You won't cheat us, right? Last time, you refused to give it to us." The young woman explained coolly, "I didn't want to last time. But the beast attacks have been too fierce recently, consuming a lot of resources and equipment. As you know, I don't have any empowered individuals, only equipment to rely on. I urgently need a large amount of energy stones to buy supplies and protect the camp, so I can't afford the life pod right now." Jing couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "No way!" The biker girl shot her a fierce glare, and Jing ran to the cave entrance, crying. Seeing this, the blue-clad boy quickly made an offer. "All right, I'll pay 1,500 energy stones." The red-haired boy immediately followed. "I'll pay 1,600. The bidding continued until the blue-clad boy secured the life pod for 2,200 energy stones. With a mix of excitement and reluctance, he quickly sent someone to retrieve the energy stones from his camp, fearing the young woman might change her mind. Before the life pod was taken away, the blue-clad boy sheepishly said to the young woman, "This is all my savings, plus the 500 I owe you, totaling 2,700. I'm broke now. Can you give me a better deal on equipment in the future? With this life pod, you'll quickly earn back a ton of energy stones. By then, I'll definitely be raising the price, don't you think?" The girl looked at the boy in blue with disdain, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. The boy in blue, named Xing glanced smugly at the red-haired boy beside him, laughed loudly, and strode off with the life pod in his arms. The red-haired boy, Xinghua, gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at Xing retreating figure. Reluctantly, he handed over 500 energy stones to the girl, muttering, "What's there to be smug about? Just because he's got more energy stones than me?" The biker girl patted Xinghua on the shoulder, her voice full of meaning. "Don't worry, he'll sell the life pod back to you soon enough. He won't have enough energy stones to buy equipment, and the current beast tide is no joke. Trust me, I'm right." Xinghua asked half doubtfully, "Really? You're not tricking me, are you?" "I'm not lying to you, just wait and see," the biker girl said with a sly smile. After sending the two away, the girl burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. Jing, who had been crying at the cave entrance, stopped sobbing and looked at the girl in astonishment. The girl signaled Jing to come back into the cave to talk. Jing followed the girl back into the cave, her face still streaked with tears, full of confusion. "What are you laughing about? Are you crazy? Why did you sell the life pod? It's a life-saving device." The girl sighed and replied, "Who's the real fool here? Did you see the evolution number on the life pod?" Jing thought for a moment and hesitantly said, "I think it was 23. Did you put energy stones in it? If you already did, why not complete the evolution of the life pod?" The girl explained, "You know we don't have many energy stones, only 2,000 in total. I put in 1,000 energy stones to get that result, which is half of our stock." Jing's mouth dropped open in surprise. "What? That's impossible." The girl continued, "I know that typically, a life pod with special abilities can be fully evolved with just 1,000 energy stones. But this life pod only completed a tenth of its evolution with that amount. It's really odd, and I was puzzled too. So I decided to let those two fill the gap." Jing was still confused. "What do you mean? How will they fill the gap?" The girl gently guided her. "Think about it. Won't Xing try to evolve it with 1,000 energy stones when he gets back?" "Yes, of course he will," Jing replied confidently. "When he finds out 1,000 stones only complete a tenth, what will he do?" the girl asked again. Jing thought for a while. "He'll be furious and then come looking for you to settle the score." The girl shook her head. "Will he dare? He can't afford to offend me, and besides, he willingly bought the life pod himself. To minimize his loss, he'll keep quiet and sell it to Xinghua instead. That's the only way he won't lose out, don't you think?" Jing suddenly understood. Right. Selling it to Xinghua means he can recoup the energy stones he spent on the life pod, because Xinghua doesn't know it's a trap. The girl continued to lead her. "And then?" Jing, now excited, said, "And then Xinghua will also use 1,000 energy stones to evolve the life pod, only to find it still only evolved a tenth. By that time, the life pod should be at 43. The girl nodded approvingly. "Exactly. After that, Xinghua will be out of energy stones. With the beast tide requiring a lot of resources, he'll have no choice but to come to us and sell the life pod back at a reduced price. Not only will we get the life pod back with an extra 20% evolution, but we'll also gain 2,700 energy stones. No, 3,700, including the original two 500s. Jing was getting more and more excited, laughing so hard she could hardly stand. "Wow, boss, we've hit the jackpot. When Xinghua comes, we can offer him at most 1,000 energy stones. No, 500 will do. It feels so good. Haha, boss, you're brilliant." The girl asked again, "And why won't he sell the life pod back to Xing? Jing calmly analyzed, "Of course he won't. He's always been at odds with Xing, and after being tricked this time, he'd want nothing more than to tear Xing apart. Besides, Xing might not even take it back. He can't fill the gap either. He needs a lot of energy stones for resources too." The girl nodded in approval, but then looked serious. "Well said. But the beast tide attacks will only get fiercer. Make sure our people stock up on supplies and produce more equipment. There are only 3 camps in this area, and help from afar won't come in time. The other camps are likely struggling too. I have a feeling our 3 camps will soon become one. This might be exactly what those above intend." Jing realized the gravity of the situation and fell silent. The two exchanged a glance, seeing deep concern in each other's eyes. A week later, the red-haired boy arrived at the biker girl's camp with a grim expression, bringing the life pod with him. Inside the cave, the girl and Jing were silently waiting for his arrival. A slight tension filled the air. "I know why you're here today," the girl said with a barely suppressed smile. "It's just Jing and me here, so feel free to speak your mind." The red-haired boy paused for a moment, then suddenly erupted with a roar. "What on earth is this mutant in the life pod? A super boss? 1,000 energy stones only evolved it by 1/10. It's a bottomless pit. I'm on the brink of madness and completely broke." He clutched his red hair in frustration, his voice filled with despair and anger. Jing and the biker girl couldn't hold back any longer, their laughter echoing through the cave. Despite his outburst, the red-haired boy dared not be too rude to the girl and instead vented his frustration at the blue-clad boy. Once he finished venting, the biker girl reassured him, "I'll give you a 40% discount on this batch of supplies, and you can also advance some equipment and materials." His expression softened, and he thanked her profusely. As he headed back to his camp, the girl added more supplies and even gifted him an armed cargo vehicle. Watching him leave with a load of provisions, she wore a knowing smile. After the red-haired boy left, the girl immediately returned to the cave to carefully inspect the life pod. The evolution index showed 50, significantly higher than the expected 43. She knew that Xinglei or Xingho must have secretly added a few hundred energy stones, hoping to create a miracle. Looking at the calm face of the boy inside the pod, the girl contemplated the remaining 3,000 energy stones she had, still insufficient to complete the evolution. She paced back and forth in the cave, pondering for a long time before making a firm decision. The life pod's evolution must be completed before the camp falls. The girl quickly headed to the storage chamber deep within the cave. Jing watched her retreating figure, wanting to say something but ultimately just sighed, standing silently at the entrance. Moments later, the girl returned, carrying a finely crafted alloy box. She carefully opened it and took out a thumb-sized yellow crystal. The crystal glowed from within, as if alive. She placed the crystal into the energy slot of the life pod. Instantly, a dazzling light filled the cave. Shielding her eyes from the blinding light, she listened to the humming sound emanating from the life pod. As the light gradually dimmed, she eagerly checked the energy indicator. Seeing it jump to 100, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the now semi-transparent crystal in the energy slot, her face showed a hint of heartache. Having made this significant decision, the exhaustion from battling the beast tide overwhelmed her. Unknowingly, she fell into a deep sleep, slumped over the life pod. After seeing the intense light from the cave, Jing's expression was complex. She quietly entered the cave, saw the sleeping girl, sighed softly, and draped a piece of clothing over her. Then, Jing quietly left the cave, continuing to guard the entrance, protecting the girl's rare moment of rest. After roughly 3 to 4 hours, the silence of the cave was broken by a faint clicking sound, and the life pod began to tremble slightly. The evolution indicator light flashed the message, "Stage 1 evolution complete," in red before going dark. The pod emitted a low hum as its door slowly opened. A pale hand emerged, gripping the side of the pod, followed by the figure of a young boy sitting up. In the dim light, he stood, his face eerily contorting and shifting, particularly his eyes white with no pupils, occasionally flashing red, constantly contracting and changing. The boy stepped out of the pod and paused for a moment, observing a girl standing nearby before turning his attention to a small metal box with a distinctive emblem. This was the box the girl had obtained from the large pod, but had been unable to open. The boy placed his hand on the box, which trembled slightly, emitting a blue light. A white beam scanned his body, and with a click, the box automatically opened. Inside, there was only a small metal sphere, its surface etched with strange runes. The sphere hovered and rotated within the device, emitting mesmerizing colors and a faint mysterious melody. The boy grasped the sphere, chanting an odd tune. The two melodies resonated, forming a secretive scale. Suddenly, the sphere expanded into a blue orb that enveloped the boy. With a soft pop, the orb burst, and the dazzling blue light vanished instantly. The boy fell backward, leaving the cave in silence once more. The girl, resting on the life pod, was startled awake. She opened her eyes to find the pod empty and turned to see the boy lying on the ground. After checking him and finding no serious harm, she sighed with relief. She noticed the open metal box, but it was empty, and the boy had nothing on him. Puzzled, the girl activated a holographic recorder in the corner. The footage revealed everything that had transpired while she slept, including a tender moment when the boy covered her with a garment. However, as the boy sat up from the life pod, the image became blurry and the sound intermittent. The footage only showed his blurred figure opening the metal box, being enveloped by a blue orb and collapsing, before the screen went black. The girl turned off the recorder, understanding that powerful energy had interfered with the recording. She returned to the boy's side, seeing his pained expression and curled-up body. Without hesitation, she lifted him onto her back and quickly made her way deeper into the cave. This was the first time the girl had been so close to a male, and the boy's presence made her heart race and her cheeks flush. After a few turns, they arrived at a hidden chamber. A beam scanned them, and the door automatically opened, revealing a resting pod fitted with energy slots at each corner. The girl quickly placed the boy inside the resting pod, trying to calm her racing heart. She studied the boy's face closely, ordinary yet distinctive, with a hint of maturity beyond his years. Suddenly, the energy stones at the corners of the pod shattered, their power drained, causing the indicator light to turn red. Though puzzled by the rapid depletion of the energy stones, the girl swiftly replaced them with new ones. The resting pod resumed normal operation, and the indicator light turned green again. Once the rest pod returned to normal, the boy inside rapidly fluttered his eyelids before slowly opening his eyes. The moment his gaze met the girl's, an inexplicable tremor ran through her heart. His eyes, extraordinarily deep for his age, seemed capable of seeing through everything. For a fleeting moment, the girl felt transparent, as if all her thoughts and secrets were laid bare before him. However, this strange sensation quickly vanished, and upon a closer look, the boy's eyes appeared normal again. Shaking off her stray thoughts, the girl asked with concern, "How are you feeling now?" The boy slowly got up, stretched his limbs, and stepped out of the pod, replying, "I'm fine. Thanks to your energy stone for helping me awaken and recover." "How did you know it was me?" the girl asked, surprised. The boy smiled and explained, "I was conscious in the life pod. I was aware of everything that happened." The girl was even more puzzled, thinking it was impossible for the boy to remain conscious while in a state of incomplete evolution. This defied all logic. Sensing her doubt, the boy added, "My abilities haven't fully awakened yet." "Not fully awakened? How is that possible?" the girl exclaimed in shock. "There's not enough energy. I've only completed the first stage of evolution," the boy said softly, noticing the girl's disappointed expression. The girl was speechless, inwardly sighing. "Not enough energy? That was my entire savings. I've given everything I had." Forcing a smile, she said, "Well, we'll figure out the energy stone issue later. Let me introduce you to Jing." The three of them gathered in the cave to talk. After listening to the girl's account, Jing looked at the boy with a dark expression and gritted her teeth. "What? Not awakened yet? We've invested all our resources, and now we're doomed." The boy quietly said, "I'm sorry." Jing, unable to contain her anger, snapped, "Sorry doesn't help. Do you even know what that energy crystal was meant for? Our camp is definitely lost now." The girl tried to intervene. "Jing, calm down." But Jing grew even more agitated. "Calm down? You've sacrificed so much. I can't accept this." At that moment, the boy calmly said something shocking. "I'll help you resist the beast horde." Jing widened her eyes and mocked, "You? Resist the beast horde? Do you even know what that is? You're just a burden right now, not even fully awakened. What can you do to stop the beast horde? Just shut up." The boy was unfazed and instead smiled. "Weren't you a burden when you first came to the camp?" This remark completely enraged Jing, and she swung her fist, shouting, "You're asking for it." The girl quickly pulled Jing back, feeling a headache from the two of them. The boy continued, "Actually, everyone is a potential ability user. They just haven't awakened yet. You will awaken too." Jing sneered and mocked, "Me? You fool. I don't have any abilities to awaken. I'm an awakened one, and yet we wasted so many energy stones on you." The boy shrugged and replied calmly, "I'm talking about the future, believe it or not." Then he turned to the girl, "Show me the camp, please. I'd like to understand the defense layout." Relieved, the girl quickly agreed, "All right, I'll take you now." Jing, unwilling to be ignored, followed them angrily. The boy carefully examined the camp's layout. The terrain was flanked by mountains on three sides, with defensive lines on the left and right wings, central fortifications, and barricades, as well as energy cannon placements. The three-tiered energy cannon array, controlled by a central system, provided firepower management, and the mobile mech unit served as flexible fire support. The scientific arrangement impressed the boy. Jing stood by with a cold expression, thinking the boy was just pretending to know, unaware that this defensive formation had been refined through numerous battles. Suddenly, the boy asked, "Did you contract the defense line to conserve energy stones?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Yes." Jing couldn't help but mock again. "You think? Of course, energy stones are scarce. Now that we gave some to you, there's even less. After all this, that's all you have to say? And you think you can resist the beast horde? You're just a charlatan, still trying to deceive us." Ignoring Jing's words, the boy continued to ask the girl, "Do we have enough backup equipment?" The girl answered, "The equipment is sufficient. This is just a quarter of it. Because of the beast horde's fierce attack, we had to contract the battle lines." The young man looked at the girl with a hint of challenge in his voice. Retracting the front line means reducing the attack surface. When there are too many beasts, insufficient firepower can lead to the line being breached. You don't mind losing some equipment, do you? The girl's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing something. You mean? Exactly, the young man continued. We need to make full use of our equipment advantage and extend the line. Stretch it wider and deeper to wipe out as many beasts as possible. A sustained attack surface leads to sustained damage. The beast tide is like a flood. The further it travels, the more it gets eliminated by firepower, reducing its remaining impact. Listening to the young man's words, the girl was about to reflexively argue back, but she swallowed her words. Recalling past combat experiences, she had to admit he made sense. You're right, she nodded. If the attack surface shrinks, the camp might be overrun before the energy stones are depleted. I'll rearrange the front line immediately. Before she could act, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the camp. Everyone sprang into action. The girl glanced at the screen, her face changing drastically. Damn, a beast attack. There are too many of them. There's no time to reposition the firepower. Enter battle readiness immediately. She turned to the young man urgently. You should take shelter in the cave. You're not awakened yet and can't help. The young man shook his head slightly, pointing to a massive mech at the front line. No need. That's a third-generation neural interactive mech, right? Jing looked at him with disdain. What? You think you can operate a neural interactive mech? Don't tell me you've only seen pictures and are trying to bluff. This is my personal mech. The girl looked at him surprised. You really can use an interactive mech? It requires high mental strength. Even most ability users can't manage it. If you can, use mine, and I'll handle the mobile support. She pointed to the 3NM mech in another direction. Jing panicked. No way, boss. That's your personal mech, and we only have two. If he breaks it, he can't afford to pay for it. The girl's expression turned serious. We have no choice. Jing, check the screen. This beast wave is 3 times the size of the last one. I suspect Lei and Hua's camps are struggling to hold on. Jing glanced at the screen, seeing the dense attack routes of the beast horde, and shouted angrily. Those bastards. They diverted the beast horde to our base. Once this battle is over, I'm not letting them off the hook. The young man interrupted. Stop complaining and act quickly. We're running out of time. With that, he vanished in an instant. The girl and Jing were stunned. They hadn't even seen how he left. The girl watched his figure appear at another part of the front line, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Jing gritted her teeth. That bastard. He's been hiding his strength. Suddenly, the young man's voice came through the screen. Can you tell me how to link up with the neural system? The girl snapped back to reality and quickly instructed. It's simple. Just put on the electronic helmet next to you. Afterward, she and Jing anxiously watched the 3NM mech on the other side of the defense line. They saw the mech wobble to its feet and stagger toward the front line, moving like a drunkard, nearly toppling over several times, looking utterly ridiculous. Jing yelled into the screen. You idiot! You're a fraud. This is clearly your first time using such a mech. It takes at least a year of intense training to overcome the dizziness and perform basic movements. You can't afford to break it. Get out and let the boss take over. The young man, while adjusting to the mech, taunted. Heh, I'm getting the hang of it. How about a challenge? Let's see who takes down more beasts. Jing was furious. You challenging me? You're dead, kid. After this beast tide, I'm going to show you the consequences of challenging me. I'll skin you alive. The girl interrupted. All right, he's adapting quickly. Jing, hold this side of the line. I'll keep an eye over there. The beast horde is closing in. The young girl stared in shock at the 3NM mech, which was swaying as if intoxicated. Pointing at the digital interface, she spoke to Jing. Jing stomped her foot, glared furiously at the unsteady 3NM, and muttered a few curses under her breath. Then, with a swift leap, she quickly entered the adjacent 3NM mech. Once inside, Jing immediately set off at high speed toward the direction of the beast horde. Following her lead, dozens of heavy mechs formed a metallic torrent in her wake. Meanwhile, the boy's 3NM mech continued to wobble like a weeble. Yet, to everyone's amazement, the mech's movements gradually shifted from staggering to steady running. Despite the perilous transition, it eventually stopped swaying and regained normal function. The boy, now in control, led a charge against another wave of beasts with his group of heavy mechs. Amazingly, the boy adapted to the dizzying effects in a remarkably short time. Under his command, the 3NM mech sprinted at a pace that matched Jing's, leaving the girl utterly astounded. She recalled how it had taken her a whole month to barely manage the basic maneuvers. While this boy had achieved such proficiency in mere minutes, it was simply unbelievable. Jing's voice came through the digital interface. Boss, I don't need you here. Just keep an eye on that kid and make sure he doesn't wreck the machinery, or we'll be in big trouble. The boy quickly responded. I'm fine here. You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of her. She seems to be struggling. Jing's voice returned, surprisingly calm, devoid of any anger. Kid, don't just talk fast, let's see whose reflexes are quicker. Jing had to re-evaluate the boy's capabilities, as he had adapted to the neural dizziness so quickly that his speed rivaled her own. She wondered what other skills he might be hiding, and if he had been disguising his true abilities all along. Jing's voice echoed coldly through the digital interface. All units, activate energy shields, select arrow formation, prepare to merge, ready. The heavy mech team responded in unison. The formation shifted, with all mechs activating their energy shields and entering connection mode. Dozens of mechs aligned into an arrow formation centered around Jing, simultaneously engaging acceleration mode. From afar, the formation resembled a massive arrowhead aimed straight at the oncoming beast horde. On the other side, the boy's voice rang out. All units, activate energy shields, prepare lightsabers, select Death's Dance formation, begin merging. Death's Dance? The girl's face turned pale as she saw the boy's choice on the digital interface. She urgently shouted, Shingan, stop immediately. You can't choose that formation. You've just adapted to the dizziness and can't handle the disorientation. Jing, seeing the boy's chosen mode, was alarmed and quickly intervened. You fool, if you want to get yourself killed, don't take our mechs with you. This mode is for Federation mech instructors only. Switch back now. The boy's voice responded lightly. Let's see if I can use it first. All units, merge and accelerate. The heavy mech team behind him, though conflicted, had no choice. The central control program for all the heavy mechs was housed in the boy's 3nm interface, and once activated, no one but him could stop it. With the boy at the center, dozens of heavy mechs swiftly transformed and connected into a massive sword fan. In high-speed rotation, the lightsabers spun rapidly, forming a blade wheel that sliced fiercely into the advancing beast horde. Instantly, everyone's attention in the camp was drawn to the boy. This formation, known for its extreme lethality and stunning visual impact, was something most had only seen in mech training simulations. Its real-world execution was notoriously difficult, leading some to doubt its feasibility. The dizziness caused by high-speed rotation was hard for even humans to endure, making it highly dangerous in battle. Losing consciousness in combat was a death sentence, which is why many avoided using it. In the Death's Dance formation, the person at the core bears the greatest pressure, requiring immense mental strength. Only those with extraordinary mental fortitude could remain conscious and control the dance's path, maximizing its destructive power. The rotational intensity of Death's Dance is divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high, determined by rotational speed. The destructive power increases geometrically with speed, as does the mental stress on the core mech pilot. Watching the already spinning mech formation, Jing knew it was too late to stop it and said helplessly, You madman? Though the boy had chosen Death's Dance, he cautiously started at the lowest intensity. The dazzling Death's Dance, with its lightsabers, cut into the beast horde, ruthlessly reaping lives. The extra beasts fell like wheat, and the Death's Dance moved through the horde unchallenged. The beast horde's charge formation was thrown into chaos, with the right flank advancing faster than the left. Whoa, this feels amazing. Keep it up, Jing. I'm in the lead. The boy's voice echoed in the virtual interface. Even while controlling the dance of death, he still had the energy to tease Jing. Jing's expression shifted rapidly as she gritted her teeth and issued a command to the interface. Everyone, switch formation to Dance of Death mode. Activate. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, where an overwhelming wave of extra beasts approached. Jing, stay calm, stay calm. The girl, who had just relaxed a bit, felt her anxiety rise again and urgently called out to the interface. Jing barely managed to switch to the Dance of Death formation, but her mental strength was clearly waning. Although the mecha formation completed the switch, it moved awkwardly when trying to maneuver. The impact of the dizziness had exceeded her limits, causing blood to seep from her ears and nose as her consciousness began to blur, sustained only by sheer willpower. The formation was teetering, on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, Xinghan's voice suddenly reached Jing's ears. Focus, breathe, concentrate, listen. Then, an unusual melody began to resonate in her ears. Jing, who had been on the verge of collapse, felt as if she had been injected with a dose of adrenaline, instantly regaining clarity. The dizziness vanished, and the Dance of Death resumed its normal operation, advancing swiftly. The girl watched in astonishment as Jing's mecha formation recovered from the brink of disintegration. She had been prepared to step in and assist, but now she saw Jing adapt to the situation with remarkable skill. Despite multitasking, Xinghan's forward momentum didn't slow at all. The mecha formations on both wings advanced in unison, cutting through the enemy like a hot knife through butter. Wherever the formation passed, extra beasts fell. The remaining scattered beasts were quickly obliterated by the energy cannons of the central fortifications and the light mecha units from the rear. The number of beasts displayed on the interface dropped sharply, but just then, the beast tide began to stir, with the flanks starting to retreat. The people in the camp were overjoyed, thinking they had finally repelled the beast tide and could relax. The girl was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when she noticed the energy blips on the interface. Watch out, a star beast king has appeared ahead of you, with one on each flank. Withdraw the mecha formations immediately. The girl's expression turned serious as she urgently warned. She quickly stowed away the interface and leapt onto her motorbike, speeding towards the front lines. Jing and Shinhan instinctively withdrew the dance of death formation. While the mecha formations were more than enough to handle ordinary extra beasts, they were ineffective against the Beast Kings. The Beast King's defenses were formidable, and only 3 NM mecha lightsabers with specific attributes could penetrate them. Ordinary lightsabers were useless. You can't help here, fall back, I'll handle this. Shinhan instructed the heavy mecha squad behind him through the interface, his tone carrying a note of gravity. Although the heavy mecha team understood Shinhan's reasoning, they were reluctant to let him face the danger alone and instead moved closer. Fall back. Shinhan, seeing their disobedience, furrowed his brow. His voice suddenly took on a strange quality, the rhythm elongating and fluctuating as if imbued with some kind of magic. The heavy mecha team members felt their minds go blank, their consciousnesses disrupted and controlled, causing them to unconsciously step back before all collapsing in a faint. Shinhan fully activated the energy of the lightsaber in his 3NM mecha, setting the neural interaction threshold to maximum. He flexed the mechanical arm, casually swinging the lightsaber, which emitted a faint glow and a buzzing sound. Amidst the rumbling ground, a star beast king appeared in Shinhan's line of sight, a massive bull-like beast charging at full speed. The interface quickly displayed a set of data. Extra 1-star beast king, rank 1, attribute unknown, danger level, extremely high. Fixing his gaze on the approaching beast king, Shinhan crouched low, gripping his lightsaber horizontally, and launched into an extreme sprint to meet it head-on. With a sharp screech, the lightsaber sliced across the beast's body, sparking. Yet the beast king's hide remained unscathed. Shinhan used the momentum to slide to the beast king's flank. The beast king halted its charge, turned to face Shinhan, and shook its body, letting out a threatening roar. Attack ineffective. Attribute test complete. Beast king attribute, metal. Lightsaber attribute automatically switching to fire. The interface's voice informed Shinhan. He flicked his wrist, retracting and then extending the lightsaber, its color shifting to red, emitting intense heat. Sensing the threat from the heat of the lightsaber, the Beast King's fur bristled as it accelerated towards Shinhan with renewed ferocity. Shinhan rolled to evade the charge, his body in motion, yet his lightsaber struck at the Beast King from a cunning angle. The lightsaber pierced the Beast King's body but, due to the lack of force from the roll, only went halfway in. The sword emitted a sizzling sound, and the Beast King roared in agony. Its muscles contracted violently as Shinhan struggled with all his might to pull out the lightsaber, but it wouldn't budge. In a fit of rage, the Beast King swiped with its massive paw, forcing Shinhan to release the sword and dodge the attack with an agile leap. Meanwhile, the battle was equally dire on the other side. Jing faced a fire element wolf-like Beast King that continuously spewed massive fireballs from its mouth. The fireballs exploded upon hitting the ground, causing a series of blasts on the left flank. Jing's heavy armor mech squad couldn't evade in time, and quickly succumbed to the Beast King's relentless assault, their mechs malfunctioning and collapsing. Although Jing managed to evade the attacks in her 3NM mech, watching the heavy mechs fall was heart-wrenching. These heavily armored mechs were the mainstay against the X-Beasts, and losing them meant losing over half of the camp's combat strength. In a fit of rage, Jing switched weapons, launching a chilling lightsaber. She leaped toward the Beast King with all her might. The cunning wolf-like Beast King kept its distance from Jing, avoiding her lightsaber while occasionally spitting fireballs. Jing narrowly dodged several times, the shockwaves from explosions continuously damaging her mech, leaving her in a precarious situation. At this critical moment, the motorbike girl arrived at high speed, jumping off her bike. She extended her arms, focusing her mind, and aimed her hands at the fire wolf. Suddenly, the fire wolf's movements slowed as if trapped in mud. Jing seized the opportunity, accurately stabbing the lightsaber into the fire wolf's body, then pressed the button on the hilt. The sword vibrated, injecting energy, and the area around the wound quickly shriveled, emitting white smoke. The fire wolf, in excruciating pain, went berserk. Its eyes glowed red, flames surged from its body, and its limbs trembled violently as it howled and struggled to break free. The motorbike girl gritted her teeth, holding the fire wolf under control, her face turning from pale to red, nearing her limit. Jing pulled out the lightsaber, repeatedly stabbing the wolf, but couldn't find a vital spot. The fire wolf howled in agony, its struggles growing more intense. The motorbike girl's breathing was rapid, and although she maintained control over the fire wolf, she showed signs of exhaustion, with blood seeping from her nose and mouth. In this critical moment, Jing activated death mode once more. A dazzling sword wheel lit up, and the rapidly spinning lightsaber shredded the fire wolf to pieces in an instant. As the fire wolf fell, Jing also fainted from the immense mental exertion. The motorbike girl steadied herself with difficulty, unable to check on Jing's condition. She immediately reported the situation to the command center and rushed to the right flank to support Shingan. Having lost his lightsaber, Shingan was engaging the Beast King. The massive 3nm mech moved with surprising agility under his control, deftly avoiding the Beast King's attacks. Despite its fierce assault, the Beast King couldn't touch Shingan and roared in frustration. The arriving girl was astonished. She knew that reaching such a level required setting the neural interaction threshold to the maximum, enduring immense mental strain and demanding reaction speed. Shinhan's performance far exceeded that of an ordinary novice, rivaling even a trainee instructor. Sensing the looming threat from the approaching girl and realizing it couldn't break through, the Beast King decided to flee. It turned to escape, ignoring Shinhan. Seeing this, the girl quickly attempted to restrain the Beast King. Its movement faltered, its speed dropping sharply, but it roared, its body radiating golden light. The girl grunted, her face flushing, her hands trembling violently, struggling to maintain control. Seizing the opportunity, Shinhan charged forward, chanting an incantation. A mysterious melody emerged, dimming the golden light on the Beast King's body and clouding its eyes. In that moment, Shinhan grasped the half-embedded lightsaber on the Beast King's body and pushed with all his strength. With a thud, the sword fully penetrated the Beast King. Shinhan twisted the sword's hilt, unleashing a torrent of energy. The Beast King, struck at its vital point, suddenly stiffened, with red light emanating from its body. It convulsed violently, its body rapidly expanding. Shinhan quickly leaped back, anticipating the consequences. In the girl's astonished gaze, the Beast King's body suddenly exploded into pieces, killed by a single blow from Shinhan. The gruesome scene of blood and flesh scattering was chilling. As the Beast King fell, the remaining X-star beasts retreated like a receding tide, leaving an air thick with fear. The girl stared intently at the screen, watching the dots representing the beast horde rapidly disappear. She let out a long breath, suddenly feeling weak and collapsing to the ground. Despite this, she forced herself to give orders. Light mech units, immediately clean up the battlefield, assist our comrades, and gather the X-beast corpses. Then she switched frequencies, her voice filled with fury. Lei, Hua, you two idiots, get over here right now. Deep in the cave, the girl carefully placed Jing into the resting pod, then returned to the main hall, seething with anger as she waited for Lei and Hua to arrive. Shinhan tried to ease the tension, saying, the losses weren't too bad this time. Only a few dozen heavy mechs. Jing is fine, just mentally exhausted and needs rest. The girl coldly replied to Shinhan, I'm not angry. I want them to give me an explanation. Without you, would our losses have been just a few dozen heavy mechs? Shinhan reluctantly said, if you insist on asking, then the answer is, if I hadn't awakened, and if Lei and Hua didn't come to help, the camp might have been completely overrun with heavy casualties. The girl gave a cold laugh, her eyes suddenly sharp. Good that you know. They must give me a satisfactory reason, or else. But apart from Lei and Hua, I'm more interested in you. The two fell into silence, staring at each other. The girl's fingers tapped continuously on the table, her eyes filled with growing suspicion. Shinhan felt uneasy under her gaze and finally spoke. If you have questions, just ask. Don't look at me like that. The girl leaned forward, staring intently at Shinhan. Who are you? Why is there no information record in your life pod? Why does your awakening require so much energy? Why is your mental power so strong? Is it really your first time controlling a 3nm mech? What was the melody you emitted? Why did it affect both the team members and the Beast King? How did you know the Beast King's weak spot? Shinhan responded with a wry smile. Would you believe me if I said I don't know? The girl leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, and said meaningfully, I believe you. Your eyes tell me you're not lying, but your body language shows you're hiding something. This means you have secrets even you are unaware of. Interesting. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the cave. Xinglei walked in with a beaming smile. Congratulations. A great victory with substantial gains. Hua and I are envious, right, Hua? Xinghua quickly agreed. That's right. Killing two one-star, first-tier Beast Kings is indeed a great achievement. We admit our inferiority. Behind Xinglei and Xinghua stood two individuals. The girl, with a stern face, directed her sharp gaze at these strangers. The chubby man behind Xinglei explained. No need to look further. It was the two of us who directed the beast tied to your position. The camp's resources and equipment are scarce, so Lei and Hua suggested merging with you under your leadership. We were unconvinced and wanted to test your strength. We didn't anticipate the appearance of two Beast Kings. He paused, then added, I'm not saying this out of fear. Strength commands respect. You killed two first-tier Beast Kings, proving your strength. I have no objection to you leading. Xinglei hurriedly explained. That's how it was. They acted on their own, and Hua and I were unaware. We rushed over as soon as we found out, but the battle was already over. Xinghua nodded repeatedly, looking helpless. The girl coldly replied, "Is that so? I suspect that because you lost a lot of energy stones in the life pod trade, you hold a grudge and teamed up to retaliate against me. You're also afraid I'd truly perish in the beast tide, cutting off your cheap equipment source. So you deliberately had them lead the beast tide to my position, depleting our energy stones, hoping to control me in the future." The young girl sneered as she exposed the scheme of Xinglei and Xinghua. She pointed out that they intended to use the chaos of the battle to gain leverage in merging the camps, but they hadn't anticipated that she had already completed the evolution of the life pod. Xinglei and Xinghua looked embarrassed, exchanged awkward laughs, and offered no defense. The girl keenly noticed that someone was still unsatisfied, her sharp gaze landing on a slender figure behind Xinghua. That person stepped forward, directly challenging Xinghin, declaring that it was him they were dissatisfied with. Xinghin smiled, stating that he was not the camp leader and didn't understand the grievance. The slender man explained that, as a psychic ability user, he had witnessed Xinghin's battles and wanted to challenge him. Xinghin looked to the girl for help, but she averted her gaze, appearing indifferent. The others watched the scene with eager interest. Reluctantly, Xinghin agreed to the challenge. The slender man produced two tiny spheres, explaining that they were nanomaterial balls used to test mental strength. Each took hold of a sphere and began the contest. Everyone held their breath as the slender man's sphere began to glow with an increasingly bright milky light, almost becoming solid. Xinglei exclaimed in awe that it was a rare level talent. When it was Xinghin's turn, his sphere shone even brighter, causing the slender man's expression to freeze. Suddenly, Xinghin's sphere flickered violently and then went dark. With a crisp sound, the sphere shattered. Xinghin looked around at the astonished faces, apologizing helplessly. Though Xinghua was initially frustrated, he quickly regained his composure. He produced a crystal ball, suggesting that it could be used to test ability attributes, and asked if Xinghin would like to try. Throughout the entire process, the biker girl watched coldly from the sidelines. Her initial agitation gradually subsided, and she became increasingly confident in Xinghin's abilities. Starhin looked at the biker girl in confusion, awaiting a response. Just then, Jing awoke from her rest pod and quickly joined the group. She immediately grasped the situation and urged, "Quick, agree to it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hua usually treasures that crystal ball. We rarely get to see it, and even testing it consumes energy stones. Since he brought it up, we shouldn't let the chance slip by." She turned to Xingho with a half-joking tone. "But Hua, you won't go back on your word, right?" The biker girl nodded in agreement with a smile. Seeing this, Xingho's face showed a hint of regret, but after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly pulled the crystal ball out of his backpack and said, "Just this once." This crystal ball was significantly larger than a typical mustard ball. It was completely transparent, with what seemed like several small compartments inside, resembling a fly's compound eye. But upon closer inspection, those compartments seemed to vanish, creating a fascinating illusion. Starhin took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, a misty haze rose within the ball, quickly enveloping the entire sphere. Suddenly, the light inside fluctuated wildly, flashing through countless colors, transforming the crystal ball into a constantly changing kaleidoscope. Everyone held their breath, focused intently on the spectacle, even finding it hard to breathe. However, just as their anticipation peaked, the light within the crystal ball dimmed and vanished without a trace. The crystal ball returned to its original state, and when Xingho placed his hand on it again, there was no reaction. Everyone present understood that the precious crystal ball had been ruined. Unexpectedly, Xingho showed no anger. His sharp gaze swept over Starhin, and he said with a hint of amusement, "You, kid, are quite something. You've destroyed another one of my treasures. Your power is so unique that even the crystal ball can't test it. Incredible." He turned to the girl, changing the subject. "This mustard ball and the crystal ball are worth at least a good quality elemental crystal. I need compensation." Seeing the girl and Jing's expressions darken, he added slowly, "However, with the camp's resources scarce and merging underway, resources should be shared. How about this? I won't ask for compensation, but we respect you as the leader, and let me be the deputy leader. That wouldn't be too much, would it?" The biker girl raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips as she glanced at Starhin, who looked innocent, as if unaware of everything happening. Just then, Lei spoke up in opposition. "No way. The deputy leader position should go to whoever contributes the most resources. I happen to be interested in that position too. My resources in the camp aren't any less than yours." Lei and Hua had been rivals for years, and even if Lei had no interest in the deputy leader position, he wouldn't allow Hua to surpass him. His tone was filled with determination. The girl listened, a sly gleam in her eyes. After a few moments of silence, she chuckled and asked, Are you both so determined to be the deputy leader? Of course. Indeed. Lei and Hua answered in unison, then exchanged glares. The girl continued, we originally had separate camps, but circumstances have changed. Since you both value me enough to offer the leader position, I will take on the responsibility. Both of you are equally capable, and everything in the camp is well managed. I believe that whoever becomes the deputy leader will improve the camp. Traditionally, a camp has only one deputy leader, but if both contribute significantly, having two deputies isn't out of the question. As for the Federation, I will handle the communication. A deputy leader position meant a captain's rank, with a substantial increase in resources. With the girl's promise, the tension in the cave eased. Small tribes often called themselves camps, but only had basic combat capabilities and resources, with the highest rank being soldier. With their 3 camps merging, their numbers would reach 1,000, including several with special abilities, making them a standard camp with an officer rank. Great. We're relieved to hear that, Starley and Staruo said simultaneously. The girl continued, however, let me be clear. Even if you become deputy leader, the position isn't permanent. If I find out that, due to personal reasons, you're doing too much damage to the camp or contributing nothing despite holding the position, you'll have to step down. Her gaze turned sharp, her tone carrying a warning, making the 2 men nod quickly in agreement. Very well, since you both agree, go ahead and make the necessary arrangements, the girl concluded. Although the beast tide has retreated, based on past experience, it will return in 3 days. Before then, we need to consolidate resources and expand the battle lines to withstand the next wave. Jing, take a few people and assist them. Yes. The 3 responded in unison, got up, and filed out, leaving only Shingan and the young woman in the cave. The young woman leaned slightly forward, her hands on the table, and fixed Shingan with a sharp gaze. Your ability test didn't show any attributes. Apart from your mech control skills, I know nothing about you. Her tone carried an undeniable authority. The beast tide could attack at any moment. I need to understand your other capabilities to allocate the camp's defenses effectively. I have a combat simulation room here. Let's test your potential in a combat scenario. Shinhan opened his mouth to speak, but ended up nodding silently. She led him through the depths of the cave to a door marked with a red X. As she stood there, a red beam scanned her from head to toe. The moment the light vanished, the heavy stone door swung open. Beyond the door lay a space of about 100 square meters, with 2 seemingly old but spotless machines on either side. The young woman sat down with practiced ease, donned a helmet, and gestured for Shinhan to do the same. Press the round button on your left, then select Real-World Ability Combat from the holographic menu, she instructed. Shinhan followed her directions, but after 3 attempts, nothing happened. Noticing this, she calmly tapped the machine, which immediately came to life. Seeing Shinhan's puzzled expression, she explained, don't worry. Although it's a first-generation simulation machine, Jing's repairs have greatly enhanced its performance. It just occasionally needs a gentle touch. Jing, Shinhan asked in surprise, struggling to connect the fiery-tempered girl with the precision of machine repair. The young woman chuckled. I found it hard to believe at first too. But Jing has a knack for this. Thanks to her, many of our camp's discarded devices have been revived, even improved. Now, let's begin. As Shinhan entered the virtual space, he felt a powerful force pulling him, and the next moment, he found himself on a vast grassland. A river wound through the distance, and a gentle breeze rustled the grass. He reached out to touch his body. Everything felt vividly real. Does a first-generation simulation machine have such powerful capabilities? This is incredibly realistic. Shinhan exclaimed. She explained, it is indeed a first-gen model, but Jing installed a special chip inside, enabling this real-world option. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Shinhan, be prepared. I won't hold back. She spread her fingers wide and then quickly clenched them, creating a whooshing sound in the air. In an instant, a massive wind blade sliced through the air towards him. Shinhan's expression grew serious as he thought. Multiple abilities? She was using control-type powers before, and now this. The power of this wind blade is formidable. If it hits, it could be fatal. How should I counter this? As Shinhan pondered, she launched a second wind blade. The 2 attacks combined, rapidly closing in. Shinhan's pupils contracted, his nerves tense, and he instinctively raised his hand. With 2 soft, puff sounds, the wind blades vanished into his palm. He stared in disbelief at his unharmed hand, confusion growing. The young woman was equally shocked and shouted, Idiot! You either counter or dodge an enemy's ability attack. You caught it barehanded? Luckily, this is virtual combat with reduced pain. Or are you trying to get yourself killed? Pain? I felt no pain at all, Shinhan murmured to himself, suddenly sensing a strange energy flowing within him. He closed his eyes briefly, focused his mind, and thrust his palm forward with force. The approaching girl was taken aback by the sudden wind blade sent by Shinhan. her eyebrows slightly arched. Swiftly extending her hands, she firmly controlled the wind blade and with a decisive flick, hurled it onto the nearby lawn. Boom! Under her control, the wind blade was almost compressed into a sphere, crashing heavily onto the grass, creating a deep crater about a meter in diameter. The girl paused, puzzled. She sensed that this wind blade was indeed the power she had previously unleashed. Like before, this time you attack first, the girl instructed. Shingan was secretly pleased by the directive. He calmed himself, carefully sensing the changes within, then, like before, forcefully swung his palm. However, after the strike, only a gentle breeze passed. A few strands of dry grass drifted past his fingertips, with no energy erupting. Shinhan's heart sank, his lips pressed tightly. Without waiting for the girl to speak, he concentrated again, trying to release his ability. Despite repeated attempts, his efforts remained in vain. Observing this, the girl pondered for a moment, forming a hypothesis based on what had just happened. To test her theory, she focused her energy and launched 3 consecutive wind blades. Sure enough, the wind blades vanished into Shinhan's hands once more. The girl saw clearly that her abilities were not disappearing into thin air, but were being absorbed by Shinhan. When he finally managed to release the wind blade again, she confirmed her suspicions. Her lips twitched slightly as she realized. So, you can absorb abilities. Now I understand why the crystal ball couldn't determine your power and ended up damaged. You're quite the anomaly. She paused, then asked, if you can absorb others' abilities, does that mean no one can harm you with their powers? Such an invincible ability. I've never heard of it before. She quickly followed up, can you absorb others' abilities indefinitely? Shinhan thought seriously for a moment and replied solemnly, no, after all, I'm just human and can't store that much energy. Absorbing too much forcefully might cause me to explode. Based on the energy I just unleashed, how much do you think you can absorb? This amount, about 2 more times, shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, the girl struggled to maintain her smile, her lips twitching once more. All right, let's head out. With such an ability, no one in this tribe can harm you. It seems you don't even need to train to absorb others' abilities. In a flash of light, their consciousness returned to their bodies. The girl removed her helmet, quietly observing Shinhan for a long moment before speaking, you haven't fully awakened yet, and there's a chance you might develop other abilities. However, although we've merged into one camp, I can't just give you too many energy stones privately, considering how scarce resources are right now. After this beast tide ends, we should receive a good amount of energy stones. As long as you perform well in battle, I'll make sure to allocate a large portion for you to complete your awakening. Shinhan responded earnestly. I've already consumed too many energy stones from the camp and damaged the fire crystal ball and the mustard seed sphere. Although that wasn't my intention, I will do my utmost to slay the X-star beasts. Good. I'm glad you think that way, the girl nodded. But remember, staying alive is more important than anything else. Don't overextend yourself. Understood, Shinhan replied. Nearly 1,000 miles from Shinhan's camp, a massive horde of X-star beasts surged from the distance. Elemental grenades and energy bullets continuously collided with the force field, creating ripples. Inside the force field, rows of energy cannons fired relentlessly. In a small shack, a young boy tirelessly placed energy stones into an energy device to maintain the force field. Within just a few minutes, the energy stones turned into transparent shells. The boy hurriedly replaced them with new stones. Meanwhile, at the Longyan base in the 5th war zone, a slightly chubby middle-aged man, Lu Jianba, paced anxiously in the living room. The sound of artillery fire outside grew louder, and his brow furrowed deeper. A young man in a crisp uniform sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples, and said helplessly, Jianba, stop pacing. You're making me dizzy. Lu Jianba halted and plopped down beside the young man, causing the soft sofa to sink. He turned to the young man and said, Major, this is the 4th wave of attacks. The Federation didn't supply us with enough resources this time, and we're running low on ammunition. We have to request reinforcements. If we delay any longer, we might end up perishing alongside these beasts. The young man frowned deeply and remained silent upon hearing the words. Seeing this, Lu Jianbai sensed a shift in his attitude and continued to persuade him, I'm not afraid of dying, but there are nearly 20,000 people in the base. Longyan base is the result of over a decade of hard work. I can't bear to see it destroyed by our hands. Ziyuan, I know you have a grudge against Junqi, but we have no choice but to seek their help now. When it comes to major matters, we can't be entangled in trivial grievances. Is this feud worth sacrificing the entire base for? Think it over. If you're unwilling, at worst, I'll fight my way out with you. With that, Lu Jianbai patted Ning Ziyuan's shoulder and left, his heavy footsteps gradually fading into the distance, leaving Ning Ziyuan alone in the empty room. He understood that Lu Jianbai's words made sense. His fingers unconsciously stroked the light brain as he furrowed his brow in deep thought. Just then, angry shouts came from outside. Moments later, Ning Ziyuan sat up straight, sighed softly, and pressed the light brain to connect with the nearest Longyuan base within the 5th battle zone of X-Star. A flash of blue light revealed the image of a red-haired man on the holographic screen, his phoenix eyes gleaming with an unruly light. Hey, Ziyuan, long time no see. I'm surprised you reached out to me, Liang Junqi said with a faint smile. Ning Ziyuan's face was grim. If I had a choice, do you think I'd contact you? Those words sting. Liang Junqi's eyes darkened for a moment before he continued, looking directly at Ning Ziyuan. I admit I was partly to blame for what happened back then. Since you've reached out, just tell me what you need. I'll do my best to help, as long as it's within my power. But after this, let's consider the matter settled. Straightforward. So, what's your command, Colonel? Liang Junqi teased. Ning Ziyuan succinctly described the current crisis. Do you remember the demonic creatures we encountered when we first arrived on X-Star? This time, a massive army of demonic beasts is attacking. They have advanced weaponry and intelligent demons, and their numbers are overwhelming. It's already the 4th attack today, and we're low on ammunition, having lost thousands of men. I need your assistance, preferably with that item. If we succeed, we'll split the spoils and black crystals 50-50. Plus, you'll gain plenty of rare samples. Liang Junqi's expression changed slightly but soon steadied. Interlocking his fingers, he said firmly, 60-40 split, and I'll bring along a few skilled allies. Deal. Ning Ziyuan agreed through gritted teeth. After the call ended, Ning Ziyuan leaned back on the sofa, clasping his head in his hands, a trace of relief appearing on his face. A few minutes later, he contacted Lu Jianbai. Jianbai, get ready for a battle with the demons. Reinforcements will arrive by morning. Got it. Lu Jianbai responded joyfully. At Longyuan base, Liang Junqi watched the light brain go dark, murmuring softly with a slight smile. He got up, went into the inner room, took down a patterned heavy sniper rifle from the wall, and slung it over his shoulder while calling out, Old Hang, have the current batch of ability users and the elite team prepare. Bring plenty of weapons. Don't forget 4 boxes of Black Blaze. Old Hang emerged from the training room, wiping sweat from his brow with a pained expression. Colonel, please reconsider. The ability users aren't fully trained, and Black Blaze is a rare treasure we've spent 5 years creating just 8 boxes of. Don't be stingy, Liang Junqi interrupted. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. We're saving thousands this time. Weapons are just possessions, and we can gain a lot of black crystals after succeeding. You know they're essential for making Black Blaze. Besides, the ability users are almost ready to graduate. Consider it training. Do you really need to reconsider? No, I'll get right on it. Old Hang quickly understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing about the black crystals and remembered the comrades who had fallen in their first battle against the demons. Under their orders, aircraft took off from the base throughout the night. The roar of engines gradually faded into the night sky as Longyuan base's force field closed once more. In the camp of Naiman, the defensive lines rapidly expanded under the command of the biker girl, covering an area of hundreds of meters with heavy weaponry. Energy cannons and heavy machine guns were strategically placed along the central route, while newly constructed watchtowers on the surrounding hills pierced the night sky like sharp blades. Beams of white light crisscrossed from the tower tops, intermittently scanning the distance, as a row of lightly armored mechs stood ready below. Suddenly, countless tiny black dots emerged from the distant darkness. The guards atop the watchtowers spotted the anomaly as the beams swept past, instantly alerting them. One quickly activated the alarm system, shouting, "Attention, beast horde attacking by night." The biker girl rushed out upon hearing the news, her digital interface flickering with a multitude of red dots. She decisively commanded, "Everyone, be on alert, beast attack, prepare to engage." The order swiftly echoed in the ears of all Naiman members, who promptly took their positions. Xinglei and Xinghua had already stationed their teams at the front line, eager to make their mark. The biker girl continued coordinating. Xinglei, Xinghua, hold the flanks, let no X-Star beast break through. Jing, you take 200 to guard the camp. The rest, follow me to face the enemy Hedon. Yes, came the synchronized response from the three. Suppressing her unease, the biker girl quickly boarded her mech. Xinghin also entered Jing's specialized mech, leading a squad of heavy mechs to strike directly at the enemy formation. Jing ordered the remaining mechs to initiate long-range attack mode, their arms transforming into powerful cannons, unleashing elemental shells that rained down on the beast horde, easing the pressure on the front lines. At the forefront, Xinglei and Xinghua's units had already decimated much of the X-Star beasts on the flanks. The three teams formed a pincer movement, trapping hundreds of X-Star beasts within. Blood splattered as roars filled the air. Xinghin calmly instructed, "All units, activate energy shields, prepare light swords. Formation. Dance of Death, commence fusion." The heavy mech team performed with precision, swiftly forming a massive sword fan centered on Shinhan. The radiant light swords were striking against the night sky, sweeping across to decimate half of the X-star beasts in an instant. Not to be outdone, Xing Yao commanded, "All units ready? Activate energy shields, switch formation. Moonlight Glory, commence fusion." His heavy mech unit quickly reformed, creating a crescent shape. A flash of white sword light appeared, as if a new moon had materialized, cutting down the remaining X-star beasts completely. Full speed ahead, Xing Yao ordered, leading his team to flank from the right, crushing the X-star beasts as they advanced. With a swift gesture, a beam of cannon light shot forth, precisely obliterating two X-star beasts in front of Xing Hin. He kept walking, his voice laced with a challenging tone. "Xing Hin, we didn't get a chance to settle things last time. How about a competition to see who can take down more X-star beasts this time?" Xing Hin blasted through the X-star beast horde with his left hand, creating a massive opening. A smirk played on his lips as he raised his right arm, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire that instantly cleared a dozen X-star beasts in front of Xing Yao. Xing Yao's mouth twitched at the sudden emptiness, but determination gleamed in his eyes. "A wager? Sounds good," Xing Yao replied as he advanced. "If I lose, I'll grant you one request." "Deal," Xing Hin quickly responded. "You know I've only completed the first stage of evolution. If I win, you'll give me the energy stone for the second stage." Xing Yao's facial muscles twitched slightly. He knew well the immense amount of energy stones Xing Hin needed for evolution. But confident in his own abilities, he accepted the challenge, albeit through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Xing Lei and Xing Ho were also competing in secret, unwilling to fall behind. The biker girl listened to their banter, shaking her head lightly but choosing not to intervene. She believed that this kind of healthy competition could enhance their combat effectiveness. Leading the mech army forward, she occasionally stepped in to assist teammates in distress. Despite the absence of a beast king in the attack, an unsettling feeling lingered in the biker girl's heart. Her instinctual sense of danger had always proven accurate, foreshadowing significant events. She gazed at the dark night sky, her heart heavy. To dispel her unease, she fought with an unusual ferocity. Under her command, the massive mech weaved through the beast tide, its glowing energy sword slashing relentlessly. The battlefield was a cacophony of blood, roars, and the symphony of war as gunfire and the cries of the beasts intermingled. Simultaneously, hundreds of four-armed X-star beasts rapidly approached the camp's left flank. Jing was startled and quickly ordered through the light brain. "All units, form ranks. 100 of you, follow me for a flank assault to intercept the X-star beasts. The rest, hold the camp and be prepared for anything." "Yes," came the unified response. The heavy energy machine guns roared continuously, energy boxes piling up like mountains. Elemental grenades flew, sending groups of X-star beasts tumbling in explosions. In no time, new waves of X-star beasts charged forward, filling the gaps. Jing's anger flared as she faced the leaping four-armed beasts. Her arm alternated between firing shells and brandishing light swords, shooting continuously. The four-armed beasts, though incredibly fast, had relatively weak attack power. "Shoot them all down, these beasts," Jing shouted furiously, ignoring their attacks as she charged forward with her heavy energy machine gun. Her battle cry echoed across the battlefield, inspiring those around her. Under her leadership, the team fought fiercely, like a sharp blade cutting through the enemy lines. The nimble four-armed beasts fell into disarray under the energy cannon fire, their broken bodies burning amidst the explosions. Their piercing screams echoed in the sky, only to be swept away by a fierce cold wind. An hour later, the first wave of the beast tide had been severely crippled by the intense assault, leaving only a few X-star beasts to flee in disarray. Yet, the massive loss of personnel and the still dark sky weighed heavily on everyone. "Regroup, lighten the mechs, and clean up the battlefield. Rescue the wounded," the biker girl ordered through the light brain. 3 minutes later, all command members gathered in the main tent, awaiting further instructions from the biker girl. "I'm sure you all feel the unusual tension in the air," she began. "Tonight will be sleepless. To ensure the camp doesn't fall, stay alert. The night is long. Rest for now, and I'll alert you if the beast tide attacks again." With that, she glanced at the weary faces of her team and turned to leave. Her cold voice resonated outside the tent as those inside exchanged glances. They knew the likelihood of another beast tide attack tonight was high, around 80%, so they didn't hesitate to rest, closing their eyes to recuperate. After drinking 2 cups of water, Xinghan left the tent and approached the girl. She raised an eyebrow at his approach. "Why aren't you resting inside? What brings you out here?" As Xinghan was about to rest, he was stopped by a biker girl. She insisted that Xinghan should rest first, arguing that as the commander, he needed to conserve his energy more. Not backing down, Xinghan looked her straight in the eye and insisted he could hold on. Seeing this, the girl smiled gently and gracefully walked to a nearby hill, sitting cross-legged. In the moonlight, her dark eyes seemed to hold a universe of stars, with a crescent moon reflected within. She gave Shinhan one last look, and then relaxed completely. A gentle breeze lifted her black hair slightly. She rested her chin in her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips, and softly said, "Since that's the case, I'll rest. You keep watch." With that, she closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually became steady. Watching the girl's serene sleeping face, Shinhan smiled knowingly. He quickly cleared the battlefield of the remaining Exter beast corpses, and then sat on the hill beside her, keeping watch. The night sky over Exter was as starry as ever. Shinhan gazed at the girl, the first person he saw upon waking, and then at the camp tents glowing faintly in the distance. A smile crept onto his face. If time could freeze at this moment, it wouldn't be so bad, Shinhan murmured softly. Imagination is nice, but reality doesn't allow it, the biker girl suddenly interjected, her voice gentle yet clear. Without opening her eyes, she continued, "Life is long, with many experiences yet to come. Staying in this moment would be a loss. Cherish every moment, and you'll find each day is new." "Would you still want to stay in this moment?" Surprised, Shinhan asked, "Weren't you supposed to be resting? Why are you talking?" The girl explained, "I'm only using part of my brain, so it doesn't consume much energy." Shinhan was taken aback and after a moment asked, "How long have you been on Exter? Have you always been in the 5th battle zone?" The girl detailed her journey to Exter and shared her future plans, including her desire to study at the base and join the Red Lightning Squad. Shinhan encouraged her, saying, "I believe you can make it." After thanking him, the girl inquired about Shinhan's future plans. Shinhan, a bit unsure, said he would take it one step at a time, trying to make life better for those around him. The girl commented, "That's not bad. However, the simpler the idea, the harder it is to achieve." She further explained the relationship between the greater and lesser causes, using tree trunks and leaves as a metaphor, emphasizing the importance of mastering the essence of the greater cause. Shinhan realized, "You mean, the greater cause encompasses the lesser ones, and if we grasp the greater cause, the lesser ones will naturally follow." The girl calmly concluded, "Exactly. The theory of everything is the ultimate path." "Is causality so important that it could be the theory of everything?" Shinhan asked earnestly, a spark of curiosity shining in his eyes. The young girl shook her head, her long hair gently swaying in the breeze. "Causality is not the theory of everything. Those who master the theory of everything can create causality at will." Shinghan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wouldn't that make them gods?" The girl's voice was calm and steady. "They are not gods. Gods are still human. Such beings can no longer be called human. What are they called then?" Shinhan pressed on, his curiosity growing stronger. The girl was about to speak when a look of struggle appeared on her face, as if she were fighting against some invisible force. At that moment, a figure slowly approached the two of them. The newcomer was holding a slightly long coat and gently draped it over the girl. "Leader, it's chilly at night. Put this on so you don't catch cold." "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit cold." The biker girl suddenly opened her eyes, took the coat from Jing, and wrapped it around herself. She lifted a corner of the coat and invited, "Come closer. It's warmer when we share." Jing's delicate and serene face broke into a bright smile as she nestled next to the biker girl. Even in the howling wind of the night, the warmth in their hearts dispelled the cold. The night deepened, but it was destined not to be peaceful. The three of them chatted idly as time quietly slipped by. Suddenly, the biker girl's communicator emitted a red alert once more. This time, the number of X-star beasts approaching was far greater than before. The densely packed beasts moved in formations, advancing in unison with disciplined steps. This organized beast tide made everyone uneasy. Without a commander, this was impossible. The call to arms echoed through the camp. Squads of heavy armored mechs followed their commanders, engaging the X-star beasts in fierce combat, accompanied by the mechanical grinding sounds. "Leader, have you noticed something's off about this beast tide?" Jing's light sword struck down hard, but the X-star beast she felled wasn't dead, only gravely wounded. Within seconds, it staggered back to its feet, showing incredible resilience. Some beasts only bore finger-length wounds from the swordlight, their body strength several times higher than usual. Others moved with astonishing speed. "I've noticed," the biker girl replied, her voice unusually grave. At that moment, she finally understood the source of her unease. A forced smile appeared on the girl's face. "Attack with all your might. Once this is over, the beast tide shouldn't return for some time." The biker girl knew all too well, as did everyone else, that the number of casualties tonight could reach unprecedented heights. In the worst-case scenario, the camp might even fall. "Commander, in your opinion, what are our chances tonight?" Xingho asked loudly, piloting his heavy armored mech, launching round after round of attacks to carve a bloody path through the beast tide. Yet, in the blink of an eye, more X-star beasts surged forward. The biker girl was silent for a moment before speaking heavily. Less than half. Less than half? Damn, that's not bad. Xingho laughed, ruffling his messy red hair. Either way, the outcome isn't great. Let's give it our all. If I die, scatter my ashes in the deep mountains so they won't be devoured by beasts. Xingho, you think you'll become one with the ancient mountains? You'd better stay alive, or else the lush mountains might turn into barren hills. Xinglei mocked. Xinglei, how dare you mock me? Once this battle ends, I'm challenging you so you won't laugh anymore. Xingho retorted angrily, remembering past incidents of losing control of his abilities and nearly burning his hair, only to be ridiculed by Xinglei. I'll be waiting, but you can't die in this battle. Xinglei chuckled softly. Their banter lifted some of the gloom from everyone's hearts. Faced with the overwhelming X-star beasts, their blood boiled with a fearless resolve, as if they had seen through life and death. Listening to their seemingly joking words, Xinghan's lips tightened. He recalled the biker girl's dreams and the time spent with everyone in the camp. His expression shifted from hesitation to determination, finally settling into a resolute look. I have a skill that can attract a third of the X-star beasts to another side, leaving the remaining two-thirds for you to handle. Can you manage that? Xinghan's voice echoed from the communicator, reaching everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield was enveloped in silence, save for the roars of the X-star beasts and the heavy breathing of his comrades. A moment of quiet fell over the battleground. Damn it, who needs your self-sacrifice? Jing paused, then shouted angrily. A third of the X-star beasts? Even if you can draw them away, can you handle them? We're not cowards who fear death. How can we let you die for us? Xingyao snorted, adding, besides, I haven't earned enough energy stones for your second stage evolution. If you die, who will I give the stones to? Voices rose in a chorus, yet the biker girl remained silent. Her mind was blank, a look of struggle flashing across her face. Listen, everyone, this is the best plan. It's the only way to save most of our teammates, Xinghan declared firmly. There are no cowards in the Niguang camp, but that doesn't mean we should let many die if there's a better way. And who says I'm certain to die? I'm a member of Niguang camp. Protecting my comrades is my duty. Commander, I'll lead the X-star beasts east. You take the rest down and live well. As the commander, the biker girl knew deep down that only by following Xinghan's plan could they save the camp, ensure the survival of most people, and win this beast assault. Yet, watching Xinghan walk into certain death was something she couldn't accept. Silence spread like a tide, engulfing everyone's hearts. Xinghan seemed to sense the biker girl's inner struggle and spoke again. You once said that those with great karmic ties are more likely to control their destiny. I agree. But without small causes, there can't be great effects. Just like a tree cannot survive without its leaves. I've enjoyed my time with all of you. I am willing to use my small cause to fulfill your great cause. Before he finished speaking, Xinghan began to emit a strange melody. The biker girl listened, silent and speechless, then suddenly interrupted him and asked, Xinghan, what are the odds of you surviving? 20%? Xinghan hesitated briefly but answered truthfully. 20%. The biker girl repeated softly, then said, all right, Xinghan, I have no name. Give me one. She bit her lip, her tone calm as if chatting with an old friend. Yet a silent tear slid down her cheek. She knew that Xinghan's chances were even slimmer than he admitted. She whispered, Xinghan, if you die in battle, I will live on with this name, carrying your part as well. Hearing this, Xinghan's body trembled slightly, and he sighed silently. His mind was flooded with memories of the first time. He saw the girl upon waking and the girl gazing at the stars under the moonlight tonight, her hair flowing in the wind. This fleeting recollection stirred a ripple in his heart. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Let's call you Shinua. Shinua, Shinua. All right. The biker girl whispered to herself, then added, Xinghan, don't give up. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, come back alive. Her words were met with more of the strange melody. As the melody resonated, the extra beasts in the beast tide began to show a change in their eyes. It was a look of bewilderment and madness, like starving predators suddenly spotting prey, as they charged furiously at Xinghan. Xinghan's heavy mech instantly switched to high-speed mode. As he ran, he continued to produce the melody, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. It's a pity this specialized mech is so valuable. Xinghan, we'll be waiting for you. Xingyao called out, watching Xinghan's figure fade into the distance. The defiance in his heart had long dissipated. The imposing figure was etched deeply in his mind, stirring his emotions. In just a few seconds, Xinghan had led most of the extra beasts away from their forces. He heard Xingyao shout but didn't turn back, merely raising a hand in acknowledgement. In the camp of the Reversal Light, some team members wanted to chase after him to share the risk, only to find that Xinghan's melody carried a force that slowed their steps. Everyone, listen up. Xingyue wiped the tears from her eyes and commanded loudly through the communicator. Wipe out these beasts completely, and don't waste the opportunity Shinhan created. Activate the energy shield, choose formation, Dance of the Reaper, merge. Behind her, the heavy mechs moved swiftly, forming a sword fan formation within seconds. The dazzling sword light flickered, faintly illuminating the distant figure. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions as they unleashed sword lights and cannons, quickly eliminating a large number of extra beasts on the ground. Yet the remaining extra beasts were formidable, unlike any they had encountered before. After executing the Dance of the Reaper, Shinua felt dizzy, her face pale, with blood seeping from her mouth and nostrils. She realized that using the Dance of the Reaper for the first time had nearly depleted her mental strength. Her cumbersome mech paused for a few seconds, becoming unstable after being struck by several beasts. She cursed under her breath, wiped the blood from her face, restarted the mech systems, and continued to advance. The sword light in her hand instantly switched to an energy cannon. With a thunderous roar, the thick-skinned extra beasts were blasted away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Shinhan was nowhere to be seen in the distance. He continued to lead the beast horde in a frenzy, occasionally taking down a few, but it was a drop in the ocean compared to the massive horde. When Shinhan had run several hundred miles away from the camp, his face had turned pale. As the strange melody weakened, the massive beast horde accelerated, surrounding Shinhan completely. With a few roars, the dense beast horde lunged at him. Bring it on, Shinhan muttered under his breath, his hands deftly maneuvering, as the sharp gleam of his sword traced a brilliant arc in the air. Under his precise control, the massive 3 mech executed movements with an unparalleled grace. As it leapt and dodged, each maneuver was perfectly timed to evade enemy attacks, its agility nothing short of astounding. Thousands of X-star beasts charged relentlessly, yet most failed to even graze Shinhan's mech. However, due to their sheer numbers and formidable power, some X-star beasts finally breached the defenses, latching onto the mech and pounding its metallic surface with massive fists. Others, with razor-sharp claws, left deep scratches on the 3 mech, producing dazzling sparks. Suddenly, a particularly cunning X-star beast leapt onto the mech's head, clinging tightly and pummeling with ferocity. Shinhan's vision was obscured. He shook his head frantically, his left hand wielding the sword while the right attempted to grab the troublesome creature. Yet, this X-star beast was unusually agile, holding fast and calling out to its companions. In no time, a dozen more X-star beasts responded, their claws slashing viciously at the mech's joints. In moments, Shinhan's mech was swarmed. Enraged, he switched to spin mode, the massive mech spinning rapidly as the sword beams transformed into cannons, blasting away relentlessly. Within 100 meters, countless X-star beasts were felled, and those clinging to the mech were flung off and mercilessly destroyed by the cannon fire. Shinhan's ruthless tactics momentarily stunned the X-star beasts, but they soon erupted in even more furious roars, their eyes gleaming with malice. All the X-star beasts charged forward heedlessly, determined to bring down Shinhan. The overwhelming tide of beasts finally succeeded in toppling the giant 3 mech, pinning it to the ground. Shinhan shouted fiercely, pushing his mental strength to the limit, blood seeping from his orifices, as he unleashed continuous cannon fire. With a mighty roll, he managed to return to an open area. Just as Shinhan was about to rise, a gigantic bear-like beast clamped onto his left arm, followed by a sharp-nosed monkey stomping heavily on the same spot. A series of cracking sounds ensued, and the 3 mech's left arm became completely disabled amidst a shower of sparks. Momentarily stunned, Shinhan's determination hardened. He raised his right arm, firing a barrage of cannon shots directly into the bear's chest. The bear convulsed slightly before collapsing, and Shinhan pressed his advantage, blasting the sharp-nosed monkey away as well. Minutes later, a voice came through Shinhan's comms. "Shinhan, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry," Shinhan replied briefly, his cannons continuing to fire at the surrounding X-star beasts. Suddenly, an urgent warning echoed through the comms. "Warning, warning, energy levels critical, mech operation will cease shortly." "Damn it," Shinhan cursed, staring at the remaining X-star beasts, his mind reeling. He hadn't anticipated an energy shortage, something that shouldn't happen under normal circumstances. Frantically searching the cramped interior of the mech, Shinhan found only a single energy stone. It would provide enough power for at most 50 shots, but he had no other choice. "Whatever, even if I die, I'll take a few of them with me," he whispered, his brow furrowed as he inserted the energy stone into the mech's power system. The warning light vanished, and Shinhan let out a battle cry, firing wildly with his single arm. Despite his efforts, his wounds continued to multiply, blood from his 7 orifices trickling down his neck. Once again, the X-star beasts overwhelmed him, pounding the mech with abandon. Numerous malfunctions occurred, sparks flying as neural connections gradually severed. As time passed, Shinghan's consciousness began to fade. In the moment he succumbed to confusion, the 3 mech was torn to pieces by the frenzied X-Star beasts, exposing Shinghan to their menacing eyes. Just as the X-Star beast's claws were about to reach Shinghan, a fiery red light burst forth from him, exploding outward in a fiery wave. The 3 mech shattered completely in the final moment, and the fiery wave dissipated after a spin. Within the scorching blaze, all X-Star beasts within a 10-mile radius were reduced to charred remains, their agonized cries echoing. Only Shinghan, enveloped in a blue glow, remained unscathed. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the blue glow like a bubble, carrying the unconscious Shinghan away until he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, back at the reversal camp, though many of the beast horde had been slain, hundreds still remained. Exhausted, the defenders watched as another wave approached from the distance, their hearts sinking. Shinua bit her lip, issuing orders once more, leading the heavy-armed mechs into battle. Sword beams flickered in the night sky, and the X-Star beasts suffered heavy casualties. Yet, even more X-Star beasts were closing in on her position. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed through the sky from the beast herd, prompting a wave of beasts to surge toward Shinua like a tide. In an instant, most of the extra beasts bared their teeth, revealing sharp, white fangs, and their blood-red eyes locked onto Shinua. The herd quickly overwhelmed the massive 3 mech, and under the relentless assault from the extra beasts, the heavy armored mechs behind Shinua began to fall one by one. Shinua's hands moved continuously, like a grim reaper harvesting lives. The blood of the extra beasts nearby splattered as they were flung high and fell heavily to the ground, trembling and twitching. The air was filled with their piercing screams and heavy breathing, indicating their severe injuries. Despite this, Shinua paid a heavy price, with only a handful of armored mechs remaining steadfast behind her. "Boss, hang in there. I'm coming to help you," Jing called from the other side, biting her lip as she began carving a bloody path through the beasts. "Jing, there are plenty of extra beasts on your side too. Focus on them. I'll handle things here," Xinglei said as he surveyed the battlefield, noting the relatively fewer beasts in front of him. After unleashing a few strikes, he dashed toward Shinua. Listening to the labored breathing of her comrades through the communicator, and witnessing the casualties and destruction of their camp, a pang of sorrow flickered in Shinua's eyes. She gritted her teeth and retrieved a vial of pre-prepared serum from a small green box inside her mech. This serum, which she had exchanged for nearly half of her assets months ago, was intended to unlock her potential in a critical moment. Due to time constraints, she hadn't prepared a neutralizer, meaning its use could be life-threatening. Recalling Xinghan's unwavering departure and her fallen teammates, Shinua made her decision. She uncapped the serum, aimed the needle at her arm's vein, and injected it without hesitation. Within 3 seconds, Shinua felt a surge of heat rise within her. A small force field formed around her, creating a violent gale that shredded the surrounding extra beasts. At the same time, her aura began to rapidly ascend. Shinua let out a thunderous shout. The serum quickly integrated into her bloodstream, permeating her cells and eventually her genes. Her genetic map glowed brightly, becoming more robust. With that shout, an explosive energy surged within her, momentarily unlocking part of her genetic structure. Shinua's star power surged, elevating her from a level 5 to a level 7 power user in one leap, advancing 2 ranks at once. The eyes of everyone on the battlefield were drawn to her, their expressions shifting from shock to bewilderment, and finally to joy, with a hint of envy. As the advancement completed, Shinua felt energized, her fatigue vanishing and replaced by a refreshing vitality. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she controlled the 3 mech with increased speed and agility. However, Shinua was unaware that upon reaching level 7, a tiny sphere in her mind flickered slightly, emitting an invisible wave. The name Valentina flashed briefly in her thoughts, but before she could ponder it, Jing's voice interrupted her. "Boss, have you just advanced? It's dangerous without a neutralizer. How are you feeling now?" Jing's voice was filled with concern, knowing why Shinua had avoided using the serum. "Yes, for now, I'm fine. I'm a level 7 power user now," Shinua replied, her mood light after the advancement. "What? Level 7? That's insane. When I first joined, you were only a level 2 power user, and that was less than a year ago. How is this even possible?" Xingho, with his flamboyant red hair standing on end, exclaimed loudly as he fought in his mech. "You're already a level 3 power user. In less than a year, achieving that is quite an accomplishment. You're a standout among us. My star power is higher because I came to Exeter earlier," Shinua said calmly. "So, I guess my progress is pretty rapid too. I'll take your compliment, boss. Whatever you say sounds good," Xingho chuckled, mumbling to himself. "Shameless," Xinglei muttered with a meaningful tone. "Lei, what's with that tone? Did I say anything wrong?" "Oh, I remember. Someone's still a level 2 power user. Don't be too envious. If you reach level 3, The commander will praise you too. Xing Ho teased Xing Lei, his tone tinged with pride. A flash of anger crossed Xing Lei's face, but he quickly calmed down. With determination, he said, "Fireman, don't get too cocky. Rank isn't everything. One day, I'll leave you in the dust." Xing Yu watched the two start to bicker again and said with a hint of exasperation, "All right, you two. Stop with the banter and save your energy for fighting the X-Star beasts." Despite their verbal sparring, neither of them delayed in their task of slaying the beasts. They each smirked, let out a cold snort, and fell silent. At that moment, the roar of engines filled the sky as a squadron of fighter jets thundered past. Inside one of the cabins, Lao Hang was dozing off when a bright spot suddenly appeared in the sphere of his mind. He sat up abruptly, quickly activated his light brain, and pinpointed the coordinates of the bright spot. A map instantly unfolded before him, showing the spot located 50 kilometers ahead on their left. Lao Hang examined the map closely and found the area around the spot teeming with markers of X-Star beasts. He frowned, his fingers sliding swiftly over the light brain, as if searching for some information. Moments later, his brow relaxed, and he turned to the person beside him, saying, "Colonel, the Inai camp is under attack by a beast tide. Just 50 kilometers ahead. Should we detour to assist?" Inai camp? Liang Junqi's handsome eyebrows furrowed in confusion as he looked at Lao Hang. "Is there such a camp in the 5th battle zone?" Lao Hang calmly explained, "It's a small tribe that recently applied for consolidation, with a total population of nearly 1,000, reaching the standard camp size. Although our main mission is to aid the Longyan base, since we've come across this, we might as well lend a hand. We might even discover a few promising newcomers." Liang Junqi stared at Lao Hang for a few seconds, his eyebrows gradually relaxing, a trace of interest flashing in his eyes. He teased, "Lao Hang, since when did you start paying attention to these small tribes?" "Just happened to notice it." Lao Hang replied slowly, adjusting his glasses with some discomfort under Liang Junqi's gaze. Liang Junqi's eyes held an even deeper meaning, making Lao Hang somewhat uneasy. Before he could say more, Liang Junqi turned to the light brain and issued a command. "Fighter 1, follow me to Inai camp. The rest continue on the original route without delay." "Roger." The pilots of the fighter jets responded one after another. The light brain mechanically announced, "Coordinates located. Route switching. Destination Inai camp." Two fighter jets roared as they swiftly flew towards Inai camp, while the others continued on their original course. As the jets arrived over Inai camp, the light brain immediately locked onto the dense horde of X-Star beasts. Shells whistled down, creating a fiery storm in front of the camp, causing massive casualties among the X-Star beasts under the intense firepower. The people in the camp stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the two jets. After a round of bombardment, the jets landed on an open space to the left of the camp. Two squads of warriors in silver armor swiftly disembarked, rushing towards Xing Yu and the others. These warriors wielded either heavy star power guns or various cold weapons, each with unique equipment. Even from a distance, their fierce aura was intimidating. The warriors displayed a wide array of abilities. Some hurled fireballs, others shot lightning, some formed ice spikes, while others transformed into giants. They weaved through the X-Star beast horde, causing beasts to wail wherever they went. Their control over their abilities was so precise that they maximized their attack power with minimal star power wastage. Liang Junqi, meanwhile, was observing the battlefield, his eyes seemingly flashing a red light. Moments later, he slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, raised his peculiar heavy sniper rifle, and aimed at a creature resembling an owl in the distance. With a thunderous shot, a wisp of green smoke rose from the sniper's barrel, and the small creature plummeted from the branch. With the death of that creature, the formation of the X-Star beasts on the battlefield suddenly became chaotic, no longer as cunning or clever as before. They scattered and bit at random, making them easier to slaughter. This dazzling scene left the people of Inai camp momentarily stunned. Soon, they seemed to catch the fighting spirit, their blood boiling. In just a few minutes, the majority of the X-Star beasts were slain. The arrival of these two squads decisively turned the tide of the battle. The beast tide attack quickly approached its end, and even at the last moment, everyone found it hard to believe what they were witnessing. 20 minutes later, there wasn't a single X-Star beast left standing on the battlefield. Everyone looked at the ground littered with corpses, their emotions complex. Xing Yu, with a heavy heart, began organizing the aftermath. At this point, Liang Junqi stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Liang Junqi, the leader of the Longyuan base in the 5th battle zone. I didn't expect you to hold out so long against a demonic beast tide." "Impressive." He glanced around and continued. "Many of you have quite a bit of potential. At your age, it's time to enter the academy. Now that Inai camp is destroyed, would you like to join Longyuan base?" Shinua was puzzled by the term, demonized beast tide, but she kept her questions to herself. Looking around the camp, she noticed most people were filled with excitement. She hesitated no longer and replied, Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel, for your willingness to nurture us. We're willing to join Longyuan base. However, the camp needs some tidying up. We'll report there in 3 days. Liang Junqi was pleased with everyone's combat performance. He pulled a card from inside his jacket and handed it to Shinua, saying, "Very good. This is a pass for the 5th war zone. Take it to Longyuan base, explain your purpose, and the guards will make arrangements for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Junqi leaped onto a fighter jet, followed by other ability users boarding as well. With the closing of the hatch and the roar of the engines, the 2 jets soared into the sky, their afterburners blazing as they quickly vanished from sight. The members of the Nimeng camp watched the jets until they were mere specks in the sky before disappearing completely. Only then did they reluctantly look away. Shinua carefully examined the card in her hand. It was intricately crafted, adorned with a row of tiny inscriptions, and on the edge was an azure dragon soaring through clouds. To the left were bold black letters stating, 5th War Zone Longyuan Base. She carefully put the card away and turned to the group, saying, "Form a team to come with me to the east to find Shingan. Everyone else, clean up the battlefield and organize the equipment." Xingyao stepped forward, looking intently at Xingyue, and said, "Commander, I want to go too, to welcome the boss back." Xingyue gave Xingyao a meaningful look, recalling the words he shouted when Shingan left, and teased, "The boss? Which boss? Have you finally accepted it?" Xingyao admitted, "I admire strength. Though he hasn't shown the ultimate power, he possesses endless courage. His actions have shown me something beyond strength, and I am wholeheartedly convinced. He is someone worth following." The frost on Xingyue's face melted, revealing even more of her stunning beauty. Her eyes softened, and her melodious voice sounded calm and collected. "Let's go." When they arrived at the scene of Shingan's battle, they were shocked by what they saw. Hundreds of charred beast corpses lay scattered on the ground, creating a scene of utter devastation. Despite searching through the pile of bodies, they found no trace of Shingan. Moments later, they discovered a shattered mech and a powered-down, unusable light brain. Beneath the wreckage, they found several charred pieces of cloth and recognized them as Shingan's clothing. Silence enveloped the group, their thoughts turbulent. After inspecting the mech, Xingyue's expression darkened. Clutching the light brain, her voice trembled slightly as she coldly stated, "If he's alive, we need to see him. If he's dead, we need to see his body." Though others wanted to speak, her icy demeanor silenced them, prompting them to quietly expand their search area. Xingyao looked at everyone, his expression resolute, and declared, "As long as there's no body, there's still hope. He must be alive." Meanwhile, under a towering starwood tree, a naked man lay quietly. His body was covered in chaotic bloodstains, and his face was pale, but the gentle rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on his fair skin. The sound of a babbling brook and rustling leaves echoed in his mind, seemingly bringing a hint of clarity to his muddled consciousness. His head moved slightly, long eyelashes fluttering, and his tightly shut eyes twitched. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and the glaring sunlight immediately pierced his gaze. He raised a pale hand to shield his eyes and slowly sat up. Surveying his surroundings, his thoughts gradually returned, accompanied by an intense hunger and weakness. He noticed a slope to the upper left where long grass and shrubs appeared trampled, suggesting he had likely rolled down from there. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past, and he immediately felt a chill on his skin. Xing Hin glanced down and was shocked to find himself completely naked, his skin crisscrossed with scars. This unexpected sight left him bewildered. A few seconds later, he murmured softly, "I only remember being engulfed in flames while unconscious. How did I end up here? At least I'm alive." Surveying his surroundings, the unfamiliar forest made him wary. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, and his energy-deprived body felt unusually weak, which irked him. However, the joy of surviving such peril overshadowed his discomfort. The fact that he hadn't been torn apart in that dire situation seemed unbelievable to Xing Hin. His mind raced, trying to recall the last moments before he lost consciousness. He remembered his mecha running out of energy, sustaining damage, and him desperately pouring out his mental power. In a blinding flash of light, his consciousness started to fade. Vaguely, he saw countless X-star beasts lunging at him, followed by a searing heat. "Who brought me here from the sea of fire?" Xing Hin pondered. But at this moment, that question wasn't the most pressing. The distant roars of unknown beasts reminded him that surviving in this unfamiliar forest would be no easy task, especially in his current weakened state. Muttering to himself, Xing Hin stood up from the ground. He quickly searched the area and found several large, sturdy leaves. Using soft branches, he wove them into a makeshift grass skirt to cover himself. Then, he snapped off a thick, forked branch to use as a weapon and cautiously scanned the area before heading toward the source of a stream. On his way to the stream, Xing Hin discovered some wild fruits. Although they were still unripe and sour, he picked a decent amount and quickly ate them as he walked to quell his hunger. While the fruits quenched thirst and provided some sustenance, they were far from enough for someone so depleted of energy. Upon reaching the stream, Shingan gazed at the crystal-clear water. After a brief pause, he decided to continue upstream to find the source. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a pool surrounded by a stone wall, with 3 watermelon-sized openings at the base, from which water continuously flowed. Examining the area closely, Shingan muttered, "This looks like a man-made structure, and it doesn't seem very old." Using the branch in his hand, he caught 2 plump fish in the pool, excitement flashing in his eyes. After cleaning the fish in the stream, Shingan went into the nearby woods and skillfully started a fire using primitive methods, soon roasting the fish to a golden perfection. As he savored the delicious grilled fish, Shingan remained vigilant, thinking to himself, "These survival skills come so naturally to me, and my body handles it all so well. No wonder Shinyu is curious. I find it incredible myself." After devouring the 2 fish, Shingan felt a slight energy restoration. He stretched, his joints cracking audibly, as a warm sensation flowed through his body, bringing a sense of satisfaction. Just then, rustling sounds emerged from the forest, and the nearby bushes began to rustle. Shingan's gaze sharpened, and he gripped his makeshift spear tightly. Suddenly, a head poked out from the bushes, its fierce eyes locked onto Shingan's exposed body. Seeing the tiger-like X-star beast emerge from the undergrowth, Shingan gasped, his muscles tensing. Despite his energy not being fully restored, his survival instincts kicked in, prompting him to turn and sprint away at an impressive speed. The tiger-like beast lunged forward, pursuing Shingan with a speed that matched his own. During the chase, his grass skirt was partially torn away. He ran while blocking, feeling the hot breath of the beast on his back. Realizing the dire situation, Shingan's heart sank, and he pushed his muscles to their limits, increasing his speed. For a moment, he managed to widen the gap. Yet, the tiger-like beast remained relentless. A sudden idea struck Shingan, and with a powerful leap, he executed a backflip, landing squarely on the beast's back. He grabbed onto the fur at its neck with one hand, while using the other to strike its head with the branch. The beast bucked wildly, roaring and shaking its head violently. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound as the branch broke into 2, leaving a sharp edge at the break. A fierce determination flashed in Shingan's eyes, and without hesitation, he drove the jagged branch deep into the beast's neck. In pain, the beast charged toward a tall tree. Reacting quickly, Shingan leaped off, rolling across the ground, only to hit his head hard against a small but sharp rock. Damn it! Shingan felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and reached up to find his hand covered in warm blood. He squinted and saw that the tiger-like beast, which had crashed into a tree, merely shook its head slightly before turning and charging at him again. Muttering a curse under his breath, Shingan leapt into the air once more. He swiftly grabbed a blood-stained piece of broken wood nearby, clutching it tightly. As the beast lunged at him, he dodged to the left and swung the wood with both hands, leaving another gash on the creature's side. The beast turned abruptly, its fierce eyes locked onto Shingan, who was slightly off balance. It glanced at the broken wood in Shingan's hand, seemingly with a hint of disdain. With a low growl, it lunged again. This time, Shingan couldn't evade the attack and was knocked to the ground by the beast. Its jaws opened wide, sharp teeth gleaming in the sunlight, as it aimed to snap Shingan's slender neck. In a split second, Shingan's hand sprang into action. One hand blocked the beast's gaping maw, while the other gripped the wood, repeatedly stabbing at the creature's neck, tearing out chunks of flesh. Blood from his bitten arm flowed freely, mixing with the beast's fur and splattering onto his skin. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps nearby, the crunch of dry branches underfoot. Shingan tensed, unable to discern the source of the sound. Whether it was a person or another extra beast, it was rapidly approaching his direction. His heart sank slightly, and his movements quickened with urgency. The tiger-like beast tore flesh from Shingan's arm and lunged at his neck again. Shingan, pale-faced, numbly raised his arm, now showing white bone, and it was bitten once more. Perhaps due to blood loss on both sides, the pain was less intense this time. Meanwhile, the beast's claws had ripped open his chest, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in his ears. At the critical moment, a whistling sound pierced the air. An arrow with white fletching streaked through the sky, followed by a second and third arrow, all embedding into the beast's neck. The arrows penetrated right through, and the beast's massive head twitched slightly as if trying to locate the source, but its eyes quickly dimmed, and it collapsed onto Shingan. Using all his strength, Shingan pushed the beast aside and lay on the ground, panting heavily. Feeling the persistent pain coursing through his body, he rested briefly before sitting up and looking toward the direction from which the arrows had come. A few seconds later, a young girl holding a bow and carrying a backpack appeared before him. She looked about 15 or 16, with a bright and charming face, her well-developed figure evident. Shinhan stood up, smiling, ready to express his gratitude, when the girl's face suddenly flushed red. She covered her eyes with a gasp and quickly turned away. Shinghan's smile froze. He glanced down, realizing that his grass skirt had disappeared during the fight. A deep blush spread across his face as he hurriedly covered himself, feeling awkward and exposed. Suddenly, a garment arced through the air towards him. Shinghan caught Ida blue jacket. The girl's pleasant voice followed. Here, take this. Go wash off the blood by the stream, and I'll keep watch for you. After a pause, she added, be careful not to let the bushes scratch your wounds. There are many species in the forest that can cause infections. Thank you, Shinghan replied, a slight bitterness in his mouth but warmth in his heart, the flush on his face subsiding. He carefully avoided the underbrush and made his way to the stream. As he washed, he glanced back to see the girl pulling arrows from the beast's neck, her vigilant eyes scanning the surrounding forest. A few minutes later, Shinghan returned from the stream. The girl took a roll of white bandages and 2 vials of medicine from her backpack and handed them to him. The girl's gaze quickly swept over Shinghan, her eyes flickering with a subtle evasiveness. She handed him 2 vials of potion, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable tension. These 2 vials, one for external use and one for internal. You know how to use them, right? Shinghan nodded as he accepted them, carefully examining the instructions on the vials. With practiced ease, he uncorked one and drank it down in one go, while he carefully poured the thicker potion onto his bloodied arm. His swift, professional bandaging drew a look of mild surprise from the girl, though she refrained from asking any questions. After a moment of silence, the girl offered a friendly smile, dimples appearing on her cheeks. I'm Chucha from the flame camp of the 7th War Zone. Which camp are you from? How did you end up here in such a state? Where are your teammates? Shinghan furrowed his brows slightly, as if recalling, I'm Shinghan, from the 5th War Zone's reverse light camp. Last night, we were attacked by a massive beast tide and got separated. He then asked, how did you end up here? Chucha's smile turned peculiar, a wary glint in her eyes. She scrutinized Shinghan carefully, seeing the confusion written on his face. She relaxed a bit before slowly speaking. The question isn't how I got here, but how you did. This is within the 7th War Zone. If you're not lying, that means you not only escaped a deadly beast tide overnight, but also ended up in the 7th War Zone. She paused, continuing, at a normal pace. It's impossible to cross from the 5th zone through the 6th to the 7th in one night. If you had such speed, you wouldn't have struggled with just one X-star beast. Chucha's expression grew serious, even stepping back a few steps, gripping her longbow tightly. You're not sent by Li Qian, are you? Despite the suspicion in her tone, Chucha didn't act immediately, waiting for Shinghan's explanation. Shinghan opened his mouth to speak, but was momentarily at a loss. What Chucha said made sense, and he would have been suspicious too. Faced with her guarded gaze, he scratched his head, trying to organize his thoughts. After much contemplation, he realized he had nothing to prove his identity, not even his light brain. With a hint of bitterness, Shinghan said, I'm not lying and I don't know Li Qian. As for why I'm here, I don't understand either. I lost consciousness during the final beast attack and woke up in this forest. Think about it, without your help, I'd probably be inside that tiger by now. I wouldn't need to end up like this just to gain your trust, right? Chucha's gaze lingered on Shinghan's face for a moment, seemingly confirming he wasn't lying. Her wariness gradually faded, and her smile returned, dimples reappearing on her cheeks. As long as you're not with Li Qian, that's good. In that case, come back to our camp with me. In your current state, it's hard to return to the 5th War Zone. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, picked up her bow, and activated her light brain. Brother Yang, I hunted a tiger-like beast by the stream. I'm heading back now. Tell everyone we're having a feast tonight. Cheerful voices immediately erupted from the light brain, with Chu Yang's voice being particularly loud. Great. Everyone wants to taste your cooking? No problem. Chucha replied with a smile, giving a few more instructions before ending the communication. Hearing this exchange, Shinghan realized he needed to carry the tiger-like beast back. He bent down to grab the beast's hind legs and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The movement made him stagger, reopening the bandaged wound on his arm, blood slowly seeping through. Chucha said with concern, if it's too much, just leave it here. Brother Yang and the others will come for it later. Shinghan took a few steps forward, indicating, see, I'm fine. Let's go. Seeing his steps were steady, Chucha refrained from saying more, picking up her longbow to lead the way. As they walked, they chatted, asking each other questions and gradually getting to know one another. When Chucha talked about the flame camp and Li Qian, her words flowed endlessly. Every mention of Li Qian brought a look of anger to her face, with no attempt to hide her disdain for the man. The blazing camp was established by Chu Yang, a level 4 superhuman, and is located around the Liang base. Adjacent to it is the Hunter Camp, created by Li Qian. Although their names differ by only one character, the atmospheres of the two camps are vastly different. The Hunter Camp is predominantly male, with varying levels of combatability, but overall, it slightly surpasses the Blazing Camp in strength. The strongest individual in the Hunter Camp is also a level 4 superhuman, like Chuyang. Due to their proximity, conflicts erupt between the two camps whenever federal supplies are distributed, leading to a long-standing grudge. The arrival of Chucha has further fueled tensions, as Li Sai, the leader of the Hunter Camp, frequently harassed her, provoking Chuyang, who regards Chucha as a sister, to anger. After a clash, Chuyang narrowly defeated Li Qian, who returned humiliated, harboring even more resentment towards the Blazing Camp, escalating the already tense situation. Unwilling to accept defeat, Li Qian intensified his interest in Chucha, with motives that remain unclear. Outwardly, he restrained himself due to fear of Chuyang, avoiding overt kidnapping or harassment, yet he covertly opposed the Blazing Camp at every opportunity. Whenever there was an advantage or task for the Blazing Camp, the Hunter Camp would interfere, which is why Chucha detests Li Sai. Within the Blazing Camp, Chucha said to Shingan, "You and Brother Yang are about the same size, so you can wear his clothes for now. You can take a walk around the camp later to get familiar with the environment. Here's a spare optical computer using a shared account. You can log in and use it without verifying your identity. Once you earn enough energy stones, you can pay back the cost of the computer. This dagger was a gift from Brother Yang, but since I use a bow now, I have no use for it, so I'll give it to you." She paused and playfully winked. "Of course, if you decide to join the Blazing Camp, the clothes and the computer are yours to keep for free." Shinhan gratefully replied, "Thank you. I will definitely earn enough energy stones." After a moment of thought, he added, "As long as the Nimang camp exists, I will always belong to it." How can a person's heart belong to two camps at once? A hint of disappointment flashed in Chuxia's eyes, but it was soon replaced by admiration. She flashed her signature dimples, sent Shinhan off, and then dragged a beast into the simple kitchen inside the cave to prepare lunch. Shinhan checked the optical computer account and found only 100 federal credits remaining, prompting a wry smile. He searched for information on the Nimang camp, only to discover that the camp had been deregistered, his expression turning grave. He also noticed significant news from a few days ago about multiple battle zones on Planet X being simultaneously attacked by a tide of demonized beasts, including the 5th battle zone. Several bases and tribes had fallen during this beast tide, with 2 bases in the 1st battle zone being overrun. The highest federal institution gave a brief response to the beast tide, stating that although it was fierce, once the leader was found and eliminated, the rest of the demonized beasts would be easier to handle. A lieutenant colonel even released a video explaining how to effectively identify and attack the beast tide leader, but Shinhan quickly lost interest as the lieutenant colonel mainly boasted about his base's defenses and combat capabilities. As Shinhan closed the optical computer, he suddenly realized that 2 days had passed since the beast tide attacked the Nimang camp, not just one night, making it feel like a lifetime ago. His urgent desire to return to the Nimang camp subsided, as the camp had already been deregistered and the outcome decided. Now, the only thing he needed to do was earn enough money to search for any surviving camp members. He wandered around the camp of blazing flames, soaking in its unique atmosphere. Thanks to the identity brought by Chuxia, he received a generally warm welcome. Although there were occasional wary glances, he quickly blended into the lively chatter of the boys. The people in the camp gave him a warm, sunny feeling, much like the smile on Chuxia's face. An hour later, the delicious aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen cave, drawing everyone from their conversations to gather around. Whistles echoed across the camp, and Chuxia emerged from the kitchen, followed by a slightly frail boy. It was said that this boy had an extraordinary talent for spices. "Chuxia, your cooking skills are getting better and better," a chubby fellow lamented. "Too bad I can't learn it. Otherwise, I'd have another skill to impress the ladies." Chuxia glanced at the rolls of fat around the chubby guy's waist and laughed, covering her mouth. "If you want to impress the ladies, you should start by losing some weight or diligently honing your skills. Maybe then someone in the camp might fancy you. Why not skip today's meal? You might lose 3 pounds. "Oh no, Chuxia." The chubby guy quickly shook his head, his face jiggling as he forced a fawning smile. "Girls can't fill your stomach, and it would be a shame not to eat the meat." Everyone burst into laughter, and even Shinhan couldn't help but join in. In the blink of an eye, Shinhan had been staying at the camp for a week. Occasionally, he would accompany Chuyang and others to hunt extra beasts in the forest, but more often, he stayed in the camp, researching data on his light brain. On this scorching day, Shinhan sat under a large tree on the left side of the camp, staring at the information on his light brain with surprise and seriousness. Chuyang approached him and said, "Shinhan, we're heading to Frost Wolf Howl to buy some essentials today. Do you want to come along?" Shinhan smiled. "Sure, I was thinking of exchanging some items too." He then asked, "Chuyang, have you heard about the black grassland growing in the first war zone?" Chuyang's expression turned serious, 2 cities in the first war zone have fallen, and there's no strategy from above. That area started growing black grassland. In just a week, it covered a vast area, definitely using a massive amount of energy growth agents, something ordinary people couldn't manage. The key is these events happened right under our noses, yet no one noticed until now. The black grassland is still expanding, emitting large amounts of black fog during the day. Many who entered haven't returned, so don't take any risks. Shinhan nodded in understanding. Time flew by, and after half a month, Shinhan continued to monitor news about the black grassland in the first war zone. He discovered that the area in the videos had grown into a black forest. This issue sparked widespread discussion on the light brain, and the vast, ominous black forest left a shadow in the minds of many viewers. Within the black fog of the first war zone, the interior of the black forest was teeming with various extra beasts, humans, other large exotic beasts, and even purely animalistic creatures. The closer one got to the center, the more intelligent the creatures appeared, showing high levels of wisdom. In the center of the forest, inside a tent, sat beings whose intelligence was no less than humans, some with human bodies and others in beast form. Judging by the structure of the tent, the weaponry, and the luxurious attire, these beings' technological civilization was on par with humanity's. Inside the tent, an elderly man with white hair sat at the head, squinting at the murmuring assembly below. He spoke slowly and with authority. Among the Anzu, the AI clan stands as the leader of the 3 clans. This exploration of the X planet was spearheaded by us, creating the initial Black Forest and securing a foothold for the Anzu. Regardless, within this Black Forest, the AI clan must hold half of the seats. If there are no objections, this will become the first Anzu base on the X planet, marking the official start of a new chapter for the Anzu here. A somewhat frail middle-aged man spoke up, Honorable Dark Apostle. While your clan did seize the initiative, isn't half too much? Our 2 clans may have been slightly weaker in the emergence battle, but we contributed too. The Soj clan will not agree to your clan taking half the control. The elder replied, Dear Dark Knight, you do not represent the will of the Soj clan. I believe that in the face of absolute power, even that great person would not refuse my allocation. When he mentioned that great person, a look of devout respect appeared on his face. He paused and continued, half of the seats is the AI clan's bottom line. If you're dissatisfied, we can offer compensation in other areas. Esteemed Dark One, your generosity does not go unnoticed. A towering beast spoke, its voice deep and raspy. Our warriors, though fierce, struggle to maintain sanity during periods of weakness. This time, our casualties have been the highest among the 3 clans. We need to establish a dedicated base, and we seek your assistance in this endeavor. The previously frail middle-aged man, upon hearing the beast's agreement to the elder's allocation, wore a sullen expression, his brow furrowed. Realizing that persistence would be in vain, he reluctantly said, Our clan requires a supply of equipment. The gray-haired elder squinted, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, as he spoke in a calm tone. As long as it's within reasonable limits, there won't be an issue. After a pause, he continued, of course, before securing a dedicated clan base, our primary task is to swiftly establish a foothold, a city and palace for the Dark Clan in this forest. The beast and the middle-aged man responded almost simultaneously. Yes, we will mobilize all our dark forces to fully cooperate. The scene shifts to the blazing camp. Shinghan's daily routine mostly involved searching for necessary professional information and carefully analyzing it. Occasionally, he and a few others, including Chuyang, would venture into the forest to hunt exotic beasts, often spending most of the day there with substantial gains. On this day, as the sun set, the sky above the blazing camp was painted a fiery red, resembling burning clouds. However, not long ago, Chuyang and the others had lost contact through their communicators, suggesting a high possibility of trouble. An uneasy atmosphere pervaded the camp, and everyone remained silent, with Shinhan looking particularly grave. A delicate woman, Chucha, asked, Did the captain and the others go into the inner forest? Why haven't they returned yet, and why have we lost contact? Mentioning the inner forest caused a change in expression among the group. Unlike the relatively safe outskirts, the inner forest teemed with hundreds of X-star beasts, including several high-level beast kings. Chu Yun shook her head and said, They shouldn't have. There are plenty of golden mist herbs there, and this morning, Brother Yang assured me that they would only go to the boundary between the outer and inner areas. Brother Yang wouldn't lie to me. Her tone was firm, as if trying to reassure herself. Everyone felt somewhat relieved, knowing Chu Yang was a man of his word. 10 minutes later, a few black dots appeared in the distance. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized them as Chu Yang and his team, and everyone rushed to meet them. However, upon seeing their condition, everyone's expression changed. Chu Yang and his companions were in tatters, their bodies covered in blood. They had returned empty-handed, without even the equipment they had taken out that morning. Worse still, Chu Yang was being carried by the others, clearly severely injured. Alarmingly, 2 members of the team were missing. The group felt a sinking despair, quickly helping them back to camp and applying various medicines to their wounds. Chu Yang's injuries were the most severe. His entire body was wrapped and covered in ointments before being placed in a life chamber for recovery. Throughout the process, aside from his furrowed brow and pained groans, Chu Yang showed no other reactions. Chucha turned to Chulu, a quiet but keenly observant young man. Chulu, tell us what happened. Don't leave anything out. Chulu raised his head from the corner, speaking with anger. Chu Yun betrayed us and killed Chu Dan. Chu Dan was a beautiful but introverted girl who often lost herself in her thoughts but never hesitated to help others when needed. Chu Lu composed himself, closing his eyes in pain as he continued. In the morning, under Chu Yun's lead, we did find a lot of golden mist herbs. There was a group of formidable beasts nearby, and we paid a hefty price to defeat them. Just as we were about to return, Chu Yun suddenly attacked me. I was caught off guard, and it was Chu Dan who took the fatal blow for me. We were all confused, and the situation became chaotic. While our attention was on Chu Yun, the hunters' camp ambushed us, severely injuring the captain. When Chu Yun joined Li Qian, we realized it was a trap. Even if we couldn't win, we shouldn't have been so defeated. But no one expected Li Qian to have some fortuitous encounter, suddenly advancing to a level 5 ability user, and he had a level 7 ability user with him. They took all the golden mist herbs and our equipment, leaving our strongest members gravely injured. The ultimatum from the flame hunters hit Chucha like a sledgehammer. They demanded all their possessions within 3 days, especially women and equipment. Clenching her fists, Chucha's face was a storm of emotions as she cursed Li Qian under her breath. Anger surged within her as she looked at her companion's wounds and the frail state of Chu Yang, struggling to keep her emotions in check. Just then, Shingan gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Turning to meet his deep gaze, Chucha felt an unexpected calm. She took a deep breath and asked, "What about Chuden's body?" Chulu, weary and sorrowful, replied, "According to Chuden's last wishes, we buried her deep in the mountains." After a brief pause, he resolutely added, "I will never submit. If the flame hunters come in 3 days, I'll make sure to take a couple of them down with me, even if it costs my life." With that, he left the cave to prepare his gear for the impending battle. Others quickly voiced their defiance, vowing never to yield, their words charged with intensity. However, Chucha keenly noticed some of their eyes wavering. She didn't force anyone, though she felt a wave of frustration. To vent her emotions, Chucha retreated to a secret chamber, engaging in intense archery practice. The targets moved unpredictably, yet her arrows never missed. After 20 minutes, the target was bristling with arrows, nearly all hitting the bullseye. Watching in awe, Shingan couldn't help but praise, "Impressive archery." Then, puzzled, he asked, "How did you hit those arrows that seemed impossible?" Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chucha felt slightly better. She explained, "My ability may not be flashy, but it's practical. As long as there's wind, I can control the arrow's direction. Brother Yang discovered this and crafted this light feather bow for me, encouraging me to practice. Over time, everyone forgot I'm just a level 2 ability user. However, my control range is limited, and the effect diminishes over long distances." Shingan pondered for a moment before asking to examine Chucha's bow and arrows. After a thorough inspection, he remarked, "The materials are rare. With some modifications and inscriptions, we can greatly enhance its power and accuracy." Surprised, Chucha asked, "You know about inscriptions too?" Shingan nodded. "I've studied a lot of materials and am researching them. Right now, I can make simple improvements, but for advanced inscriptions, I need specialized tools. Though, I can try with basic tools. The result won't be as effective." He seemed puzzled himself, unsure of where this knowledge came from. Chucha didn't press further, watching as Shingan made adjustments to her bow. After testing a few shots, she excitedly exclaimed, "The power has definitely increased. My greatest wish now is to pierce Li Qian's heart with this bow." As time passed, the camp grew increasingly restless. On the second night, despite Chucha's protests, Chu Yang emerged from the life pod. Shakily standing, he removed his bandages and activated his holographic device to gather everyone for a strategy meeting. The blazing camp currently has over 350 members. As night fell, everyone's communicators rang with the weak yet authoritative voice of Chu Yang calling them to assemble. Following the instructions, they quickly gathered at the familiar training ground, standing in small groups, whispering with eyes filled with confusion and concern. Before long, Chu Yang, Chucha, and others emerged from their quarters. Under the moonlight, their expressions were solemn, their steps heavy. Chu Yang stood still, surveying the indistinct faces of the crowd, took a deep breath, and said, "You're right, I've been seriously injured. I won't be able to regain my full combat strength anytime soon, nor can I protect you." He paused and continued, "But I won't submit to Li Qian. The blazing camp is my life's work, and I can't let it be destroyed in my hands. Nor can I let you follow me to a pointless death. You are all my friends, my confidants. Where there's life, there's hope. Now, you are free to choose your own paths. You don't have to be tied to me. Chu Yang's voice was slightly hoarse, yet sincere. If someday you gain enough strength and remember the blazing camp, this will always be your home. The doors of the blazing camp will always be open to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly, shirtless man spoke in a gruff voice. Old Yang, you saved my life. From that moment, I considered you my brother. We'll face whatever comes together. Talk of leaving is nonsense. At worst, it's just death. I'm not afraid of that scum. Another voice followed. I came from the Federation to the blazing camp and never left. This place is already my home. If someone wants to destroy it, they'll have to get through me first. Commander, I can't speak for others, but I'm willing to stand by you, live or die, for the blazing camp. A chubby man licked his lips and joked. I want Li Qian and Chu Yuan to pay with their blood for the fallen. I'm not leaving. Chucha, if I survive this, remember to prepare a pot of exotic beast meat for me. And a few extra dishes would be nice. Old Yang gave the chubby man a sideways glance and teased. You glutton. Even now you're thinking about food. He swallowed involuntarily as he spoke. Chucha couldn't help but laugh, yet she answered seriously, don't worry, you'll eat your fill. Hearing everyone's responses, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said solemnly, I'm not joking. Tonight is the last night. I hope you can leave this place of conflict, preserve your strength, and at least save your lives. I'll be distributing weapons and medical supplies to everyone shortly. Take them, whether you stay or go. After distributing all the supplies, including a life-saving item for Shingan, Chu Yang turned away, and the strength on his face finally slipped away. He seemed to age several years as he walked heavily back to his quarters. In the latter part of the night, Shinhan's communicator received a call from Chu Yang. Surprised, he still made his way to Chu Yang's quarters. The two of them exchanged silent glances for a moment before Chu Yang chuckled softly and said, Sit down. It seems you have an idea why I called you. Shinhan nodded. The only connection between us is Chucha. She's a good girl, and I don't want her in danger. But you must know she won't leave. Chu Yang sighed. No one knows Chucha better than I do. She's great in every way, except she's stubborn about what she believes in. But that's why I'm even more worried about her. He recalled. When Chucha first came here, she was small, with dimples when she smiled, polite and likable. She was always cheerful, bright, and even Chu Dan, who often lost himself in his own world, would smile around her. In the camp, besides me, no one could earn her deep trust. Your arrival surprised me. Chu Yang looked directly into Xinghan's eyes. You haven't known each other long, but Chucha relies on you strongly, even if she hasn't realized it herself. I've always seen her as my little sister, and she's accepted me as her brother. I don't know your true strength, but I sense you're not simple. There might be Li Qian's people in the camp, and I don't want to take risks. You're an outsider, the best choice. Finally, Chu Yang earnestly said, if there's even the slightest chance, please take her with you. Consider it payment for the equipment. Before Xinghan could respond, Chu Yang continued, I understand this is an unreasonable request. You don't belong to the blazing camp and have no obligation to take on this responsibility, but I have no other choice. I hope you can agree. With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of apology and wearily rubbed his cheek. Xinghan wasn't surprised by Chu Yang's words and didn't hesitate much before replying. If things really go south, I'll take her away and ensure her safety. Thank you. Chu Yang sighed with relief. Xinghan was well aware of what his promise entailed, but he didn't regret it. Not only because Chuxia had once saved his life, but also because, as Chu Yang said, the Sunny Girl was loved by everyone. Naturally, he was no exception. If possible, he too would do everything in his power to protect this warm ray of sunshine. As dawn broke, a line of white appeared on the horizon, quickly expanding and swallowing the remaining darkness in the corners. Sunlight soon filled the entire space, and the wild grass in the forest, curled up as if after a deep sleep, stretched and slowly stood upright. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Everyone looked towards the noise to see a convoy of heavy-duty vehicles rolling down the road. At the forefront, the bright red flag of the hunter camp fluttered high, asserting their dominance. As the vehicles approached, the sentries patrolling the camp immediately reported the situation to Chu Yang and the others. At Chu Yang's command, the remaining 200 people swiftly boarded their mechs, fully armed. They crammed medical supplies, elemental grenades, and other equipment into the cramped spaces of their mechs, preparing for the worst. Even if they were to fall in battle, they would never let these resources fall into enemy hands. Li Qian stepped down from the vehicle, dressed in lightweight microarmor, with 2 small pistols holstered at his waist, exuding confidence in his own strength. Behind him followed a sullen-faced young man, emanating a sharp aura. Li Qian strode towards the blazing camp, stopping several meters from the crowd. Behind him, a neatly arrayed group of lightly armored mech personnel equipped with energy rifles, as well as a heavily armored mech unit twice the size of the Blazing Camp's forces. Despite the disparity in strength, the people of the Blazing Camp showed no sign of discouragement. I gave you 3 days, yet so many remain. It seems you're quite loyal to Chuyang, Li Qian remarked with a hint of surprise, then sneered, but the more loyal you are, the more I want to destroy you. However, before that, I'll let you witness how the one you follow is trampled under my feet. Chuyang's face darkened, but he didn't lash out, responding in a deep voice. I don't know what has happened to you to make you so strong, but even if you knock me down countless times, making me submit? Never. Li Qian didn't respond, turning instead to Chucha with a wicked smile. Chucha, we meet again. You never thought we'd meet this way, did you? Now, if you come to my side and please me, I might consider sparing everyone here, even handing over Chuyun for you to deal with. Their fate is in your hands. Hearing this, Chuxia's face turned pale and then flushed with anger as she retorted furiously, in your dreams. I'd rather die in battle than collude with scum like you. A glint of malice flashed in Li Qian's eyes as he said no more and suddenly struck out with his palm. A scorching flame rapidly condensed into a fireball in the palm wind, swelling instantly and slamming into Chuyang's mech. Chuyang staggered back several steps, the chest of his mech immediately denting. Li Qian sneered, Chuyang, don't think you're safe hiding in a mech. If Hui steps in, you'll never stand again. Everyone attack. At Li Qian's command, his forces surged towards the blazing camp like a tide, instantly clashing with the opposing side. Meanwhile, a heavy mech descended from the heavy-duty vehicle, and Li Qian leaped into it, raising an energy cannon aimed at Chuyang. On the battlefield, aside from the mysterious young man who remained inactive, everyone else was caught in the melee. Shingan, temporarily acting as captain, performed admirably, leading the blazing camp's people to carve a bloody path. In critical moments, his unique musical ability momentarily disoriented the enemy, giving Shingan the opportunity to seize the advantage and catch them off guard. This tactic inflicted heavy losses on the hunter camp, with personnel and equipment suffering significant damage. The people of the blazing camp continuously transmitted excited shouts through their communicators, their morale soaring. On the other side of the battlefield, the intense mecha duel between Li Qian and Chuyang was in full swing. Li Qian, seemingly out of disdain or a desire to toy with his opponent, engaged Chuyang using only his mecha, refraining from using his supernatural abilities. The two massive 3M mechas clashed fiercely, with swords gleaming and the sound of metal clashing ringing incessantly. Although Chuyang was unsure of Li Qian's true intentions, he seized the opportunity to try and deplete his opponent's strength. Suddenly, Chuyang let out a low shout and abandoned his defense to launch a full-scale attack. His lightsaber's power surged, its blue glow as piercing as ice. Chuyang maneuvered his mecha to leap into the air, bringing the enormous lightsaber down towards Li Qian's face. Li Qian, unfazed, transformed his hands into fiery red palms, firmly catching the descending lightsaber. The two forces clashed in midair, creating an intense energy shockwave that formed an impenetrable light shield. Chuyang gritted his teeth, channeling all his star power, his mental strength reaching its peak as he pressed the lightsaber down further. Li Qian's fiery palms struggled to withstand the force, causing his mecha to stagger back several steps, with sparks flying from the shoulder as it was grazed by the blue sword light. Chuyang, is this your limit? Now it's my turn. Li Qian sneered. Before he finished speaking, he maneuvered his mecha to soar into the air, transforming his hands into a massive fire scythe. The fire scythe loomed over Chuyang like a shadow, making him dizzy. Instinctively, Chuyang raised his sword to defend, but the scythe, imbued with supernatural power, sliced through the lightsaber with ease. The scythe then struck heavily on the chest of Chuyang's mecha, leaving a searing scar. This blow not only severely damaged the mecha but also left Chuyang's mind reeling, unable to counterattack. Li Qian seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of scythe strikes with relentless ferocity. Chuyang, still recovering from his injuries, struggled to hold on, his face growing paler. The mecha is heavily damaged. Energy shield activated. Lightsaber properties switched to defense. A cold electronic voice echoed in Chuyang's ear, bringing him back to his senses. He gritted his teeth, staring resolutely ahead as the dim lightsaber began to glow once more. At that moment, Li Qian's mecha suddenly leaped forward, delivering a heavy, fiery kick to Chuyang's chest. Chuyang, along with his mecha, was sent crashing backward, creating a deep crater in the ground. He struggled to get up, his mecha swaying like a drunkard. Before he could regain his footing, Li Qian delivered another flaming punch, directly denting the head of Chuyang's mecha. This could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided assault by Li Qian, venting his pent-up frustrations. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Shinhan's unstoppable advance finally caught the attention of a mysterious young man. The youth let out a slight exclamation and flicked two blue spheres towards Shinhan's mecha's feet. Instantly, ice began to spread, firmly freezing Shinhan's mecha to the ground. Shinhan raised an eyebrow slightly and immediately switched the mecha's mode. The entire mecha turned fiery red, emitting scorching heat that quickly melted the ice. Although it caused only a brief delay, it halted the formation for several seconds. In a battlefield where every second counted, repeated occurrences of such delays could clearly be disadvantageous. Shinhan had been closely monitoring the young man, not expecting him to make a move at that moment. He cleared the enemies in front of him with sharp sword light, then switched to an energy gun, wildly firing in the young man's direction. The youth moved swiftly, almost dodging the energy bullets the moment they hit the ground. He weaved rapidly through the dense mecha formations, using ice to freeze nearby heavy and light mechas. To Shinhan's surprise, among the mechas frozen by the youth, there were even members of the Lian camp. No matter how you look at it, the sense of danger the young man exuded was the strongest Starhin had ever felt. Since arriving on Planet X, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. He knew that even more powerful adversaries awaited him in the future, but first, he had to survive this battle. Controlling his 3NM mech, Starhin unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. However, a thin layer of white mist enveloped the young man, freezing each approaching energy blast into ice balls that fell harmlessly to the ground. Realizing that long-range attacks were ineffective, Starhin decisively retracted his mech formation and charged at the young man alone. The young man responded with a wave of his arm, sending a flurry of blue ice balls hurtling towards Starhin. Demonstrating masterful control, Starhin maneuvered the massive 3NM mech like an agile dancer, dodging left and right, ducking, leaping, and somersaulting to evade every attack. A hint of surprise flashed across the young man's face, which quickly turned to excitement, as if he had found a worthy opponent. Starhin weaved through the battlefield, finally confronting the young man directly. His energy machine gun swiftly transformed into a giant sword as he closed in. Attempting a soundwave attack that had never failed him before, he was dismayed to find its effect negligible, causing only a momentary hesitation in the young man's movements. As the giant sword came crashing down, the young man swiftly regained his composure, conjuring a sturdy ice wall with a flash of blue light. The sword shattered the ice wall, and Starhin's AI issued a warning. Planet X Esper, Level 7, Ice Attribute, Extremely High Threat Level. Lightsaber Attribute automatically switching to fire. Starhin's heart sank as he quickly retracted and redeployed his lightsaber. The blade now glowed a fiery red, emitting an intense heat that nearly ignited the air around it. Sensing the threat from the lightsaber, the young man said with a touch of surprise, "You're not ordinary. The same 3NM mech has twice the power in your hands. If you surrender, I can offer you a position where you can fully realize your potential. Consider it? Spare me the nonsense. Surrender doesn't exist in my vocabulary," Starhin replied coldly. "However, if you surrender, I might reluctantly accept you." The young man's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with malice. "You have spirit, but on Planet X, spirit alone won't keep you alive. Without enough strength, that spirit will only get you killed." Before he finished speaking, the young man's hand glowed brightly, seizing a lightsaber from a nearby mech. Instantly, the mech was covered in frost, and the lightsaber was ripped away. With a flick, it transformed into an ice sword. With a fierce shout, he charged at Starhin. Reacting swiftly, Starhin crouched, gripping his lightsaber with both hands, and lunged forward. The two swords clashed with equal force. Just as Starhin prepared to strike again, he was horrified to discover ice rapidly covering the 3NM mech, spreading from the lightsaber to its arms, freezing its feet to the ground. Starhin pushed his mental strength to the limit, enveloping the mech in a blaze of heat, so intense that even he struggled to withstand it. Yet, as soon as some ice melted, a new layer formed. The young man sneered, "In the face of true power, all weapons are illusions. That's what he told me back then, and today, I'm passing those words on to you." With that, the young man's muscles swelled dramatically, his body expanding several times over, each bulging muscle brimming with incredible strength. He threw his head back and roared, releasing a tide of blue energy that launched the entire 3NM mech into the air, slamming it against a rock several meters away. The rock shattered under the massive impact, sending fragments flying in all directions. Starhin's mech sparked with electricity as it lay on the ground, twitching and struggling to rise. The young man casually discarded the lightsaber, gazing down at the mech, which continued to flicker with electrical discharges. Having vented his emotions, he gradually regained his composure. In the cockpit of the 3NM mech, Shinhan felt a slight dizziness. He shook his head, murmuring softly with a peculiar intonation. As the strange sound resonated, the haze in his mind gradually dissipated, and his consciousness cleared. He struggled to control the cumbersome 3 mech, and amidst the flashing red alerts on the console, he finally managed to rise from the ground and stand steadily. Through the mech's viewport, Shinhan gazed at the small figure of the young man ahead, his expression turning serious. He had to admit that the power of a level 7 esper was indeed formidable. For him at this moment, this opponent was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Shinhan flexed the mech's arms, crouched slightly, and gripped his lightsaber tightly, assuming an attack stance. With a shout, he pushed off the ground with both legs, propelling the massive mech forward at high speed. The fiery red lightsaber drew a dazzling arc in the air as it slashed toward the young man. The young man seemed to smirk. Just as the lightsaber was about to strike, he flickered, leaving only an afterimage as he deftly evaded the attack, reappearing in his original spot. A scorched mark, several meters long, was left on the ground. Shinhan quickly withdrew the lightsaber and swung it at the young man again. This time, the young man furrowed his brow slightly and chose not to dodge. Ice spheres materialized from thin air, accurately striking the joints of the 3 mech, halting its movements for a few seconds. Those brief seconds were all the young man needed. He summoned a massive ice sphere in his hand and hurled it at Shinhan with a low shout, hitting him squarely in the chest. The enormous 3 mech was sent flying backward by the irresistible force. Blood trickled from the corner of Shinhan's mouth, his face pale. He struggled to control the mech and get back on his feet. The mech's joints were severely damaged, nearly causing it to collapse again, but it managed to stand shakily. A deep dent appeared in the mech's chest cavity, with occasional sparks flickering. Moisture evaporated slowly on the mech's hot surface, enveloping it in a hazy white mist. Shinhan flicked his lightsaber, drawing it out in a slanting arc as he approached the young man once more. The young man looked at Shinhan with a mix of nostalgia and regret. Speaking calmly, "You're persistent, just like I used to be. If I could, I wouldn't want to spill your blood. But in this world, there's everything except ifs." He murmured softly, "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man attacked. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a massive blue ice sword out of thin air and leaped forward in an instant. His ice sword struck with lightning speed and precision, freezing parts of Shinhan's mech with each blow, the thick ice threatening to penetrate the entire mech. Under the relentless assault, Shinhan felt as if he were in a realm of ice and snow, even sensing a touch of frost on his brows. The once nimble and graceful 3 mech now revealed its inherent bulkiness. A suffocating sensation filled Shinhan's chest, his muscles trembling as his energy continued to drain. By now, Shinhan had lost most control over the 3 mech, which was slowly being enveloped in blue frost. When the mech's chest was struck once more, it finally toppled to the ground. This time, he couldn't make it stand again. Shinhan knew well that the mech's control system was nearly failing, and a few more hits would render it completely inoperative. He would suffocate inside the mech. Panting heavily, he tried to focus his mental strength to control the damaged mech. However, the young man outside wouldn't give him the chance. He hurled his blue ice sword with a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Shinhan's chest. The young man smirked and turned away as the ice sword flew toward its target. At that moment, an arrow struck the ice sword at high speed. Although it didn't knock the sword away, it altered its trajectory enough to miss Shinhan and instead create a deep crater in the ground nearby. The young man's expression darkened, and blue ice spheres began swirling in his hand. He turned to see where the arrow had come from and spotted Chucha, looking pale, holding a longbow. Remembering Li Qian's instructions before their departure, the ice spheres in his hand churned a few times, but ultimately weren't directed at Chucha. Her nearby mechs, however, were not so fortunate and were struck down. Just then, Li Qian's voice rang out across the battlefield. "Everyone, drop your weapons, get out of your mechs, and line up over here, or I'll put a bullet in him." The young man turned his head at the sound, only to see Li Qian with one foot planted on Chu Yang's back, the energy gun in his hand aimed directly at Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang was barely clinging to life, with only the faint twitch of his fingers indicating he was still alive. The young man snorted coldly and stepped forward to stand not far from Li Qian. Chu Xia's face turned deathly pale, her body swayed slightly, and tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes as she looked deeply at Chu Yang. She quickly ran to Shinhan's side, flicking her wind blade skillfully to pry open the manual valve, opening the mech's hatch to pull Shinhan out. "You saved me again," Shinhan said weakly, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. Chu Xia was momentarily stunned, not responding, and simply helped Shinhan up as they made their way towards Li Qian. Along the way, Shinhan whispered something in Chu Xia's ear. Chu Xia's expression changed drastically, and she shook her head repeatedly, but after Shinhan spoke again, she glanced at Li Qian's arrogant stance and finally nodded heavily. "I told you I'd let you see the moment I stepped on Chu Yang. Now, who else dares to defy me?" Li Qian sneered, kicking Chu Yang over and stepping on him again, surveying the members of the blazing camp with a vicious smile. Anyone brave enough to step forward. I'll show them how miserable it is to follow the wrong leader with my gun. I won't stand for this. A burly man stepped forward, staring directly at Li Qian. If it weren't for the sneak attack leaving our leader severely injured, you'd be the one on the ground.
Let him go, and we'll settle this like men, unknown.
Li Qian's face twisted into a strange smile. Unknown? Fool, do you think you're worthy? He raised his gun and fired 2 precise shots, hitting the man's knees. Blood spattered, and the man grunted, falling to his knees, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Qian. Old Yang. The crowd stirred, ready to rush forward, but were forced back by a barrage of gunfire from Li Qian's men. Anyone else not convinced? This is your fate. Li Qian kicked Old Yang over and shot him in the head. He quickly returned to his position, coldly scanning the crowd. Suddenly, a ragged young man charged out from the crowd, brandishing a knife as he lunged at Li Qian. You bastard! I'll fight you to the death. He was shot down halfway, but continued to crawl forward, leaving a trail of blood. Li Qian's face darkened, and he fired several more shots until the young man stopped moving. Li Qian's gaze swept over the 2 bodies and then back to the crowd. At this moment, Shingan squeezed Chuxia's hand tightly and whispered, Chuxia, don't do anything foolish. Remember what you promised me. Chuxia took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on Li Qian, her voice hoarse. I haven't forgotten. No matter what, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll keep living. Only by staying alive is there hope. Shingan nodded, squeezing Chuxia's hand firmly before letting go and walking towards the edge of the crowd. With his back to Li Qian, he spoke to the young man. In my life, there's no such thing as surrender. Death is inevitable either way. You've beaten me. You're the strongest here. I'll make a bet with you. I won't fight back, and I'll bet I won't die from your strongest attack. If I win, you spare these people. Li Qian frowned and raised his gun, only to have it knocked away by a sudden blue ice ball. A cold voice rang out. Enough is enough. Li Qian was clearly wary of the young man, sensing the chilling intent in those 5 words. He lowered his gaze to hide the malice in his eyes, speaking meekly, yes, Hui Gu. At that moment, the crowd was deeply moved by Shingan's actions. They couldn't understand why this outsider not only got involved in their conflict, but also chose the most brutal way to face death. The young man took a few steps forward, staring intently into Shingan's calm eyes with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. You truly have courage. I will grant your wish. My name is Li Hui. Before his words had fully settled, Li Hui's hands began to spin rapidly, and a massive ice sphere started to form between them. The sphere continuously compressed and expanded, causing the surrounding air to chill abruptly. The biting cold prompted everyone present to shiver involuntarily, as if pricked by countless needles. Li Hui's face turned slightly pale, his muscles tensing and then relaxing, as if channeling all his strength into this singular attack. Finally, the ice sphere in his hands compressed to the size of a watermelon, its core displaying a deep, mesmerizing blue. Ice field strike! Li Hui shouted, and the blue sphere exploded with tremendous force, barreling towards Shingan like a raging storm. The overwhelming energy, carrying lethal coldness, rushed toward the seemingly frail Shingan. Inwardly, Shingan thought, I just need to withstand this strike. If I can take it, the people of the flame camp might still have a chance to survive. He suppressed his instinct to dodge, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. He spread his arms wide, exposing his chest to the ice sphere without any defense, as if surrendering his will to live. The massive ice sphere engulfed Shingan swiftly. Suddenly, his body began to swell visibly, each muscle greedily absorbing the energy from the ice sphere. The energy within the sphere diminished rapidly, while Shingan's cheeks flushed red from the excess energy. The frigid energy rampaged inside Shingan, battering his organs and every vital point like a wild storm. Shingan let out a long howl, managing to absorb all the energy from the ice sphere into his body. By now, his face was unnaturally flushed, and his loose clothes clung tightly to him, on the verge of tearing apart. Everyone present, whether from the flame camp or the blaze camp, including Li Hui, wore expressions of astonishment. At that moment, Shingan let out another loud cry, suddenly turning his back on Li Hui and unleashing the violent energy within him towards Li Qian. A fierce frost surged at Li Qian with lightning speed, the full force of a 7th-level ability user. The speed left Li Qian's face pale, unable to evade in time. Li Qian shouted, launching a fireball from his palm, but it was no match for the frost's onslaught. His body was instantly frozen, unable to move. Li Hui's face darkened with anger as he glared at Shingan. Damn you! How dare you trick me? Let's see how much energy your body can absorb. With that, he conjured another ice sphere and hurled it at Shingan. Although this sphere formed quickly and lacked the energy of the first, the already exhausted Shingan was clearly unable to absorb it again. The ice sphere struck Shingan directly, sending him flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but the act relieved some of the pressure in his chest, bringing a sense of ease. He landed not far from Li Qian, quickly pulling a dagger from his thigh and flinging it towards Li Qian's heart. The frozen Li Qian's pupils contracted in realization that he was Xinghan's true target all along. Unable to move, he cried out desperately, "Brother Hui, save me!" Li Hui, who was about to attack Xinghan again, realized the trap. He shot a fierce glare at Xinghan, launching an ice sphere at the airborne dagger to intercept it. However, as the ice sphere was released, the dagger suddenly changed trajectory, its speed doubling as it rose sharply. The dagger deftly evaded the ice sphere's attack, embedding itself in Li Qian's brow. A trail of blood trickled down from his forehead, and the astonished expression on his face froze forever, eyes wide open in death. Among the crowd, Chucha's face turned deathly pale, her claw-like fingers slowly releasing their grip. Her covert manipulation of the dagger had left her utterly spent. On the other side, Xinghan struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. He watched as Li Hui rushed to Li Qian's side, too late to save him, and smiled silently. "I won. Don't forget our wager," Xinghan said slowly. Li Hui pulled the dagger from Li Qian's brow and tossed it aside. With a flicker of ice in his hand, he encased Li Qian's body in solid ice. The situation was far from over. Li Hui cast a cold gaze over the members of Xinghan, blue light flickering in his hands, but ultimately, he withdrew his powers. He stood up, his voice piercing through the crowd like an icy blade. "You killed Li Qian. Major Kuan-Ing won't let you off. Prepare for your demise." With a sweeping gesture, Li Hui commanded sharply, "Load them onto the vehicle. Let's go back." He turned away first, and his subordinates quickly sprang into action. The heavy-duty truck roared to life, kicking up clouds of yellow dust, gradually disappearing down the road leading out of the blazing camp. This sudden turn of events left everyone present feeling as if they were in a dream. If not for witnessing it firsthand, they would find it hard to believe that an outsider's intervention could completely change the course of the battle. As the truck vanished in the distance, a weakened Xinghan finally collapsed, a faint smile still lingering on his face. Xinghan's fall snapped everyone back to reality. Chucha immediately took charge, her voice clear and commanding, "Quick, get Brother Yang and Xinghan into the life pods. Activate the repair mechanism. The rest, rescue the injured teammates and clean up the battlefield." Although unexpected, no one questioned her orders, and everyone swiftly got to work. In the crowd, a man quietly asked, "Does anyone know who Major Kuan-Ing is?" "No idea," another person replied, shaking his head, "but just hearing the rank major tells me there's someone we can't afford to offend. I wonder what connection such an important person has with that scoundrel Li Qian." A hefty man pulled a teammate out of a damaged mech and poked his head out to answer, "I know Major Kuan-Ing. They're the head of the Qingzhou base in the 8th War Zone." A delicate-looking woman asked in surprise, "Fatty, how do you know the head of the 8th War Zone's base?" The hefty man coughed twice, a smug look on his face. "To avoid offending such big shots, people like us naturally develop our own channels to gather some intel." Seeing the curious looks from everyone, he reluctantly explained, "Major Kuan-Ying's assistant is quite a looker, and it's said that the assistant greatly admires Major Kuan-Ing. As the saying goes, know thy enemy, know thyself, and you will win 100 battles. What's wrong with understanding the enemy first? Seems like you're more interested in a romantic rival than an actual enemy," someone suddenly remarked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. This laughter seemed to dispel some of the recent gloom and fear of their enemies. As night fell, inside the mountain cave, Xinghan and Chuyang continued to absorb energy within their life pods. The energy stones were visibly depleting. Nobody noticed that a line of text suddenly appeared on Xinghan's life pod. Second stage evolution 65, before disappearing. Soon, a red warning light began flashing from the life pod, waking the slumbering Chucha. Chucha followed the sound and found several people already gathered there. Frowning as she asked, "What's going on?" A frail boy answered, "It seems the red alert is due to insufficient energy stones for the life pod." Chucha's tone was firm. "Then quickly prepare more energy stones. Why are you all just standing here?" The boy explained, "Sister Chucha, all the energy stones we can use are already here." The commander's life pod stopped needing energy after the third batch of stones. But Xinghan's pod is like a bottomless pit. This is already the 6th batch. Silence enveloped the group. They knew that although Xinghan was an outsider, he was the one who saved all of them. Even if they used all their energy stones, it felt like pouring a cup of water into a parched ocean when it came to Xinghan's needs. Chuxia asked softly, "Is this really the last of the energy stones?" Her tone carried a hint of resignation, as if she wasn't expecting an answer. At that moment, a figure quietly slipped away from the group. A moment later, the person returned holding a palm-sized cyan stone and approached Chuxia. Handing her the stone, he said, "This might be of use, though it's just a guess." Chuxia took the stone, puzzled, and asked, Chulu, what is this? She examined the stone carefully. It was smooth like an egg, with a deep cyan center where tiny blue lights flickered faintly. Chulu paused, his gaze falling on the stone in his hand. We brought this back from the forest. Initially, it didn't seem important, but I noticed Li Hui's eyes often lingering on these stones. He pulled a dark-colored stone from his pocket and continued. After they left, I picked this one up. It seems to contain some kind of strange energy. It's worth a try, but don't get your hopes up. Chuxia hesitated for a moment, her fingers unconsciously stroking the stone's surface. Finally, she whispered, let's try it. If it doesn't work, we'll just shut down the life pod for now. The young boy carefully took the stone and placed it into the energy device of the life pod. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Suddenly, the warning lights stopped flashing, and the room erupted in cheers. A man recalled seeing numerous blue stones in the forest and became so excited his face turned red. He vigorously slapped Chulu on the shoulder, exclaiming, kid, well done. With stones like these as a substitute for energy stones, why should the blazing camp worry about energy stone shortages? Chuxia calmly analyzed. Li Hui must have wanted to keep these stones to himself, not letting the hunting flame camp know. But now that Li Qian died right under his nose, he has to explain to Major Kuaning. The existence of these blue stones will soon reach Major Kuanying's ears, so we must act first. She paused and then continued. We don't know how long the stone's energy will last. We need to enter the forest now and bring back more. After all, we can't let our lifesaver lack the energy to heal. The young boy looked at Chuxia worriedly. Sister Chuxia, the forest is more dangerous at night than during the day. How about we go first thing in the morning? Chuxia responded firmly. We have to race against time. If we slow down, the wolves behind us will devour us. We can't resist a giant like Major Kuaning. We can only rely on other strength. These blue stones might be our only bargaining chip. Everyone suddenly understood. Compared to Major Kuaning, the forest's dangers seemed less daunting. At least there was a glimmer of hope. They quickly armed themselves and ventured into the mountains overnight. Meanwhile, the rise of the Black Forest attracted the Federation's close attention. All biological research institutes on Planet X began studying these intelligent demonic creatures. In a medium-sized biological research facility in the 11th Combat Zone, a young girl in a white robe was intently operating a complex instrument. Countless cellular images flickered on the holographic screen, while nearby machines continuously displayed fluctuating data. When dark proteins appeared in the images, the activity levels of these proteins fluctuated around 30, with some reaching as high as 50. These active dark proteins exhibited astonishing vitality. A tall young man entered the room and asked, Xiao Man, have you reached any conclusions? Can you make it to the meeting? Without turning her head, the girl replied, I can make it. She continued to focus on examining the anatomical data of 30 experimental subjects, seemingly searching for some pattern or anomaly. The young man sighed softly, speaking with a hint of concern. It's good you can make it. I trust your capabilities. After this is over, take a break and replenish the energy you've been missing. The girl didn't respond, remaining absorbed in her work. The young man stood quietly for a while, then left the room, feeling somewhat bored. The girl recorded all her findings in a digital document, inserting a large amount of data and images. At the end of the document, she summarized her week's observations, which, though brief, were quite significant. Rubbing her tired eyes, she double-checked the organized files to ensure nothing was missed or incorrect. Finally, she marked the document with the date, data, and her name as the researcher, printing several copies for backup. Once prepared, she left the research facility with the files in hand. In the advanced shuttle, the young man was about to light a cigarette, but flicked it out the window when he saw her board. Back to the base? He asked over the engine's roar as he started the vehicle. The girl replied curtly, no, to my father's first. The young girl sat properly in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed forward. The sky was still dark, and her eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Her long, silky black hair draped over her shoulders, with a strikingly vivid natural red streak at her left temple. This vibrant red strand stood out, yet it blended seamlessly with her black hair. The young man was momentarily taken aback by her words, but he didn't argue. He drove directly toward a large biological research institute in Sector 11. As the first light of dawn appeared in the east, the green vehicle left a fleeting trail on the road, finally stopping in front of the towering research facility. You go ahead. I'll wait here for you, the young man said, resting his hands on the steering wheel and tilting his head to look at the girl. The girl didn't get out immediately, but calmly looked at the young man. Brother, you've done well in the military, and I support you. But father is right. You have a natural talent for biological research. Choosing the military might be wasting your potential. You two should sit down and have a good talk. The young man paused for a moment before saying, Xiaoman, you shouldn't worry about this. You should really get out more. The world outside is more exciting than you imagine. at least more so than a white lab or a lab full of corpses and machines. The girl seemed slightly unconvinced. That's just the surface. You should understand how significant it is to decode the human genetic lock or map the gene profiles of species from different planets for the Federation and humanity as a whole. Even the smallest cells are full of wonder. Humans are so insignificant that they can't fully control their own lives. Without enough life, there's no time to explore the world and unleash potential. So, I believe research should start from the most fundamental cells and genes. It's so important. I admit those cells are beautiful too. Miao Yuan interrupted with a smile on his face. Xiao man, you should hurry up, or you'll be late. You're right. I'll go up first. We'll talk later, the girl said, picking up her files and getting out of the car. As she turned, a glint seemed to flash in her eyes. Yeah, came the young man's reluctant response from behind. The girl entered an office on the third floor of the research institute and saw a man standing by the window, gazing outside. Following his line of sight, she saw the young man leaning against the car, smoking leisurely, and her face darkened slightly. After a moment, she looked away, placed the files on the table and said, "Father, these are the backup documents." The man turned around, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and sat down to review the files. After a while, he looked up, his eyes filled with appreciation. Very successful. Although there was some cleverness in sample collection, you personally oversaw the entire experiment. Now, that research institute officially belongs to you, and you have full authority over it. This man, around 50, was fit, with smooth skin and eyes that gleamed with intelligence behind his glasses. The girl took the files Dr. May handed to her and found that the medium-sized Biological Research Institute had already been under her name since before the experiment began. She knew this was Dr. May's way of showing trust in her, and a slight smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Thank you, Father." Dr. May's eyes softened, and he smiled. "Ermin, this is what you deserve. From now on, it's your private research facility. As long as your research is legal, no one can stop you. You can do whatever you wish. Now go, before that boy thinks I'm trying to indoctrinate you." May Ermin paused at the door and then turned back. "Father, actually, it's not so bad that my brother is in the military. He's still part of the Scarlet Eagles, which is quite remarkable for his age. He contributed significantly to this experiment too. Yes, I'll give it some thought." Around midday, Chu Yong, having just woken up, took a green stone to the Liang base. After explaining his purpose, he met with the base's highest-ranking officer, Mu Juanhao. "Please, have a seat. My assistant mentioned you have something that can replace energy stones and wanted to discuss a trade." Mu Juanhao gestured from the sofa. "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel." Chu Yong thanked him and took a seat, carefully placing the green stone on the glass table in front of him. 10 minutes later, the assistant returned with the stone, eyes filled with excitement. "Lieutenant Colonel, this can indeed replace energy stones with no side effects. More importantly, the energy contained in this stone is twice that of an energy stone." "Oh, twice as much." The lieutenant colonel was slightly surprised, reassessing Chu Yong. "What do you want?" "Well," Chu Yong proceeded to explain the disputes between the Lion camp and the Lion camp, the appearance of Li Hui, their speculations, and everything else to Mu Juanhao without any reservations. At dusk, Shingan emerged from the life pod, his eyes scanning the corner where empty energy stone shells were piled up. These shells silently recounted all that his companions had done for him the previous night. He crouched down, picked up an empty shell, and gripped it tightly, his mind replaying the sacrifices of his comrades. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Threads of energy rapidly flowed from Shinhan's body into the empty shell, filling it completely. Shinhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly confirmed the revitalized energy stone in his hand. A surge of joy swept through him. "Shinhan, what are you doing over there?" came the voice of Fatty from the cave entrance. "Come on, it's time to eat. You're lucky, waking up just in time for dinner." "Coming," Shinhan replied quickly, absorbing the energy from the stone before placing the empty shell back and heading towards the cave. At that moment, Shinhan was unaware that his genetic blueprint was quietly undergoing a transformation. A previously fractured gene tree shed its last shackles, revealing a vibrant and colorful segment of genetic code. As Shinhan discovered his newfound abilities, Chuyang brought back good news. Although the exploration team from the Liang base hadn't found a vein of the science stone, they had discovered another rare mineral deposit. Colonel Mu Juanhao, in his excitement, issued a bounty of merit points for protection missions. The Liang base attracted numerous high-level ability users, securing the safety of the blazing camp and lifting everyone's spirits. Meanwhile, Colonel Kuening's 20-member squad discreetly entered Zone 7, only to retreat back to Zone 8 after observing the forest under development, as if nothing had happened. Within the blazing camp, Chuyang gathered everyone, looking serious. Relying on others' strength is never a long-term solution. The Liang base is strong now, but there will be times when they're negligent or preoccupied. Those protecting the camp will eventually leave, and we must ensure our own security. He ordered intensified training and the exchange of some science stones for weapons and equipment. We need the power to protect ourselves, to live with dignity on Planet X, rather than parasitically relying on others. Just as Chu Yong finished his briefing, Fatty came rushing in, flustered. Boss, something bad has happened. Chu Yong frowned and reprimanded him. Chuming, you're making a scene. With so many people in the base, you're making us a laughingstock. What's the matter? Fatty composed himself and reported. I found out on the light brain that the blazing camp is on the bounty list. An anonymous bounty has been posted 100 merit points per head, with a special bounty of 500 points. Chu Yong's face darkened, but after a moment, he chuckled lightly. Quite the price. Seems like my head is worth something. Who are the other two given special attention? Chucha and Shingan. Well done, you've earned 100 federal credits. Chu Yong nodded, then added. For missing morning training, Chuming, you will run 50 laps around the camp with maximum load as punishment, considering it's your first offense. Fatty's face fell, and he looked at Chu Yong with pleading eyes. Everyone needs to be cautious from now on. Don't act alone, always move in groups. Dismissed, Chu Yong concluded and left. Inside the cave, Shinhan was deeply engrossed in studying various materials and free information on the light brain. Whenever he encountered difficult concepts, he absorbed energy from an energy stone. Once his questions were answered, he would return the energy to the stone. He repeated this process until he felt his energy was fully replenished, nodding with satisfaction. Through the neural interface, Shinhan learned that he had been placed on a bounty list. This revelation planted a seed of departure in his mind. On one hand, leaving could divert some people's attention and ease the pressure on the camp. On the other, Mu Juanhao's recent generous distribution of merit points intrigued him to take on new missions. Shinhan began to meticulously review relevant mission data on his neural interface.
His gaze lingered on the description of Frost Wolf Howl.
This was a network established by the Federation's highest authority, present in nearly all 12 war zones, appearing in various forms like bars, supermarkets, and equipment shops, with bars being the most common. Many people collected merits at Frost Wolf Howl after completing tasks. Each branch was managed by AI robots, making Frost Wolf Howl one of the most reliable and trustworthy institutions. In addition to Frost Wolf Howl, there were Lan Yuxian and Yin Yu Gu, which were equally reputable but less widespread, typically found in large cities or bases. For Shinghan's current needs, choosing missions, purchasing essentials, or trading intelligence, Frost Wolf Howl was undoubtedly the best choice. Shinhan murmured softly to himself as his fingers glided over the mission options on the neural interface. After some thought, he finally accepted a mission and then closed the interface. In the secluded room, Chu Xia strongly opposed Shinghan's decision to leave the flame camp upon hearing it. What? You're planning to leave the flame camp now? You're high on the bounty list. Staying in the camp is the safest option. Going out now is like courting death. Shinhan patiently explained. Bounties are different from Federation-issued missions. As long as the bounty exists and people in Flame Camp aren't wiped out, we'll constantly be hunted. Instead of living in constant fear, it's better to take the initiative, gain experience, and improve my skills. He paused and added, besides, I've been out for a long time. I took a mission at a base in the 5th zone. It's time to reconnect with the people at Ni Mang Camp. Chu Xia listened, frowning deeply, still shaking her head in disagreement. Seeing her worried expression, Shinhan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I can take care of myself. Realizing she couldn't change his mind, Chu Xia reluctantly asked, is there anything I can help with? Just prepare a small alloy briefcase for me, Shinhan replied, adding, don't worry, I'll look after myself. If you need me, remember to contact me through the neural interface. Chu Xia blinked playfully. I'll get everything you need ready soon. As for the rest, just stay alive, because I will need you someday. When are you planning to leave? Chu Xia asked. Tomorrow morning, Shinhan answered. All right, say goodbye to everyone today. They'll miss you, Chu Xia suggested. Chu Xia was efficient, and in less than an hour, she handed Shinhan a case filled with essentials. As he opened it and saw the contents, he felt touched. He didn't refuse her kindness, set a password, and kept the case by his side. Night quickly fell, and apart from the patrolling team members, everyone else in the camp had gone to rest early. Shinhan tidied his room, restoring it to how it looked when he first moved in. The bed was piled with energy stones, more abundant and potent than ordinary ones. As the night grew quiet and the patrol passed by again, Shinhan silently opened the door and stepped into the night. He didn't want to disturb anyone, preferring to leave quietly. After walking a short distance, he sensed something, paused momentarily, but then continued on, soon disappearing into the thick darkness. Around the corner, a figure emerged, silently watching where Shinhan had vanished, as if trying to etch his silhouette into memory. However, tears blurred the vision. After leaving the flame camp, Shinhan quickened his pace, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, in the dark night, His neural interface flashed briefly, yet strikingly. Curious, Shinhan opened the interface to find several new messages. A deposit of 500 Federation credits and 100 merit points, followed by a bold message: "Goodbyes are too sad, so I won't see you off. The money and merits are what I saved. They can be crucial when needed. Until we meet again." As soon as Chu Xia's message appeared, her icon dimmed. Shinhan felt a warmth in his heart, typed a few words on the interface, deleted them, pondered, typed again, then sighed and erased everything. He chose not to reply, instead quickening his pace, soon vanishing into the vast night. 2 hours later, Shinhan pushed open the door of a small bar and was immediately engulfed by the overwhelming noise. The deafening music, excited screams, and the thick scent of smoke and alcohol combined to create a suffocating atmosphere. In the dance floor, women in lace outfits with heavy makeup swayed their bodies, seemingly driven by some force to unleash their passion. Around them, male patrons stared intently at the stage, cigarettes burning between their fingers, their eyes gleaming with wild desire. As the music reached its peak, the sound of their heavy breathing could be heard. In a corner of the bar, a couple was locked in a passionate kiss, surrounded by an aura of intimacy. However, this was merely a facade. Some individuals in the bar had ulterior motives. Two well-dressed men clinked glasses, appearing to celebrate the completion of some deal. At their feet lay a meticulously modified Butler energy gun, its body adorned with intricate carvings. Behind the bar, the bartender occasionally squinted, vigilantly scanning the entire bar. When Shinhan entered the bar, he emitted no aura of a superhuman, appearing just like an ordinary teenager. He approached the bar and gently tapped on the counter. The bartender quickly opened his eyes, glanced at Shinhan, and asked, "Is there anything I can get for you?" "A glass of water, please," Shinhan replied calmly. The bartender looked slightly surprised, but remained expressionless as he poured a glass of water and placed it on the bar, saying, 10 federal credits. After paying with his digital device, Shinhan took the glass and sat in a quiet corner. Diagonally across from Shinhan, 5 young men gathered around a middle-aged man. The man took a sip of strong liquor, glanced at Shinhan, and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you saw it clearly? Earning merit points these days isn't easy." A small-framed young man replied confidently, "Boss, there's no mistake. I may not have much ability, but my memory is sharp. Anything that can earn money, I remember clearly." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and rasped, "Well done. If this job goes well, you'll be rewarded." The small-framed young man quickly refilled the middle-aged man's drink. A smile plastered on his face. "Thank you, boss." At 7:50, a green luxury shuttle stopped in front of the White Conference building. This was the most important venue for scientific research announcements on Planet X. Today, vehicles from various factions were parked below the building. Upon entering the conference room, Meyerman took his seat. Shortly after, other attendees gradually arrived. Once Dr. Qin Yuan, one of the representatives of the 3 giants in biological research, sat at the head of the table, the conference room doors closed. Qin Yuan scanned the room and began. "Representatives from various research institutes, each of you has your strengths in research. Who would like to present their findings first?" A woman smiled and said, "Dr. Qin has always been a genius in the field of biological research. How could we dare to show off in front of him? Let Dr. Qin present first, so we have the opportunity to learn." The others agreed. Qin Yuan smiled confidently, opened his digital device, and said, "In that case, I'll start. If there's anything to add, please feel free to contribute." A holographic screen displayed a document titled "Darkened Organisms." Pointing at the screen, Qin Yuan said, "My experiment involved 50 organisms, 5 of which were intelligent beings." He opened the document and began explaining the data and charts in detail. "Dissection studies indicate," Qin Yuan said as he navigated the holographic screen, "a force invades the organisms, activating dark proteins within, causing them to transform more accurately, to darken. This mysterious force is the dark matter that is invisible to the human eye. In everyday environments, it remains hidden like a ghost. However, on the star X, where stellar energy is abundant, an astonishing phenomenon occurs: the dark proteins within the human body are activated, allowing us to directly observe these enigmatic substances. Preliminary studies suggest that these activated dark proteins possess remarkable abilities. They can regulate genes and even awaken the human sixth sense. This discovery has sparked intense debate in the scientific community. If we can harness this power, the 50 of dark proteins in the human body will no longer remain dormant, but will instead unleash tremendous potential." Further research reveals that activated dark proteins can guide genes to develop in specific directions. This means we could achieve many concepts that once only existed in science fiction. A more intelligent brain, extraordinary physical prowess, a keen sixth sense, or even various superpowers. By reorganizing genes, humans could potentially create nearly perfect bodies. As scientists were overjoyed by this significant discovery, Meyerman suddenly posed a disconcerting question. What if this isn't just a simple mass of dark matter, but an intelligent dark energy entity? Dr. Chin, do you think we can still control this force for the benefit of humanity in such a case? Dr. Chin was taken aback, scrutinizing Man with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his tone carried a hint of displeasure. Young lady, this is not a place for you. Although you are Dr. May's daughter, you are too young and lack the qualifications to attend such high-level meetings. This is not a place for child's play. Man remained unfazed and calmly replied, as the owner of a mid-sized biological research institution, if I am not qualified to be here, then half of the people present should be turned away by you, doctor. Dr. Chin's expression darkened, but he quickly forced a smile. I don't know how you obtain the credentials for a biological institution, but since you've raised this question, then present your research findings. If you think you can convince me to abandon my research with just your mid-sized biological institution and this fanciful idea, you are being too naive. Unperturbed, Man stood up and waved her hand lightly. In an instant, a beam of light flashed, and a massive screen formed before the audience as a holographic projection. The document cover displayed on the screen featured 3 bright red poppies in the background, with 3 bold black letters at the top. Dark Spirit. I agree with Dr. Chin that this dark energy can indeed invade organisms and activate the dark proteins within, thus unleashing their potential. Man began to explain, however, our research has uncovered some disturbing phenomena. She swiped the screen, displaying a series of complex data charts. From this data, we can see that the active dark proteins within living, darkened organisms maintain a balance with other proteins and cells. However, when we extract active dark energy from either living or deceased darkened organisms and inject it into subject A or B mice, it fails to activate the dark proteins in the mice and instead completely destroys their vitality. Man paused to ensure everyone followed her logic. This phenomenon suggests that if it were merely dark energy used to activate dark proteins, we wouldn't observe such effects. More intriguingly, when we inject this active dark energy into another darkened organism, its energy intensity is far weaker than the original active dark energy of the darkened organism. She continued to scroll through the files, showing more experimental data. Among these experimental subjects, 3 intelligent darkened organisms, designated as numbers 3, 9, and 25, the so-called demonized leaders had nearly all their active dark proteins activated, and they were remarkably stable. More importantly, these dark proteins began gradually regulating genes, forming a completely different genetic tree from before the invasion. Man pointed to the 3 genetic diagrams on the screen and explained in detail. These 3 genetic patterns clearly show that this dark energy entity is not singular. After darkening, Subject 3's cerebral cortex development significantly surpasses that of Subjects 9 and 25. Subject 9 excels in physical potential. Although Subject 25 shows no apparent change at first glance, compared to its pre-darkened state, its blood purity has dramatically improved, evident from its sleek appearance and fur. From the data of 30 experimental subjects, the genetic diagrams can essentially be categorized into these 3 major types. Man concluded, all research results point to one conclusion. This is indeed a form of dark energy, but I prefer to regard it as an energy entity akin to a soul, which I call dark spirit. They possess intelligence and may even belong to different races. Although we cannot perceive them in our daily lives, once they find a suitable host, they become tangible, emerging as a new kind of intelligent life form. After a brief pause, Man surveyed the room to ensure everyone was attentive. Then she continued, everyone here knows we are gathered today due to the rapid rise of the dark forest. I believe we should treat these darkened organisms as another type of dark life form, not just demonized creatures. Their strength far exceeds our imagination. If these are indeed intelligent dark spirits, they could quickly become humanity's primary adversary. Her voice grew more solemn. We must realize that 50% of the human body consists of dark proteins. Simply put, they have a 50% chance of invading our bodies, seizing our genes, and controlling our brains. This is a matter we must take very seriously. Dr. Chin frowned, his voice filled with agitation as he spoke. Humans possess intelligence and uniqueness because of the presence of a soul from birth. But those frenzied creatures, though they have intelligence, they are not worthy of having a soul, let alone an invisible, intangible energy. Could what you are describing merely be another kind of biological algorithm? He paused for a moment and then, with a hint of skepticism, asked, moreover, doesn't your May clan traditionally hold the belief that humans don't possess souls at all? Melman shook her head and calmly replied, respected Dr. Chin, the May clan does not represent my personal beliefs. I believe humans do have souls, and not only that, but their original soul is the purest. Over time, however, it becomes trapped in the body, tainted by the impurities of the mundane world, and tempted by the body's desires, necessitating continuous genetic reincarnation. Only by mastering the theory of all things can one transcend the physical constraints and achieve immortality. Of course, this requires a significant amount of effort. Dr. Chin chose not to continue debating the matter of souls with Melman. After a moment of silence, he looked around at the others and asked, "Does anyone have anything to add or any questions to raise? If not, these two documents will be submitted to the four emperors, representing our differing viewpoints." A middle-aged woman, with a friendly and appropriate smile on her face, spoke up. "I have a question that I would like Miss Melman to answer. I believe many of us here have similar doubts." Melman nodded in acknowledgement. "Please go ahead." The middle-aged woman continued, "Miss Melman's research data is comprehensive and flawless, with thoroughness and completeness comparable to Dr. Chin's. Moreover, the documents are all signed by Melman herself. As far as I know, prior to today, Miss Melman hasn't been known for any outstanding research. I want to ask, is this truly your own work? And not influenced by Dr. Mei Haonan?" She added a fawning glance at Dr. Qin Yuan as she spoke. Melman calmly replied, "Dr. Li Lin, I can assure you that this is my personal research. The Institute has recording devices to verify this, and records can be pulled up at any time. Your words are a malicious speculation against both my father, Dr. Mei, and my own integrity." Dr. Li Lin's face turned slightly sour, about to say something when Dr. Qin Yuan interjected. "All right, Melman's presentation and her data are consistent. I acknowledge her right to sit with us and engage in discussion. If it turns out later that her claims are unfounded, it will only harm the reputation of the Mei clan." The other attendees nodded in agreement, their faces thoughtful. Meanwhile, outside the bar, Shingan glanced at his wrist device, grabbed his briefcase, and stepped out of the bar, ignoring the intense gazes from behind. He quickly left, realizing he couldn't shake off the people tailing him. Shingan gripped his energy pistol tightly, ready to eliminate his pursuers at any moment. With muscles tense, he moved swiftly. Hearing gunfire, he accelerated, darting into a forest path. Gunshots rang out behind him. Shinhan zigzagged through the path as energy bullets hit the ground, kicking up dust and snapping shrubs in half. Some bullets blasted holes in tree trunks as thick as a wrist, sending leaves flying. Seizing an opportunity, he leapt, twisting midair, turned his head, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. The energy bullet hit a young man's abdomen. The young man screamed, clutching his wound, took cover, and injected a vial of cell repair serum into the injury, then continued the chase, though now with caution instead of greed. After landing the shot, Shinhan didn't pause. He crossed several hills, weaving through tall grass, heading deeper into the forest. Moments later, he hid behind a large rock, quickly opened his briefcase, put away the pistol, and took out energy sniper rifle components, assembling them swiftly. He also retrieved a dagger. Having completed this, the group chasing him was already within dozens of meters, spreading out and watching the rock warily. Using nearby grass for cover, Shinhan slowly moved sideways, extending the rifle barrel, aimed, and fired 2 quick shots before stealthily moving again. Both shots were aimed at a burly man who gave him a strong sense of danger. However, Shinhan missed. It wasn't due to poor marksmanship. The man unexpectedly pulled the previously shot young man in front of him as a shield. The young man died with a look of shock still on his face. The remaining 4 retreated cautiously, eyeing the burly man. The man furrowed his brow and said gruffly, "Even though I'm an awakened one, I'm not a healer. Halsey is already severely injured and can't go far with us. I trust you wouldn't want to share the loot with him, would you?" The 4 remained silent, both out of fear of the man's strength and agreement with his point. They quickly divided Halsey's valuables among themselves and cautiously moved forward. The 5 surrounded the area and swiftly approached the rocks. Their energy guns fired wildly, only to find that Shinhan had already left. At that moment, a dark gun barrel appeared not far ahead, and energy bullets roared out. "Get down!" The man, quick to catch the glint of light, shoved the person next to him to the ground and shouted loudly. Bang! The energy bullet hit a nearby rock, leaving a fist-sized crater. A wolf-like ferocity flashed in the man's eyes as he spat on the ground and sneered, "Little brat, when I catch you, you'll taste the agony serum." Chase him. Several figures sprinted swiftly in the rising sunlight. Ahead, a small black dot moved erratically, occasionally pausing to fire 2 shots before quickly ducking into another part of the forest. "Boss, should we keep chasing? This forest is full of dangers, unlike any other," a skinny young man said hesitantly. "What are you afraid of?" The man tapped the young man's head, showing some disdain. "You said it yourself, this forest has everything. Even if we die, it won't be us first. We're living on the edge, risking it all, so act like it." With that, the man charged into the forest, and the other 4 quickly followed suit. The 5 moved cautiously through the dense woods, energy guns at the ready, eyes scanning the surroundings for any trace of Shinhan. Suddenly, Shinhan appeared from behind a bush, took aim at the man, fired a shot. and vanished into the thick foliage. Within a minute, the five reached Shinghan's previous spot, but now the man bore a fresh wound. He stared at the bushes, recalling where Shinghan had paused, surprised at how few traces were left, and even the scent was faint. For the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared in the man's eyes. He looked at the seemingly endless forest and then at his wound, feeling a moment of hesitation. But soon, greed took over again. With a wave of his hand, they continued to follow the faint traces left by Shinghan, moving faster yet more cautiously. At every suspicious spot, they would fire a few shots to probe, then quickly change positions, covering each other. Meanwhile, Shinghan moved swiftly through the forest, skillfully avoiding most of the alien beasts, occasionally peeking from behind a star tree to check the pursuers' positions. After several skirmishes, Shinghan realized the man was a tough opponent. He decided to weaken the enemy's forces by targeting the others first. The prolonged chase left him feeling slightly fatigued, lips chapped, but the bloodshed and danger only heightened his senses. Leaning against a star tree, Shinghan raised his gun barrel slightly, listening intently to the gunfire's origin and calculating their movements. After another shot rang out, he looked through the scope, predicting the enemy's next move. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, barely audible yet exceptionally clear. He slowly lowered his gun, standing still, and stealthily reached for the knife at his thigh. On the tree trunk, where he had just leaned, a snake-like alien beast as thick as an arm rested. The creature had two arms, its body covered in fine scales, and its forked tongue flickered, secreting a silvery liquid. Before Shinghan could react, the snake-like beast slithered forward swiftly, its two arms lunging for his throat. Meanwhile, the footsteps of his pursuers grew nearer. Shinghan knew he had to finish this quickly, or he wouldn't escape. He gripped the knife tightly, his left hand reaching for the beast's vital point, while his right hand swung the knife at its throat. The beast's vital point was seized, its arms diverted from his neck toward his heart, its body writhing violently. The sharp knife scraped along the beast's scales, its long tail striking the alloy briefcase with a thud. Shinghan cursed under his breath, realizing the five had noticed the sound, and soon a barrage of energy bullets rained down, splintering wood and grass. Momentarily distracted, the beast's fangs sank deep into Shinghan's arm, tearing away flesh, and its arms left a scratch on his chest. Shinghan winced, ignoring the pain, and twisted the knife in his hand, slicing the beast in two before darting out of the bushes. The beast's venom was potent, spreading rapidly. Within a minute, the wound turned black. Initially, the area felt slightly numb, but it didn't hinder his movement. As Shinghan leaped, the man in the distance skillfully raised his gun, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. Blood spurted from Shinghan's shoulder, causing him to stagger, yet he continued to flee faster than before. The man arrived at the scene, recognizing the two writhing halves of the snake-like beast as a notoriously venomous creature from Planet X. Examining the blood on its fangs, he sneered, "That guy's poisoned. He won't get far." After him, 10 minutes later, Shinghan could no longer suppress the poison within him, his consciousness growing hazy, with two more gunshot wounds on his body. Unable to tend to his injuries, his entire arm was losing sensation, showing blue patches. He knew that without swift treatment, he might lose the arm. Meanwhile, the chase had taken its toll on his pursuers, leaving only 3 of them now. Shinghan's mind grew increasingly hazy, with the sole thought of survival driving him forward. He dashed recklessly into the depths of the forest, his legs moving mechanically and his vision blurred. After passing a steep rock face, he turned back and fired 2 shots before continuing his desperate escape. Suddenly, everything went black, and his steps faltered for a few seconds as he staggered slightly. In that brief moment, an energy bullet struck his calf with precision. The intense pain forced him to kneel on one knee, yet it also brought a moment of clarity. Shinghan quickly calculated the origin of the gunfire in his mind, and fired back several shots without turning around. Taking advantage of the pursuer's momentary retreat, Shinghan dragged his injured leg and continued to flee. His vision grew increasingly blurred, but he vaguely saw strange ripples shimmering between 2 large trees in the sunlight. Is this an illusion caused by the poison? He thought bitterly, shaking his head and forcing himself to move on. By now, the poison had begun to invade his organs, and the blood loss from multiple wounds exacerbated his plight. Force field detected ahead, his cybernetic brain announced. Shinghan struggled to stay conscious as he stumbled through the 2 rippling trees. In a daze, he thought he heard the voice of his cybernetic brain again, but he could no longer discern its words. Ultimately, he succumbed to the poison's effects, his vision darkening as he fell unconscious. The 3 pursuers saw the figure collapse ahead and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, greed gleaming in their eyes. Meanwhile, at the center of the force field, a young man in dark robes, with sharp eyebrows and an eagle-like gaze, sat cross-legged. He suddenly closed his eyes gently, frowning with a pained expression. Green lines spread like a web across his exposed skin, crawling from his palms to his neck and face. The young man clenched his fists, veins bulging, clearly enduring indescribable pain, with occasional stifled groans escaping his lips. Two elderly men, one in black and the other in white, stood observing from 2 meters away. Watching the young man suffering, their eyes showed signs of distress, and they furrowed their brows deeply. "What on earth is going on?" The man in black muttered angrily, lowering his voice. "The poison in the young master is only supposed to flare up mid-month. Why has it come early this time, and so suddenly, without any warning?" The man in white rubbed his temples, answering, "I don't know, but it must be related to that person. I just can't understand it. We checked everything thoroughly, there were no oversights." He paused, then continued, "We plan to return by mid-month, so we didn't bring enough antidote. The young master will have to endure it on his own. Regardless, we underestimated that person's methods this time. Damn it," the man in black cursed. "The young master clearly has no interest in that position. Anyone with eyes should see that. Yet they persist in targeting him, pushing him to the brink. Those bastards. Wuhan, mind your words," the man in white warned. "The young master's existence is a threat to them. If not for the strange poison and his disinterest in the position, do you think they'd have a chance? They won't rest easy until they see the young master dead and can plan their futures without worry." "Yeah, you're right," the man in black sighed, though his tone carried a hint of pride. "I don't know if it's because they're too mediocre, or because the young master is exceptionally gifted." The man in white shook his head helplessly, about to speak when the young man suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. "Someone has entered the force field." "What? How is that possible?" the man in black exclaimed in surprise. "This isn't just any force field. Even those few couldn't enter without causing a commotion." Despite his words, he didn't doubt the young man's statement. The young man suppressed the poison, a strange expression crossing his face, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He continued, "It's not them. It's a human. It might be the person we've been searching for, or maybe not." He then added, "He seems to be slightly injured. Bring him back and deal with those outside the force field. I'll be fine for now." "Yes, young master," the two elders replied. They knew that the first wave of the young master's poison was manageable, and the real challenge lay ahead. Once the poison was subdued, even they couldn't surpass the young master. Without further words, they swiftly moved in the direction the young man indicated. The old man in black scrutinized Shingan with a frown, his tone laced with disdain. "Can't even withstand the venom of the green snake beast? This little guy is too weak. He's definitely not the one we're looking for. Just happened to know how to enter the force field." The old man in white, however, was unfazed and replied in a deep voice, "Regardless, there's still a chance. Let's revive him first and leave him to the young master. You go deal with the nuisances outside. I'll handle things here." Hearing this, the old man in black sneered, "I like this job." Before his words had fully settled, he let out a loud shout, transforming instantly into a gigantic black bear. Despite its massive size, the bear moved with surprising agility, unhindered by its bulk. The black bear leaped forward, seizing a burly man with its powerful claws. Before the man could react, the bear tore him apart with a fierce tug, his anguished scream echoing as he was ripped in two. This gruesome scene left two young men paralyzed with fear. Overwhelmed by terror, they screamed and ran desperately into the distance. The black bear let out another sinister laugh and took off in pursuit. In mere moments, two more agonized screams echoed from afar. Reverting to his human form, the old man in black remarked with a touch of melancholy, "Human bodies are indeed so fragile." With that, he returned to the force field, his interest waning. By then, the old man in white had already neutralized the poison in Shinghan's body and tended to his injuries. He injected Shingan with a potion that would keep him asleep for a day and cast a small force field around him before taking him back to the center. Upon their return, the young man's second wave of poison began to take effect. This time, he could no longer suppress the venom's assault, and his agonized screams reverberated through the force field. The green poison coursed rapidly through his internal organs, causing unbearable pain. During the third wave of venom, the young man's face turned pale. He began to self-harm, frantically clawing at his own body. Seeing this, the two old men quickly bound him with a golden rope made of special material, securing him between two large trees. As time passed, a hint of blood red appeared in the young man's eyes, as if he had lost all reason due to the extreme pain. He roared loudly, his strength increasing, causing the two trees to shake violently, as if they might be uprooted at any moment. The two old men, working in perfect harmony, stood on either side, channeling their power into the trees to stabilize them. The green patterns on the young man's body persisted, his sanity nearly shattered. as immense power surged wildly in all directions. The energy sliced through the air like sharp blades, prompting the two old men to quickly raise protective energy shields around themselves. As the sun set over the western hills, the dim golden light filtered through the forest leaves like a golden curtain, scattering specks of light. By then, the young man had fainted, the poison slowly receding. His clothes had been shredded by the constant outbursts of power, and his skin was covered in ruptured capillaries, staining his body with fresh blood. The two old men's faces were considerably paler than before. The old man in white waved his hand, conjuring a large wooden barrel filled with water. He poured several potions into it, turning the water blood-red within minutes. Carefully, he placed the young man into the barrel to soak, and the capillaries on his body began to heal at a visible rate, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Wuya, how long until the antidote can be developed? After a long silence, the old man in black finally asked. The old man in white sighed, his expression filled with helplessness. I don't know, maybe soon, or maybe never. The last missing ingredient is crucial, and I haven't been able to find it, nor do I even know what it is. Meng Wuhan's face turned grave at these words. If even you, the renowned master of medicine and poison, can't develop it, then no one in the realm of mythical beasts likely can. What on earth is this thing? Meng Wuya pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. A few years ago, outsiders appeared on Planet X. Now it seems another force is invading X, and they're expanding rapidly. Perhaps the final ingredient can be found among these outsiders. He paused, adding, don't underestimate them. They're growing fast. We came out this time not only to find out why the beasts suddenly lost control, but also largely to search for the ingredient. Otherwise, do you think the young master would agree to their unreasonable demands? Meng Wuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. As night fell, the young man leaned quietly against a tree trunk, as if listening to the whispers of the trees. After a while, he took out a jade-green flute, gently placed it against his lips, and began to play. A gentle breeze seemed to accompany him. The trees in the forest swayed softly as if silently dancing. The flute's melody sometimes flowed like a gentle stream. Other times roared like a chorus of beasts. The entire forest seemed to come alive with the music. Even the bent grass at his feet lifted its head, lightly brushing against him. As the tune ended, Meng Wuhan and Meng Wuya emerged from the depths of the forest, carrying a large mythical beast and two pheasants. Soon, the forest was filled with the aroma of cooking. Meng Wuya flicked his fingers, and a silver needle swiftly pricked Shingan twice, bringing him slowly back to consciousness. His eyes, filled with confusion, first looked at the dark night sky before settling on the three figures. You saved me? Shingan asked softly. At midday, Shingan regained consciousness, but his body remained unresponsive due to the effects of the medication. During this time, he vividly recalled everything that had happened. The occasional curses from the two elders, the agonizing cries of the young man, and the enchanting melody that had recently captivated him. Meng Wuya was intently tearing off the best part of a roasted exotic beast, carefully slicing it into small pieces, and placing them on a delicate plate. He sprinkled some white powder over it, and handed the plate to the young man. He then tore another piece of meat from the beast's other end, speared it with a large silver fork, and offered it to Shingan. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Wuya seriously replied, to be precise, it was your luck that saved you. If you hadn't stumbled upon the force field while gravely injured, accidentally entered this special force field to evade your pursuers, and luckily caught the young master's attention before the poison took your life, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Indeed. Lucky enough to make others envious. Meng Wuhan was slightly taken aback, pondering for a moment before murmuring in disbelief. He added, if it were anyone else, they might not even have their bones intact by now. Shinghan's lips twitched slightly, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Regardless of luck, it was you who saved me. Thank you very much. After the young man finished the meat on his plate, Meng Wuya took it back and continued cutting meat. Shinghan held the fork in his hand, quietly watching the flickering sparks of the fire in front of him, feeling a sense of warmth in his heart. Suddenly, a pale hand appeared before him. He looked up, puzzled, at the young man. The young man frowned slightly, shaking his hand in confusion. Don't humans like to use handshakes to express friendliness? Realizing, Shinghan quickly shook the young man's hand and introduced himself. My name is Shinghan, Zhuqingsong, the young man replied. Now that we know each other, you should leave here after eating. Without us around, with your current strength, it's hard to survive till tomorrow. I'll give you something later to help you safely exit the forest. Zhuqingsong's lips curled into a slight smile. Why? Shinghan suddenly asked before leaving. Making more connections can make traveling among the stars less lonely in the future, Zhuqingsong replied with a soft laugh. Slightly surprised. Of course, that's assuming you survive and become strong enough. I owe you my life, Shinghan said solemnly. All right. Until we meet again. Shinghan turned to leave, holding a night-blooming cereus that exuded an ancient aura. Its faint scent spread in all directions, driving away beasts and insects within 100 miles. Little guy, I hope the next time I see you, it won't be because you survived out of sheer luck. Meng Wuya's voice suddenly rang out behind Shingan. Wuya, that's unlike you. Zhou Qingsong raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't it interesting? Meng Wuya replied. Beside them, Meng Wuhan suddenly said, Young master, your behavior today was also quite different from usual. Let's go meet my brothers. Zhou Qingsong changed the subject. After all, they went to great lengths, even coming personally.
It would be rude not to meet them.
Meng Wuya nodded calmly, while a sinister smile appeared on Meng Wuhan's face. The three figures moved swiftly into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. As Shinhan emerged from the forest, the night-blooming cereus in his hand turned into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. The faint trace of the three individuals' presence on him vanished in that instant. On the other side of the forest, within the territory of the 6th district, a waist-high grassland came into view. As Shinhan walked through it, he noticed his body temperature rising. Puzzled, he continued walking for a while, then felt a burning sensation in his stomach. A massive energy surged through his body, impacting his bones, meridians, and even capillaries. The energy surged, expanding his meridians, causing numerous capillaries to swell and rupture, with thin threads of blood seeping from his pores. Alarmed, he furrowed his brows, quickly sitting cross-legged to focus on guiding the energy within him. With nowhere else to go, the energy rapidly flowed into every muscle and meridian under Shinghan's guidance, expanding them while also purifying his body. The blood and flesh of that exotic beast contained such abundant energy, Shinghan thought, opening his eyes 20 minutes later, feeling astonished. He had no doubt that if he had eaten a bit more, the energy might have burst all his blood vessels. After a long while, when Shinghan emerged from his meditative state, he was acutely aware of a foul odor emanating from his body. Looking down, he saw a drop of black liquid slide down his arm, and his skin was stained a dark color, with traces of blood visible amidst the black. Shinghan found a small lake and thoroughly cleansed himself. As he emerged from the water, he could distinctly feel the changes within his body. Large amounts of impurities and residual toxins had been expelled. His height had increased by 10 centimeters overnight, and his muscles were more developed. His entire system pulsed with a powerful energy ready to be harnessed at any moment. An exhilarating thrill surged through him, and Shinghan's lips curved into a slight smile as he unhesitatingly raced towards the 5th district. His body moved through the wind like an arrow released from a bow, with every cell seeming to cheer with joy. This unprecedented feeling of lightness and strength left him utterly enraptured. A day later, Shinghan arrived at the camp known as Nimeng within the 5th district. However, the familiar faces were gone, replaced by a dozen ragged teens. They were making use of the camp's preserved resources and strategic location to survive. Standing a short distance from the camp, Shinghan gazed at the unfamiliar faces inside, feeling a mix of emotions. This had been the first place he settled after arriving on Planet X, and revisiting it now, everything had changed. Without lingering, he quietly turned away and set off on his true journey of trials. A year later, Shinghan found himself in Kangwu Abyss, the largest forest within the 5th district. This vast woodland had a varied terrain, and the roars of various exotic beasts and the cries of unknown creatures could be heard day and night. Human exploration had only reached 1,000 miles, and even within that range, danger lurked at every turn. Despite the risks, the rich resources of Kangwu Abyss continued to draw countless adventurers. Recently, a research institute discovered that a particular product from the forest could be used to make a genetic potion, and they offered a hefty reward for it. Many were willing to risk their lives for such a reward. When taking on the task, it was emphasized that only those with awakened abilities could accept the mission, and there was no time limit. For Shinghan, this was a chance to earn merit and an excellent place for training. After careful consideration, he decided to take on the task. Once inside the forest, Shinghan cautiously avoided a group of Planet X beasts and moved swiftly. Suddenly, his AI warning light flashed urgently, and upon seeing the energy signals, he was startled, muttering to himself, of all things, I had to run into the Beast King. Just as he planned to evade the situation, a scream pierced the air, followed by cries for help and the roar of energy guns. After a moment's hesitation, Shinghan decided to investigate. He stopped a short distance away and aimed his sniper rifle at the Beast King. Bang, bang, bang. The dull gunshots echoed as the bullets hit the Beast King's vital spots with precision. The massive creature staggered a few times before collapsing with a thud, shaking the ground. Shinghan quickly approached and saw a young man clutching his injured shoulder, crouched beside the Beast King, his face still etched with fear. The boy hurriedly stood up and introduced himself. Thank you for saving me. I'm Tang Chung, a member of the Wild Wolf tribe. May I know your name? I'm Shinghan, he replied, skillfully extracting the elemental crystal from the Beast King's body, satisfied with its quality before placing it in his case. He handed a vial of cell repair agent to Tang Chung, saying, "This is my fee for the elemental crystal." Tang Chung gratefully accepted the vial, repeatedly expressing his thanks. While injecting the agent, he suggested, "You're here for the task too, right? The forest is full of not just beasts, but also enemies. You're a good shot. How about we team up?" Seeing Shingan remain silent, Tang Chung quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't be a burden. I nearly lost my life because I just fought the giant scorpion tribe and exhausted my abilities. I'm a level 3 ability user." Shinhan looked into Tang Cheng's eyes, as clear as a spring, and after a brief contemplation, he raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Let's go." As Tang Cheng stated, he didn't hold Shinhan back. After the injection of the cell repair agent, although his injuries weren't completely healed, they didn't hinder his movement. Tang Cheng was not unfamiliar with this forest. He had visited several times before and had some knowledge of the distribution of the purple bamboo. As its name suggests, purple bamboo is a rare species of bamboo with a distinctive purple hue. The mature plants contain a milky white liquid, which is the sought-after purple bamboo essence needed for scientific research. The deeper into the forest one goes, the higher the chances of encountering purple bamboo. They can grow as individual plants or in clusters. However, large clusters of purple bamboo are often guarded by a beast king, whose formidable strength deters many. Shinhan and Tang Cheng moved swiftly through the forest, occasionally dealing with a few extra beasts, extracting energy stones, and then continuing on their way. They worked in harmony, and with Tang Cheng's abilities restored, he was able to contribute significantly. Shinhan's appreciation for his companion was gradually growing. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the forest's tranquility. Shinhan fired at a levels-even mutant beast in the distance, and from another direction, another shot rang out. Both bullets struck vital points of the beast, resulting in a loud explosion. Shinhan paused momentarily, frowning slightly. Before he could react, Tang Cheng dashed forward. The shooter from the other side also approached the beast, and the two began to face off. Shinhan sighed softly and walked over to the beast, observing the simultaneous fatal wounds to its forehead and heart with some surprise. "Was that your shot just now?" the man in black asked with a frown. "It was my shot," Shinhan replied calmly. "A shot to the forehead is lethal. This levels-even mutant beast should be my trophy." "We both shot, and both hit vital areas," Shinhan pointed out, indicating the Beast King's injuries. "The trophy shouldn't belong to just one of us. How about a compromise? The one who takes the energy stone should offer some compensation." The man in black refused outright. "No way. Even if you hadn't shot, I would have killed it. Why should I compensate you? Let's settle this by strength a duel. Winner takes all." The man in black clearly sensed that Shinhan didn't have any aura of abilities and was wary of Tang Cheng, hence suggesting a battle. "How do you propose we compete?" Shinhan, not wanting to linger but also unwilling to forego his rightful gain, asked with raised eyebrows. "Of course, it's—" The man in black's words were cut short by a gunshot. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead, and he fell straight down, his face still etched with disbelief. Shinhan looked at Tang Cheng in confusion, only to see him swiftly rifling through the man's belongings. "I need these things," Tang Cheng explained. Besides, he had killing intent just now. "In the forest, you can't show mercy to enemies, or else it will be us who end up dead." As he spoke, he pried open the man's hand, revealing a primed elemental grenade. Shinhan was silent for a moment, not arguing. He moved to the beast, extracted a top-quality energy stone, and placed it in his case. They continued on their journey. A day later, they stood on a ridge overlooking a valley filled with dense purple bamboo. Both felt a surge of joy. "Not bad luck," Tang Cheng said excitedly. "Once we finish this job, we can head back fully loaded. These purple bamboos will yield plenty of essence." Shinhan licked his dry lips and smiled. "We've indeed hit the jackpot this time, and this bamboo grove is a pleasant surprise. Let's go. We just need to deal with the beasts below." "We can't use guns this time," Tang Cheng said, eyeing the energy signals on his device. "Otherwise, others might come to take their share. There are 2 beast kings down there. You take one and I'll handle the other." "No problem," Shinhan smirked, leaping down the valley towards one of the long-eared beast kings. He held a dagger, listening intently to his device's alerts. Unknown 1-star beast king, tier 2, attributes unknown, high danger level. A 1-star, tier 2 beast king, Shinhan thought, surprised but more cautious. He gripped the dagger tightly, his muscles tensed and ready. He lunged forward, aiming the dagger at the beast's waist. The beast growled, eyes fierce. Its long ears stood erect like a startled rabbit's as its massive body dodged, the dagger barely grazing its waist. To Shinhan's surprise, the sharp dagger didn't pierce the beast's hide. Instead, at the moment of contact, a golden light shimmered over the beast, and the blade's edge was chipped in 2 places. Gold attribute 1 star, tier 2 beast king. Indeed a bit tricky, Shinhan remarked, frowning slightly. The long-eared beast was completely unaware of what Shinhan was thinking. With its massive body, it leaped up and charged towards him. Suddenly, 5 long, sharp claws extended from its large paws, and the right claw slashed diagonally from above, aiming directly at Shinhan's temple. Shinhan deftly twisted his body, slipping under the beast's arm and moving behind it. He focused his inner strength into his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the kick was so great that it sent the massive long-eared beast flying into the air, tumbling to the ground with an angry roar. Before the beast could get up, Shinhan agilely mounted its body, gripping a dagger tightly in both hands, and drove it with all his might into the beast's neck. The blade sank halfway into the creature, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. The long-eared beast suddenly jumped up, its claws reaching back to grab Shinhan, embedding deep into his shoulders. With a mighty effort, it flung Shinhan towards a large tree several meters away, slamming him hard against the trunk. Shinhan slid down the tree, letting out a muffled groan, but seemingly unfazed by the pain. He quickly got back on his feet. Grasping the dagger once more, he lunged at the beast. As they passed each other, he struck like lightning, driving the dagger into the beast's side. At the same time, a deep wound appeared on his body, exchanging injury for injury. The long-eared beast was utterly enraged, its eyes blazing with fury. It charged at Shinhan, blood pouring from its neck and side wounds, leaving vivid red trails in the purple bamboo forest. Shinhan crouched low, dagger in hand, rapidly gathering strength within. Just as the beast was about to reach him, he pushed off the ground with all his might, crashing into the beast with such force that it staggered, nearly losing its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Shinhan hooked his left arm around the beast's neck, driving the dagger into the previous wound with his right hand, twisting it violently. The beast howled in pain, its claws instantly piercing into Shinhan's body. Shinhan paused, his body trembling, but he gritted his teeth and sliced the dagger across, cutting through half of the beast's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching him. The long-eared beast let out a final wail before collapsing, dead. Its claws withdrew from Shinhan's body as it fell, pulling out bits of flesh and blood. Shinhan groaned, his brows furrowed, and staggered towards his suitcase. He quickly retrieved several cell repair and recovery serums, injecting them into his wounds. Then, he reached into the case, grasping an elemental crystal and began absorbing its energy. As his strength gradually returned, Shinhan's brows relaxed. Suddenly, he tensed, instinctively rolling away from his spot. He glanced at the new wound on his thigh, where blood mixed with white fluid was flowing out. Shinhan looked up at Tang Chung in the distance, confusion in his eyes. Why? Tang Chung replied emotionlessly, I need these things. Your potential is too great. If given the chance to grow, your achievements would be immense. All humans are my enemies. If I don't kill you, it'll be us who die. He added, you've been severely injured. You can't be my opponent. Out of gratitude for saving me, I'll make your death swift. Shinhan stared at Tang Chung, puzzled. You're not human? Your power is water control? Were you pretending all along? A peculiar smile appeared on Tang Cheng's face. Who told you my ability is just water control? He broke a purple bamboo nearby, and milky white liquid flowed out, gathering in his palm. My ability is not limited to controlling water. It's all liquid forms. With that, Tang Chung flicked the liquid towards Shinhan's heart. Zingan's eyes darkened, and he met it with his palm, instantly absorbing the energy from the liquid, which trickled down his palm. Tang Chung was stunned. How is this possible? Shinhan gripped his dagger, ready to attack. Nothing is impossible. You don't know all of me. With a shout, he became a blur, charging straight at Tang Chung. Tang Chung abandoned his powers, drawing a dagger from his thigh to block. The two daggers clashed, sparking. Shinhan leaned back, twisting his wrist, and plunged his dagger into Tang Cheng's heart. Simultaneously, Tang Cheng's dagger stabbed into Shinhan's neck, but couldn't penetrate further. Zingan's expression remained unchanged, as if he wasn't the one injured. He twisted the dagger viciously, shredding Tang Cheng's heart. Their blood mingled, indistinguishable from each other. Tang Cheng's eyes dimmed, blood mixed with flesh pouring from his mouth. He convulsed a few times before falling lifeless. As he took his last breath, a pair of brown dragon horns suddenly sprouted from his forehead. Shinhan gasped, exclaiming, a half-dragon? Shinhan cast a long, lingering glance at Tang Cheng's lifeless body, pressing his hand against the wound on his neck. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully yanked out the dagger. A spray of bright red blood erupted, and the severe blood loss made his head spin. Fighting through the intense pain, Shinhan dragged his heavy body to the suitcase. With trembling hands, he opened it and hastily retrieved all the healing potions, injecting them into the wound without hesitation. As the potions took effect, the bleeding gradually slowed and finally ceased. Looking down at the empty potion bottles, a twinge of regret flickered in Shinhan's eyes. He collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling slightly from the blood loss. At this moment, his taut nerves began to relax, and his stored energy was nearly depleted. Closing his eyes, Shinhan lay quietly on the ground. He reached into the suitcase, absorbing the power of the energy stones. The rustling leaves around him were a distant sound as he focused solely on his heartbeat and breathing, feeling the energy slowly coursing through his meridians. A substantial amount of cool energy entered his body, flowing through his meridians, muscles, and other energy-storing areas. Although the effects were not immediately apparent, they were indeed slowly healing his injuries. The numb wound gradually showed signs of recovery, and Shinhan stopped absorbing only when his body was fully saturated with energy. Ever since that energy cleansing, my body's capacity to absorb energy has doubled, Shinhan murmured to himself, opening his hand to gaze at his pale yet powerful palm. And each time I deplete and then replenish my energy, my body's storage capacity seems to increase even more. After some rest, Shinhan's body was mostly recovered. He stood up and approached Tang Chung, reaching out to touch the dragon horns on his forehead. This discovery filled him with a mix of surprise and confusion, but more than anything, a heavy sense of foreboding. The knowledge he had gained from the neural network made Shinhan acutely aware that these aliens, known to the Federation as half-dragons, had infiltrated X-Star. Even more concerning, from Tang Cheng's words, it was clear that the half-dragons embedded within X-Star were not few in number. Reflecting on history, Shinhan remembered. In the two XXXs, humanity faced a crisis and began a mass exodus to other planets, leading to a sharp increase in the alien population. Unexpectedly, this mass migration not only exposed humanity's original habitat, but also attracted invasions from extraterrestrial species, including the Yalong aliens. In response to this threat, humans united to form the Federation Alliance, sparking a war with the Yalong aliens. The most distinctive feature of the Yalong aliens was a pair of dragon horns on their foreheads, earning them the moniker half-dragons. It was said that in those brutal battles, the Yalong aliens even manifested fully formed dragon bodies, their combat prowess terrifying. Only now did Shinhan fully comprehend Tang Cheng's earlier words. Centuries of warfare had indeed destined them to be enemies. The fact that half-dragons could infiltrate X-Star suggested they had used human channels, meaning that numerous human bases and cities on X-Star might already be compromised. They might even have amassed considerable influence. Shinhan pondered the best course of action. Handing over Tang Cheng's body to the Federation to draw attention seemed like a viable option. However, a moral dilemma quickly surfaced in his mind. Though we were enemies, during these days together, he fulfilled his duties as a companion. If I hand him over to the Federation, he will undoubtedly face dissection. The dead should rest in peace, should they not? After an internal struggle, Shinhan made his decision. He carefully extracted a vial of blood from Tang Cheng's body and cut off the dragon horns, placing these pieces of evidence in the suitcase. This way, he could retain crucial information without desecrating the deceased. Next, Shinhan began collecting other spoils. He wielded the dagger cautiously, slicing open the purple bamboo and using a white bottle to gather the milky liquid that flowed out. He collected the liquid from all the mature purple bamboo in the valley, ultimately filling 3 bottles with it. Importantly, Shinhan did not destroy the bamboo's vitality. Each harvested bamboo retained enough liquid to continue growing. Before leaving, Shinhan meticulously noted the location of this valley. After gathering his belongings, he headed toward the outskirts of the forest. Shortly after, another group arrived at the purple bamboo grove. This team of 8 was formidable, with the weakest among them being an awakened one, and their leader a 9th-level psychic, indicating considerable strength. A woman examined Tang Cheng's body carefully and reported to the others. Tang Cheng was killed with a single blow to the heart. His identity was exposed, and his dragon horns were taken. He died about an hour ago. Upon hearing this, the leader approached Tang Cheng's body, extracting a dagger and skillfully inserting it into the deceased's brain to retrieve a golden sphere. After carefully storing it, he surveyed the purple bamboo grove and the Beast King's corpse, stating gravely, "We cannot allow him to leave King Wu Abyss with this information. Moreover, obtaining what he has could enable us to apply for an upgrade to the Sphere of Spirit." He paused, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the crowd, and continued to issue orders, "Destroy the body. Tang Yuan, you stay here with 2 others to extract the purple bamboo liquid. Make sure to collect every drop. Once done, don't come looking for us. Just take it back to the camp and hand it over to the captain." "Yes, boss," Tang Yuan replied respectfully. The leader, along with the other 4, quickly pursued the trail left by Shinhan. Along the way, they discovered numerous dead extra beast carcasses and even encountered several high-level exotic beasts. These findings heightened their caution towards Shinhan, their mysterious adversary, and increased their desire for the abundant resources he possessed. "We've come across quite a few bodies along the way," the leader said in a low voice. "The blood of this extra beast hasn't coagulated yet, and the body is still warm. We're not far from the enemy now. We must be extremely careful." "Understood," the group replied in unison, their expressions serious. Meanwhile, about 500 meters ahead, Shinhan was observing the movements of the 5 men through the scope of his energy sniper rifle. His heart was heavy as he murmured to himself, "Someone is indeed tracking me. Who are they?" His finger hesitated on the trigger for a moment, then he released it and quietly moved in another direction within the forest. This time, Shinhan was exceptionally cautious, deliberately avoiding exotic beasts and refraining from hunting any creatures. He conserved his remaining energy bullets while gathering strength for a possible confrontation. On his optical brain, energy blips flashed continuously, indicating the presence of numerous exotic beasts nearby. Shinhan raised an eyebrow slightly and chose a direction with fewer but more powerful beasts. During this process, Shinhan left very few traces, significantly increasing the difficulty for his trackers. The group behind him scrutinized every clue, advancing cautiously yet swiftly. Suddenly, an angry growl echoed not far ahead. "Right ahead, chase. Don't let him get away." The leader's face twisted into a vicious smile. The 5 of them sprinted towards the source of the growl. In an instant, they saw a beast king charging at them, with a black-handled dagger embedded in its waist. "We've been tricked," a young woman whispered. Despite realizing it might be a trap, the group did not retreat. The leader shouted, his fist glowing with a yellow light, and struck at the beast king. His fist collided with the beast king's powerfully, matched in strength. A yellow shield emerged around the man, effortlessly blocking the beast king's claws. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, ending with the beast king's defeat. Hiding in the shadows, Shinhan was taken aback as he witnessed this scene. He clearly understood that the man's choice for a direct confrontation was mainly to demonstrate his strength. Shinhan couldn't help but step back a few paces, pressing his back against the starwood behind him, and aimed the scope at the man's temple. Suddenly, during the fight with the exotic beast, the man's gaze swept towards Shinhan's position. Through the scope, Shinhan felt his position was completely exposed. Lacking confidence in taking a successful shot, he decisively shifted his aim to another tracker and quickly pulled the trigger. The person hit fell, blood splattering from the wound. Although not fatal, it was enough to incapacitate him. As the young man fell, the young woman's gun also fired, the bullet whistling past Shinhan's cheek. Shinhan's heart raced as he quickly moved from his spot. The injured young man cried out in pain, clutching his knee. The young woman swiftly checked his injury, her brow furrowed. "The kneecap is severely shattered. This leg is basically done for," she said briefly. "Send the coordinates to Tang Yuan's team and have them evacuate you." Before she finished speaking, she and the other 2 continued to pursue Shinhan. The leader collected the elemental crystal from the Beast King's body and followed closely. Gunfire erupted again as Shinhan dodged agilely, energy bullets striking the starwood to his left. He returned fire while running, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the pursuers. 10 minutes later, Shinhan reached the back of a hill. By now, he had acquired 2 more wounds. Watching the 4 approaching once more, a complex look flashed in his eyes. These 4 are strong, especially the leader. In close combat, I'm no match, and in a running battle, their ammo supply is likely not less than mine, Shinhan pondered. It seems my only chance of survival is to venture into the uncharted depths of the forest. He looked at the 5 remaining energy bullets in his hand, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. This was a high-stakes gamble, betting on his luck and that his pursuers would not dare to follow into the forest's heart. Shinhan loaded the 5 energy bullets into his gun, aiming at the sharpshooting young woman. As gunfire roared, he frowned, cursed under his breath, and then turned to sprint deeper into the forest. The young woman reacted swiftly, dodging the instant the gun fired. The energy bullet merely grazed her arm, hitting the starwood behind her. Without hesitation, the 4 pursued into the forest's depths, seemingly unfazed by the impending dangers. They appeared undeterred by the forest's heart, determined to capture Shinhan at all costs. Shinhan raced through the forest, the relentless sound of gunfire echoing behind him. His keen senses helped him evade the pursuit. A single misstep could have left him as nothing more than a pile of bones. The fearless determination of his pursuers puzzled him, leaving him to wonder where their confidence came from. With no other option, he pressed onward. Suddenly, Shinhan spun around and fired a shot at his pursuer. One enemy fell, but not without cost. Shinhan's left shoulder was now marked by a ghastly bullet hole. Quickly, he pulled a vial from his pocket, injected the contents into his wound, and hastily wrapped it with a strip of cloth. Before the gunfire could resume, he had already moved from his spot. 20 minutes later, Shinhan reached the edge of a breathtaking abyss. This bottomless chasm split the forest in 2, its width staggering and its length seemingly infinite. Through the mist, he could barely make out the silhouette of the forest on the opposite side. At this moment, Shinhan understood why this forest was known as Kingwu Abyss and why his pursuers had no fear of its depths. The reason lay in this insurmountable chasm. A bitter smile played on his lips as he surveyed the scene. Several pursuers emerged from the trees, locking eyes with Shinhan at the abyss's edge. Both sides had their energy guns aimed at each other's vital points. You have nowhere to run. Drop your weapon and hand over everything, a young woman commanded coldly, her gun trained on Shinghan's heart. If I give you everything, will I live? Shinghan asked calmly. The girl pressed her lips together, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, but she quickly regained her resolve. For the past half hour, you've mostly been evading, rarely attacking. With your marksmanship, you wouldn't have stopped attacking unless you were low on ammo. Hand over your belongings, and I might let you die with a whole body. If I'm going to die anyway, why make it easy for you? Shinghan retorted with a smirk, firing his last energy bullet. Simultaneously, he darted forward and leaped into the abyss. The girl and Shinghan fired at the same time, their energy bullets striking each other. As Shinghan fell, the girl's body slumped to the ground. The leader of the group caught her and hurriedly injected a healing serum into her wound. A young man rushed to the edge of the abyss, peering into the foggy depths below, and cursed under his breath. He returned to the group, reporting, "That little bastard's fallen into the abyss." From this height, even a level 9 esper would be smashed to pieces, let alone someone who's already injured. What a shame. The leader muttered, then ordered, "Let's head back." Carrying the injured girl, the leader led the team back out of the forest. As the sun set behind the mountains, a fierce wind howled through the air. The golden hues of twilight were soon obscured by dark clouds, and within minutes, raindrops began to fall, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In his unconscious state, Shinghan was jolted awake by a piercing cold, as if drenched in ice water. He awoke to find himself on a 3-meter-wide stone platform, still above the abyss. Looking up, he saw broken trees hanging overhead and, further up, the jagged cliff face stretching endlessly. Rainwater washed the blood from Shinghan's body, mingling with dirt and flowing into the crevices of the stone platform. He struggled to sit up, tended to his wound, and then picked up the briefcase beside him, retreating into the cave behind him. The cave was about the size of a room. In the center lay a rusted spear, alongside several broken, humanoid-shaped bones. A similarly rusted dagger was lodged tightly between 2 ribs. Beside the bones was a cloth bag, dusty but intact, clearly not an ordinary item. Shinghan's gaze lingered on the rusted spear. Ever since he had leaped into the abyss, he had felt a peculiar sense of familiarity calling to him. Now, in the cave, this attraction was even stronger, undoubtedly emanating from the spear before him. The spear appeared ordinary, with a rusted shaft marked by a scratch-like pattern. Shinghan hesitated for a moment before reaching for it. However, as he got within a meter of the spear, he felt an invisible resistance. Realizing it was a special force field, Shinghan was slightly surprised. He gathered his internal energy into his fist and struck, but the force field remained unperturbed, without so much as a ripple. This made Shinghan understand that, given his current strength, he couldn't break through the force field. At least not until he became a conduit. For now, the only way to breach the force field would be with a specialized tool. Shinghan glanced around, realizing that all he had left was a suitcase. Inside, it held precious purple bamboo liquid and energy stones, along with a dagger and a gun without energy bullets. He attempted to activate the force field, but lacking the necessary strength, he had to abandon the tempting long gun for now. His eyes fell on a nearby cloth bag. It was small and appeared deflated. Shinghan dusted it off, revealing a brown silk fabric. With a forceful tug, the bag tore apart like old rags. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted. From the seemingly empty bag tumbled out a heap of rusted tools, daggers, ropes, rusty swords, scimitars, runes, and more. Shinghan stared in astonishment at the pile of items on the ground, feeling a mix of emotions. He looked at the torn bag with a hint of sadness in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, Shinghan opened the suitcase, leaving behind some of the less valuable energy stones in the cave to make room for the new items. He began carefully selecting the runes and scrolls scattered on the ground. 3 minutes later, a scroll caught Shinghan's attention as it lay beneath a scimitar. Its surface occasionally flickered with a faint glow, which he might have missed had it not been nearing nightfall. Shinghan cautiously unrolled the scroll. Instantly, a blinding azure light shot out, transforming into a beam that pierced straight into his forehead. Almost simultaneously, Shinghan collapsed rigidly, still clutching the scroll. The azure light continued to pour into his brow. Shinghan didn't see the characters flashing across the scroll. Once the light had fully entered his forehead, the scroll turned into a blank sheet of paper. Meanwhile, in the distant Federal Command's highest security office, an elderly man in white was intently studying a holographic map. A man in red entered slowly, standing beside him, The man in red asked in a deep voice. Why have you been sending so many ordinary third-class citizens to X-Star over the years and used the Zeus shield to seal it off? Are the genes of our first and second-class citizens' offspring not superior? You changed the citizenship system and abolished the hereditary system. Our offspring are born without inheritance, also as third-class citizens, and need merit to advance. It's unfair. You know very well how important a star with such dense star power is to the Federation. The man in white, without looking up, replied, unfair? You're being deliberately obtuse, aren't you? How much have they invested in their offspring? What's the result? Is genetic excellence truly all about innate talent? Have you forgotten your own background? Which noble family or royal house were you born into? How much breakthrough have these families and royal offspring made in innate talent lately? Don't they know that miracles are forged in adversity? If you don't plan for the long term, you'll fail in the short term. Selfishness harms everyone. And by the way, I'm not blind. Over the years, they've used tricks to replace many ordinary third-class citizens with their own offspring, and I've seen it all. After a pause, the man in white added, including you. The man in red coughed awkwardly, shrugged after a moment of silence, and said, ahem. Actually, they're the ones unhappy about you using the Federation's super artifact to seal X-Star. I personally don't mind. You know that. I'm just conveying their message. The man in white scoffed. What do I care if they're unhappy? What matters to me is the future of humanity, and that's what I focus on. The man in red nodded. I understand your point. Firstly, these fools can't handle such casualties. Secondly, without competition, they can't unlock their potential for further breakthroughs. Thirdly, using the star power of X-Star to temper the body can help identify more supernaturals among the countless third-class citizens, whose undeveloped genes are more likely to produce miracles. Sealing X-Star is simply to prevent it from descending into chaos due to their meddling. The man in white glanced up at the man in red but said nothing, continuing to watch the map. The man in red suddenly asked with a serious expression, in my memory, I've never seen you so concerned about the war situation. You not only personally review battle reports, but also strategize the deployment of forces. Even during humanity's existential crises, you weren't this invested. Why? The man in white lifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of the man in red, and slowly said, because I'm not interested in events where I can predict the outcome. In those past crises, I could foresee the end. This time I can't. The man in red was taken aback. What impossible? The man in white replied, nothing is impossible. The biological research documents sent back by the 4 emperors, along with the related battles this time, have given me a whiff of darkness. Look here, he pointed to a spot on the map, his expression grave. The man in red zoomed in on the map, muttering to himself, what kind of creatures are these? Corrupted beasts, black grassland, black forest, dark matter, dark forces. He suddenly realized, yes, dark forces. Only they can disrupt the flow of time, preventing you from seeing the future. We've been searching for them all along. How could they appear on X-Star? The man in red seemed to have realized something, his body trembling. Could it be that your reason for using the Zeus shield to seal X-Star wasn't to block resources, but to trap the dark forces and trace their origin? A rare smile appeared on the man in white's face. Exactly, it's an opportunity. With dark energy, humanity can break through to a level 3 civilization, withstand the great tearing, escape the great freezing, enter parallel universes, and achieve eternal existence, and I can finally retire. The man in red couldn't contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. So it all makes sense now. Why X-Star has so many energy bodies, so many force fields, and so many divergent dimensions. This might be the node of the universe, possibly hiding secrets of multidimensional space, and dark matter can only be discovered at this node. This is the power we've been searching for. The Federation's technology can finally break through. Ha! Amidst the energy fluctuations, the force field in the command office issued continuous red alerts. The man in white frowned slightly, waved his hand, and the force field immediately returned to normal. The two resumed their focused study of the holographic map, and the office returned to its usual calm. As dawn broke the next day, Shingan slowly awoke inside the dim cave. He furrowed his brow, trying to recall what had happened before he fell into a deep sleep, his gaze landing on the now dull white scroll in his hand. The strange glow from the night before seemed like a dream, yet he knew with certainty that his slumber was closely tied to this scroll. Shingan assessed his physical condition, finding no abnormalities apart from a slight increase in his mental strength. With a soft sigh, he tossed the now useless scroll aside and resumed his search for valuable items amidst the piles of scrap metal. He stuffed any small but useful runes, fragments, and other items into his suitcase until it was full. As he stood up, Shinhan noticed that in addition to the tools and bones, there were now some energy stones in the cave. Before leaving, he took a long look at the spear and murmured softly, "You belong to me. Wait for me. When I return, I'll take you out." Reaching the stone platform, Shinhan pulled out a sturdy rope and a sharp dagger, beginning the arduous climb up the sheer cliff face. An hour later, he finally reached the top of the abyss, his hands and knees smeared with blood. He collapsed onto the ground, panting and thinking that next time, he should bring some professional climbing gear. After a brief rest, Shinhan cautiously left the abyss of Kangwu, carefully avoiding people and beasts along the way. 2 days later, he safely arrived at Frostwolf Howl. In Frostwolf Howl, Shinhan exchanged most of his finds for merit points and federal currency, keeping only a high-grade elemental crystal. He purchased medical supplies, energy bullets, essentials, and an energy sniper rifle, and learned that the reverse light camp had been incorporated into the Longyuan base, finally easing his mind. Shinhan didn't rush to find Shinua and the others. Instead, he browsed the task information on his light brain. He selected a task issued by a small biological research institute in Zone 5, which required a team of 10 to collect samples of corrupted beasts, offering substantial rewards. Following the coordinates, Shinhan walked for 20 minutes to the institute's building. For people were already waiting there. 3 of them arrived together, with a burly middle-aged man seemingly leading, accompanied by 2 teenagers, one lively and the other sullen, and a delicate-looking but frail young man sitting alone on a rock, with a backpack and a long gun beside him. The young man glanced at Shinhan briefly before returning his focus to his energy meat. At that moment, the lively teenager approached him, asking to share his food. The young man generously handed them 3 pieces of energy meat and a bottle of water. Then, he turned to Shinhan, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you need food? I have some to spare." Surprised, Shinhan looked up to confirm the question was directed at him. He chuckled softly and sat down beside the young man, politely declining, "Thank you, but I have some with me as well." He paused, looking seriously at the young man and continued, "That boy was clearly lying. You shouldn't have given it to him." The young man smiled in response, his voice light and a bit teasing, "I know. But they meant no harm, just wanted some food and weren't overly greedy." From Shinhan's perspective, he could clearly see the young man's eyes. They were clean and bright, filled with goodwill, but with a hint of barely noticeable melancholy hidden deep within. Shinhan opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Perhaps you're right." The young man quickly swallowed the energy meat he was holding and took a sip from a bottle of water from his backpack. He turned to Shinhan with a slight smile. "I'm Inan. What's your name?" "Shinhan." Inan's eyes curved with a hint of anticipation. "Maybe we can have a pleasant collaboration on this mission?" Before Shinhan could reply, Inan started speaking again, his tone casual yet with an undertone of confiding in Shinhan. "Once I complete this mission, I'll have enough merit points. Menglu has always wanted to study at the base. Not long ago, with a recommendation from an instructor, she got in, and I'm happy for her." He continued, "My abilities have long been awakened, but the costs at the base are high. I need to earn enough money to join her there. Every time I take on a mission, I feel a little closer to Menglu." "Menglu is your girlfriend?" Shinhan asked. "Yes, she is." Inan's smile widened, his eyes sparkling. He spoke enthusiastically. "Menglu is beautiful, with long, soft ash-gray hair and big eyes, like a Barbie doll. But more importantly, she has a kind heart, the kindest I've ever known." He further explained, "Our abilities are quite similar. I can create plants out of nothing, while she can control them to her will. However, she awakened her abilities earlier than I did. When I first arrived, I was often bullied because of my timid nature. If it weren't for her rescuing me multiple times, you might not see me here today." In the sunlight, Inan continued talking, even showing Shinhan holographic photos and videos of Menglu on his device. Shinhan watched attentively, occasionally chiming in. They talked a lot and discovered they had similar interests, getting along very well. As dusk approached, a man in a white robe emerged from the building. He carried several white seal bags containing syringes, a half-filled bottle of white liquid, and utensils. The man in the white robe spoke seriously, explaining the mission. "Next to Yihualin, there's a wild area spanning dozens of square kilometers, inhabited by many corrupted creatures. Your task is to extract parts from their vital and strongest areas and place them in the corresponding containers. You can refer to the notes on the containers. The more samples you collect from different creatures, the more merit points you'll earn. The containers will serve as proof for claiming your merit points." He continued, "Containers without samples can be traded among you or left empty. Each submitted container earns you merit points, varying with different containers. Remember to follow the notes on the containers. If the part doesn't match the container, no merit points will be awarded. If anyone is unwilling, you can leave now." The man in the white robe emphasized again, "As you can see, the merit points offered are substantial. Even filling just one container can earn you a significant amount. But because of this, I hope you all take this special mission seriously." His words sparked joy in everyone's eyes. Merit points were hard to come by, so naturally, no one chose to leave. Satisfied with the response, the man nodded. Since you've all decided to take on this mission, please complete it and return within the specified time. Each of the 10 people received a set of identical containers from the man. Although the containers were made of special plastic, they carefully stored them and, undeterred by the falling night, headed towards the wilderness. Night enveloped the forest outside Yihualin. Shinhan curled up between two large rocks, trying to shield himself from the cold night wind. He activated the lighting function on his device, the bright blue light surrounding him. He took out all the containers, carefully reading the notes on them, committing the information to memory. Shinhan enjoyed reading and had a habit of acquiring broad knowledge by analyzing extensive information. This habit not only strengthened his cerebral cortex, but also made it easier for him to quickly remember and understand information while reading or interpreting it. Soon, he memorized all the details and rested against the rock. The others also began to rest. As dawn broke, with birds flying across the sky, they set out on their journey into the wilderness, greeted by the sunrise. Beyond Yihualin, a multitude of corrupted beasts appeared before Shinhan. Among them, a seemingly frail figure darted swiftly. Despite the beast's attacks, the person managed to deflect them unexpectedly, as if anticipating their moves. Shinhan silently observed, then leaped towards a nearby hillside. His energy gun fired rapidly, each shot precisely targeting the beast's vital points. A nearby girl glanced at him in surprise. A flicker of surprise flashed through the girl's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Without hesitation, she threw herself back into combat with the beasts. During the fight, she gradually moved closer to Shinhan, whether intentionally or not. Along with her came a large number of corrupted beasts, making their previously hidden position suddenly conspicuous. Shinhan frowned slightly and decisively drew his dagger, stabbing at the oncoming corrupted beasts. The wilderness was teeming with these creatures, not clustered in one spot, but scattered in groups. To safely collect the special samples he needed, Shinhan had to eliminate entire groups of beasts. Taking on a whole group alone wasn't wise, so he didn't comment on the girl's actions. Every time Shinhan killed a beast, it was as if he left a personal mark. The wounds were in very specific places, and he targeted different types of beasts. As he fought these corrupted creatures, his mind was constantly analyzing the most valuable parts of each beast and the samples needed for his research. Shinhan moved like a phantom, seamlessly alternating between his dagger and gun. Among the group of corrupted beasts, neither the girl nor Enan lagged behind in terms of speed in taking them down. However, the girl's energy blasts often obliterated the crucial parts of the beasts. Dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes, she appeared petite, yet her strength was comparable to that of a burly man, evident from how easily she lifted Butler. Half an hour later, the corrupted beasts were completely vanquished. All three were left with various injuries. Shinhan took out his container and began searching for the necessary samples from the beasts he had slain. He carefully collected heart blood, brain fluid, brain matter, and the energy stones that were beginning to turn black. Just as Shinhan had gathered some samples, he suddenly noticed that the girl had been collecting samples exclusively from the beasts he had killed. At that moment, she was gathering samples from a wolf-shaped beast he had taken down. Shinhan paused, surveyed the area, and realized with surprise that the beasts he had killed had been entirely picked clean. This astonished him, as he had only collected less than half of what he had slain, indicating the girl's remarkable speed. Shinhan didn't say much and silently moved towards another beast's body that hadn't been harvested yet. It was a five-legged monkey-like creature, with its fifth leg being exactly what Shinhan needed. Just then, the girl quickly stood up from the wolf-shaped beast, blocked Shinhan's path, and sharply said, "Wait, that's the corrupted beast I killed. Its leg belongs in my container." With that, she drew her dagger and aimed at the newly grown leg of the five-legged monkey-like creature. Shinhan grabbed her wrist and said in a low voice, "You've been collecting from the corrupted beasts I killed. We were fighting in the same group, and I didn't mind you doing that. But this five-legged monkey-like beast is my kill, and we both need just one leg in our containers." The girl's face turned sour as she argued loudly, "I killed more beasts earlier, so what if I collect more from yours? We're teammates. Shouldn't we share? As for the monkey-like beast you killed, I failed to collect from it because I missed the label instructions. My container is still empty. Plus, I killed this beast, so I have the priority to collect. And besides, ladies first, shouldn't you let me have it?" Faced with the girl's double standards, Shinhan didn't want to argue further, but also didn't want to tolerate her unreasonable actions any longer. He looked her in the eye and calmly asked, "Do you really want it? Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The girl, thinking Shinhan would back down as before, answered confidently with a hint of triumph in her eyes. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, deafeningly loud. The fifth leg of the monkey-like beast exploded into pieces, while the rest of its body remained intact. Shinhan, with a hint of innocence, said, "Oops, the gun went off accidentally." With that, he turned and walked away, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Enan had finished collecting his samples. Having witnessed the argument between the two, he had an amused smile on his face. He glanced at the girl, then said to Shinhan, "If I were you, I wouldn't have fired at the beast." Hearing this, Shinhan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed about his earlier action. He opened his mouth, stammering slightly. "I just felt uncomfortable. You misunderstood me." Inan shook his head, his voice calm. "If it were me, I would have fired at her head." Shinhan was taken aback. Although he wasn't deeply acquainted with Inan, he knew him well enough to find his sudden change in attitude surprising. He asked, "Why?" "She doesn't deserve to die. You'll understand someday," Inan replied with a hint of mystery. Just as Shinhan was about to speak, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Looking out, he saw the corrupted beasts of the wilderness charging like a tidal wave, causing the earth to quake beneath them. They seemed to be stampeding in the same direction, converging from all sides into a massive torrent, their roars echoing in the air. At the heart of the surging beast horde, several figures were fiercely battling, oblivious to the impending danger. Shinhan's expression changed abruptly. He turned to look at Inan, reading the same concern in his serious eyes. Inan spoke gravely, "It's the leader. We must leave immediately. It won't be long before a massive beast tide forms here. As long as the leader is alive, the tide can gather at any time, and countless tribes will be in peril." Shinhan stared intently at the forming beast tide, a flicker of memory in his eyes. He said calmly, "My previous camp was also attacked by a corrupted beast tide. They took away my home and the lives of many comrades." As he spoke, he deftly loaded energy rounds into his energy gun. Seeing Shinhan's actions, Inan's face changed, and he asked in shock, "Are you planning to take down the leader alone?" Shinhan paused, then firmly replied, "Since we've encountered this, we can't just ignore it. If I kill the leader, there won't be a beast tide here, and no human camps will suffer." A young girl had approached Shinhan unnoticed, and she scoffed, "They won't thank you for it, fool." Shinhan responded coolly, "I just want to do what I can." Inan pondered for a moment, then decisively said, "In that case, I'll go with you. My abilities aren't very strong, but they're useful over short distances." He opened his digital device, quickly scanning the mission area and added, "The merit for taking down a corrupted beast leader isn't low. It's worth all the merit from collecting artifacts. If we succeed, we can split it." "All right," Shinhan replied with a smile. The girl's eyes shifted slightly, and she suddenly spoke up, "We fought together just now, so we're teammates. If you're going to take down the leader, you can leave the artifacts with me for safekeeping." "No need," Shinhan replied coldly, then turned to leave with Inan. The girl said no more, her gaze quickly calming. She watched their departing figures, skillfully twirling a dagger in her fingers. Inan remained tense as they moved, occasionally sprouting a blade of grass in his palm. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that he began to relax. The two arrived at a hillside, using the chaotic rocks for cover, observing the massive beast tide in the distance. After a moment, Inan suddenly spoke, "We need to get closer to the tide. My abilities can only be used within 35 meters." Shinhan frowned, considering the risk. A distance of 35 meters in any direction would leave them fully exposed to the beasts, without any cover. Recalling Inan's previous close combat style, he said, "No problem. I can use the energy sniper rifle. You just stay here and watch for danger." Inan was silent for a moment, then said, "You don't know which one is the leader. You can't just kill all the corrupted beasts in the middle. Besides, the leader might not be in the center. I can identify the leader, but I need time and a closer distance." Surprised, Shinhan looked up. "You can identify the leader?" Inan explained, "I can sense others' emotions, including animals. Ordinary corrupted beasts have a strange reverence, obedience, and a hint of fear towards the leader. It's the reaction to a stronger presence. As long as I'm close enough, I can pinpoint the leader's position through the source of the beast's emotions." He continued, "When I first arrived on X planet, this was the ability I gained. Initially, I could only sense emotions through physical contact, then it expanded to 1 meter, 2 meters, up to the current 35 meters. At first, I hated this ability, thinking it brought me pain. But after it saved me countless times, I began to accept and train it. Besides Menglu, you're the kindest person I've sensed." Shinhan was silent for a moment, then joked, "Many people would dream of having such an ability, especially those living in the whirlpool of power. If your ability were discovered, many might want to drag you into a research lab." Inan laughed. "I trust you're not one of those people." He then added, "Perhaps we can get a bit closer to the tide, even if it's a bit risky." Without waiting for Shinhan's response, he pulled an elemental grenade from his backpack and tossed it into a crevice between the rocks. With a thunderous explosion, countless rocks were sent flying and then rolled down the hillside. Shinhan looked at Inan in shock, his mouth twitching slightly. The nearby corrupted beasts were alarmed, but did not scatter like ordinary herds. Under the leader's command, dozens of corrupted beasts formed a team and charged towards the rocks, while the rest continued to gather in place. In the distance, the corrupted beasts continued to gather, as the scale of the beast tide expanded. Shinhan and Inan wore grave expressions, realizing they needed to deal with these beasts before confronting their leader. Suddenly, Shinhan noticed that many humans had joined the corrupted beast tide, and the beasts showed no hostility towards them. He frowned slightly, prompting Inan to explain. The latest federal report states that dark forces have activated dark proteins within the beasts, causing corruption. Humans also have 50 dark proteins, making them targets as well. It's said that a dark tribe possesses them, not only controlling their will but also replacing their souls. Those controlled lose consciousness and become part of the dark tribe or leaders of intelligent dark tribes. Inan pointed to the distance. The dark forest in the first battle zone is their base, and it's expanding. In short, all dark tribes are our mortal enemies. Is there a strategy? Shinhan asked. Inan, chewing on a long blade of grass, replied expectantly, many research institutions are looking for solutions. Perhaps they'll soon develop a device to detect activated dark proteins. Shinhan nodded and gestured. We're both good at close combat, so let's each handle half. All right, Inan agreed promptly. The two of them leapt down from either side, their energy pistols firing rapidly and accurately hitting the beast's vital spots. In close combat, they holstered their guns and switched to knives. Shinhan moved with agility. Each time passing by a beast, he would plunge his dagger into its right abdomen, lift it upwards, and slice across. Blood mixed with gray-black energy stone fragments flowed from his fist. The beast's eyes showed pain and ferocity as Shinhan swiftly withdrew his dagger, causing it to collapse without energy support. He pressed on without pause, attacking other beasts. The energy stone was like a second heart for the beasts, a critical target. To accelerate their defeat, Shinhan focused his attacks on it. Before long, chaos surrounded them. They straightened up, exchanging a knowing smile at the bloodstains on each other. A smaller beast in the herd glanced at them, judged their strength insufficient, and after sending out another dozen beasts, it ignored them, continuing to summon the tide. Inan sat cross-legged on the ground, touching the earth with his hands, his gaze deepening. He observed the tide and said, "The leader is the fifth red-haired beast to the left of that tall bear-like creature." However, the bear-like beast doesn't seem to fear the red-haired one, possibly indicating it's also a leader or a high-ranking beast. "I've locked onto it," Shinhan said, pulling out a sniper energy gun and aiming at the red-haired beast. Just as he was about to fire, he noticed a shift in its movement. It seems aware and is starting to move. The other beasts are in disarray, with multiple red-haired ones mingling together. This red-haired one is indeed clever. Marveling at its intelligence, Shinhan fired at the swiftly moving red-haired beast through the scope, then turned the barrel towards the bear-like creature. At that moment, the beast tide surged abruptly. Damn, that red-haired one is only injured, not dead. It's furious now, Inan said just as a deafening roar echoed, and the dense beast herd charged at them. Their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated up the slope. The dozen beasts accelerated, their massive bodies surprisingly nimble as they lunged at the two. Shinhan shot while running, while Inan dropped several elemental grenades, blasting the pursuing beasts away. However, the massive tide was rapidly closing in, just 100 meters away. Shinhan veered to the left, shouting to Inan, "Split up and run." Several beasts in the horde rapidly closed the distance between themselves and the two individuals. As Shinhan ran, he occasionally glanced back, firing precise shots from his energy gun and tossing elemental grenades into the densest parts of the beast swarm. Despite being split into two groups, the sheer number of beasts remained overwhelming. Shinhan's face was grave as he suddenly let out a melodic chant, causing the charging beasts to falter momentarily. Several elemental grenades arced beautifully through the air, landing accurately within the crowded beast horde. Explosions echoed across the wasteland, reducing the beast numbers significantly. The energy gun continued to roar, and the beasts at the forefront fell one after another. Yet, the horde pressed on relentlessly. Just then, Shinhan realized his energy gun had run out of ammunition. His expression changed slightly as he shouted, hurling the empty gun far away. He then drew a dagger from his thigh and plunged it into the oncoming beasts without hesitation. Amidst the dense swarm, Shinhan's figure flickered in and out of view. He slew the beasts efficiently, conserving his strength, and when unable to evade, he engaged them directly, even trading wounds. Soon, his body was covered in blood, indistinguishable between his own and the beast's. Energy surged within him, and his muscles bulged with power. However, as time passed, the relentless assault of the beasts drained his energy continuously. A towering beast left 5 deep gashes on Shinhan's chest, exposing bone. Another beast's massive paw struck him, sending his body flying. He fell but quickly leapt back up, agile as an indefatigable leopard. The baptism of blood and the crucible of battle made Shinhan fight with increasing ferocity, his movements becoming more unpredictable. Exhausted but with eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty thrill, his world narrowed to the endless beasts before him. Instinctively dodging attacks, he swung his arms mechanically. The dagger either struck the beast's vital points or shattered the energy stones within them. Beast after beast fell under his assault, but more surged forward, seemingly endless. As time wore on, Shinhan felt his energy depleting rapidly. His arms were numb, beyond pain or fatigue. Covered in wounds, with a gaping hole through his abdomen, he felt the tide of exhaustion, but his will urged him onward. The battle was not over, he could not fall. Knocked to the ground again, Shinhan noticed his chant had lost its effect. The swarm of beasts lunged at him. One tore a chunk of flesh from his calf, exposing the bone. Another aimed for his throat, and others piled on, engulfing him. At that critical moment, a long howl echoed from afar across the wasteland. All the beasts trembled, bowing low with whimpering submission. Shinhan seized the moment, dragging his battered body away from the horde. After the howl, most of the beasts grew restless, their eyes reflecting inner conflict. Some bared their teeth at Shinhan, as if ready to pounce again. Just then, the authoritative howl sounded once more, filled with undeniable command. The beasts hesitated no longer, fleeing rapidly in another direction. Even the red-furred leader's beasts struggled to comply. When the third howl rang out, all the beasts, including the leader, sprinted toward the sound's origin. Within a minute, Shinhan was left alone amidst a sea of corpses, numbering in the hundreds. He sat down in disbelief, panting heavily, then chuckled softly, murmuring, "Luck is also a kind of strength." After a brief rest, Shinhan began extracting energy stones from the intact beast corpses. These stones were slightly tainted, appearing a pale gray. Carefully, he cut away the gray parts and absorbed the untainted energy into his body. Repeating this process for some time, he finally felt his strength returning. Some of his grievous wounds stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. About 15 minutes later, Inan appeared before Shinhan, equally battered and blood-stained. With his left arm missing, Inan's face lit up with a mix of surprise and delight upon seeing Shinhan. He smiled faintly, saying, "I'm glad we can still see each other." "Indeed, we should be glad," Shinhan replied with a bitter smile. "It's strange, your skills are impressive, yet I don't sense the aura of a superhuman from you," Inan remarked, frowning slightly as he surveyed the hundreds of beast carcasses strewn across the ground. His gaze swept over Shinhan, as if searching for any clues. Shinhan pondered for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. "Perhaps it's because I survived," he replied, his tone light, though his hands never stopped moving. He quickly absorbed the energy from the stone in his hand, and once it was depleted, he picked up another to continue. Inan mused aloud then again, "Maybe it's not so strange. Back when I could sense others' emotions, I didn't have the aura of a superhuman either. Maybe we've mutated." Shinhan carefully felt the changes within him. He realized that the energy stored in every muscle, meridian, and even cell had doubled since before the battle. This delighted him, as more energy meant he could last longer in a fight and absorb even more power. Inan's gaze fell on the numerous empty energy stones scattered on the ground, and he said with a serious expression, "No, this isn't mutation. It's transformation. Right back at you." Shinhan laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the wilderness. The two began collecting their spoils, filling containers with the corpses of the corrupted beasts and salvaging parts that might be useful for future tasks. Thanks to the potions, their wounds, except for Inan's arm, began to slowly heal. Shinhan looked at Inan and asked, "Aren't you going to use your merits to get a prosthetic at the hospital? Or have your limb repaired?" Inan shook his head. "No, I plan to be a one-armed hero." Seeing Shinhan's puzzled expression, he explained, "These merits are for Menglu. Besides, not everyone likes those cold prosthetics, even if they're useful. And as for limb repair, it's too expensive. I'll wait until I have more merits to spare." Shinhan nodded, somewhat understanding, and marveled at the power of love. His gaze shifted to the distance, frowning slightly. "There's a stronger leader in that direction. Although it called away all the corrupted beasts and saved our lives, I don't like it. I suspect it can summon twice as many red-haired beasts or more." Inan replied solemnly, "I still vividly remember the battle cries filled with fighting spirit, sending shivers down my spine. Many tribes and even bases might fall to them. But we're too weak to stop it." Shinhan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a hint of red. After a while, he slowly released his grip, murmuring softly, "Yes, we're still too weak." The sunset cast its glow on the two, the sky painted with blood-like hues. They silently packed their belongings and headed out of the wilderness. Along the way, they encountered three bodies with shattered chests, their faces frozen in disbelief and shock. Inan recognized them as the three who had demanded energy meet from him earlier, one of whom still held a gun-drawing stance even in death. Recalling the scene of the black-clad girl blasting the beasts with her weapon, Shingan asked quietly, "Was it her?" Inan shrugged. "There's a high chance it was that girl. She's not as simple as she seems. I even suspect all her outward reactions are an act, though I have no proof." Shingan frowned. "I never sensed any killing intent from her. Precisely because there's no killing intent, it makes her more complex," Inan continued. "At a certain moment, I keenly sensed a deep hostility towards us buried in her emotions, which was quite puzzling. Regardless, we should be cautious." They arrived at Frostwolf's Roar, submitted their containers, and traded parts of the dark creatures and energy stones they had collected for a good amount of merits and federal currency. Shingan promptly purchased energy bullets, medical supplies, grenades, and other resources. Meanwhile, in the first war zone, a city named Dark Knight City had risen in the Black Forest. At its center stood a magnificent five-story palace, with the fiery words Dark Demon Palace emblazoned at the top. Each floor's corridors were patrolled by powerful extra beasts or burly humans. Radiating from the Dark Demon Palace were numerous dwellings of similar style. The city gates bore the words Dark Knight City, glowing ominously in the darkness. In this sprawling metropolis and throughout the entire Black Forest, a myriad of X-star beasts, humans, ranked exotic beasts, and even some harmless animals can be found everywhere. Within the Dark Magic Palace, the intelligence of these creatures is directly reflected in their weapons and attire. The more intelligent the being, the more powerful their weapons and the more splendid their clothing. At this moment, an elderly man with graying hair sat at a large oak table, a deep frown etched on his face. His eyes scanned back and forth over the personnel data statistics placed on the table, and his expression was grim and foreboding. Raising his head, he fixed a sharp gaze on the man across from him. "Lord Suyuan," the old man spoke, his voice laced with clear displeasure. "Your Sui clan is renowned for its formidable soul power. Even during the initial weakness upon finding a vessel, most of your kind can maintain their wisdom. As a dark disciple, the chances of you encountering issues are even lower. So, tell me, why were you absent from the battle of emergence?" Without waiting for Su Yuan to respond, the old man pressed on. "Even if you happen to encounter trouble, can you explain why so many of your clan's dark warriors and dark knights, these newly arrived core forces, are missing? Don't tell me they were all killed by humans or exotic beasts. Or perhaps they are all hidden as spies among other races for the sake of the Dark Clan's development." The old man's gaze then shifted to the wolf-like beast on the other side of the room, his tone still severe. "And you, of the Mi clan, at the last meeting, you mentioned your clan's difficulty in maintaining rationality during the weak phase. I can understand that, but so much time has passed. Can you tell me why not a single high-ranking dark disciple from the Mi clan has emerged?" The wolf-like beast, referred to as Moss, lowered its head, a hint of apology in its voice. "Lord Moss, as you said, my clan indeed had the greatest advantage upon arrival, but anything is possible, and accidents happen. I regret that we couldn't appear in the battle of emergence, but you must understand that waking up among unfamiliar clans, the best course is to stay quiet and gather intelligence." Another dark disciple interjected. "Dark disciple lord, there are powerful beings among the exotic beasts as well. Perhaps the strong dark disciples of my clan are currently confronting those powerful beings." The old man took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the varied individuals and beasts in the room, listening to their defenses, excuses, and some defiant voices. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Currently, X-Star is completely sealed off by a special force field. I suspect this is a human conspiracy to prevent our Dark Clan from entering X-Star again. However, they likely don't realize that we still have some special passageways on X-Star. Although these passages are unstable and time-limited, as long as we initiate the dusk summoning to temporarily stabilize the world passage, once some of our clan's strong members arrive, they will undoubtedly find a solution." Pointing to the documents on the table, the old man continued with an icy tone. "You can deceive me, but this is not just personnel data. It is also merit data. It will affect the future resource allocation among the three clans on X-Star. I expect you to show enough sincerity at the dusk summoning. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to present the data to the Dark Emperors of each clan after the dusk summoning and let you explain yourselves." The crowd realized that tearing things apart at this moment would not benefit them. Thus, whether it was about finding the most suitable vessel or the massive resources and materials required for the dusk summoning, they all took on the responsibility. After the meeting concluded, members of the three major clans left the room one after another. They began gathering their teams, distributing black circular detection discs. Each disc bore a unique mark in the center, slightly different from the others. After some secret instructions, the teams accepted the discs with evident respect and caution. Soon, groups of Dark Clan members emerged from all corners of the forest, targeting various human settlements, bases, cities, and exotic beast territories in forests, mountains, and wilderness. When roaming near human territories, the detection discs would emit a holographic screen, displaying a compatibility percentage. Once the percentage reached a certain level, they would stop outside the territory, identify the precise source of the compatible vessel, and record genetic traits or even images in the detection disc. This signaled the onset of the dusk summoning, heralding the start of a bloody confrontation. In the wilderness, forests, and remote lands, all intelligent Dark Clan members became irreplaceable leaders. They summoned vast numbers of darkened exotic beasts, with massive beast hordes rising across Xstar. The scent of blood and darkness invigorated them, serving as a signal for their full-scale war. Almost any location with a high compatibility vessel detected by the discs faced fierce assaults from darkened exotic beasts. In this all-out war, the name of the Dark Clan would be thoroughly known, becoming the definitive adversary of humans and other forces. As night enveloped the land, the Dark Clan ravaged human territories, with tribe after tribe falling to the onslaught of beast hordes, and camps successively overrun. Even the stronghold of Flame Camp was not spared, becoming embroiled in a bitter battle. At this moment, Shingan arrived at a cave, carrying a suitcase. He carefully placed an energy stone into an energy device, activating a force field that enveloped the cave entrance, providing him with a temporary sanctuary. He sat down against the rock and pulled an energy stone from his pocket. Shingan closed his eyes, focusing intently on the flow of energy. Absorb, fill, absorb again. He repeated the process, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the energy stone. As his practice deepened, Shingan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was gaining better control over two types of powers. In the past, his ability was released passively and slowly, but now he seemed to have found a way to actively charge it. Logically, if I can charge it, I should be able to use it for attacks too, right? Maybe the properties are just different, he murmured to himself, frowning slightly. Recalling the sensation of withstanding Li Hui's attack, Shingan shuddered. The excruciating pain, as if he would explode at any moment, was still vivid in his memory. Yet he knew that if Li Hui hadn't launched the attack, the consequences might have been even worse. Taking a deep breath, Shingan focused his mind, a faint glow of energy flickering at his fingertips. His eyes filled with anticipation as he concentrated his mental energy. Suddenly, with a loud shout, he pointed his finger sharply at the force field at the cave's entrance. In an instant, a surge of violent energy erupted from within him, rushing toward the force field like a flood breaking through a dam. In the blink of an eye, the force field shattered completely, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. However, just as Shingan was about to stop, his expression changed abruptly. To his horror, he realized he couldn't halt the flow of energy. The violent energy continued to pour out uncontrollably, spilling wildly in all directions. As his internal energy drained away, Shingan's complexion grew increasingly pale. When the last ounce of strength was exhausted, he finally collapsed heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Outside the cave, a sturdy old tree suddenly developed several cracks. With a few crisp crack sounds, the 100-year-old tree snapped in half and crashed to the ground. At dawn, Shingan awoke from his stupor. Feeling the weakness in his body, he muttered bitterly, "Power that can't be controlled, how can it be called real power?" Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he opened his suitcase and took out several energy stones. After quickly absorbing them, the emptiness within him was somewhat alleviated. Packing his things, Shingan activated his light brain to search for new tasks. Just then, dozens of unread messages popped up. Raising an eyebrow, Shingan saw they were all from Pongzi. Though the messages were brief, they made his face turn pale. He immediately posted a high-reward bounty on his light brain, then grabbed his suitcase and sprinted toward the direction of the Frost Wolf's roar. Throughout the journey, Shingan fought against his body's discomfort, urging himself to go faster. Even with weak limbs and dizziness, he gritted his teeth and persevered. When he couldn't bear it any longer, he'd stop to vomit violently, then continue his mad dash. Gradually, his body seemed to adapt to the intense running. Shingan felt himself becoming lighter, as if merging with the howling wind. Upon reaching the Frost Wolf's roar, Shingan wasted no time purchasing a high-speed motorcycle and sped off toward the blazing camp. Along the way, he quickly browsed his light brain, muttering softly, "Only one person accepted my task, and now there are especially many tasks to protect settlements or bases. It seems this beast tide is more dangerous than the last. Most human territories have been attacked, and the situation is growing increasingly dire." Throughout the journey, Shingan witnessed countless tribes and bases ravaged by the Dark Clan. Smoke filled the air, and the sound of gunfire was relentless. Though he wanted to stop and help, he knew he had to keep moving forward. Each tragic scene etched itself deeply into his mind, quietly sowing the seeds of hatred in his heart. Finally, Shingan arrived at the blazing camp. The sight before him was heart-wrenching. The beast tide had receded, leaving only a field of corpses. Those once familiar faces now lay before him in this tragic state. Memories of his time at the blazing camp flashed through Shinghan's mind, bringing tears to his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and his body trembled slightly. Among the many bodies, a bloodied, ragged man sat numbly on the ground, staring blankly at the earth. Shinghan approached him from behind, and only then did the man slowly turn his head. His eyes vacant. It was Pongzi, who had sent him dozens of messages. With great effort, Pongzi raised his hand and handed Shinghan a piece of arrow feather. His voice hoarse. "Brother Yang told me to give this to you." Shinghan took the arrow feather, gently patting Pongzi's shoulder. His voice a bit hoarse. "Gather the camp and see if there are any surviving comrades. Even if they're all gone, we can't let their bodies lie with these filthy dark creatures." Silently, the two of them arranged the bodies of their fallen comrades together. In the center of the camp, Shinghan found Chuyang. At this point, only the upper half of Chuyang remained, his lower body missing. Even in death, Chuyang's eyes were wide open, as if still hoping for something. Kneeling beside Chuyang, Shinghan murmured, "I'm sorry I came too late." As Shinghan beheld the lifeless body of Chuyang, tears welled up in his eyes before finally streaming down his cheeks. With trembling hands, he gently closed Chuyang's eyes, his throat choked with emotion, rendering him speechless. Despite the overwhelming sorrow, Shinghan carefully moved Chuyang's body aside and continued searching for the remains of other tribe members. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Shinghan turned towards the sound to see Pongzi kneeling beside Chuyang's mutilated form, weeping uncontrollably. Shinghan did not interrupt, instead silently continuing to gather the bodies of the other victims. Once all the bodies were neatly arranged, Shinghan realized with a jolt that Chucha was missing. His mind raced as he considered all the possibilities. At that moment, Pangzi's sobs turned to murmurs. "Shinghan, did you know? It should have been me lying there too. Brother Yang. He gave me the chance to live, lied to me saying you had arrived and told me to go meet you. Only when your communicator didn't respond did I realize I'd been deceived. By the time I got back, it was too late." Pongzi choked up. Brother Yang never lied. He shouldn't have died. In every battle, he always charged ahead, giving us the chance to survive. Hearing this, Shinghan felt a mix of bitterness and admiration. He knew that when Chuyang had handed the arrow to Pongzi, he had already resolved to fight to the end with his comrades. Shinghan suddenly spoke. "Chuxia's body isn't here. She must still be alive. Chuxia would never leave on her own. Brother Yang must have hidden her," Pongzi said, standing up abruptly, wiping away his tears, and heading quickly towards the cave entrance. Shinghan noticed the tightly shut door of the cave, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Pongzi anxiously said, "Only Brother Yang had access to this cave. Let's just blow it open." He pulled out 2 element grenades. "Don't. Let me open the door. We can't risk hurting anyone inside." Shinghan quickly intervened, focusing his mental energy and striking the door forcefully. The door collapsed with a crash. The loud noise startled a small boy huddled in the corner of the cave. He looked up, eyes wide with fear. The boy was about 8 years old, his face streaked with dried tears. "Xiaoxian," Pongzi exclaimed, hurrying over. Recognizing a familiar face, the boy's fear lessened slightly as he threw himself into Pangzi's arms, crying out, "Brother Ming. They're all dead?" Pongzi, with reddened eyes, gently patted Xiaoxian's back, soothing him. "Don't cry, Xiaoxian. You're a big boy now. Can you tell Brother Ming where Sister Chuxia went?" Through sobs, Xiaoxian replied, "Last night, a very powerful person came and said they were taking Sister Chuxia to the base to be the vessel for the Dark General. He said it was the highest honor. He promised to spare everyone. But after taking Sister Chuxia, he ordered the beasts to kill everyone." "The base?" Pongzi looked at Shinghan in confusion. After a moment of thought, Shinghan replied solemnly, "The Dark Forest is likely where the Dark Tribe's base is, but it's as dangerous as the Inner Forest. You stay at Flame Camp to handle the aftermath. I'll go to the Dark Forest to rescue Chuxia." Pongzi insisted on going with him, but Shinghan gently refused. "Though you're a level 3 ability user, you're non-combat. I can match your speed, and traveling alone makes me less of a target. Besides, Xiaoxian needs looking after. If I can't bring Chuxia back, you have to raise him and help rebuild Flame Camp." Pongzi hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Shinghan then asked, "Is there a power cell for the bike at the camp? The journey to Zone 1 is long, and I need to move at full speed." "There is. Follow me," Pongzi said, leading the way. Moments later, the roar of the bike engine filled the air, and amidst the swirling dust, Shinghan became a speck disappearing into the distance. With the wind howling in his ears, Shinghan sped forward, his face a mask of urgency. He raced down one road after another, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. After a long ride, Shinghan arrived at the first zone, where the sight of the endless dark forest filled him with a strong sense of impending danger. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the forest without hesitation. Shinhan moved through the dense forest, skillfully avoiding patrols, and eventually reached the outskirts of Dark City. Shinhan crouched on a nearby hillside, his gaze like a hawk's as he observed the city of night. Days of reconnaissance had only deepened the weight on his heart. He had seen many people being taken into the central palace, a place likely where Chucha was imprisoned. Through careful observation, he discovered that the guards at the city gates only changed shifts at dusk each day, providing a narrow window of opportunity for him to sneak in. Even so, the chances of remaining undetected once inside were slim to none. Inside the dark palace, a vast hall was lined with nearly 1,000 stone platforms, each intricately carved with elaborate patterns on the sides. Various bodies lay upon these platforms, some human, some beasts with no common traits. Though their eyes were closed, their chests rose and fell slightly, and a faint glow flickered on their bodies, indicating they were still alive. Similar scenes unfolded in 2 adjacent rooms, though with fewer numbers. Amos stood at the forefront of the multitude of bodies, his graying hair trembling slightly, his face flushed with excitement. He loudly proclaimed, "Honored leaders of the Dark Tribe, the King of the Night is about to descend. Now is the time for our offering." His voice echoed throughout the city of night. Immediately, lights flickered across the city, and energy shields popped up, layering fields of force over the entire city. Special runes emerged on the ground as all Dark Tribe members, regardless of strength, knelt down. Strange words poured from their mouths, their collective will and power channeling through the runes to the Dark Palace. In the 3 halls of the Dark Palace, energy matrices on dozens of pillars activated simultaneously, beams of light shooting toward the central energy matrix. Amos took out a sphere from his pocket, gazed at it with reverence and awe for a moment, then infused it with his power. The sphere shot toward the central energy matrix. Instantly, a vast power erupted from the sphere, and tens of thousands of Dark Tribe members prostrated on the ground, their eyes burning with a fervent madness. Power and strange words continuously flowed into the energy matrix, enhancing its might. As dusk fell and darkness descended, a pitch-black passage appeared above the Dark Palace. Amos continued to release energy, his hair turning even whiter, yet his face bore a relieved smile, filled with immense pride and triumph. The passage voraciously absorbed energy until it stabilized. Emerging from the passage, a dark spirit looked down at the bodies below, a smile on its face and a look of approval directed at Amos. Amos knew the outcome was sealed. He would become a founding hero of the Dark Tribe, earning the leader's favor. His pallid face was flushed with excitement. Dark spirits, adorned in lavish attire with special emblems on their shoulders, flew toward the hall to find the most suitable vessels, while others scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Shinhan seized the opportunity during the dusk ceremony to unexpectedly slip into the city of night with ease. He swiftly made his way to the Dark Palace, observing along the way that all the Dark Tribe members were kneeling on the black runes of the ground, including the guards. Each had a look of obsession on their faces. Even as blood oozed from their 7 orifices, they continued to channel power into the runes, oblivious to Shinhan's passage. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, Shinhan felt an even greater heaviness in his heart. Soon, Shinhan arrived outside the 3 halls of the Dark Palace. Through a window, he saw some of the bodies inside beginning to move, even standing up from the platforms, as Dark Tribe members in the shadows respectfully approached them. Witnessing this, Shinhan finally understood the true meaning of vessel containers. His eyes turned crimson as he frantically searched for Chucha, eventually spotting her lying quietly beneath the energy matrix in the center of the hall. From his observations, Shinhan roughly deduced that the closer one was to the energy matrix, the more esteemed their status within the Dark Tribe. If he hoped to rescue Chucha, escaping the palace itself would be a daunting task. Those who had just awakened were already exuding powerful auras, standing still while absorbing the energy radiating from the matrix. Shinhan clenched his fists, acutely aware of his own weakness, yet unable to stand by as others took over Chucha's body. At that moment, a man in the hall suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Shinhan with an expression full of interest and danger. Shinhan met the man's eyes for a brief moment before his figure blurred, gathering energy in his hands. A massive force blasted toward the door, and Shinhan's figure swiftly darted into the hall. Amos's expression changed rapidly. In the hall, those absorbing energy must continuously draw power to fully overcome their weakened state and synchronize with their new bodies. As Shinhan entered the hall, none of the station members of the Dark Clan stopped him, which gave him a slight sense of relief. Moving with lightning speed, he swiftly darted inside, aiming his energy gun at Amos and opening fire intensely. Shinhan speculated that if he could kill Amos and sever the energy supply to the central orb, the teleportation channel might disappear. Suddenly, a fearsome beast appeared out of nowhere in front of Amos, blocking Shinhan's attack and launching a counterattack. Shinhan, agile and quick, leapt rapidly between the stone platforms, diverting everyone's attention. In a flash, he grabbed Chucha and sped outside. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, especially Amos. With a roar, he injected part of his power into the orb and immediately pursued them. At that moment, a man suddenly spoke up to stop him. Princess Eileen has successfully possessed her body. There's no need to chase them. Let them go. Amos paused at these words. Eileen, the purest heir of dark power in the AI family, was recognized as a genius by the Dark Clan. The enormous cost of the Dusk summoning, only for their princess to miss the energy supply, left Amos deeply unsatisfied. The man, with a calm yet authoritative tone, reminded him, Princess Eileen is powerful. Even during her weakened state, there won't be much of a problem. Besides, she's known for her unique personality. Can you guarantee she won't hold a grudge if you chase after them now? Amos pondered for a moment, signaled to the beast, and then returned to his position, continuing to channel power into the orb to maintain its operation. When Shingan reached the city gate, he found that the overlapping force fields had already opened. Although puzzled, he dared not delay and quickly dashed out of Dark Knight City, carefully avoiding patrols in the forest, eventually making his way out successfully. Outside the forest, a large contingent of heavily armed Federation troops stood ready. The mech units, large energy cannons, and circling aircraft formed an impenetrable defense line. As Shinhan emerged, all eyes were warily fixed on him, with countless weapons poised to fire. At that moment, a woman in a white robe checked her instrument and then gestured. Hold on, the dark protein in their bodies hasn't been activated. They're still human. This statement was like a reassurance, allowing everyone to slightly lower their guard. Shinhan recognized these as forces from the Federation's first war zone. He quickly stepped forward, providing a detailed report on the situation in Dark Knight City, including the Dark Clan's weakened state, the ritual in the Dark Demon Palace, the location of captured humans, and the critical role of the energy matrix. He particularly noted that those still lying on the stone platforms in the hall were likely unpossessed humans, while those who had risen were undoubtedly Dark Clan members who could be directly killed. After relaying all this, Shinghan's body, tense for many days, finally relaxed a little. Feeling the weakness within, he picked up the unconscious Chucha, ready to leave. Wait a moment, a mature woman's voice called out from the crowd. Shinhan turned to see a dignified lady approaching. She introduced herself as the head of the first war zone and expressed gratitude for Shinghan's intelligence. She recognized that Shinhan was no ordinary ability user, likely a superpowered one, given his ability to safely navigate out of the Black Forest, proving his extraordinary capabilities. The general handed Shinhan a pass for the first war zone, allowing him to choose any base or city within the area. She emphasized that only through continuous learning and unlocking potential could he master his powers and gain the strength to protect those he loved. As she spoke, her gaze meaningfully swept over Chucha and Shinghan's arms. This elegant woman, nearing 40, was well preserved, with time seemingly leaving no mark on her. Her curvaceous figure drew envious glances from many men, yet the medals on her shoulder were enough to command respect. Thank you, General, Shingan replied without hesitation, carefully setting Chucha down to accept the card, and saluted her in a standard military manner. He could feel the envious, jealous, and even hostile stares focused on the card in his hand from those around him. The mature woman was momentarily surprised, but then smiled gently without further comment, merely waving her hand to signal the attack. Instantly, the massive army began to advance slowly, moving toward the dark depths of the forest. Shinhan rode his newly acquired double motorcycle, the engine roaring as he headed towards the Blaze camp in District 7. Upon arrival, he immediately reported in detail to Pongzi and Chuxian about his journey through the Black Forest and the offer from the leader of District 1 to choose a base. The leader of the first battle zone? Pongzi muttered, suddenly exclaiming, Shinhan, do you know who she is? Jinxian the warrior. She's the dream goddess of countless men. He eagerly snatched the card, a silly grin on his face. Let me feel the goddess's warmth. Shinhan was momentarily taken aback, trying to recall the woman's appearance, but his memory was hazy. A warrior, huh? He murmured softly, a determined glint in his eyes. One day, I will become a warrior too. She's right. Only by gaining greater power can I protect those I wish to protect. Pongzi, slightly lacking confidence, said, Keep it up, I believe in you. Shinghan's expression darkened. Could your encouragement be any more sincere? Pongzi explained, I can't help it. You have such big dreams. Do you know there are only 12 warriors on X-Star? They each oversee one of the 12 battle zones. While there might be a few hidden experts, becoming a warrior is no easy feat. Shinhan replied resolutely, it's not just big dreams. It's about determination. The bigger the determination, the greater the achievements. And I happen to have enough determination and the perseverance to match. 3 days later, Shinhan returned from the forest with a large haul of energy stones and a small exotic beast. He inquired about Chucha's condition and learned she was still in a daze, so he decided to see her himself. Entering Chucha's room, he found her sitting on the bed like a puppet. He approached, looking directly into her eyes, his tone firm yet gentle. Chucha, I know you can hear me. What's done is done, and we need to live stronger to honor Chuyang and everyone's efforts. If it hurts, cry it out, and when you're done, come back to us. I believe you can do it, and Chuyang wouldn't want to see you like this. His words carried a soothing melody, resonating in the room. After a while, Chucha finally began to cry, her sobs growing louder. Shingan turned away to give her privacy, yet felt her arms wrap around his waist. Chucha, through her tears, expressed her inner pain and guilt. Shingan listened silently, gently patting her hand in comfort. He softly said, "We are all your family and will protect you just like Chuyang did. On his Memorial Day, bring a bottle of wine, drink with him, and tell him you'll live well for both of you. Chucha, don't run away anymore. Trust me, you can do it." Exhausted from crying, Chucha drifted into sleep. Shinhan laid her back on the bed and was about to leave when she quietly asked, "Brother Shinhan, you won't leave me like Brother Chuyang did, right?" Shinhan firmly replied, "As long as I'm alive, you'll always have a safe haven here." After leaving the room, Shinhan headed to the kitchen, where he saw Chu Xian handling the exotic beast, while Pongzi leaned against the wall, staring dreamily at the screen. Shinhan gave Pongzi a tap, scolding, "You're letting Xiao Xian handle it alone?" Pongzi explained, "Don't underestimate him. This is a piece of cake for him." "Oh, come and see, my goddess. She's the one who cracked the secrets of the Dark Clan and developed the device to detect active dark proteins. Now she's working on the weapon that will deal the most damage to the Dark Clan." It is said that when the human race attacked the Dark Race's base this time, they used a trial energy bomb given by the mysterious goddess, resulting in the Dark Race suffering losses of more than half. The outcome shocked the entire Planet X, and the morale of the human race soared. Even though they couldn't capture the base, the severe blow made it difficult for the Dark Race to act arrogantly in the short term. The enigmatic goddess has now become the dream girl in the hearts of countless men on Planet X. Despite her cold and aloof demeanor, it is precisely this quality that drives people wild. Titles like Black Poppy and Poppy Girl have become widely known among the people. To the human race, she is an irresistible allure. To the Dark Race, she is a deadly poison to be avoided. Shinhan curiously glanced at the screen of his light brain, where a stunning girl in a white robe was coldly explaining her research on dark spirits. The background on the screen featured a vivid poppy flower. Although the video was half an hour long, it amassed over 20 million views and shares within just 10 minutes. A look of amazement flashed in Shinhan's eyes, which quickly turned into genuine admiration and respect. He was about to ask the busy Chu Xian about the energy bomb when a loud shout from Fatty interrupted his thoughts. "What? Have you found another dream goddess?" Shinhan teased with a raised eyebrow. Fatty retorted defiantly, "I'm gathering intelligence." "All right, so tell me, what major intel have you discovered?" Shinhan asked leisurely, his eyes full of skepticism. Fatty explained seriously, "The highest authority of the Federation has announced on the Light Brain that from now on, anyone who kills a Dark Race member and brings their body or parts to Frostwolf Howl for verification can earn merits. The higher the rank of the Dark Race member, the more merits you earn. This is a scarce resource that can elevate a citizen's rank, more valuable than energy stones and Federation coins. Now, even if we can't find missions, we won't starve." Shinhan was a bit surprised and quickly opened his light brain to check. After confirming the information, he smiled and said, "In that case, we can't let those dark creatures slip away. This intel is indeed valuable." The dusk summoning initiated by the Dark Race caused significant losses to the human race. Although the Federation sent reinforcements later, they were far from enough to fill the gaps. Bases across the regions began large-scale recruitment, prioritizing those with awakened abilities. Shinhan's brave act of infiltrating the Dark Palace alone and rescuing someone without a scratch quickly spread across all battle zones. As a result, the Blazing Camp gained attention, with various factions attempting to recruit them in recent days. One day, an assistant from the Liang base, led by Mu Juanhao, visited the Blazing Camp. He expressed regret for the loss of the Blazing Camp, explaining that at the time, Liang base was also under a massive beast tide attack and couldn't provide reinforcements. He conveyed the lieutenant colonel's invitation. Since only 4 members remained in the Blazing Camp, they should consider joining Liang base for training while retaining their name and operational rights. However, they would need to cover the tuition and federal fees themselves. "We need 2 days to consider," Shinhan pondered. The assistant politely left a card before taking his leave. "This is already the 8th base trying to recruit us," Fatty said, flipping through a stack of business cards in his hand. "We even have a card from General Jin Xian, and even the Little Poppy's battle zone has bases looking to recruit. It's really hard to choose, hard to refuse." The Scorching Sun base, Chu Xia's voice suddenly rang out, firm and clear. She swiftly snatched the card from the chubby guy's hand. and with a slight movement of her fingers, energy flowed. In an instant, all the cards except for the Scorching Sun base card were reduced to fragments, scattering into the trash can. Having no choice is the best choice. Now you don't have to agonize over it, Fatty, Shingan quipped after a brief pause of surprise. Fatty clutched his chest dramatically, feigning heartbreak. Ah, Chucha, you're getting more ruthless by the day. Before the registration for the base training camp ended, Shingan and his group ventured out once more, slaying a large number of the Dark Tribe. They not only earned considerable merits, but also collected several black crystals. These crystals were sold at Frostwolf's Roar, earning them a substantial amount of federal currency. Combined with their previous savings, Shingan's assets were now quite significant. Outside the Scorching Sun base, under the blazing sun, a crowd was bustling. People of all kinds formed a long line, some clad in nanosuits, others in tattered clothes, but each clutching a Scorching Sun base card. This was the registration area. Once registered, their identity information would be uploaded into the base system, eliminating the need for a pass in the future. The registration fee included tuition, meals, and accommodation, requiring both federal currency and a certain amount of merit. If the federal currency was insufficient, energy stones could be used as substitutes, but only high-grade crystals could be exchanged for merit. After Shingan completed the registration for the four of them, a stream of deduction notifications flashed on his optical brain. With his remaining assets nearly depleted, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Except for Chu Xian and himself, the other two were already ability users, meaning they would lose federal subsidies. To make a living, they would have to take on tasks and find opportunities to earn money during their studies. While Shingan was lost in thought, Chu Xia suddenly spoke up. Brother Shingan, Brother Yang left me plenty of money, so you don't have to worry for now. Shingan opened his mouth, feeling conflicted. After a pause, he said, that's what Brother Yang left for you. You should keep it. There are many places in the training camp where you'll need money. Leading Chu Xia and the other two towards the testing center, Shingan found their path blocked by a group of people. At the front was a man in an extravagant nanosuit, flanked by three youths whose eyes were filled with hostility. Shingan frowned slightly and asked, is there something you need? The man's sharp gaze swept over Shingan. So, you're the one who came out of the Black Forest and caught the eye of Battle General Jin Xian? Before Shingan could respond, disdain and jealousy flickered in the man's eyes. He sneered. A level 3 ability user. A level 2 ability user, that's barely passable. But you don't even have an ability aura. Are you just an awakener? With your strength, did you really come out of the Dark Forest? Maybe you didn't even reach the gates of Dark Knight City, just wandered around the Black Forest and happened upon Battle General Jin Xian? Shingan's eyes glinted coldly, and he chuckled lightly. Have you been to the Black Forest? The man was taken aback and frowned. No, but... Shingan interrupted coldly. If you haven't been, you should try going there yourself. If you make it out alive, maybe you'll meet Battle General Jin Xian too, and she might favor you. Laughter erupted around them, and the man's bravado deflated instantly. Some onlookers quietly stepped back, the laughter fading but whispers still echoing in the man's ears. His face turned grim, and he suddenly sneered, fine. Let me see what someone who's walked out of the Black Forest can do. With that, he waved his right hand, and two iron shards shot from the corner, charged with powerful star energy, aiming directly at Shingan and his group. If hit, they would be seriously injured. In a split second, Fatty and Shingan each grabbed Chu Xia and Chu Xian, swiftly moving behind the man and his followers. Fatty kicked the man to the ground. By then, the iron shards were already deeply embedded in the wall of the Scorching Sun base. The finely dressed man climbed to his feet, his face dark with anger, a malicious glint in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man approached. Fighting is prohibited within the base. If you have grievances, settle them in the arena or ring. Since this is your first offense, everyone involved will be fined 100 federal currency. Next time, there will be no leniency. The middle-aged man cast a sharp glance over the group and spoke in a deep voice, Captain, I have something to say. Shingan immediately stepped forward and saluted the middle-aged man. Speak. It was he who initiated the conflict and launched the attack. We were merely defending ourselves, Shingan said calmly, his gaze steady. If the strength was equal, we would accept punishment. But that's not the case. He is stronger than us, yet he lost in the duel. According to the base regulations, he broke the rules. Therefore, I object to the punishment against him. I trust the fairness and justice of Liang base. The captain scrutinized the clothing and demeanor of both groups, then gave Shingan a long look. After a moment of silence, he said to the man, being stronger yet provoking and losing, indeed deserves severe punishment. A fine of 500 Federation coins each, to be transferred on the spot to the victors. Yes, Captain. The man's expression was uncertain, but he could only silently transfer the fine to Shingan. Before leaving, he whispered a threat into Shingan's ear, don't get cocky. I won't forget you. This isn't over. Just you wait. With a fierce glare, he led the three young men away, their curses still audible in the distance. As the crowd dispersed, a young man approached and patted Shinhan on the shoulder. You've got guts, kid. Do you even know who he is? No, I don't, Shinhan replied nonchalantly. The young man was surprised. You dared to offend him without knowing? Raising an eyebrow, Shinhan retorted. I already offended him. Does it matter if I offend him a bit more? The young man muttered. I can't tell if you're fearless or have some backing. Without waiting for an answer, he continued. Let's be friends. I'm Feng Sanyu. I'm not that strong, but I have a fair chance against him. If you can't handle him, you can come to me. Shinhan was slightly surprised, but, not intending to fight alone in the base, nodded in agreement and introduced with a smile. I'm Shinhan, and these are Chucha, Chuming, and Chuxian. After exchanging contact details, they followed Feng Sanyu to the area for testing abilities. Upon reaching the square, Feng Sanyu suddenly paused, quickly checking his device and said, I have something to attend to, so I won't be joining you. By the way, that guy's name is Ji Xinlei. You might want to learn more about him. Okay, thank you. The tests were conducted in the order of registration, and there was some time before Xinghan's turn. While waiting in the crowded square, they watched as others completed their tests. Before long, Chu Xia and the others finished their tests, their faces beaming with joy, indicating positive results. Xinghan, recalling his test at the Niguang camp, felt both nervous and excited. Then, a voice from the platform called out, Next, Xinghan, please prepare. Xinghan walked onto the testing platform, observing the large crystal sphere that surpassed the size of the one at Xingho's. He noticed that this crystal sphere differed slightly, with an internal milky white diagram instead of a faceted grid. He placed his hand on the crystal sphere, slowly channeling his energy. Instantly, the genetic diagram inside the sphere lit up. 1 branch, 2 branches, 3 branches, 4 branches. Eventually, all the branches were illuminated, and even half of a genetic lock was revealed at the base of the diagram. The site fell into absolute silence. The testers were dumbfounded, and Xinghan himself was astonished. Besides the 3 brighter branches, the others, though faint, were indeed lit. The crystal sphere tests the genetic diagram of a human's innate awakening stage. There are 3 awakenings, each unlocking potential within the body's genes. The lit branches represent potential. In Juwenhao's office, a middle-aged man stared at the holographic projection, his face showing shock, then contemplation. An extraordinary innate talent, simply unbelievable. If I'm not mistaken, this kid is a third-class citizen, not affiliated with any noble family or royalty, making him entirely recruitable. Brother Juwenhao, you've hit the jackpot this time. In the Federal Society, individuals are categorized into 5 levels based on their aptitude. The lowest level, aptitude level 5, indicates minimal genetic potential, with only up to 3 segments illuminated on the genetic map. Aptitude level 3 can illuminate up to 9 segments, level 2 lights up half, and level 1 lights up 2/3. The highest level, exceptional aptitude, signifies that all branches of the human genetic map are illuminated, suggesting the potential for comprehensive development in all known human domains. Each race shares the same genetic map structure, but the illuminated branches differ. After millions of years of evolution, humans have developed an extensive genetic branch. Within this branch, countless smaller branches represent the abilities humans have mastered. During testing, the number of illuminated subbranches varies for each individual, while unlit branches appear milky white. The assistant quickly analyzed the data on the holographic computer and reported to Mu Juwenhao, the major is indeed of exceptional aptitude and has already activated 3 segments. Other segments could be activated with effort or opportunity. Even if 3 segments are his limit, he is far superior to most. After all, illuminating a branch doesn't mean it can be activated. It's worth opposing Colonel Kuening just for him. Mu Juwenhao stared at the hologram for 2 seconds, first surprised, then smiling. I was just trying to annoy Colonel Kuening. But this unexpected gain is quite a bonus. A middle-aged man nearby asked curiously, Is your old grudge with him still unresolved? Mu Juwenhao responded with a hint of sarcasm. Grudges aren't so easily settled. You're aware of Colonel Kuening's character. His underhanded tactics have cost me a lot. My acquisition of the Redstone mine has really hit him where it hurts. Do you think he'll just let it go? The middle-aged man shook his head, smiling. That Redstone mine is enviable even to me. He was just a step too late, so of course he's not pleased. Mu Juwenhao shrugged and then asked, Zimo, you're back for more than just catching up, aren't you? Zhao Zimo spoke with a serious expression. I'm here because... Meanwhile, the testing personnel in the square snapped out of their shock, their faces flushed with excitement as they announced. Xinghan has activated 3 segments and illuminated a major branch. The square was filled with the sound of gasps. Those present had witnessed the fully lit genetic map and were now echoing the words, activated 3 segments in their minds. At their stage, Activating even one segment was considered exceptional potential. Illuminating the map represented potential, but activating segments signified actual abilities. Amidst envious and jealous gazes, Shinhan descended from the testing platform, a slight bitter smile on his lips, heading towards Chucha and the others. The chubby guy excitedly patted Shinhan on the shoulder. Shinhan, you're amazing. Chucha also wore a faint smile. Chuxian added. The crystal ball also showed half a gene lock, indicating your potential isn't fully tapped yet. You might awaken again. Shinhan rubbed his chin and murmured. If second stage evolution is a second awakening, then I've already had my second awakening. He shook his head, dispelling the thoughts, and said with a light chuckle, let's go. Let's check out and choose a suitable training camp. The four of them went to a corner of the square, sat on a bench, and opened their holographic computers to view the enrollment information for various training camps. Suddenly, the chubby guy stood up with a start and exclaimed, our identities have been revealed. Shinhan frowned and asked, what? Weren't we supposed to wait until everyone became an aptitude bearer before our memories would unlock themselves? How come our identities are being revealed now? A hint of excitement appeared on the chubby man's plump face as he began to flip through the citizen rank information. I'm a third-class citizen. Let's see what your ranks are. The more he scrolled, the more peculiar his expression became, until he couldn't help but blurt out an expletive, damn. All of us in this batch are third-class citizens. He continued browsing the list, his brow furrowed. Not many royal students or aristocratic offspring either. Did they all perish in the recent war? Those pampered brats. Suddenly, his fingers stopped on the screen, his eyes widening. Wait, all four of us are third. Wait a minute. Xiaoxian is from an aristocratic family. How is he a third-class citizen too? He scratched his head, looking awkwardly at Xiaoxian, then resolutely added, but even if Xiaoxian was pampered, he's the capable kind. Xiaoxuan's face darkened, but he didn't argue. The chubby man continued to explain. In the Federation, human citizens are divided into three classes. Third-class citizens are the lowest tier, called Rushi. Second-class citizens are Rushi. And first-class citizens are Rushi. Everyone is born as a third-class citizen and must earn merit points to upgrade. Even aristocratic offspring and royal members are no exception. He paused, adding, merit points to upgrade citizen rank can only be earned through missions or slaying aliens, calculated and uploaded automatically by the central system. Transferred or traded merit points can only be used for purchasing equipment and supplies. The only advantage royal members and aristocratic offspring have is a large amount of transferable merit, allowing them to buy superior equipment and start with more resources than other third-class citizens. Shinhan and Chuxia appeared calm about being third-class citizens. The chubby man watched for a while, then switched the window to the training camp recommendations. Scanning through the dense information, he suddenly said, this one is the highest, with an 80 graduation rate and accepts 3,000 students. Not bad. Let's keep looking to see if there's a better option. Shinhan quickly skimmed through the information and said, this one is okay too. Though it only has a 55 graduation rate, it offers quite a few free discounts, but those are for top performers. It accepts 2,100 students. Shinhan continued browsing for a while before commenting, the intake for this batch is generally higher. It seems the base suffered significant losses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to replenish personnel. Suddenly, Shinhan's finger stopped. Amidst two larger training camp recommendations, he found a smaller, easily overlooked one. He enlarged the recommendation and showed it to the others. What do you think of this one? The chubby man's eyes widened in shock. Inferno training camp, only a 10 graduation rate, and it only accepts 100 students. Are you sure you didn't click the wrong one, Shinhan? I'm sure. Shinhan paused, then continued, in such a special time. Being able to control enrollment numbers suggests that the Inferno training camp has a relatively strong voice within the base. This means either the graduates perform well, or the officers are very capable. Of course, it could be due to the camp being subpar, but then it wouldn't exist, as the Federation doesn't support idlers. I'm inclined to believe the former. As for the graduation rate, I have confidence in being part of that 10. Just thinking about it excites me. He added, besides, I believe the graduation rate isn't absolute. If one's skills are up to par, is obtaining a graduation certificate that important? The chubby man nodded firmly, you've got a point, but this training camp doesn't align with me. I'll stick with Blue Sky Training Camp, with an 80 graduation rate. I definitely won't be eliminated. Chuxia's eyes sparkled. Previously, Brother Yang crafted my weapons. His dream was to become an engraver. I want to fulfill his unachieved wish. I noticed that only the United Force Training Camp focuses on inscription engraving, and I won't be eliminated. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxian said, I'll go with Xinglong Training Camp. Although it only has a 55 graduation rate, there are many free discounts. Securing those discounts can provide me with a financial source after losing my allowance. Shinhan nodded. In that case, Let's strive for our respective goals. Good luck, the four said in unison. Then each chose their training camp and set off in different directions. When Shingan arrived at the coordinates outside Inferno training camp, he found the gates tightly shut, with only a few people standing outside. They waited from noon until dusk, and finally, with a creaking sound, the gates of Inferno training camp slowly opened. A young man slowly emerged from behind the large door, his eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. He glanced around at the group before clearing his throat and saying, "The commanding officer wants you in the office." Inside the training camp office, an elderly man in gray was half reclined in a chair, his eyelids drooping as if he might fall asleep at any moment. As the group filed in, he opened his eyes, quickly scanned them, and frowned slightly. "We're supposed to recruit 100 people, but by sunset, we've only got half. Is the devil's prison really that unappealing? Are my advertisements that bad? Are people so shallow that they only care about ads? But writing ads is so mentally exhausting." His murmurs were just loud enough for everyone in the room to hear clearly. The group exchanged awkward glances. Suddenly, the old man raised his voice and asked, "Do you love your life?" "Yes." The 50 people responded in unison, though they were puzzled. "But what if your life is devoid of joy, happiness, and everything you desire, with only misfortune ahead? Would you still love it?" The old man's sharp gaze swept over them, causing a shiver and a desire to retreat. This time, everyone fell silent, unable to answer as quickly as before. Shinhan met the old man's gaze calmly and said, "I still love it because my life belongs to me." "What do you want to achieve by joining the training?" the old man pressed. "To become stronger, to have enough power to protect myself and those around me, no matter the situation," Shinhan replied. "Only yourself and those close to you? What if one day humanity faces extinction? Would you stand by and do nothing?" The old man's eyes grew sharper, with a hint of coldness. Shinhan responded with dignity, "We are all part of humanity, and those around me are part of it too. In the grand scheme of cause and effect, small actions influence the bigger picture. With greater power comes greater responsibility. I may not save everyone, but I will do my utmost." The coldness in the old man's eyes dissipated, and he laughed heartily before standing up and heading towards the door. His drowsy voice lingered in the air, "This is your first lesson. No matter the time, place, or circumstance, cherish your life. Only by living can you have endless possibilities." Once the old man left, the oppressive atmosphere in the office lifted. The young man re-entered, giving the group a curious look, and said, "Welcome to the devil's prison. Congratulations on avoiding elimination." As he led them to the dormitory, he explained, "In the devil's prison training camp, the commanding officer rarely shows up after recruitment day. Other instructors handle the teaching. We don't have fixed disciplines. We learn anything useful for survival. This aligns well with the commanding officer's philosophy," he continued. "Because the camp is small and there are few trainees, you'll be sharing accommodations with senior students. If something bothers you, just bear with it. Of course, you can also fight back. Good luck." With that, he handed them the dormitory keys and left, whistling. The 50 of them looked at each other, then at the two low buildings ahead, their walls covered in moss, hinting at the extraordinary life awaiting them. Shinhan arrived at room 309 on the third floor, and was about to unlock the door when he noticed it was secured with a biometric lock. Raising an eyebrow, he knocked gently, but there was no response. The sky had darkened. Either no one was inside, or they were trying to intimidate the newcomer. Recalling the young man's words, it was clearly the latter. After a moment of thought, Shinhan decided to act. He knocked politely again, but still received no reply. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his strength into his fist. With a loud crash, the dormitory door fell, along with several interior doors. As the door opened, a gust of air swept up the trash and paper scraps from the floor, sending them swirling through the air. In the living room, a person sitting on the sofa turned around in surprise. He removed his earphones, and with a flick of his finger, the floating paper scraps arranged themselves midair to spell welcome. "I didn't expect it to be you," Feng Sanyu muttered as he took Xinghan's luggage. He then said seriously, "Welcome to Demon Prison 309. Although your arrival was a bit unconventional, that's not important. What matters is that you're one of us now." Xinghan's lips twitched slightly as he glanced around the tidy room, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Where are the others?" "Which room is mine?" he inquired. Feng Sanyu gave a brief introduction. "The two rooms on the left are the bedrooms. I'm in the second one, and you'll be sharing with me. On the right, there's the combat room and the storage. There's a kitchen in the hall, so if you don't like the cafeteria food, we can split the costs." As he spoke, he activated his digital device to call the other two roommates. Moments later, the door to the combat room opened, and two people emerged. A burly man, Qin Juntian, first glanced at the damaged door, then at Xinghan, and laughed heartily. "Not bad. Only those who break in Hedon are real men. I did the same when I first arrived." He extended a large hand and gave Shinhan 2 hefty pats. Feeling the ache in his shoulder, Shinhan's facial muscles twitched almost imperceptibly. He sidestepped to avoid Qin Juntian's hand, which was about to land again, quickly grabbed it, and with a light chuckle said, "I'm Shinhan, nice to meet you." Qin Juntian looked slightly surprised, but withdrew his hand with a sheepish grin. The other man, dressed in a blue robe and appearing more scholarly, was Li Xuanma. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled gently. "Welcome to Demon Prison 309. I'm Li Xuanma. The usual rule is whoever breaks the door fixes it. Shinhan, whether we sleep well tonight depends on you." Shinhan looked to Feng Sanyu for help, but the latter shrugged, indicating he couldn't assist. With a sigh, Shinhan approached the completely ruined door and muttered, "Should have thought before acting." He then took out an energy device, inserted an energy stone to activate it, and a force field instantly replaced the door. "The door's a goner. We'll need a new one. It's late now, but this force field is secure enough. Since we're roommates, I'll spare an energy stone. You can sleep peacefully," Shinhan said with a smirk as he stood up. Li Xuanmong nodded in approval, while Qin Jiantian was dumbfounded, unable to accept this solution so different from his own experience. "This works too? I had to fix the door overnight?" "That's because you're an idiot," Li Xuanmong said mercilessly. A ball of lightning formed in Qin Jiantian's hand as he fumed. "Li, don't think I'm afraid of you. Let's see who's tougher in the combat room." Feng Sanyu quickly intervened. "All right, calm down. We've got Big Beard's class tomorrow. Do you want to face his Iron Fist?" "I certainly don't." At this, Qin Jiantian and Li Xuanmong fell silent, each letting out a reluctant grunt before retreating to their rooms. Shinhan asked in surprise, "They share a room, and that's okay?" "Yeah, it's fine." Feng Sanyu paused, adding, "This room isn't like the door. It's soundproof and sturdy. Don't worry, it won't break." Shinhan was speechless and said no more, carrying his luggage into the room. The next morning, Shinhan and his roommates quickly finished a bland breakfast and hurried to class. The new students' classroom at the Demon Prison Training Camp was on the top floor, with no elevator, requiring them to walk up every floor. It was touted as body training, strengthening physique. By the time Shinhan arrived, the classroom was already half full. Moments later, the class bell rang, and a man in a black uniform, slightly chubby and over 6 feet tall, strode into the room. He appeared to be in his 30s and introduced himself directly. "I'm Zhao Yuanhang, your instructor for this course." Zhao Yuanhang had some stubble on his cheeks and a charming dimple at the corner of his mouth, making his smile surprisingly endearing. He asked, "What is the strongest combat equipment you've encountered on Planet X?" The students responded enthusiastically with answers like element grenades, lightsabers, mechs, and energy guns, energy cannons. After a flurry of responses, they all quieted down, eyes fixed on Zhao Yuanhang. Zhao Yuanhang nodded. "What you've mentioned are the most basic strategic resources on Planet X, and the most common. But seeing doesn't mean you can use them, and using them doesn't mean you can use them well. To maximize their power, practice is key." He continued, "I'm your mech instructor. Now, follow me to the mech training ground." "Yes," the students replied in unison, their excitement palpable. Back in their tribes, many had witnessed the impressive figures of warriors piloting their mechs in battle. The opportunity to now interact with and operate mechs themselves was thrilling beyond measure. Shinhan stood in the mecha training field, his gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged array of various mechas. He recalled the exclusive mechas he had used during his time at the Nimang and Lian camps, fully aware that at the current stage, mechas were the most powerful combat weapon. The opportunity to learn about mechas was right in front of him, filling him with both excitement and anticipation, as well as thoughts of how he might obtain a mecha of his own. The training field was spacious and well-lit, with a dazzling array of mechas. They varied in color, design, shape, and even age, with some being new and others old. Shinhan's eyes swept over the numerous mechas, eventually drawn to a silver-white alloy mecha. It resembled an elegant egret, with its wings folded and sleek lines, standing out among the other mechas with a proud demeanor. Suddenly, the mecha moved. Its wings spread wide, and its head lit up with a pair of eyes like rubies. Everyone's attention was captivated by this mecha, watching it with bated breath. At that moment, Shinhan felt a faint reaction from the metal sphere in his mind. However, just as everyone was absorbed in awe, the mecha's eyes dimmed, and its wings slowly closed. Simultaneously, Shinhan felt the metal sphere in his mind calm down. The staff beside the mecha turned pale but seemed unsurprised. They quickly opened the mecha's cockpit and carried out a person who was unconscious, bleeding from the 7 orifices. Shinhan vaguely heard someone commenting, "It's the same result again. This egret mecha is truly untamable. Even Instructor Chang has tried several times without success. It seems he still refuses to give up." At that moment, Instructor Zhao Yuanhong's voice interrupted their thoughts. "All right, folks, focus. Our training area is over there." He clapped his hands and led the way to the designated area. The others followed, whispering among themselves, occasionally glancing back at the egret mecha with eager eyes. Zhao Yuanheng observed this scene and chuckled. A bunch of brats with big ambitions but not much skill. Still, you have a good eye, picking out the best mecha in the field right away. Do you know what that mecha is? The group began guessing, with some suggesting it was an exclusive mecha and others an grade mecha. Shinhan, recalling what he had seen, thought quickly and hesitantly yet firmly asked, "Is that a fourth generation?" "No, a fifth generation neural interactive mecha? But has the Federation's 5nm mecha already been released?" Zhao Yuanheng nodded approvingly, scanning the group with mild surprise, and said with a smile, "Good observation. Yes, that's an grade 5nm exclusive mecha, named Egret. It's the latest mecha developed by the Federation, made with special metal materials. There are fewer than 100 across the entire Federation. The Liang base managed to acquire one, thanks to spending a fortune and Lieutenant Colonel Mu's connections." He continued, "But there's a downside. The Egret mecha requires extremely high mental strength. Since arriving at the Liang base, it's been treated like a treasure, and no one has managed to fully activate it." Zhao Yuanheng briefly explained the classification of mechas, prompting a curious trainee to ask, "Instructor, even you can't pilot it?" A hint of longing and regret flashed in Zhao Yuanheng's eyes as he candidly replied, "I know my limits well. Some things you don't need to try to know the outcome." Turning to the group, he raised his voice. "A month ago, Lieutenant Colonel Mu announced that if any instructor or trainee at the base could tame this mecha, they'd be given an exclusive mecha of the same grade. If that person is strong enough, Lieutenant Colonel Mu might even happily give them the egret itself." This statement caused a stir, with everyone questioning the truth of the news. Shinhan was equally shocked, thinking to himself, "A grade 5 mecha, giving it away just like that is quite the gesture." His gaze unknowingly filled with a fervent desire. The atmosphere in the mech training ground was charged with anticipation. Despite the recent example set by Instructor Chung, the freshmen were fired up with a determination to succeed. Voices buzzed throughout the area, filled with discussions and speculations. Across the training ground, a group of senior students watched with knowing glances, silently mocking the overconfident newcomers. Just as the chatter reached a fever pitch, Instructor Zhao Yuanheng intervened to calm the noise. He sternly stated, "To tame the silver heron, you must first enhance your own strength. Otherwise, its handlers won't even let you near it." His words were like a cold splash of reality, pulling everyone back from their fantasies. Their attention focused on the mechs before them, realizing the true challenge was about to start. Lined up neatly were a series of specialized mechs, all of the 2nm model. A closer look revealed that these mechs were relatively new, with fewer scratches compared to the older ones parked nearby, suggesting they were recently acquired. Instructor Zhao continued, "Before you are second-generation neural interactive mechs, designed specifically for freshman training. After some adaptation, those with stronger mental faculties can advance to third or even fourth-generation mechs." His tone grew more serious. "If you can't handle the dizziness of the 2nm mech, you may opt for the first-generation or standard mechs. Once your mental and star power improve, you'll naturally be able to pilot more advanced mechs." Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action, selecting their mechs. Shinhan, however, frowned slightly and reported to the instructor, "Sir, I've used a 3nm mech before and can handle a certain level of disorientation. Basic formations are no problem for me." Instructor Zhao looked at Shinhan in surprise, but before he could respond, others began to express their skepticism. Some outright accused him of boasting, others pointed out the high mental power demands of the 3nm mech, and some questioned whether Shinhan possessed mental power abilities. With a command from the instructor, the commotion ceased immediately. He ordered, "If that's the case, choose a 3nm mech from the right. Anyone else who believes they can handle it may do the same. But I warn you, if you damage the mech due to inability to adapt, you'll bear the consequences." This warning made others reconsider. Faced with the high repair costs, most opted for the 2nm mechs. Shinhan, undeterred, headed straight for the 3nm mech area. He chose a black mech adorned with an engraving of a wingless serpent, exuding a sinister and commanding aura. With practiced ease, Shinhan activated the mech and swiftly executed a series of complex maneuvers. The 3nm mech responded to his control as if it were an extension of his own body, drawing gasps of admiration from those around him. Instructor Zhao, recognizing Shinhan's skill rivaling his own, was intrigued. He challenged Shinhan, "Come over, let's have a sparring match and show them what real mech combat looks like." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and quickly turned their eyes toward Shinhan. Shinhan was also a bit surprised but swiftly regained composure, pausing his mech briefly before resolutely responding, "Yes, instructor." This scene sparked various reactions. Some quietly speculated that Shinhan was trying to show off. Others were relieved they hadn't chosen the 3nm mech. Some planned to observe closely, while others just wanted to watch the spectacle. However, Shinhan had no time to consider their thoughts. He was focused on the rare learning opportunity before him. He maneuvered his mech into the arena, running swiftly to test its performance while adjusting neural sensitivity. Suddenly, another massive teal 3 mech appeared ahead, its right hand extending a lightsaber, charging at Shingan. Instructor Zhao Yuanheng's voice came through the comms. "Watch out, here it comes." Before the words were fully spoken, the lightsaber was upon him. Shinhan responded calmly, raising both hands and stepping back a few paces before dashing forward with lightning speed. The two lightsabers clashed fiercely in midair, sparking brilliantly. Inside the mech's cockpit, Shinghan's expression was serious, his eyes fixed ahead, precisely calculating the distance to his opponent. Suddenly, Shinghan shouted and had his mech leap forward, bringing the lightsaber down with force. Zhao Yuanheng didn't meet the blow heated but swiftly retreated. Shinghan's lightsaber chased after, carving a fiery line on the ground. Dodging the attack, Zhao Yuanheng suddenly jumped, bending his knees slightly, flipping his wrist to point his lightsaber at the neck of Shinghan's mech. As if anticipating this, Shinghan immediately crouched and rebounded, sidestepping the attack. In a lateral leap, his lightsaber swept out. The teal mech descended, flipping its wrist to raise its lightsaber in defense. Shinghan quickly withdrew his sword, gliding to the opponent's side with one foot on the ground, supporting himself with his left arm and powering his legs. The massive mech moved like a graceful dancer, shoulder-checking the opponent. The two mechs collided fiercely midair, sparks flying, and a thunderous roar echoed. They rolled as they hit the ground, quickly springing up to clash again. This astonishing scene left the audience dumbfounded, their eyes filled with pure amazement and focus, devoid of any bias. The battle grew more intense, their movements increasingly fast and unpredictable. Lightsabers whirled, mechs engaged in close combat. The cumbersome machines seemed as agile as skilled fighters in their hands. The teal and black shadows flickered across the arena, dazzling the spectators. Students and instructors from afar were drawn in, gathering to watch. The more they watched, the more astounded they became. They knew that even a spar between two instructors rarely reached such a level. Yet, this was a duel between a new student and an instructor. Several instructors present watched intently, their brows furrowing and relaxing as they replayed the scenes in their minds. Suddenly, the two mechs collided forcefully, quickly separating. Their lightsabers, strained under pressure, shattered inch by inch. Both swiftly switched to new lightsabers, glowing in different colors. A wave of exclamations and whistles arose from afar. "Wow! This freshman is impressive." Zhao Yuanheng recognized the shift in the situation, frowning slightly. He thought to himself, "It seems I must end this quickly, or losing to a freshman on the first day of teaching would mean I might as well quit being an instructor." With this in mind, the teal mech leaped into the air, a blue sword light tracing a dazzling arc, like a series of moons flickering in the sky. "Moon's crescent scythe," someone in the audience exclaimed. This move was immensely powerful, difficult to counter without using a top-tier technique. Everyone held their breath, believing the freshman was about to be defeated. The person across the way spoke with a hint of disdain. "Even if they can't handle this move and lose, they're not even worthy to lace your shoes. Look at your 3 maneuvers, they're nothing but rubbish, a complete mess." The instructor seized the opportunity to educate the newcomers. "Do you see that? That's a true expert. Your maneuvers are simply disgraceful." The group of newcomers fell silent at these words, closing their mouths and watching intently, eager to learn. Their eyes were filled with awe and longing, hoping that one day they could reach such a level. Elsewhere, Shinghan instinctively executed a top-tier move, the dance of death. However, halfway through, as his gaze swept over the onlookers, it seemed something occurred to him. His light sword suddenly shifted, transforming the once formidable dance of death into the slightly lesser dance of the sword. This subtle change had a significant impact on the battle. Zhao Yuanheng's face changed dramatically when he saw Shinghan begin the dance of death. But by then, the move was already in motion, and the situation was beyond retrieval. He deeply regretted underestimating his opponent, a mere newcomer capable of executing the dance of death. In hindsight, had he used the same move, he might have at least held his ground. The two mechs collided with a thunderous boom. The cyan mech was forced back several meters by the impact, struggling to regain balance, its body covered in sword marks. The black mech was knocked to the ground, riddled with countless sword marks, appearing even more battered. Inside the cockpit, Shinghan was hit by a surge of energy, his face turning pale as blood rose to his throat. He suppressed the discomfort, controlling the black mech to slowly stand, then opened the hatch and staggered out. Shinghan looked at Zhao Yuanheng, forcing a smile. "Thank you, instructor, for showing mercy. I'm not completely exhausted. However, I've used up too much mental energy today and can't continue sparring. Once my training is complete, I'll definitely have a proper match with you." Zhao Yuanheng was momentarily taken aback by these words. He knew full well that he hadn't held back in the last strike. Instead, It was Shinghin's mid-move switch that led to the outcome. But upon reflection, he understood Shinghin's intention, and a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Zhao Yuanhang suppressed the metallic taste in his throat, retrieved a vial of mental energy replenishment from his storage device, and injected it. His pale complexion quickly regained color. After exiting the mech, he handed 2 vials to Shinghin. Your mech handling is impressive, but your mental energy needs improvement, Zhao Yuanhang remarked. I've recorded our battle with the neural computer. I'll point out some moves you can refine in the video and send it to you. It should help you save mental energy in future mech operations. He gestured to the vials he handed Shinghin and continued. One is to replenish mental energy, the other to enhance it. Use the replenishment vial and join their training as my apprentice instructor. Zhao Yuanhang thought to himself, who wouldn't appreciate a talented student capable of rational thought and not swayed by fleeting glory? With this in mind, his gaze towards Shinghin softened, as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. Thank you, instructor, Shinghin said, feeling a surge of joy. He hadn't expected his performance to earn him 2 valuable vials and an internship opportunity, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. At this moment, another instructor who had been watching approached Zhao Yuanhang and said, Yuanhang, you've found quite a talent, capable of even executing the dance of the sword. In Pu's class, there are also promising students. I heard last monthly Xuanmong from your class managed to pull off the crescent scythe. This year's students are truly making us instructors feel inadequate. Zhao Yuanhang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the other instructor hadn't noticed Shinghin's mid-move switch due to a poor vantage point. He replied with a forced smile, indeed, this year's students are exceptionally gifted. Yang Pu, hearing the praise, wore a proud expression. Xuanmong has impressive mech talent. When sparring with me, he holds his own. He paused, then continued. This year's students are much stronger than the last. Their specialties are prominent. I wonder which class will master the silver heron. As the 2 instructors continued their conversation, the topic gradually shifted. Meanwhile, Shinghin returned to the field, sharing his mech operation experiences with his peers. From a distance, Li Xuanmong emerged from his analysis and approached Shinghin directly. Some of your moves earlier seemed peculiar, rather tricky. Can you tell me the secret behind them? Shinghin looked at him, slightly surprised, then smiled. You must be referring to those moves during the collision, right? Yes, exactly. Li Xuanmong nodded eagerly. Shinghin explained a bit sheepishly. Those moves were instinctive during the battle, not executed according to the mech tutorials, which is why the sparring got a bit off track. Ultimately, it's my lack of skill that needs improvement. Li Xuanmong was slightly taken aback, but quickly composed himself, murmuring, instinctively in a crisis? That's adaptability. Have you had extensive mech combat experience before? He adjusted his glasses and suggested, regardless, your mech handling is quite proficient. How about we spar sometime? Sure, Shinghan agreed readily. The 2 then began exchanging insights on various battle techniques, discussing their perspectives on classic combat videos stored in the neural computer. Meanwhile, instructor Zhao Yuanhang had finished his conversation. The 2 classes mingled for a joint lesson, focusing on analyzing the moves from Shinghin and the instructor sparring. After class, everyone was still buzzing with excitement as they returned to the classroom. The group returned to the classroom and settled into their seats as the next lesson officially began. 10 minutes later, the doors swung open, and a pair of long, slender legs stepped in. Following them was a woman with an impressive figure, clad in tight leather attire. Her sleek black hair was cut short, and she exuded a powerful aura. Lingwei, one of your instructors, she announced, her voice clear and commanding. I'll be teaching you star energy cultivation, mechanical comprehension, and disassembly. With a wave of her hand, a stack of holographic textbooks appeared on the podium. The covers were as deep as the night sky, adorned with stars of various sizes, vibrant nebulae, and countless twinkling stars. At the center of this cosmic scene was a vortex resembling a white hole, strikingly prominent. Above the vortex, the words Starry Sky Manual were inscribed with sharp strokes, as if they were a drawn sword. Within 2 minutes, each student was holding a textbook. Shinghin examined the cover closely and suddenly felt dizzy, quickly averting his gaze. Lingwei looked around at the students and continued. I know many of you have become superhumans, but if you think having superpowers means you don't need to cultivate star energy, you're gravely mistaken. The students exchanged glances. For many, possessing superpowers meant having a lifeline and a chance to secure resources on Planet X. Without waiting for them to ponder, Lingwei explained, Planet X is filled with star energy that we can't see or touch. This energy is the foundation for driving your abilities. To better control your powers, the best method is to cultivate it through mental practice, continuously gathering and refining star energy to enhance your genetic branches. Her voice was full of conviction. Once you cultivate the mental practice, you won't rely solely on your body's meridians and muscles to store energy. You'll have a dedicated star energy source point, capable of storing significant amounts of energy for you to use. In short, whether you're a superhuman or not, if you diligently practice this starry sky manual, your star energy will surely increase. Of course, the extent of increase depends on your potential and perseverance. Shingan was secretly amazed. He recalled how storing star energy in his body alone had saved his life in critical moments. With a dedicated source point, he could absorb more energy without fearing overload during battles. Ling Wei then detailed the principles of star energy cultivation and the entry methods of the Starry Sky Manual. She explained that the body's star energy source point is located at the Shinkai acupoint in the abdomen, the origin of human vitality. The source point not only stores energy but is also crucial for absorbing it, which is key to activating genetic branches. When the Shinkai acupoint forms a star energy source point, it marks the true beginning of star energy cultivation. Ling Wei continued, a substantial amount of star energy can be used to activate and illuminate genetic map branches, even to light up new branches. However, the star energy required is considerable. As you cultivate, opening the innate genetic map will lead to a significant breakthrough, which is the first major bottleneck in cultivation. Breaking through this bottleneck will evolve the innate map into a talent map, and the star energy source point will upgrade to a star core, storing even more energy for you to use. After her explanation, Ling Wei announced, you have 10 minutes to memorize the Starry Sky Manual thoroughly. In 10 minutes, I'll take you to the meditation room, where a special force field will help you better form your star energy source point and fully implement the manual into practice. With that, Ling Wei's light brain began flashing a countdown. The classroom fell silent, with only the faint sound of fingers brushing against the holographic books and soft breathing. The students raced against time to memorize the contents. 10 minutes flew by. Ling Wei wasted no time, scanning the room before saying, time's up. A young boy anxiously looked up, a hint of worry in his eyes. Instructor Ling, I'm almost there. Can I have 2 more minutes? Even 1 minute will do. Ling Wei remained expressionless, her tone cold. The 10 minutes are up. Close your books now and follow me. Those who are late will lose the opportunity to enter. Yes, instructor, the students responded in unison. Shinhan had already memorized the Starry Sky Manual, its words echoing in his mind. Upon hearing Ling Wei's command, he was the first to follow her. Although others felt a bit regretful, they reluctantly glanced at the holographic books on their desks before following suit. Upon entering the meditation room, everyone immediately sensed a vast and profound force sweeping over them. Although it lasted only a moment, it left everyone on edge, their nerves instantly taut. The group's bodies instinctively reacted in unison. Some felt their hair stand on end, others tensed every muscle, and a few clenched their jaws, teeth clicking together. The ceiling of the meditation room was unlike that of a typical classroom. It resembled a textbook star chart, a glistening black canvas adorned with countless stars, some bright, some dim, adding a touch of brilliance to the profound darkness. Inside, 51 round cushions were neatly arranged, each accompanied by a helmet. Ling Wei was the first to sit cross-legged on a cushion in the front row and put on her helmet. Xing Hin and the others followed suit, each finding a spot to sit. These specially designed helmets helped users focus their attention and adjust brainwave frequencies for quicker entry into the special force field. Put on your helmets, close your eyes, and clear your mind. Just focus on the starry sky technique, Ling Wei instructed, then closed her eyes. She continued, within the special force field, you'll see a starry sky filled with abundant star energy. You'll need to harness this energy to form a star energy source point, and then activate its branches. Once you're in the zone, a red dot representing you will appear in the sky. This dot acts as a medium, helping you absorb star energy more efficiently and form your source point. Ling Wei added, you'll sense each other's presence. Those with better comprehension and the ability to calm their minds will form their source points faster. Everyone's potential and comprehension differ. While I don't have high expectations, I hope to see all of you in that starry sky within a week, with someone having formed their star energy source point. Our subsequent lessons will also take place in this starry sky until you've illuminated your source points. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Wei had already entered a deep meditative state. Her red dot flickered in the starry sky like a guiding light for the others. 10 minutes later, the first red dot appeared in the starry expanse, spinning rapidly and exploring its surroundings. Suddenly, it noticed a dazzling red dot flickering ahead. Ling Wei's voice resonated. Huixiu, congratulations on being the first to enter, and in just 10 minutes. As a reward, you'll receive a gene-enhancing potion and a cell repair serum. Keep up the good work. Her tone carried a hint of amusement, though she was somewhat surprised. Thank you, instructor. I'll do my best. Huixiu replied excitedly. No need to thank me. It's what you earned. If someone else had entered first, they would have received the same reward. Only the best get the best resources, Ling Wei said calmly. Huixiu nodded thoughtfully and began attempting to absorb star energy to form his source point. Meanwhile, Xing Hin kept his eyes closed, with only the starry sky technique revolving in his mind. He maintained a calm mindset, neither anxious nor bored. Time quietly passed, but he still couldn't glimpse the starry sky, only darkness. In the meditation room, some students who had been unable to enter the starry sky for a long time grew restless. Shingan could hear the faint sounds of bodies shifting and some breathing more heavily than before. He remained focused, continuing his meditation, with thoughts of the textbook content and his imagination of the starry world. Yet he never managed to see the twinkling stars. 2 hours later, Ling Wei's communicator signaled the end of class. The simple, pleasant sound roused everyone, and they reluctantly opened their eyes, showing varied expressions. Shingan also opened his eyes, looking around with a hint of confusion, feeling somewhat disappointed but quickly regaining his confidence. Ling Wei summarized, "A third of you successfully entered the starry sky and began absorbing star energy, attempting to form your source points. It's a promising start. Those who didn't succeed, don't be discouraged. Some have taken until the third week to enter the starry sky. Regardless, maintaining your best state and a positive mindset is always beneficial." Class dismissed. She paused before adding, "Huaxiao, come with me?" "Yes, instructor," Huaxiao responded. A young man watched Huaxiao's departing figure with envy and jealousy, saying, "That guy got lucky, just 3 minutes ahead of me, and he gets a gene potion and a cell repair serum. If I had entered the zone right away, I could have beaten him." Another young man patted his shoulder, curiously asking, "Ji Huai, you did great, entering the force field on the first day. Tell us, what was it like inside?" Song Ji Huai excitedly described, "It's a starry sky filled with stars, incredibly beautiful. When my red dot appeared, it felt like I was merging with the sky. The immense star energy enveloped me instantly." Instructor Ling said the special force field was set by the Eastern Emperor, and only entering the starry sky counts as passing the threshold. "We can freely absorb the star energy there to help form our source points." His enthusiastic voice gradually faded, eventually lost in the bustling crowd. As Shinhan was about to leave, his communicator suddenly blinked with a message from Pongzi. "Shinhan, have you managed to form a star power source point yet? With your potential, it should be no problem, right? Do you have any tips? I've sensed a lot of star power since entering the starry sky, but I can't seem to form a source point. I've only absorbed a tiny bit." Shinhan paused, thought for a moment and replied, "I haven't entered the starry sky yet, let alone formed a star power source point." He hesitated before adding, "You might want to ask Chucha and the others." Within minutes, messages from the other two also popped up. Shinhan responded briefly and then turned off his communicator. Just then, a young boy came up from behind and patted Shinhan on the shoulder. "Hey, I know you. You're the one who lit up the entire gene map during the ability test and activated 3 branch segments, right? I was at the plaza too. My name is Yufeng. I'm Shinhan." Shinhan replied with a smile. Yufeng asked curiously, "Can you tell me what Instructor Ling taught after entering the starry sky?" Seeing Shinghan's slightly puzzled expression, Yufeng scratched his head sheepishly. "I haven't memorized the starry sky technique yet, so I haven't seen the starry sky during meditation." "I haven't seen the starry sky either," Shinghan admitted. Yufeng's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Well, no worries. We should focus on memorizing the starry sky technique. I believe with your potential, as long as you memorize it and stay calm, you'll definitely form a star power source point within a week." Shinghan hesitated for a moment before simply chuckling, "I hope your words bring good luck." 10 minutes later, a new class began. Ling Wei returned to the classroom with Huaxiao, and everyone realized she would be their instructor again. Ling Wei's cool voice resonated through the classroom. "This session, we'll be learning about mechanical cognition. Once you form your star power source points, I'll train you to use star power guns." She activated her communicator, projecting the image of a jade green rod at the front of the class. The rod had a slightly thicker front end, adorned with golden patterns spreading out like petals. Ling Wei looked at the projection with bright eyes, her voice tinged with excitement. "This is a super artifact, the Shield of Zeus. It's the only one of its kind for humanity. It possesses incredible defensive capabilities, reportedly able to seal off entire planets. Moreover, it can alter atmospheres, transforming inhospitable planets into habitable ones." The classroom erupted in gasps, students' faces filled with astonishment. Suddenly, Ling Wei waved her hand, and an identical rod appeared in her grasp. The students were once again taken aback. After infusing star power into the rod, its patterns glowed intensely with golden light. She swung it forward, creating a powerful force field in front of her. "What I have here is a replica of the artifact, which we call the Shield of Life, rated at level 4. You can experience its defensive force field firsthand," Ling Wei announced. Glancing around the room, Huaxiao stepped forward, conjuring a towering flame that he hurled at the force field. The fire struck and spread out in all directions before quickly dissipating. While the force field in front of Ling Wei only shimmered slightly, rippling before returning to its original state. Pushio looked astonished, his eyes gleaming with interest. Shinhan, equally captivated, couldn't help but ask, Instructor Ling, how can we obtain a shield of life? And how are these items extracted from the communicator? Is your communicator different from ours? Lingwei patiently explained. The shield of life ranges from level 1 to 9. Human warriors can exchange merit points for replicas of super artifacts to enhance their defense. After purchase, they can also be continuously upgraded with merit points. However, the strength of the force field must match the user's power, and at least a gifted individual is required to drive it. She continued to address the second question. As for your latter question, that's part of our upcoming lessons. But since you asked, I'll explain now. My communicator is equipped with a spatial chip. Lingwei then elaborated on the principles and acquisition of the spatial chip. Everyone is connected to the Federation's storage space via a micro-wormhole. The space size is allocated by the Federation, and each wormhole is controlled by a special chip. Chips, those seemingly tiny electronic components, play a crucial role in identity verification in the future world. Lingwei explained to everyone that once the chip records an individual's genetic traits, it can be implanted into a light brain. She pointed out that the location for purchasing chips is the same as that for buying replicas of super artifacts at Frostwolf Howland. The payment method is through meritorious achievements. Scanning the crowd with her eyes, Lingwei continued, with your current abilities, you can only rent them. Once you reach the level of an innate talent, combined with sufficient merits, you can carry them with you. Remember, the more merits you can pay, the larger the space you can obtain. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment crossed their faces, but they quickly regained their spirits. They understood that by diligently cultivating star power and becoming strong, they could take on tasks with rich merits. Acquiring these valuable items was just a matter of time, provided they had enough strength. Next, Lingwei retrieved a row of guns from a spatial chip and arranged them neatly on the table. On the far left was the powerful butler, while on the far right was a modified butler with some striking patterns. Previously, you have only encountered energy guns like the one on the left, right? Lingwei asked. Today, I will show you the difference between energy guns and star power guns. Although no one voiced a question, their curious eyes lingered on the two similar rifles, trying to discern the differences. Picking up the butler on the left, Lingwei explained. The butler is a renowned energy gun in the Federation for its immense power and low cost. It has a rough construction and uses energy bullets for attacks. She loaded an energy bullet, aimed at the life shield, and fired. A loud bang followed, with a burst of flame at the gun's muzzle. The defensive field shook violently but did not break. Then, Lingwei picked up the star power gun on the right. She infused it with star power, causing the patterns on the gun to glow. With one shot, the defensive field collapsed instantly. The powerful shockwaves swept through the classroom, knocking down several nearby youths who clumsily got back to their feet. Lingwei continued, this is a star power-driven firearm, far more powerful than energy guns. When using it, you need to inject your own star power into the energy compression device, condense it into a star power bullet, and then fire. Shinhan raised his hand and asked, Instructor Ling, may I try the star power gun? You may, but with your current strength, you can only use a low-level star power gun. Lingwei handed him the third unusual rifle from the right, while reactivating the life shield. She added, many of you possess special ability attributes. When condensing star power bullets, you can use star power or drive your abilities to form attribute star power bullets, which means the bullets fired will carry your abilities properties. As soon as she finished speaking, Shinhan had already condensed a star power bullet in the gun and fired. However, his shot did not destroy the life shield like Lingwei's. It merely caused a ripple. Laughter erupted in the classroom, but Shinhan expressionlessly returned the gun to Lingwei. Only Lingwei noticed that after Shinhan's attack, the life shield not only didn't weaken but seemed to slightly strengthen. This subtle change piqued her curiosity, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Subsequently, other trainees stepped forward to try. Shinhan observed their attacks, recalling the sensation of energy flowing into the gun when he condensed a star power bullet. He had a vague idea and even began considering what would happen if he used absorbed ability attributes to form bullets. Almost all trainees with abilities had their turn. Lingwei put away the firearms and opened the mechanical section on the light brain screen. The holographic display showed nearly every model of firearm in the Federation, along with vehicles, fighter jets, and other combat weapons. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had passed. The class bell rang again, signaling a 50-minute lunch and break time. The cafeteria at the Demon Prison training camp is not far from the classroom, just a 10-minute walk away. After class, Shinhan, lost in thought, unconsciously followed the coordinates on his light brain. Though the cafeteria is only the size of 3 classrooms, it feels surprisingly spacious. Most of the seats are empty, with only a few people dining, about 2/3 of whom are trainees from Shinhan's cohort. Shinhan tasted the food in front of him, slightly surprised by its deliciousness. Without dwelling on it, he quickly finished his lunch and returned to the classroom. Back in his seat, He began to review Instructor Ling's lesson content while pondering the mysteries of the starry sky technique. Soon, the class bell rang again. The trainees sat neatly, ready for the next round of learning. However, 10 minutes passed, and no instructor appeared. The classroom went from hushed whispers to a noisy uproar, with order collapsing within minutes. Various energy spheres flew wildly across the room, their unique attributes leaving trails of light as they collided. Powerful gusts of wind spread in all directions, creating chaos. At that moment, Shinhan keenly sensed a gaze. He turned to look out the window and saw a burly man with a bearded face and curly hair observing from outside. Shinhan's body tensed up, muscles coiled, and his hairs stood on end as he instinctively sensed danger. Glancing around, only a handful of others had the same reaction. In his peripheral vision, Shinhan noticed a cruel and cold smile on the bearded man's face, sending a shiver down his spine. He clenched his fists, seemingly catching a glimpse of a shadow flickering by the door. Suddenly, the sound of thuds and agonized screams erupted. In a flash, the bearded man stood at the front of the classroom, coldly surveying the fallen trainees. The residual energy waves in the air slowly dissipated. In mere seconds, nearly 2/3 of the trainees were effortlessly subdued by this man, without a chance to fight back. He scanned the room and said coldly, "If this were a battlefield, fewer than 5 of you would survive." After a brief silence, he spat and introduced himself. "I'm Huang Hai, one of your instructors, responsible for training your physicality and combat skills." Trembling, the trainees who had been knocked down climbed to their feet. Huang Hai continued, "In 5 minutes, gather at the training ground. Those who are late." He trailed off with a chilling smile, then turned and left. The unfinished sentence sent a shiver through everyone, and even those who had just stood up rushed out of the classroom, ignoring their pain. The training ground resembled a massive plaza, divided into several smaller areas, each separated by force fields. Once Shinhan and the others entered, the force fields activated, and the environment around them transformed instantly. A virtual reality scene unfolded before their eyes. Shinhan clearly felt the sand beneath his feet and saw a valley with forests and rivers, even hearing the roars of wild beasts. This was vastly different from the consciousness-based virtual reality he had experienced at the reverse light camp. Despite the similar subjective experience, he realized this was material virtualization, highlighting a significant technological gap. Huang Hai strode into the area, hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the trainees lined up in groups. He said, "Good. It only took 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, run 10 laps around the valley." After a pause, he added, "This is just a warm-up, and I hope it won't delay the main lesson." No one dared to object. 50 trainees immediately dashed toward the valley, racing against time. Though they felt dissatisfied, the earlier lesson taught them the cost of resistance. Many had personally experienced the diamond fist, mentioned by senior trainees, deeply understanding Huang Hai's iron-fisted rule. The valley was vast. On the first lap, most were sprinting at full speed, seemingly competing for first place. Only a few maintained a steady pace, trailing behind the group but always keeping close. By the 7th lap, the sprinters at the front had noticeably slowed down, breathing heavily, faces flushed, and steps faltering, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Shinhan maintained a steady pace, positioned at the front of the group, his expression calm, with only a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, a young boy beside Shinhan fainted and fell towards him. Shinhan was slightly startled, but quickly reached out to catch him. He skillfully pressed a few acupuncture points and gently called out, eventually seeing the boy slowly regain consciousness. "Are you okay?" Shinhan glanced at the team moving ahead and quickly helped the boy to his feet. The boy's body trembled slightly, and he forced a faint smile. "Thank you. I'm exhausted. You go on without me." He paused and added, "I just experienced it firsthand. Instructor Huang's Vajra fist is no joke. If you're the last to arrive, you might get a taste of it too." Shinhan could feel the boy's full weight leaning against him, making it clear that continuing together was unrealistic. After a brief thought, he retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his pocket. "This is a recovery potion. We can still catch up with the main group." The boy stiffened momentarily, but accepted the potion without protest. "I'm Song Jihuai. I'll repay you for this potion." "I'm Shinhan." Song Jihuai quickly injected the potion and felt energy surge through his body. Grateful, he glanced at Shinhan before starting to run. Seeing the main group disappearing in the distance, Shinhan's muscles suddenly tensed, and his strength erupted. He left a fleeting shadow on the valley road, quickly catching up with and overtaking the group, taking the lead. The others glanced at him in astonishment. After completing 10 laps, Shinhan returned to the starting point, stood upright, and steadied his breathing when he saw Huang Hai waiting. Huang Hai turned around, a hint of surprise in his eyes. 3 minutes later, 2/3 of the group arrived at the finish line, panting and flushed. Huang Hai announced, "Time's up. Those who haven't arrived, 500 weighted push-ups. Huang Hai then began teaching combat techniques. Shinhan soon realized these were more like killing techniques, focusing on speed and precision. The entire lesson emphasized one principle: attack, attack, attack without mercy. By the end of the class, Shinhan understood the true meaning of hell training. At night, Shinhan lay in bed, feeling the soreness throughout his body, and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He rubbed his abdomen, recalling the accidental hits from the Vajra fist during combat class, and shuddered involuntarily, muttering curses under his breath. He forced himself to relax, ignoring the pain, and began to recall the starry sky in the meditation room and the familiar star technique. Unknowingly, he drifted into a deep sleep. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. A few students in the class had already formed star power nodes, but 10, including Shinhan, had not yet entered the special field of the starry sky. Despite his excellent performance in combat and other courses, he occasionally felt unusual glances from others. Though Shinhan wasn't concerned about others' opinions, he couldn't help but wonder. Seeing the growing disappointment in Instructor Ling's eyes, his feelings became more complex, with a hint of anxiety and doubt creeping in. Every Sunday at the base was free time. The newcomers could choose to continue training, enter the meditation room to absorb star power, or visit the library to read classics. After reporting to Ling Wei, Shinhan entered the meditation room again, trying to enter the special field with the star technique he had learned, maintaining a calm and hopeful mindset. 2 hours later, Shinhan walked out of the meditation room, slightly disappointed. As before, he hadn't glimpsed the so-called starry sky. He walked slowly, pondering. The same star technique, the same environment, the same instructors and time. With the helmet intact, and his mind calm, why couldn't he progress further? What was going wrong? As he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt the air become stiflingly hot, causing a slight suffocation and irritation. A violent impulse quietly sprouted within him. At that moment, Yufeng approached. "I knew I'd find you here," Yufeng said. "How's it going? Still the same?" Shinhan nodded, trying to dispel his distracting thoughts, and forced a smile. "It's the same as before. Still no sight of the starry sky. If you don't want to smile, don't force it. Your disguise is failing." Yufeng frowned slightly, then continued. "It's only the first week. There are still 9 others who haven't entered it either, and only 5 have formed star power nodes. Persistence leads to success. Don't be discouraged. I believe you'll eventually get in and form a star power node. Now, let's relax a bit." "Where to?" Shinhan was indeed considering relaxing and didn't want to refuse. "You're top-notch in combat class, but I'm not too shabby myself," Yufeng suggested. "Even though we all had combat class this week, we weren't in the same group. How about we spar in the combat room today? And let's add a little wager." He paused. "Let's bet on some funds." Recalling the dwindling balance in his account, Shinhan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "I like this way of relaxing. Let's go." The combat room was bustling with noise, filled with various figures moving back and forth. Some were fiercely sparring. Others were focused on observing and learning, while many were simply there to watch the excitement. Amidst the clamor, Shinhan and Yufeng approached the registration desk. The registrar glanced at them and asked routinely, "What combat mode do you choose? Which level of the combat room?" Yufeng responded succinctly, "Holographic real-world combat, Clevel room." He paused and added, "Disable the holographic projection." The registrar looked at them in surprise and handed over a room card. "Room CJ251. Taking the card, the two headed towards the designated room. As they walked, curious glances followed them, prompting Shinhan to ask, "Why turn off the holographic projection?" Yufeng hesitated for a moment before grinning cheekily. "It's my first time in a combat room. It'd be embarrassing if I lost. I'll turn on the projection when I'm more skilled to dazzle everyone." Shinhan frowned and mumbled, "You're not planning to go easy on me, are you?" "Of course not." Yufeng immediately retorted, "Better safe than sorry. Besides, if I win, this modesty is for your sake." Shinhan was left speechless and said no more. They arrived outside room CJ251. Yufeng glanced approvingly at the blank holographic screen and swiped the card to enter. Inside, there were only 2 machines, with nothing else in the room. Holographic real-world combat involves participants entering a virtual reality with their consciousness, experiencing real combat sensations without physical harm, though mental energy might be drained. In contrast, virtual warrior combat would relay injuries to the body through force fields, and real combat is a bloody face-off with real weapons. Looking at the machines, Shinhan couldn't help but recall the first-generation equipment of the reverse light camp, marveling at the Federation's advanced technology and the stark contrast with the tribal base. With mixed feelings, he donned the helmet and entered the holographic reality. When he opened his eyes, the space was identical to the combat room, even down to the size, minus the 2 machines. Shinhan's mouth twitched at the thought of the money spent. Yufeng entered shortly after, and was equally taken aback. He surveyed the surroundings, feeling as if he had never left the combat room. After a moment, he complained, "Damn. I thought Clevel would have some scenic landscape, but it's still this same old room." Shinhan had already calmed down. "We're here to spar, not sightsee. It's all holographic anyway." Yufeng frowned slightly, muttered a couple of curses, and then said, "Whatever, get ready. I'm about to go all out." Before he finished speaking, Shinhan had already launched a quick attack, his right fist aiming for Yufeng's shoulder. Yufeng exclaimed and quickly stepped aside, crossing his arms to block. Shinghan's punch was unexpectedly powerful, and Yufeng, caught off guard, was quickly at a disadvantage. In the first round, Yufeng was forced to defend, and ultimately, a spinning punch from Shinghan landed on his face, knocking him down heavily. Clutching his mouth, he grimaced. "No hitting the face. Good thing it's virtual." Shinghan was momentarily stunned. "I'll be more careful next time." Again. Yufeng stretched, a serious look in his eyes, as he leaned forward, his upper body hunched. In an instant, they were locked in intense combat once more. The sound of blows echoed throughout the combat room. Their movements were so swift that they appeared as mere blurs, clashing on the left, colliding on the right, shadows splitting and merging. Moments later, they broke apart, already covered in bruises and blood stains. In the next second, a flash of light wiped all traces away. As if tireless, they charged at each other with renewed vigor. This time, the showdown between Yufeng and Xinghin wasn't just about martial arts. It included a clash of supernatural star powers. Yufeng moved his hands slightly in front of his chest, and with a mere thought, a piece of black silk appeared in his hand. Grasping one end, the other end shot towards Xinghin like a blade, swiftly wrapping around his arm. Xinghin tried to break free, but the silk tightened like a living creature. A hint of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly flashed a sly smile. He flipped his wrist, grabbed the silk, and began to absorb the supernatural energy. A faint energy flowed through the silk into his body, turning the once sharp and resilient silk into something soft and powerless. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xinghin unleashed his star power, slicing the silk into countless fragments as if they were invisible blades. Yufeng's face turned pale, blood trickled from his mouth, and he seemed severely injured. However, this all happened in a holographic simulation. In a flash of light, Yufeng was restored, his complexion rosy again, and the blood vanished. Just as Xinghin breathed a sigh of relief, Yufeng's gaze shifted. The shattered silk pieces rose again, flying towards Xinghin in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his body was covered with dozens of wounds. "You can do that?" Xinghin asked in surprise. Yufeng smiled smugly. "All's fair in love and war. It's the result that matters, not the process. I guess this round goes to me. Let's call it a tie." After a moment of contemplation, Xinghin commented, "Your supernatural ability is quite unique. Hard to defend against in battle. If you master it, you could control the enemy's nanosuit directly, truly an invisible killer." Yufeng chuckled wryly. "Reaching the level where I can control an enemy's clothing is easier said than done. What you saw was my limit, and sometimes it goes wrong, with the silk just disintegrating." He then asked, "Your ability is special too. You can absorb others' powers, right? Isn't that also an invisible killer?" Xinghin nodded in acknowledgement. "I can only absorb so much before reaching my body's limit. If I try to take in more, I might explode before the enemy is even defeated." Yufeng laughed heartily and asked, "Want to continue? We've got plenty of time today." "No need, thanks for today," Xinghin replied, feeling a sense of tranquility after the duel. He suggested, "I plan to go to the library. Care to join me?" "The library? You really know how to have fun." Yufeng hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "All right, I'll keep you company." They returned their room cards and left the combat room, heading to the library near the base square. This five-story building was always packed with students on Sundays. Each floor had 9 rooms displaying different types and prices of books. After paying a portion of their federal currency, they entered a room on the second floor. Surrounded by mechanical devices, they donned helmets and entered the holographic library to explore a vast collection of books. It wasn't until sunset that they left, feeling satisfied. Yufeng stretched and exclaimed, "The books in the library are way better than the light brain. It's amazing. Too bad we can't download them, only read here." Xinghin nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "It's fantastic. Next time, I want to check out the third floor." Yufeng thoughtfully added, "I heard the third floor has some ancient technique fragments obtained from relics, but you can only pay for them with merit points, and it's not cheap." Just then, a man approached, and Xinghin's smile froze. The man said, "We meet again. I told you this isn't over." It was Ji Xinlei, who had caused trouble on the registration day. Having heard that Xinghin still hadn't formed a star power source point or entered the starry sky, Ji Xinlei couldn't resist provoking him. "I heard you still haven't formed a star power source point or entered the starry sky. Could it be you're one of those rare cases with infinite potential but zero comprehension? Ji Xinlei sneered. Xinghin's previously good mood vanished. He raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and replied coldly, I haven't entered the starry sky or formed a star power source point, but that's none of your business. How do you want to settle this? I'm ready. Ji Xinlei chuckled. You're as arrogant as ever. I heard you're good at martial arts. Let's compare our skills then. It won't be bullying that way. Xinghin let out a cold snort, fixing a sharp gaze on the opponent. If I remember correctly, you're from a noble family, so your account must have quite a few merits. His voice carried a hint of provocation. If I win, transfer all your merit points to me, and let's call it even. Remember, don't bother me about this anymore. I don't have time to deal with you. Ji Xinlei's face darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I accept, but if I win, you must admit in front of everyone that you're a worthless fool with no talent. He emphasized everyone, his eyes cutting through Xinghin like a knife. With that, Ji Xinlei turned and strode away, a confident smile playing on his lips. Yu Feng asked worriedly, are you really going to fight him? He's a level 6 ability user, and I heard he'll break through to level 7 in a month. Xinghin shrugged helplessly. We'll have to settle this eventually. Since he's come to me, how can I back down? He paused, his tone firm. This has nothing to do with you. Go back. Don't get involved. Yu Feng kept pace with Xinghin, insisting, how can I not? If you lose, someone's got to carry you back. The two arrived at the fighting arena, registered, and entered an empty room. Ji Xinlei sneered at Xinghin. Last time I underestimated you. This time, I won't hold back. Xinghin smiled indifferently, beckoning with his index finger. Bring it on. The provocative gesture infuriated Ji Xinlei. His body tensed, veins bulging, as a golden aura enveloped him. With a shout, he charged at Xinghin, fists blazing. Xinghin quickly crouched and dashed forward, fists clenched. Their fists collided midair with a resounding crash, accompanied by the sharp crack of bones. Xinghin's face twitched slightly, but he squinted, sensing a sharp energy surging into him from the point of contact. A golden aura slowly emerged on his body. With a low growl, he unleashed all his internal power, striking Ji Xinlei's fist once more. Both retreated a step. Xinghin shook his hand, thinking to himself, the defense of metal abilities is formidable. A heathen clash isn't wise. Ji Xinlei stared at Xinghin in shock. You can absorb my abilities? How is that possible? Xinghin smirked. Nothing's impossible. Take another punch. He suddenly dashed from the left, appearing behind Ji Xinlei at an odd angle, and swung his fist. Ji Xinlei barely dodged, the punch grazing his cheek. Enraged, he leapt back, kicking both feet toward Xinghin. Thud. Thud. Xinghin met the attack with his foot, creating a dull thud. The two moved swiftly across the arena, exchanging blows, the sound of impact constant. After a quarter of an hour, Xinghin stood still, looking at Ji Xinlei lying on the ground. You lost. Remember your promise. Ji Xinlei chuckled wickedly. Who said I lost? He suddenly leapt up, a metal piece on his waist shooting out and slicing Xinghin's shoulder, blood spilling instantly. Caught off guard, Xinghin quickly retaliated, punching Ji Xinlei in the abdomen. The metal piece flew back, embedding in Xinghin's flesh. Ji Xinlei felt his energy flowing into Xinghin, a fierce look in his eyes as he continued to punch. Xinghin seemed unfazed by the pain, continuously absorbing Ji Xinlei's energy. A golden light shimmered over him, blocking the metal's deeper intrusion. He secretly gathered all his strength, let out a shout, and with veins popping, delivered another fierce blow to Ji Xinlei. This move mimicked the iron fist, invisible but causing excruciating pain. A torrent of power surged into Ji Xinlei's body. Bang! With a scream, Ji Xinlei was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, leaving a deep indentation. Ji Xinlei slid down the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body curled up, convulsing uncontrollably, and his agonizing screams echoed throughout the fighting room. A flash of light passed over the wall, and the dented section quickly repaired itself, returning to its original state. Xinghin calmly pulled the embedded metal from his body and looked sharply at Ji Xinlei. Breaking the rules is a bad habit and deserves punishment, he said, his voice cold and piercing. Ji Xinlei felt a wild force rampaging inside him, even starting to damage his meridians. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes flashing with malice. Without mercy, Xinghin kicked him hard, instantly dispelling the uncontrollable energy within Ji Xinlei. He crouched down, staring directly into Ji Xinlei's eyes, his tone calm but full of threat. Admit defeat now. Let me remind you, many people are watching through the holographic screen. As a scion of a noble family, breaking your word will severely tarnish your family's reputation. Ji Xinlei felt the violent energy within him dissipate, and the physical pain began to subside. He glared at Xinghin, weighing his options before transferring all his merits from his account to Shingan. "You win," he said through gritted teeth, though the malice in his eyes hadn't entirely vanished. Shingan noticed but said nothing more. He merely offered a cold warning. "Good. Remember your promise. If there's a next time, I'll shatter your star power source point." With that, he turned and left, paying no heed to the burning gaze behind him. Cheers erupted at that moment. The unexpected outcome of this uneven match sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Shingan felt a metallic taste rise in his throat. He frowned and forced it down, quickly walking over to Yufeng. Yufeng clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You're unbelievable. You actually beat him," and walked away unscathed. Shingan responded with a wry smile. "If he had held on for another minute, I would have lost. Thanks to your good wishes, I might need help getting back now." In truth, he had expended 70% of his strength in the first clash and could only sustain himself by continuously absorbing his opponent's star power. At this point, he was exhausted, his star power depleted, relying solely on willpower. "Are you serious?" Yufeng stepped back, looking at Shingan in disbelief. Shingan didn't answer, his face pale as he leaned to one side. Yufeng quickly caught him, chuckling. "Either way, a freshman beating a senior is something to celebrate, even if it means using up all your energy." In the fighting room, Jishinlei slowly made his way out after a brief recovery. He quietly watched Shingan and Yufeng leave, vowing silently to himself, "Shingan, you'll pay dearly for this. Only your blood can wash away today's humiliation. You better stay hidden in the base forever, or else." With a dark expression, he headed in another direction, ignoring the surrounding whispers and laughter that only fueled his murderous intent. The next morning, Shingan got up early to prepare breakfast. After discovering the cafeteria menu was the same every day, he decided to cook with his roommates. By the time the other three woke up, breakfast was ready. During the meal, Feng Sanyu asked, "You haven't formed your star power source point yet?" "No." Shinhan nodded. "Entering the threshold doesn't mean you can immediately form a source point. Some people take a year to succeed, so you have plenty of time," Feng Sanyu said, handing Shinhan a document. "This is all my insights from when I form my source point. Hopefully it helps." Shinhan was a bit surprised and smiled. "Thanks, I won't give up." The first class of the morning was star power cultivation. In the meditation room, another student entered the starry sky. Today, Song Jihuai became the sixth in the class to form a star power source point. Meanwhile, Shinhan remained focused on pure meditation. Although 2 hours of daily meditation hadn't yet allowed him to enter the star power field, he felt his mental strength significantly enhanced, making it easier to focus on learning and tasks. This unexpected benefit somewhat comforted his disappointment. After class, Lingwei stopped Shinhan to inquire about his progress. From her words, Shinhan sensed disappointment and a hint of frustration. He clearly remembered her saying, "When you tested your genetic profile, you lit up all the branches, which means you can't be lacking in insight. You meet the standards perfectly in other subjects, yet in star power cultivation, you haven't even crossed the threshold. Shinhan, this isn't about insight or helmets. You need to adjust your learning attitude." Standing outside the classroom, Shinhan mulled over Ling Wei's words repeatedly. "Does she think I'm not trying hard enough? Or do I just look like I'm trying hard?" he muttered, his thoughts swirling. Looking up at the gray sky, it seemed as if a cloud was hanging over his heart, blocking out all the light. As the class bell rang once more, it marked the beginning of the human anatomy course. Instructor Li Dai led the trainees into the anatomy building, where the smell of disinfectant filled the air. They gathered around the dissection table, carefully observing the human structures, tissues, and major acupuncture points. Li Dai's explanations were clear and detailed, covering not only the basics but also simple injury treatments and basic medical knowledge. Inside the anatomy room, besides human specimens, there were various exotic beast corpses on display. Recently, the body of a darkened beast had been added, sparking the trainees' curiosity. All the corpses were meticulously preserved, appearing lifelike. After class, Lida provided everyone with numerous dissection videos and explanatory documents for review. Time flew by, and a month at the base passed in the blink of an eye. In the classroom, half of the trainees had already formed star power nodes within their bodies. However, Shinhan still hadn't entered the starlit realm, let alone formed a star power node. He began to doubt whether activating the three-segment branch had truly reached his limit. This thought lingered in his mind for a moment before he resolutely dismissed it. Shinhan was well aware of his extraordinary potential and superior talent. He was convinced that with continued effort, he could activate other branches. Perhaps it was just a matter of method? Or maybe the timing wasn't right? After much contemplation, he decided not to obsess over forming a star power node, but to focus on strengthening the already activated three-segment branch while enhancing more skills. Throughout the month, Shinhan became a regular in the combat room. His adept combat skills grew increasingly refined through repeated practice, reaching an almost flawless level. Even better, he had earned a considerable amount of federal credits and merit points. Despite purchasing some genetic potions for refining star power, his balance remained substantial. In a new class, the instructor announced that everyone must undertake a base mission each month, which was also part of the graduation assessment. Browsing the task list, Shinhan suddenly recalled the spear shrouded in a force field in the Kangwu abyss. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Although he hadn't formed a star power node this month, he had learned many practical skills and gained a deeper understanding of various things. Shinhan thought to himself that it would be wise to retrieve the spear sooner rather than later. With his current funds, he could afford a low-grade breach disk device capable of absorbing force field energy. The higher the grade of the breach disk, the stronger the force field it could absorb, albeit at a higher price. Once he made up his mind, Shinhan quickly scanned the task list and finally found a mission involving purple bamboo sap. Overjoyed, he immediately accepted the task. He then headed to Frost Wolf Roar to purchase a breach disk, a large number of energy bullets, and medical supplies, even bringing along a potion for refining star power. After this shopping spree, his account was once again emptied. A day later, Shinhan rode his motorcycle to the outskirts of the Kangwu abyss. He hid the motorcycle in a concealed cave, carrying a suitcase and an energy sniper rifle, and cautiously entered the abyss. Having been there before, he skillfully avoided the exotic beasts and made his way to the edge of the abyss. When he re-entered the cave on the cliffside, the sight before him left him shocked. The cave was completely empty, with everything gone without a trace. Someone's been here. Who could it be? Shinhan muttered to himself, frowning. He had come with high hopes, only to encounter this situation, leaving him inevitably disappointed. Standing in the empty cave for a few minutes, Shinhan sighed softly, thinking to himself it wasn't meant to be, and then returned to the cliff top. He began to weave through the forest, searching for traces of purple bamboo. Unbeknownst to him, since leaving the Dark Tribe base, the hidden dark protein within him had begun to activate gradually. Now, the dark protein had fully activated, but had not further invaded his body. Shinhan searched the forest, gradually filling his suitcase with energy stones. He also successfully extracted the purple bamboo sap. Although he couldn't accomplish his main goal for the trip, he still made considerable gains. As he prepared to return to the base, just outside the forest, he unexpectedly encountered a group of people. To his surprise, the leader was someone he knew well, Li Hui. Shinhan instinctively tightened his grip on the sniper rifle. The small device in Li Hui's hand suddenly started flashing red, causing Shinhan to feel uneasy as he planned to avoid them. At that moment, a young man pointed at Shinhan and shouted, "He's an intelligent high-level Dark Tribe member. If we kill him, we'll earn a lot of merit points." Li Hui's expression turned surprised, with a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, before he coldly said, "The dark protein is fully activated. Indeed, he's a Dark Tribe member. Kill him." The group's energy guns began firing wildly, and Shinhan's face turned pale as he quickly rolled to evade the attacks. He shouted loudly, "I'm a federal human, not a Dark Tribe member." The young man suddenly froze, then shouted sharply, "He's a high-ranking Dark Clan member with his own consciousness, trying to impersonate a human. We can't let him escape, or more tribes will suffer. This device never makes mistakes. Don't listen to his excuses, kill him." A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Li Hui's eyes. No one gave Shinhan a chance to explain as a barrage of energy blasts and supernatural powers hurtled toward him. Catching a glimpse of the device in Li Hui's hand, Shinhan's heart sank. It was indeed a device for detecting active dark proteins. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Am I really turning into a Dark Clan member? Deep within, something intangible shattered at that moment. Driven by survival instinct, Shinhan abandoned futile explanations and directly counterattacked. However, this move only confirmed Li Hui and the others' belief that he was indeed a high-ranking Dark Clan member. Dodging the attacks, Shinhan pondered, how did the dark proteins in my body get activated? There were detectors at the base entrance too. Was I possessed during this mission? But why don't I feel any dark creatures fighting for my consciousness? He quickly retreated to the Kangwu forest, sprinting through the underbrush and occasionally firing back. But the disparity in power was too great. Shinhan's energy blast barely harmed Li Hui and his group, and he was eventually hit by the young man. A searing pain shot through his back, but Shinhan gritted his teeth and endured, tossing 2 elemental grenades behind him as he continued to sprint toward the abyss. He thought to himself, Li Hui has already become an 8th-level superhuman. My energy blasts are almost useless against them, intercepted by the icy mist. In this situation, I can't win. The abyss seems to be my only hope. Focusing all his strength on speed, Shinhan found that Li Hui was still in close pursuit, not far behind. Cursing under his breath, he accelerated once more, using his energy gun to create obstacles whenever there was a gap. Suddenly, energy dots flashed on his optical brain, and Shinhan's expression changed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he avoided the Beast King ahead and veered in another direction. This path also led to the abyss, but not to the cliff with the cave. Finally, Shinhan stood at the edge of the Kangwu abyss, facing Li Hui, while the others had yet to catch up. Pointing his gun at Li Hui, he slowly backed away, saying, Li Hui, you should see that I'm not a Dark Clan member. I have my own consciousness. Li Hui hesitated, then sneered, yes, when the device first alarmed. I thought you had become a Dark Clan member, but your eyes told me you're still you. However, he paused, then continued. So what? The dark protein is activated. You've already been corrupted and will eventually lose your consciousness. Once that happens, no one in the Federation has ever escaped. Surely you don't want the Dark Clan to take over your soul, do you? I can give you a dignified, painless death. A dignified death? Shinhan repeated softly, a strange smile forming on his lips. Just as Shinhan pulled the trigger, two arcs flew at him. His pupils contracted, and he barely managed to leap aside. The explosions erupted, and before his consciousness faded, the last thing he saw were the incoming elemental grenades, the booming explosion echoing in his ears. The blast shockwave knocked Shinhan unconscious, and he fell straight into the abyss. Who authorized the use of elemental grenades? How are we supposed to record this for credit? Li Hui jumped back to avoid the explosion, frowning angrily. The young man quickly explained, don't worry, Hui, my optical brain was on just now. We recorded the high-ranking Dark Clan member falling clearly. Falling into the Kangwu abyss is certain death, and with the detection device as evidence, we'll definitely earn the credit. He displayed a holographic projection of Shinhan being blasted away. Li Hui's frown eased slightly. This isn't just any Dark Clan member. Be more careful next time. It's best to secure a body part instead of relying on optical brain loopholes. If the Federation doesn't acknowledge it, all our efforts will be in vain. You're right, Hui. It won't happen again. Looking at the abyss, Li Hui sighed inwardly. The Kangwu abyss, even with the Federation exploring thousands of meters deep, remains bottomless, definitely certain death. If given another 10 years, he might have achieved greatness, but unfortunately, he was possessed. Shaking his head regretfully, he glanced at the abyss one last time before turning to leave. Shinghan's body plummeted straight down, passing through layers of white mist as if falling into an endless chasm. After an unknown length of time, a black shield suddenly appeared around him, catching him just before hitting the ground and gently placing him beside a small stream at the bottom of the abyss. The black shield formed a force field around him, keeping him securely within. Moments later, a group of strange beasts surged from all directions, launching a fierce attack on the black shield. Realizing their efforts were futile, the beasts let out low growls before eventually dispersing. In the moment of falling into the abyss, Shinhan felt an invisible force tugging at his soul. Everything went black, and his consciousness faded away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in a gray, boundless space, stretching infinitely in all directions. Suspended in midair, Shinhan struggled to organize his chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a terrifying idea surfaced in his mind. Dark spirit? He called out coldly, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness. Come out, I know you're here. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding gases began to swirl, forming a vortex around him. These gases gradually gathered, condensing into a mass of black substance. It started to shift in shape, eventually transforming into a humanoid figure. This figure had long, flowing purple hair and wore luxurious dark red robes, exuding an air of mystery. As she slowly turned, Shinhan held his breath. The woman's face was stunningly beautiful, yet carried a hint of icy aloofness. Her gaze was filled with an arrogant disdain, and her entire presence radiated an intimidating aura. The sudden visual impact left Shinhan momentarily dazed. In the next moment, a powerful force surged from the woman, crashing over Shinhan like a tidal wave. His body involuntarily bent under the pressure, a pained expression crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, Shinhan struggled to stand firm, his bones creaking audibly as he resisted the invisible force. After a moment, the pressure suddenly dissipated. Shinhan exhaled deeply, his forehead covered in cold sweat. You are no match for me, the woman spoke, her voice cold and haughty. If you willingly relinquish control of your body, I can. Not a chance. Shinhan interrupted her without hesitation, his gaze resolute. You're indeed powerful, but don't forget, this is my domain. As he spoke, a small metallic sphere suddenly appeared behind him. It shimmered with light, instantly forming an invisible force field between them. The woman's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes. She spoke slowly, that little sphere of yours is indeed impressive. In my weakened state, I cannot break through the force field. But after this period of lurking and nurturing, my weakness has long passed. Such a force field cannot stop me. She paused, then continued, as for your so-called domain, in the face of absolute power, it holds little sway. Human, as the lowest tier awakened being, do you really think you can wound me? Shinghan's body tensed, his lips pressed into a firm line, a glint of determination in his eyes. Even if I have to turn into a pile of bones, I won't let you succeed. I might not be able to kill you, but I can kill myself. That, I am capable of. Or, you can try and see if you can truly be harmed. In truth, Shinghan had little confidence in his words. He was betting that she feared mutual destruction. Otherwise, with her strength, she could easily seize his consciousness without all this negotiation. He was also betting that there might be another solution between them. You. The woman's expression shifted. She believed him, of course. After all, what she truly feared was not Shinghan, nor the force field, but the potent and mysterious power within the metallic sphere. Once activated, it indeed had the power to destroy everything. The two stared each other down, neither willing to back down. Time passed in silence until the woman finally averted her gaze and spoke softly. I can take a step back, not compete for control of your body, and even help you conceal the activated dark protein, but I have a condition. Shinghan did not show any surprise, merely looked at her calmly and said, let's hear it. As long as it doesn't harm human interests, I can agree to it. You are sensible? The woman scoffed before continuing. My dark clan can only choose a vessel once in a lifetime. Only upon reaching the dark monarch level can there be a second exceptional opportunity, and even then, it comes at a cost. She paused and continued, I won't seize control of your body, but I need it as a medium to provide me with enough dark energy. Help me reach the dark monarch level, and I will leave your body, granting you freedom. Her tone became forceful. You should be grateful your physique is special enough to cultivate dark energy, with decent talent that can nourish my spirit. Otherwise, I wouldn't consider sharing a body with you. Don't think of refusing, because you can't. Your dark protein has already been activated by me, and with a bit more effort, I could even invade your genes, imprinting the dark clan's traits upon your entire being. If you wish to live as a human, you must unconditionally agree to my demands, cultivate dark energy, and provide nourishment for me. During this period, I won't harm you. Over the past month, Shinghan had learned that a dark monarch of the dark clan was equivalent to a sovereign emperor of the human race. Shinghan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. A warrior, that was a status he could only look up to. As for a sovereign emperor, that was something he hadn't even dared to dream about, let alone help someone become a dark emperor. This thought stirred his mind, and he scrutinized the woman in front of him, asking, what level are you? When did you attach yourself to me? The woman's lips curled into a fleeting smile, though the pride in her eyes remained. She calmly replied, I reached the level of a dark general years ago. She paused, a cold glint flashing across her face. As for attaching myself, it was naturally at the dark clan's base. If it weren't for your interference, I would have a graceful body by now, rather than being in this sorry state, sharing a body with a weak awakened one. Shinghan listened, feeling no sympathy. After all, if he hadn't intervened, it would have been Chucha who was possessed. Just as he was about to speak, everything went black, and he heard the woman's icy voice. I'll give you time to think, but my patience is limited. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I won't hesitate to use force to seize control of this body. When Shinghan opened his eyes again, a wave of pain surged through his body. He looked at the black aura surrounding him, grateful he still retained his consciousness, while recalling the conversation with the woman. A dark general, equivalent to a human warrior. She actually possessed such power. Shinghan thought to himself, I mustn't let her leave my body, or she would wreak havoc on the human race. But, should I really cooperate with her to help her become a dark emperor? Wouldn't that just be nurturing a stronger enemy for the dark clan? If I fought with all my might now, could I perish together with her, or at least severely injure her? At this thought, Shinghan couldn't help but smile bitterly. A dark general, the disparity in strength was truly despairing. He suddenly remembered the first lesson the commander gave them when they entered the infernal training camp. No matter when or where, no matter what happens, cherish life. Only by living can there be endless possibilities. Shinghan softly repeated this, contemplating. For now, I can restrain a dark general, preventing her from harming the human race. If she becomes a dark emperor in the future, and I become stronger than her, even if she leaves my body, I can still keep her in check. But then he frowned. She wants me to cultivate dark energy. Doesn't that mean becoming part of the dark clan? Besides, I'm already cultivating star energy. How can I cultivate dark energy simultaneously? These two energies can't coexist. After pondering for a while without a solution, Shinghan decided not to dwell on it. He sat up, looking around at the exotic beasts and the seemingly endless abyss, feeling a bit helpless. I agree to your terms, he said, but as for cultivating dark energy, I can't do it. Human cultivation methods only allow for star energy. The woman's voice echoed again. The active dark protein in your body has already begun to invade your genes. Even without me, you would walk the path of cultivating dark energy. This is an unchangeable fact. The reason it hasn't invaded sooner is because I deliberately controlled it. She paused, then continued, I've mentioned that your physique is unique. You can cultivate dark energy without abandoning star energy. Find a way to solve the cultivation method issue yourself. I only care about the results. Seeing the hesitation on Shinhan's face, the woman added, dark energy will alter your genetic characteristics, but you can rest assured. As long as I'm inside you, no one will detect your changes. Of course, I can only help you bypass detection equipment. Beyond that, I won't offer any assistance. And I hope you won't do anything foolish. If I find any malicious intent, even if I risk being severely injured, I'll ensure you disappear. Shinhan chuckled bitterly. Since you're not seizing control or interfering with my life, why would I harbor any ill will? In my current state, I don't have the capability anyway. Besides, shouldn't I be the one saying that? As long as you understand, the woman responded coldly, nothing about you interests me in the slightest. I just want to use your body to become a dark emperor, and I'll leave immediately after. During this time, aside from the supply of dark energy, I won't interfere with any of your decisions. I'm not interested. Pleasure to cooperate. Shinhan paused and then asked, what should I call you? My name is Eileen. At dusk, Shinhan slaughtered all the exotic beasts around him, absorbing all the energy from the stones. He picked up his suitcase and energy sniper rifle, following the stream down into the abyss. Recalling the sudden appearance of the black light shield during his fall, which protected him and all his belongings intact, Shinhan couldn't help but feel a strange sense of gratitude. Although he didn't particularly like the dark spirit within him, he no longer felt the intense aversion he once did. He looked up at the darkening sky and took out an elemental grenade, blasting a cave into the cliff of the abyss. He then used an energy device to activate a force field, finally settling down in the cave with a sense of relief. Through the force field, Shinhan gazed at the night outside, watching as the light was gradually swallowed by darkness. He opened his holobrain, focusing intently on deciphering the data, quickly slipping into a state of flow. In the sky, the bright stars and moon spread like a silver veil, casting a shimmering frost over the earth. Time slipped away unnoticed until a piercing roar from a mythical beast shattered the tranquility of the cave, breaking through the force field. He looked up, rubbing his tired eyes, and was slightly surprised by the time displayed on his holobrain. After shutting it off, Shinhan closed his eyes to rest, his consciousness lightly drifting, faintly hearing the distant cries of beasts. The next morning, harsh sunlight, tinged with the unique golden hue of dawn, penetrated the force field, filling the cave with light. Shinhan awoke to the sounds of birds and flowing streams. He stepped out of the force field, gazing at the sun and the towering cliffs, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. After some thought, Shinhan decided to follow the stream quickly, eager to leave the place behind. An hour into his journey, faced with an endless expanse of trees and a deep abyss, Shinhan halted, turning to ask Eileen, is there any way to get me out of this abyss? Eileen replied coolly, currently, I'm just a dark spirit bound to your body. My power diminishes with use. You lack dark energy, unless you cultivate it here or find something to convert energy. Of course, if you relinquish control of your body to me, I can absorb dark energy directly and lead us out of this abyss. Shinhan remained silent, continuing his path. He thought, the Kangwu abyss is vast. Who knows how far this chasm stretches? But where there's water, there's an exit. Following the stream should eventually lead him out. With renewed determination, he quickened his pace, wasting no time. Days turned into nights as Shinhan's food supplies dwindled, yet the abyss seemed endless. He began foraging for wild fruits and hunting small creatures for sustenance. One day, under the blazing sun, his holobrain suddenly displayed an energy signal, the mark of a beast king. He quickly hid behind a rock, setting up his energy sniper rifle for observation. Through the scope, he saw a towering spider. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, the spider's head turned toward him. Shinhan was slightly startled but fired several shots in quick succession, each aimed at vital points. The gunfire echoed through the abyss. The spider beast let out a low growl, spewing webs to intercept the energy bullets, and then charged toward Shinhan with eyes gleaming with excitement. Shinhan tossed an elemental grenade. The explosion sounded, but the spider only sustained minor injuries before swiftly recovering. Shinhan's expression shifted slightly as he muttered, just my luck. Could it have a regenerative attribute? Seeing the approaching spider, he leaped from behind the rock, drawing his dagger to engage. The dagger only left small wounds on the spider, and the cold voice of his holobrain confirmed his suspicions. X-star, 1-star beast king, rank 1, regenerative attribute, extremely high danger. Regenerative attribute can only be countered with speed. Effective attacks are limited to the head, heart, and elemental crystal. Gripping his dagger tightly, Shinhan felt the weight of the situation. He concentrated all his energy on speed. moving like a shadow around the spider, repeatedly striking at its vital points. The spider blocked with its legs, producing a metallic clang, and with a swift kick, sent Shinhan flying several meters. Despite this, Shinhan quickly rebounded, continuing his fierce assault, creating a series of afterimages. No matter how Shinhan varied his attack rhythm, his dagger consistently targeted the spider beast's weak spots. The spider, provoked numerous times, shed considerable blood from its vital areas. Its eyes glowed red as it let out a low growl, spewing white orbs of light from its mouth. Shinhan watched the approaching white light with caution, his experience telling him it was the spider web capable of engulfing energy blasts. He quickly retreated, and as expected, a massive white web stuck firmly to the spot where he had just been standing. Faced with this perilous situation, a heavy feeling settled in Zingan's heart, but he refused to back down. He pulled out an energy recovery serum from his pocket and decisively injected it into his body. As the energy surged within him, Shinhan let out a low growl, his figure darting nimbly between the continuous flashes of white light as he launched another charge at the spider monster. His dagger aimed straight for the spider's heart, plunging in with force. The spider let out a deafening roar, a mix of pain and fury. Its 4 hind legs kicked the ground fiercely, while its 4 front legs leaped upward, its massive body rising into the air, threatening to crush Shinhan. Startled, Shinhan reacted swiftly. He drove the dagger deeper into the spider and then executed a nimble roll to narrowly avoid the deadly strike. The giant spider landed heavily, creating several deep craters in the sandy ground. The spider growled again, its 8 legs moving rapidly, bringing it right in front of Shinhan in an instant. With each movement, a surge of blood gushed from its heart, yet strangely, the wound was slowly healing. This sight made Shinhan's heart sink, realizing that killing this creature might come at a great cost. Shinhan swiftly dodged behind a rock, gritted his teeth, and pulled out 4 or 5 elemental grenades, hurling them forcefully at the spider's feet. The continuous explosions echoed through the abyss, and the spider's massive body fell with a thud, convulsing violently as 2 severed giant legs flew into the nearby stream. However, the spider was not dead. It struggled to its feet, unsteady with the loss of 2 legs. It wobbled, its fierce gaze locking onto Shinhan. Suddenly, it leaped onto the rock, crushing it into fragments. By then, Shinhan had already moved to the other side. Seeing the spider still vigorous after taking several elemental grenades, he gritted his teeth, understanding this might be his only chance to win. He focused all his strength on speed, darting around the spider like lightning, leaving slashes all over its body with his short dagger. In just a few minutes, the spider was drenched in its own blood. Shinhan, too, was wounded in several places, but he paid no heed, his eyes fixed on the spider monster, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. As soon as the spider showed the slightest opening, he would attack without hesitation. Suddenly, the spider's severed front leg pierced through Shinhan's shoulder. With a roar, it flung Shinhan away. Blood spurted out, and the dagger was lost in the chaos. The spider pounced after him, and Shinhan, his pupils narrowing, quickly rolled to evade. His blood-soaked clothes covered in sand, Shinhan was in a sorry state. Blood continued to gush from the wound on his shoulder, but his gaze landed on the soft soil by the stream, and a spark of inspiration struck him. He kept rolling, dodging the spider's attacks and webs, while cleverly luring the spider toward the stream. The spider's severed leg had stopped bleeding and was slowly healing, but no new limb appeared. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Shinhan, no longer spinning webs but leaping directly to attack. Each time the spider's thick leg landed, it sank deep into the soft soil, requiring several struggles to pull free. Shinhan seized the moment, leaping to the stream, quickly grabbing the fallen spider limb. As the spider struggled in the soft soil, he jumped onto its back, using the limb to strike the spider's head repeatedly. Under the relentless assault, the spider finally staggered and fell, the red in its eyes fading to a dazed look. It lay on its back, trembling on the soft soil, trying to rise again. Shinhan wouldn't let this chance slip by. He immediately chanted a series of notes that deepened the spider's confusion. Then he jumped onto the spider's body, repeatedly driving the spider limb into its heart, each withdrawal accompanied by a gush of blood. Initially, the giant spider's legs continued to twitch and struggle, with the 2 severed legs even embedding into Shinhan's flesh. But as its heart sustained repeated trauma and blood loss mounted, the spider's regenerative abilities gradually waned. Eventually, amid violent convulsions and a piercing shriek, the spider monster slowly lost its vitality. Only after confirming the spider was completely incapacitated did Shinhan cease his attack. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the spider's corpse, panting heavily. Despite his numerous injuries, a faint smile appeared on his lips, celebrating this hard-won victory. Shinhan struggled to rise from the spider's corpse, every muscle in his body protesting the fierce battle he had just endured. With heavy steps, he made his way toward the shattered rocks nearby. One by one, he moved the large stones, revealing a briefcase hidden underneath. Opening the case, Shinhan quickly retrieved 2 cell repair serums and 1 recovery serum, injecting them into his body without hesitation. The effects were immediate, and he felt his strength slowly returning. As he took stock of his remaining supplies, Shinhan frowned. He had used up all his elemental grenades, only 2 serums were left, and his energy rounds were nearly depleted. He realized that if he encountered any more beasts, he would have to avoid them rather than engage in combat. After organizing the briefcase, Shinhan looked up at the seemingly endless abyss and let out a soft sigh. He picked up his fallen dagger and turned toward the spider's carcass. Carefully, he extracted the elemental crystal from the spider's body. Seeing its nearly flawless quality, Shinhan allowed himself a satisfied smile. Wasting no time, he quickly cut off several of the spider's limbs and placed them in his briefcase, then continued southward along the creek. The sun blazed overhead, and the wind howled, but Shinhan pressed on tirelessly, as if driven by some unseen force. After an indeterminate amount of time, a low thatched hut suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Shinhan's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. However, his digital assistant abruptly issued a warning. Force field detected ahead. Startled, Shinhan halted in his tracks. To encounter a thatched hut protected by a force field in such a place was unexpected. He cautiously reached out his hand and, as expected, encountered an invisible barrier. Examining the evidently long-standing hut, Shinhan pondered. How advanced is the force field technology on this planet, X-Star? Even a simple gun and a rudimentary hut can be enveloped by a force field. He rubbed his chin, filled with anticipation. What treasures might be inside? A few seconds later, Shinhan retrieved a breach disk from his briefcase. Once activated, the disk adhered to the force field, beginning to absorb its energy. The force field around the hut shimmered with ripples, faintly visible in the sunlight. As time passed, the energy of the force field was gradually depleted by the breach disk. When the last trace of energy vanished, the disk fell to the ground with a clatter. Shinhan picked it up and inspected it, frowning. This low-grade item was indeed worthless, rendered useless after absorbing just 1 force field. He muttered softly in dismay. That's money down the drain. Shinhan approached the hut and was about to push the door open when a booming voice suddenly rang out behind him. Who are you, and what do you want? He froze, turning slowly to see a middle-aged man standing not far away, a beast carcass slung over his shoulder. Shinhan awkwardly pointed to the hut, forcing a smile as he asked, Is this your house? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and retorted, In the vast expanse of the Kangwu abyss for miles around, who else but me is alive? He walked over, scrutinizing Shinhan with a meaningful gaze. Shinhan hurriedly explained, It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man said nothing more, simply placed the beast's body on the ground, opened the door, and went inside. He turned back and said, This place hasn't seen visitors in a long time. To be precise, anyone who makes it here, aside from me, is dead. It's rare to see a living person. Come in and have a seat. Shinhan was momentarily taken aback, then followed him into the hut. Though small, it was well equipped. He sat on a wooden stool, picked up the cup of water before him, and couldn't shake a strange feeling. This sensation had lingered since he first heard the man's voice, and it refused to dissipate. The middle-aged man curiously asked, How did you end up in this place? He could sense that Shinhan's abilities hadn't even reached the level of a superhuman, making his survival at the bottom of the Kangwu abyss all the more astonishing. Shinhan simply replied, I was being hunted and fell down from above. He then asked, When did you come here, and why haven't you left? Noticing the man wore a digital assistant and had numerous items unique to the Federation inside the hut, Shinhan was certain the man was also from the Federation. Leave. The middle-aged man replied with a peculiar smile. Detecting the oddity in his tone, Shinhan furrowed his brows, puzzled. The man slowly explained, My name is Fong Xian, and I've been here for 10 years. Like you, I was being hunted and fell from above. When I first arrived, I held on to hope, wanting to escape this abyss. Back then, the Kangwu abyss seemed like an endless chasm with no end in sight. I walked along the creek from where I fell for a long time, but eventually, my hope faded, and I settled here. Once, while pursuing a beast, I traveled south for days and finally reached the end of the abyss. However, it was merely another cliff wall. At that point, I lost all hope and abandoned any thoughts of leaving. Of course, with my current strength, I could easily leave the abyss, but I no longer wished to. Fong Xian looked around and nodded with satisfaction. This place is great. It has everything we need and none of those annoying flies, mosquitoes, or fleas. His eyes showed a hint of happiness, as if he had finally found a place to settle down. Shinhan's expression was complicated upon hearing this. He opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated. Eventually, he asked, "Are you really willing to let those murderers go unpunished?" Feng Xian glanced at Shingan and replied calmly, "At first, I wasn't willing to accept it. But later, I realized that evil people will face their retribution, a sort of divine justice. I can't spend my entire life consumed by hatred." Then, he abruptly changed the subject. "Can you cook?" Shingan wanted to ask more questions, but seeing Feng Xian's reluctance to discuss further, he dropped it. "Yes," he answered simply. "Great, then you won't be a freeloader," Feng Xian said, pointing outside. "Go handle the exotic beast out there. I'll buy some spices, and we can have a feast today." With that, he sat down in a reclining chair, opened his light brain, and began swiping across the screen. A moment later, he retrieved a few items from the light brain and placed them on the table. "Purchase." Shingan paused in his movements, curious. Feng Xian explained, "In the depths of the Kangwu abyss, there are many unique materials you can't find elsewhere. The hides of exotic beasts and energy stones here are abundant. If you're lucky, you might even find elemental crystals. These can be auctioned or sold to Frost Wolf Roar in exchange for supplies, federal currency, or merit points." Continuing, he said, "Before I fell into the Kangwu abyss, I implanted a personal space chip in my light brain. With it, I can trade online directly, making it convenient even in this remote wilderness." Feng Xian went on to explain the working principle of the space chip, how it connects to the federal storage space through tiny wormholes for remote transactions. Shingan listened intently, realizing the wonders of the space chip and secretly deciding to rent one when he got out. Days passed quickly. Shingan followed Feng Xian's advice to check the end of the abyss, discovering another equally insurmountable cliff. Though he had expected it, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed as he returned dejectedly. However, this time was not without gain. Shingan discovered that Feng Xian was a remarkably talented engraver, pursued to this place due to jealousy over his exceptional skills. Shingan persistently persuaded him, promising to cook every day and make various concessions, eventually convincing Feng Xian to teach him the art of engraving inscriptions. Initially, Feng Xian was reluctant. "Not everyone can learn to be an engraver. Even if I teach you, you'll only become an ordinary engraver at best. To reach higher levels, you need innate potential. Learning too many things isn't always beneficial." But after Shingan showed his genetic profile, Feng Xian's attitude changed dramatically. He immediately pulled Shingan inside to seriously teach him the principles of engraving, as if eager to impart all his knowledge. Under Feng Xian's guidance, Shingan learned the entire process of inscribing, first using mental focus to photolithograph special materials onto the crafting medium, then using an etching machine for initial etching, and finally having the engraver activate the energy matrix. Feng Xian emphasized that even the slightest error in the inscriptions could render the work useless. Feng Xian took an etching machine from his storage space and explained its use and precautions in detail. He told Shingan that the higher the quality of materials and equipment, the more powerful the inscription would be. However, the engraver's own skill was crucial. Without it, even the template photolithography would be difficult to complete. Feng Xian explained that once Shingan grasped the principles, he could use inscription matrices to enhance weapons, defense, and speed. With enough potential, he could even innovate and improve on his own. He also introduced methods for mass-producing simple inscribed devices and discussed the complexity of advanced inscription matrices and the high demands they place on engravers. Shingan finally mastered the basics of the etching machine. Feng Xian then sent a template file to his light brain, which surprisingly contained nearly 1,000 inscription templates. After carefully browsing through them, Shingan chose a relatively simple template and cautiously etched it onto his sniper rifle. He then attempted to etch more complex templates onto other weapons, gradually becoming familiar with the operation of the etching machine. Once Shingan fully grasped the basic etching techniques, Feng Xian began teaching him how to perform supplementary etching. Feng Xian explained that the initial etching was akin to inscribing individual template energy matrices, but only by completing the supplementary etching, connecting the modules piece by piece, could the energy matrix be activated to truly enhance the weapon's power. Shingan realized the significant role that an etcher played in the Federation. Inscription carving was not only an irreplaceable skill but also a highly lucrative profession. As he started learning from the simplest and most basic inscription templates, he quickly discovered that carving inscriptions was like drawing intricate mazes. A slight mistake could render the entire etched module useless or greatly diminish its power. The process of supplementary etching was even more of a test of skill. Shingan had to maintain precise control over his movements, ensuring his star power remained constant, and his speed was neither too fast nor too slow. His mind needed to stay calm, and his environment had to be tranquil. Only then could he focus and enter a state of flow, allowing him to carve powerful inscriptions. This fine control of precision was the key that distinguished the strength of etchers. Shingan gradually understood that mastering supplementary etching required not only potential and talent, but also exceptional mental fortitude. Especially when etching powerful inscriptions, It demanded not only strong mental power but also abundant star power. He finally understood why Feng Xian was initially reluctant to teach him etching. He had indeed underestimated the complexity of the craft. Life in the Kangwu Abyss was fulfilling and busy. Every day at dawn, Shinhan would get up to practice martial arts. As the sun rose, he would train the starry sky technique, progressing slowly but steadily. When the sun was high in the sky, he ventured out to hunt exotic beasts. By dusk, he would start practicing inscription etching. A week later, Shinhan was pleasantly surprised to find that through the process of constantly depleting and replenishing his star power while etching inscriptions, he could somewhat expand his meridians, increasing his capacity to store star power. 2 weeks later, one day, Shinhan was practicing supplementary etching as usual beside the straw hut. In his focused state, he could clearly feel his star power depleting as the etching progressed, nearly exhausting it. At this critical moment, with the inscription almost complete, he carefully conducted each supplementary etch. Suddenly, Shinhan's star power was completely drained. Unwilling to abandon his nearly finished work, he immediately concentrated his mental power, desperately drawing upon the few remnants of star power within him. Simultaneously, he fully activated the starry sky technique, guiding the flow of external star power to trickle into his body through his skin pores. The excessive depletion of star power left Shinhan pale, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth, let out a low growl, and injected all the forcibly absorbed star power into the inscription. When he painstakingly completed the final stroke, Shinhan collapsed to the ground, but a smile of relief spread across his face. He immediately sat cross-legged to meditate, using the starry sky technique to absorb star power from the air. Gradually, strands of star power entered his body, nourishing his meridians and muscles. It wasn't until the sun set that his body was refilled with strength. Shinhan didn't notice that as he finished, a faint star glimmer appeared at his navel Shunke point, only to quickly fade away. Looking at the first complete inscription he had crafted using pure star power, Shinhan felt a surge of accomplishment. He carefully handed the finished product to Feng Xian. Feng Xian took the handgun and fired a shot at the distant cliff. He closely examined the inscription, a faint smile playing at his lips, and nonchalantly remarked, "Barely passable." Although it was just a simple and low-level inscription, completing it in one go with his own star power at the Awakener stage was indeed commendable. Feng Xian recalled his own experience when he reached the level of an ability user and completely depleted his star power during his first inscription etching. He looked at Shinhan with a newfound respect and said, "I have some fine wine prepared. We can have a taste tonight. It's top quality." "Yes," Shinhan replied with a smile, his eyes brightening. He then ran toward the woods across the creek. Half an hour later, Shinhan emerged from the forest, covered in blood, dragging a tall, 8th-level exotic beast. As night fell, the small straw hut was lit with a soft, warm glow. Feng Xian placed a half-filled glass of pale golden wine in front of Shinhan, and the two began a rare moment of celebration. "This is diluted golden lava," Feng Xian explained. "It can refine starlight and protect against the cold. However, too much can be harmful, and you're too weak to drink a lot of it right now." Shinhan nodded and without hesitation, lifted the golden liquid in front of him and drank it all in one go. Instantly, a warm surge spread throughout his body, and he could clearly feel the heat of his blood boiling inside him. Even diluted, it still has such power. "This is truly high-grade stuff," Shinhan said in amazement. Feng Xian laughed heartily at this. "Once you become an engraving master, you'll have as much of this as you want." Shinhan silently noted that there are different levels in the path of becoming an inscription master: beginner, engraver, and engraving master. An engraver is further divided into 9 levels. Before reaching the first level, one is a beginner, and after the 9th level, one becomes an engraving master, also known as an inscription master. As a beginner, the gap between him and an engraving master seemed insurmountable. He merely twitched the corner of his eye at Feng Xian's words, not responding. Feng Xian was undoubtedly a dedicated teacher. Whether it was inscriptions, cultivation, physical conditioning, or understanding the world, he generously imparted his knowledge. As he put it, "I'll teach you everything I know. How much you learn is up to you." After carving his first inscription, Shinhan noticed Feng Xian became exceptionally busy, often leaving early and returning late, sometimes taking Shinhan along. Though puzzled, Shinhan didn't dwell on it and focused entirely on improving his skills. Through interactions with Feng Xian, his mindset also matured. A week later, Shinhan ventured into the forest across the creek in search of a 9th-level blackfire python. This creature was swift and could spit black flames. After a 2-hour fierce battle, he managed to slay it at considerable cost. He wasn't interested in the energy stone beginning to crystallize inside the python, but rather its incredibly tough sinew. Carefully extracting a milky white tendon, he dragged the python's body back to the thatched hut. That night, Shinhan retrieved a milky white elemental crystal from his suitcase, obtained from a giant spider, and placed it into a newly purchased casting machine. After buzzing for over 10 minutes, the machine stopped, revealing only 12 smooth, perforated milky white beads and a pile of scraps. Looking at the beads, Shinhan felt a twinge of pain, not expecting such a large crystal to yield so little. He began infusing energy into the beads, which gradually deepened in color. Once all 12 beads were brimming with energy, he strung them together with the tendon. Satisfied, he smiled at the string of milky white beads. What are you dawdling for? Fang Xian poked his head in, asking, hurry and rest. We have to head out early tomorrow. Okay, I'll be right there. Xinghan quickly put away the beads and entered the hut. This week, Xinghan maintained a fulfilling routine, though his time for practicing inscriptions was spent engraving the beads. Each bead bore an inscription. Looking at the completed beads, he couldn't help but reflect that it had been nearly a month since he arrived at Kingwu Abyss. At dusk, Fang Xian returned with a massive beast, covered in blood, with a new scratch on his face. Xinghan hurriedly took the beast, placed it by the hut, and then handed the bracelet to Fang Xian. Teacher, this is a gift for you. By channeling starlight, it can activate an energy matrix, and the beads have a healing effect. They could be useful in critical moments. While wiping the blood from his hands, Fang Xian put on the bracelet and said dismissively, you spent all this time on this trinket. With my strength, would I even need these beads? Xinghan scratched his head and smiled. With your strength, of course not. But these beads are pure and full of energy. Only on your wrist do they truly show their worth. You're quite the talker. Go make dinner, Fang Xian said, rubbing the beads with a smile. All right. Xinghan turned away, not noticing the look of satisfaction, praise, and a hint of imperceptible reluctance in Fang Xian's eyes. From that point on, Fang Xian's life picked up pace dramatically. Every day, he would leave at the break of dawn and not return until nightfall. As time went on, the scent of blood around him grew stronger, and his aura became increasingly menacing. These changes did not escape Xing Hin's keen observation. While Xing Hin roamed the forest surrounding the thatched hut, he noticed a sharp decline in the number of exotic beasts. It often took him a long trek to encounter even one or two. Although he vaguely suspected Fang Xian was involved, he chose to remain silent and did not ask directly. Time flew by, and Xing Hin had been in the abyss of Kangwu for over a month. During this period, he diligently practiced the starry sky technique day after day. As time passed, the star power within him grew denser. He faintly sensed a bottleneck, but he had a hunch that once he broke through to the psychic level, he would be able to form a star power source point. In addition to the increase in star power, Xing Hin's combat skills improved significantly over the month. Particularly in actual combat, the time it took him to slay exotic beasts gradually decreased. Now, even when facing a one-star, first-tier beast king barehanded, he wouldn't exhaust all his strength. Moreover, Xing Hin made significant strides in the inscription techniques he primarily practiced in the abyss of Kangwu. In short, as long as he had enough star power, he could engrave powerful inscriptions. However, more complex inscriptions were still beyond his current capabilities. It wasn't just about star power. It also involved a certain artistic conception. Mastery in inscription requires time, patience, and extensive practice to create exquisite works. One day, the weather was gloomy, with a sky that seemed ready to pour at any moment. Fang Xian, unusually, stayed indoors instead of going out. His mood appeared unstable. He frequently called Xing Hin to serve tea and water and would suddenly ask him about engraving issues. By noon, Xing Hin finally finished the re-engraving on the sniper rifle. Just then, Fang Xian, fully dressed, emerged from the thatched hut and said, pack your things. I'm taking you to find a way out. A way out? Xing Hin was too surprised to speak. Get moving, or you'll miss your chance, Fang Xian replied, activating an energy device and placing an energy stone inside to create a force field around the hut. All right, right away. Xing Hin's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to pack his belongings. Fang Xian led Xing Hin along the creek heading north. At night, they set up a tent and took food from their storage to eat. The next morning, they continued their journey, even passing the spot where Xing Hin had initially fallen. Master, didn't you say it took you 3 years and you still couldn't find an exit? Xing Hin couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Why so many questions? Do you think I'm lying to you? Fang Xian replied irritably. After a pause, he sighed and muttered, I must owe you from a past life. After several more hours of travel, Fang Xian looked at the spacious ground before them, nodding in satisfaction. This is it. Tomorrow, you can leave this wretched place. With that, he pulled out a machine from his storage space, saying, I don't have much to give you. This semi-automatic engraving machine isn't the most advanced, but it's decent. The important thing is it's small and easy to carry. Once you're out, make sure to get a space chip. Master, aren't you leaving? Xing Hin asked, holding the engraving machine in a daze. I've been in the abyss for so long, I've grown attached to it. If you encounter any issues with inscriptions in the future, you can ask me directly via the light brain. Now go and clear out these pesky starwoods around here. Fong Xian tossed a lightsaber to Shingan and turned to gaze at the abyss, shaking his head. With nothing more to say, Fong Xian sat on a nearby rock, fiddling with the beads on his wrist, lost in thought. Shingan acknowledged, taking the lightsaber to chop down the starwoods. Fortunately, the starwoods in this spacious area were not as dense as elsewhere. It took him barely half an hour to make the already open ground even more expansive. The next day, at dawn, a rumbling sound came from above them. Minutes later, a small aircraft appeared in Shingan's view, landing on the spacious ground. A middle-aged man disembarked from the plane, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two before settling on Fong Xian. "Are you Mr. Fong Xian?" "That's me," Fong Xian replied with a smile, stepping forward to shake the man's hand. "Mr. Wu, I greatly appreciate you coming all this way. Here's the remaining transaction amount." He transferred the funds to the man via his light brain. "I've traveled extensively and rarely encountered a trading partner like you, willing to offer such a large deposit. It's been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Fong. I look forward to our next collaboration," Mr. Wu said, glancing at the amount on his light brain with satisfaction. Fong Xian responded with a smile. Moments later, Shingan boarded the aircraft, beginning his ascent into the sky. He gazed out the window at Fong Xian and the receding landscape, a sense of nostalgia and gratitude flickering through his heart. The plane continued its ascent, piercing through the clouds until it passed over the abyss of Kangwu, arriving at the 7th battle zone. With a roar, the plane slowly descended outside a remote skyscraper. A middle-aged man with the surname Wu turned to Shingan and said, "As per Mr. Fong's request, I've brought you to the 7th zone. This is a private airfield, and nearby is a base of the Howling Frost Wolves. Remember to send a message to Mr. Fong after you leave." After thanking him, Shingan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Thank you. May I ask what the total amount of this transaction is?" The middle-aged man gave Shingan an odd look, gestured with both hands, and spoke in a low voice. "The abyss of Kangwu isn't a simple place. Even the most reckless would think twice before heading there. And some things can't be bought with money. If it were just about money, why would I agree? You're a lucky one." With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Shingan stood there, his expression complex. After a while, he opened his holographic map and headed in the direction of the Howling Frost Wolves. Irene, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke in Shingan's mind. "Just a reminder, you're no longer purely human. The active dark protein has invaded and affected your genes. Your genetic profile should now have the dark clan branch illuminated. Simply put, you can now absorb dark energy. Don't try to hide it. Find a method to accelerate the absorption of dark energy quickly." Shingan smirked. "I know it's irreversible, and I won't delay. However, I'm just an awakener, so initially, the dark energy won't satisfy you. I hope you'll be patient." Irene snorted and said nothing more. When Shingan returned to the base, it was already noon the next day. He completed his mission, earning a fair amount of merit, and exchanged the energy stones he brought back for essential goods. He kept the sniper rifle and sold all the remaining inscribed products he had practiced on to the Howling Frost Wolves, each fetching a good price. As he looked at the exchange figures, Shingan was both surprised and delighted, realizing firsthand what a lucrative business this was. After checking his holographic account, Shingan found that renting a spaceship still required a significant amount of merit. He hesitated for a moment before handing the yellow elemental crystal that Fong Xian had given him before leaving to the shopkeeper, gathering enough merit to rent a storage space. The rented spaceship was temporarily bound to the renter's identity account and could only be stored with the shopkeeper. It could be temporarily inserted into the holographic device during missions and had to be returned to the shopkeeper afterward. Only when one reached the strength of a gifted individual and accumulated enough merit could they purchase a private space, which could be implanted into the holographic device after identifying genetic traits, allowing for personal carrying. Thereafter, as long as there was sufficient merit, the storage space could be continually expanded. Shingan placed all his belongings into the rented storage space before returning to the demon prison training camp. The next day, Shingan entered the classroom. By the time class started, there were only 40 people present. Instructor Ling announced gravely that 6 people's holographic accounts had been deactivated, confirming their deaths, and 4 others were missing. This was merely the result of the first mission. Instructor Ling retrieved 3 vials of gene-enhancing serum from the storage space. Mu Shui, Meng Shu, Yu Feng, you 3 were the first to complete your missions and return to the classroom. These are your rewards. A boy with a bowl haircut stood up to protest. Instructor Ling, this isn't fair. Our tasks were different, with varying difficulty and distances. How can you judge based on completion time? Otherwise, everyone would choose the closest, simplest tasks next time. Ling Wei looked at him calmly and replied nonchalantly, choosing tasks wisely is also a skill. I only care about results. The process doesn't matter. The boy's expression changed, but he eventually sat down in silence. Yufeng and the other two carefully accepted their serums, placing them in their pockets as the envious eyes of others followed them. Lingwei continued, "The rest of you shouldn't be discouraged. Overall, the mission was completed well. I've secured for you the opportunity to enter the energy cleansing pool for half an hour. How much you can absorb depends on your ability. After this mission, you officially become members of the base. From now on, all your courses will be assessed, and comprehensive scores will be checked at the end of each month. The top 10 will receive a reward, the top 3 will receive 2 rewards, and the first place will receive 3 rewards. Rewards include gene serums, medical potions, firearms, funds, and access to the library, energy pool, and meditation room for training." Upon hearing this, everyone's excited expressions suddenly froze. Huashio stood up and asked, "Instructor Ling, do we have to compete for access to the meditation room for training in the future too?" Lingwei paused, her gaze sweeping across every face in the classroom before she spoke. "Absorbing star force in a special field is far more effective than outside. Most of you have experienced this firsthand, so I won't elaborate further." As soon as she finished speaking, a low murmur spread through the classroom. Some faces showed nostalgia, while others frowned, seemingly reminiscing about that experience. Lingwei continued, "But now, that privilege has been revoked. All base members have only a 1-month trial period. Once the official assessment begins, you can only enter by competing for rankings." Her words hit everyone like a sledgehammer. A short-haired girl couldn't help but murmur, "Training in the meditation room was truly unforgettable. The immense star force. I didn't expect it to become part of the assessment." She paused, then added, "Luckily, I've already formed a star force source point, which will make future training a bit easier." The atmosphere in the classroom became complex. Some were happy, some were worried. Those who hadn't formed a star force source point within the month looked anxious. Without the superior training conditions, forming a source point would only become more challenging. However, Shingan remained unusually calm about the situation. He had never felt the so-called immense star force in the meditation room and had long since given up hope on training there, planning instead to progress steadily, step by step. After a moment of silence, a confident voice suddenly rang out, "As long as you make it into the top 10, you get a reward, which is pretty decent. I'm confident I can aim for the top 3. Everyone turned to see Huashio, the student with the highest ability level, sitting upright with a determined gleam in his eyes. Shortly after, another boy spoke up, "The top 10 doesn't seem too hard." Although Song Jihuai and Mu Shui remained silent, their determined expressions and the light in their eyes showed they were also aiming for the top 10. At that moment, the classroom's atmosphere reached an unprecedented level of tension. Everyone was like a drawn sword, sharp and vigilant, wary of those around them, as if they might snatch away their prize at any moment. Some students, confident in their strength, cast challenging glances at their rivals, silently assessing the gap between them. Just then, Yu Feng, who had just received a reward, turned to Xing Hin and said, "There are only 40 of us in this batch, 44 if you count those who haven't returned. Making it into the top 10 isn't that difficult, and I'm feeling a bit tempted. Xing Hin, do you have a goal?" Xing Hin was about to respond when Ling Wei, with a mysterious smile, interrupted, "Do you really think only the 40 of you here will be assessed?" Everyone was stunned. Even Xing Hin was taken aback. With wide eyes, Yufeng asked, "Instructor Ling, if it's not just us 40, do you mean all the freshmen?" Others had clearly thought of this possibility too, and their previously confident expressions turned to shock as they looked at Ling Wei, waiting for her response. Ling Wei slowly replied, "Not all the new recruits at the base, but all the trainees in the Hell training camp." She paused, then added, "And from the moment you became a part of the base, you were no longer newcomers." A boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle stood up again, protesting, "Instructor Ling, isn't that unfair? They're all senior students." Hearing this, the crowd nodded, agreeing with him. Ling Wei calmly explained, "There's no such thing as fair or unfair. The base doesn't keep 2 batches of trainees. You're all from the same batch, just arrived at different times. Only those who have graduated are from the previous batch." Xing Hin felt a sudden clarity as if a light had gone off in his mind. He finally understood the strange feeling Head had since entering the Hell training camp. In the base, only those who reached the level of endowment could graduate, yet those claiming to be senior students were still at the ability user stage. The anger of being deceived filled everyone's hearts. Seeing the changing expressions of the crowd, Ling Wei smirked, "It seems you've all figured it out. The Hell training camp is the smallest training camp in the base. Including you, there are currently 950 trainees. In 6 months, your class will be completely mixed with other classes, and based on assessment results, divided into elite, regular, and inferior classes." She continued, "At the end of each month, those in the top 100 of the comprehensive assessment receive 1 type of reward. The top 60 get 2 types. The top 30 get 3 types. The top 10 receive 1 reward. The top 3 get 2 rewards, and the first place receives 3 rewards. If you want rewards, show your results. I believe you can do it." The crowd frowned, puzzled. A student couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Ling, what's the difference between a type of reward and a piece of reward?" Lingwei explained. The Hell training camp has a reward system that lists all the rewards available. Lingwei announced an important rule. One reward grants access to the entire reward system, while a single reward only provides an individual item from the system. Her gaze was sharp as she scanned the crowd and continued. The Federation is strict with rewards and punishments. It doesn't support freeloaders. In the comprehensive performance evaluation every 6 months, the bottom 100 will be eliminated. Note, it is the Federation that will eliminate you, not the base or the demon prison training camp. This means you will lose all Federation benefits and privileges, becoming like an abandoned orphan. The classroom buzzed with murmurs. Trainees were calculating their potential rankings, tempted by the rewards yet anxious about the penalties. Shingan pondered silently. Although he might not match the top trainees at level 8 or nearly 9 in supernatural abilities, his excellent performance in other subjects should keep him from falling into the bottom ranks. Lingwei clapped her hands to signal for silence and continued. Now, proceed to the second hall on the 3rd floor of the star-plucking tower within 10 minutes to report and enter the energy pool for immersion. Latecomers will have their immersion time reduced accordingly. The pool water contains potions that strengthen the body and bones and can also refine star power. Before she finished speaking, the trainees surged out of the classroom like a tide, racing towards the star-plucking tower. This 6-story building, located in the southeast of the base, had 10 halls on each floor, with a central elevator separating the male and female areas. By the time Shinhan and his peers arrived, many trainees from other training camps were already there. A lieutenant assigned them to different rooms. Shinhan was placed in room 9, which contained a large, deep green pool. The lieutenant poured in a special gene potion prepared by Instructor Ling and explained, "This can stimulate potential and activate branches. Whether you can absorb it depends on your skills. Cherish this rare opportunity." 7 trainees quickly entered the pool and began using the Starry Sky technique to absorb energy. Shinhan relaxed completely, allowing the potion to fully soak into his skin. Before long, a burning sensation and intense stinging spread, but he remained focused on his technique, refining the star power within. Suddenly, Eileen's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to absorb dark energy and activate the dark race gene branch. Shinhan hesitated briefly but then firmly refused. "No, this is Instructor Ling's potion, meant only to activate the human branch." Eileen scoffed. "Foolish. Why differentiate between races when strengthening yourself?" Shinhan ignored her, concentrating on absorbing the pool's potion. Soon, 5 swirling energy vortices appeared around him, drawing a significant amount of potion into his body. Shinhan felt the immense star power within him surging wildly. As his body brimmed with strength, a wave of intense pain crashed over him. Clenching his teeth, he endured the agony and focused on forming a star power source point at the Shinkai acupuncture point in his abdomen. Star power circled around a white dot, gradually forming a vortex. As more star power poured in, Shinhan sensed he was just a step away from success. Overjoyed, he relentlessly guided the star power to break through the invisible barrier. Each impact was like a colossal wave crashing against rocks, producing a deafening roar. Shinhan bore the pain of these impacts while eagerly anticipating the imminent breakthrough. Meanwhile, the medicinal power from outside continued to flood into his body. His meridians stretched to their limits, shattered, and then were repaired by the medicinal power. This cycle repeated, with each repair slightly expanding the meridians to accommodate more medicinal and star power. Pain and gain went hand in hand, as cold sweat formed on Shinhan's forehead, his clenched jaw trembling slightly, and his closed eyes twitching. Despite this, his body remained relaxed, allowing the medicinal power to flow freely from all directions. In the pool, the green water had faded to half its original color. Countless vortices of varying sizes devoured the medicinal power, and mist rose from the pool's surface, obscuring the faces of the 7 individuals. A closer look revealed that the vortex around Shinhan absorbed more medicinal power than the other 6 combined, and this gap continued to widen. Outside the Zhaixing Tower, Lingwei quietly gazed at the building, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Beside her stood a young man in a white robe with gold-rimmed glasses. Lida adjusting his glasses, Lida asked, "You're their instructor, but isn't this a bit much? Those gene potions aren't ordinary enhancement elixirs. According to the base's senior instructor salary, you've spent a year's worth of merits. Is it worth it?" Lingwei pondered briefly and replied, "Li, as children of noble families, you know the Ling family isn't short of money. In a few months, they'll be divided into classes. As their instructor, I naturally hope they can go further, at least not be eliminated. These potions might just cultivate a genius, and even if it's only one, it's worth it." Just as Li Da was about to respond, a figure suddenly bumped into him. It was Huang Hai, a man with a bushy beard, who said with mild surprise, "Oh, it's Instructor Li Da. My apologies, I didn't see you. Why aren't you in the dissection room? What brings you here to the training ground?" Don't soil your custom brand white robe. Li Do was slightly embarrassed but didn't get a chance to reply as Huang Hai turned to Ling Wei, saying, Instructor Ling, you truly are the most dedicated instructor. I heard the trainees were undergoing energy pool immersion today, so I rushed over and indeed found you here. Ling Wei asked with some confusion. Instructor Huang, is there something you need? Huang Hai explained, yes, their upcoming training courses need adjustment. If you have the time, let's discuss it. Ling Wei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we should plan it out. Thank you for the reminder. She turned to Li Da. Li, you should join us too. Let's also refine the assessment scores to avoid any mistakes. Huang Hai's eyes briefly flickered with a hint of gloom, but he said nothing more and followed Ling Wei briskly towards the office. Meanwhile, inside the Zhaixing Tower, just as Shingan felt he was about to form a star power source point, he suddenly noticed the supply of medicinal power had ceased. The star power source point about to form at the Shinkei point dissipated, merging into his entire network of meridians. This failed attempt unexpectedly further strengthened his muscles and bones. Shinhan opened his eyes to find the others looking equally puzzled. Glancing down, he saw that the green water in the energy pool had turned to clear water. They all understood that this was because the medicinal power had been completely absorbed. They quickly checked their optical computers and were shocked to discover that only 20 minutes had passed since they entered the energy pool. Yufeng stood up, touched his body, and said in disbelief, we have a 30-minute soaking time. But there's still 10 minutes left, and the energy pool has already been depleted of its medicinal power. I can't believe we absorbed all the power from the pool. A hint of regret flashed in Xinghen's eyes as he recalled the near formation of a star force source point. His eyes flickered, and he quickly suggested, the rule is 30 minutes, so let's find the sergeant. Maybe he can solve this for us. We still have 10 minutes. The 7 of them quickly dressed and headed out. In the hall, the sergeant was patrolling back and forth, maintaining order. When he saw the people from room 9 coming out early, his face darkened, and he scolded harshly, you have 30 minutes, and it's not over yet. Do you think these medicinal waters are free? Or do you all think you're so strong that you don't need to soak anymore? His powerful presence forced them to step back involuntarily. Xinghen stepped forward, looked the sergeant straight in the eye, and calmly reported, Sergeant, the energy pool in room 9 is out of medicinal power. We need a replacement. The sergeant showed a mocking expression and gestured as if he hadn't heard. What? Say that again. Xinghen raised his voice and repeated. Room 9 has no medicinal power left. There's no green anymore. We still have 10 minutes and request a replacement. The sergeant's expression changed slightly as he scrutinized the 7 of them. Seeing they didn't seem to be lying, he frowned and said, the pool's medicinals are a standard amount. With your capabilities, absorbing it all would already be an extraordinary talent, especially since it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. If I find there's still power in there, you're done for. Saying this, he pushed past them and strode toward room 9. Moments later, the sergeant returned with a strange expression, glanced at them, and then at the optical computer, saying, room 9 indeed has no medicinal power left. The people in room 2 have already left. You have 7 minutes left, so hurry. A smile spread across Xinghen's face as he headed toward room 2, loudly expressing his gratitude. 7 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and upon hearing the sergeant's loud reminder, Xinghen left room 2 with a slight sense of regret. He thought to himself, if I had just 10 more minutes, I could have formed a star force source point. But overall, this energy cleansing was fantastic. I feel like my body strength is at least twice what it was before. Although my star force hasn't made a substantial breakthrough, it's been purified quite a bit. What's important is that I can clearly feel significant changes in my meridians, muscles, and bones. These changes will definitely help in future cultivation and training, and now, my ability to absorb and store star force is incomparable to before. This joy outweighed the regret, and Xinghen briskly headed toward the demon prison training camp, his mind racing. When the group arrived in the classroom, the optical computer suddenly flashed. Xinghen opened it and found that the course schedule had been altered, adding shooting and mental training, with some new rules noted at the bottom. Looking at the densely packed schedule and daunting regulations, everyone had the same thought. The comfortable days were over, and the real grueling training was about to begin. The classroom erupted in groans, while outside, Instructor Huang Hai stood silently, seemingly enjoying their reactions. Xinghen didn't join the groaning but felt uneasy. Upon noticing Huang Hai, he immediately straightened up, eyes fixed forward, and subtly tugged Yufeng's sleeve. Soon, the others noticed Huang Hai as well, and they all sat up straight, their breathing barely audible. The classroom became so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Huang Hai walked in, grinning savagely. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to wail starting tomorrow. Everyone shuddered slightly, their expressions tense. Xinghen felt a faint ache in his abdomen, a reminder of a previous encounter with a powerful punch. To help you fully absorb the medicinal power, Head to the training ground immediately and run 20 laps around the valley with extreme weight. Afterward, return to your dorms and memorize the courses and rules. Being late, leaving early, or failing to meet training targets will cost you assessment points. Uncertain whether the assessment had already begun, Shingan and the others dared not take any chances and promptly followed Huang Hai's orders. Compared to their first attempt, their physical capabilities had greatly improved. Although the 20 laps with extreme weight were challenging, it was not impossible. After finishing the run, Shingan returned to his dorm, activated a force field in his room, and began to sit and absorb the relatively sparse dark energy in the air. Compared to Star Force, the dark energy on Planet X was indeed thin. However, Shingan was unaware that before the dark race arrived on Planet X, the dark energy was even more scarce, and now, its concentration in the air was steadily increasing. Shingan focused intently on absorbing the dark energy, feeling its force to be even more overwhelming than the star energy. The dark energy surged through his meridians like a storm, tearing at the delicate channels, only to be swiftly repaired by the star energy within him. He furrowed his brow slightly and immediately adjusted the flow of the dark energy, guiding it toward the Shinkai acupoint. Suddenly, the dark energy seemed to gain a will of its own, refusing to coexist with the star energy in the same acupoint, and began to fiercely clash. Inside the Shinkai acupoint, the star energy and dark energy formed two massive vortices, constantly colliding. Each impact was like waves crashing against the shore, with the pain intensifying each time, almost making Shingan cry out. As the energies collided, the surrounding meridians were torn and repaired repeatedly. The Ren and Du meridians bore the brunt of the impact, with one acupoint after another being opened up. The incoming star and dark energies quickly occupied these newly established spaces. To Shingan's surprise, within the acupoints of the Ren and Du meridians, the two energies coexisted peacefully, unlike the fierce battle in the Shinkai acupoint. This discovery brought him some relief, though it left him with mixed emotions. As more energy poured in, the vortex in his abdomen grew larger, with a roaring sound continuously battering Shingan's body. He felt his mind becoming hazy and quickly emitted strange sounds to keep himself alert. He carefully controlled the absorption of energy, preventing excess energy from being drawn into the vortex, which gradually calmed the conflict. Suddenly, the two vortices collided violently, causing Shingan to momentarily black out. Ultimately, the dark energy, being lesser in quantity, was defeated and settled in the left Tianshu acupoint, glaring at the star energy in the Shinkai acupoint but refraining from another attack. Shingan felt a sense of relief, but also understood that this was merely due to the dark energy's insufficiency. If the two forces were evenly matched, the outcome would be uncertain. This realization intensified his desire to form a star energy source point. His digital assistant flashed, reminding him it was time to rest. Shingan ceased his training, dissipated the force field, and took a shower to wash away the sweat. As he lay in bed reviewing information on his device, Feng Sanyu and his two companions returned, looking travel-worn. Feng Sanyu set down his gear and asked Shingan about his experience transitioning to this new phase. Shingan smiled and responded, acknowledging that they were both teammates and rivals. Feng Sanyu reminded him that they were roommates first and shared an important piece of advice. Always obey the instructor's orders, even if they seem unreasonable, and complete them with all one's might. He also revealed that he ranked 7th last month. Shingan gratefully accepted this advice, taking a closer look at this top-ranked individual. At 4:30 the next morning, an ancient song suddenly played from his device, jolting Shingan awake. From the hall came Qin Zhentian's surprised voice. What the heck? They're doing a surprise drill. I wasn't mentally prepared for this at all. Feng Sanyu hurriedly began dressing and freshening up, while Shingan, who knew the rules by heart, didn't dare waste a moment. He quickly got ready and dashed out of the dormitory, sprinting towards the training ground. The morning song would play twice, with a break in between, totaling 10 minutes. Within this short window, all cadets had to gather at the training ground. In the dormitory hallway, chaotic footsteps echoed continuously. Some cadets barely had time to dress properly before rushing downstairs, as if pursued by a demon. When Shingan arrived at the training ground, it was already packed with people standing in orderly ranks by class. At the front stood the instructors responsible for training. Shingan immediately spotted Instructor Ling and quickly joined his class. The Hell training camp consisted of 10 classes, including Shingan's class 10. Looking around, members from other classes were mostly present, but less than half of class 10 had arrived. Shingan anxiously searched for Yufeng's figure, but couldn't find him. Despite his internal worry, he maintained a standard posture, eyes forward, not daring to relax for a second. Suddenly, a loud song blared from everyone's personal devices, synchronized as if from a single high-quality speaker. As the song neared its second end, the training ground's force field was activated, blocking any latecomers outside. Standing at the forefront, Huang Hai held an unactivated life shield, grinning wickedly. Well, It seems a third of you are absent, with Class 10 missing two-thirds. This clearly shows your disregard for the rules. He paused before loudly declaring, all latecomers, 1 point deducted. With that, Huang Hai deactivated the force field and scanned the tardy cadets with his device. He then headed towards the dormitory with the life shield. Soon, another batch of cadets was driven out. These unfortunate ones experienced close contact with the imitation of the powerful artifact. For ordinary people, the life shield was a formidable defensive tool, but for Huang Hai, with his indestructible physique, it was merely a baton. 3 minutes later, everyone stood upright, eyes forward. Lingwei stepped forward with a smile and said to Huang Hai, Instructor Huang, I'll leave them to you now. Huang Hai pounded his chest and assured, don't worry, Instructor Ling. I'll take care of these cubs. You won't need to come in the mornings anymore. They'll learn to be punctual. Other instructors thanked Huang Hai before leaving. Huang Hai activated the training grounds field, and with a few taps on his device, the scene transformed. The valley turned into a vast forest, encircled by a wide road. Swinging the life rod, Huang Hai commanded, now, everyone, start running around the forest. Don't stop until I say so. Run, you cubs. Leave every bit of flab on this road and become fine specimens of muscle. Huang Hai's roars echoed in their ears as everyone began to sprint. Time ticked away with the rhythm of their footsteps. Huang Hai followed on his motorcycle, brandishing the life rod, urging those who lagged behind. The once dreaded iron fist of Huang Hai had now been replaced by the nightmare of the life rod. And of course, his favorite tune, Journey to the End of the World, marked the beginning of their daily horrors. Cubs, faster. You better not let my bike catch up, Huang Hai shouted, balancing the motorcycle with one hand while waving the life rod with the other. The cold morning wind tousled his hair, making it hard to distinguish his beard from his hair from afar. Hearing the shouts behind him, Shingan instinctively quickened his pace. As the dawnlight began to rise from the east, numerous cadets lagging behind were struck by Huang Hai's rod. The crackling sounds were followed by cries and wails, then another burst of sprinting. Suddenly, a frail boy fell to the ground. Huang Hai immediately turned his motorcycle towards him, shouting, get up, keep running, don't stop until I say so. The boy, pale and trembling, weakly protested, I can't run anymore. If I keep going, I'll die. The rod struck him instantly, accompanied by a scream. Huang Hai bellowed, get up. As long as you're not dead, keep running. Amidst the ongoing roars, Shingan felt a shiver run down his spine. Looking around, he saw others with a mix of fear and resignation on their faces, yet more were determined not to be left behind. Shingan noticed that under the motivation of Huang Hai, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace. He sighed inwardly, realizing that pain can be a source of motivation, but found himself falling behind. Quickly, he adjusted his breathing and star power, picking up speed. Within minutes, he caught up with the group, running with single-minded focus, as if he was the only one on the road. Gradually, Shingan's speed increased, and soon he surpassed everyone. Those behind him watched with curious eyes, and as the distance widened, their gazes became more thoughtful. In just a few minutes, many had silently marked him as a potential rival. After completing a lap, Shingan stopped where Huang Hai had paused. The sounds of roaring and screams pulled him back to reality, and he saw that the boy lying on the ground, barely conscious, was Yufeng. Shingan frowned, knowing Yufeng's physical capability was decent, making the scene puzzling. He couldn't help but slow down, frequently glancing in Yufeng's direction. The main group caught up, and Feng Sanyu placed a hand on Shingan's shoulder, turning his head and whispering, keep running, don't meddle. This is the first day of training for new students. The bearded one needs to establish authority. If you intervene, you'll be challenging his authority, and you won't escape the consequences. I've told you before, he's always right. Don't question the instructor's decisions. Recognizing Feng Sanyu's voice, Shingan hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering with resolve. The screams echoed in his mind, and he finally shook his head, removing Feng Sanyu's arm. I know you're right, but he's my friend, and his physical condition is not bad. Something must have happened. I can't just stand by. With that, he resolutely walked towards instructor Huang Hai. Feng Sanyu shook his head helplessly. Most of the onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude or anticipation, while a few showed sympathy. Feng Sanyu cursed under his breath, running swiftly ahead without looking back, though his eyes betrayed a complex emotion. As the main group gradually moved away, Shingan, walking towards the roadside, became a striking figure. Huang Hai squinted, recognizing him, and kicked at the ground. Shingan, do you know that challenging my authority comes at a price? Yes, sir, Shingan replied, glancing at Yufeng with a slight change in expression. Instructor Huang, I am willing to accept punishment, but he is in a weak state and needs immediate medical attention. As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of a motorcycle engine was heard from the force field, and someone took Yufeng away. Shinhan breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart felt heavy. Huang Hai sneered. Standing up for a friend isn't inherently wrong, but doing so despite knowing it's wrong is foolish. Shinhan looked calmly at Huang Hai. I just did what I had to do. Huang Hai's laughter paused as he scrutinized Shinhan, eventually saying, since it's your first offense and for the safety of a teammate, I'll give you two choices. Either lose assessment points or accept my punishment. I choose to accept the punishment, Shinhan replied without hesitation. Huang Hai immediately grabbed the back of Shinhan's collar and led him to a large tree, pulling out a rope to tie him to it. Very well. If you make the same mistake again, there won't be any choice. With that, he began striking Shinhan with a military baton, producing a rhythmic thudding sound. With the first strike, Shinhan's face changed slightly, his pupils contracting. The continuous blows landed all over his body, waves of intense pain crashing over him, as if his body were being torn into countless pieces. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let a cry escape. By the 10th strike, Huang Hai, observing Shinhan's contorted face yet enduring silence, felt a flicker of admiration. The baton continued to fall. After 20 strikes, Shinhan's eyes began to unfocus, yet he remained silent. Blood seeped from his tightly bitten lips, and the overwhelming pain nearly drowned his consciousness. Huang Hai's view of Shinhan had changed. The 21st strike halted 2 centimeters from his skin, symbolically tapping him. To withstand my 20 strikes, you barely qualify to stand up for others. At this moment, the main group reached the spot, and many who heard the evaluation looked at Shinhan with changed expressions. Those were looks of fear and hostility, and even the top young talent in the demon prison training camp finally lifted his head to face Shinhan. This standout knew all too well how formidable instructor Huang Hai's military baton was. He recalled that when he was at level 3 of his abilities, he could only withstand 10 strikes from the baton. Despite his significantly increased strength now, he wasn't entirely confident he could endure 20 strikes. Shinhan was oblivious to all this. He had already fainted by the time Huang Hai stopped the punishment, and only came to when he found himself lying on his dorm bed. As he moved slightly, a wave of intense pain swept through his body, causing him to gasp. Resigned, he lay back and checked the time on his light brain, realizing he had half an hour before class. You're awake? Have some water. Li Xuanmong walked in and handed Shinhan a glass of water. You're something else, taking 20 hits from the baton. Qin Juntian exclaimed as he bounded in from the hall upon hearing the commotion. He instinctively wanted to pat Shinhan, but under Li Xuanmong's gaze, he slowly withdrew his hand and awkwardly scratched his head instead. Shinhan opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't make a sound. He drank the water in one go, cleared his throat, and hoarsely said, "Thank you." Li Xuanmong took the empty glass and glanced at the light brain, saying, "You should rest well. I need to head to the classroom to prepare for class. Surviving such an ordeal means good fortune is ahead, and your class 10 is now quite famous. Sounds like we came out ahead," Shinhan said after a moment of silence. Qin Juntian laughed heartily, and once Li Xuanmong left, he finally patted Shinhan on the shoulder with satisfaction before saying goodbye. Shinhan lay there for another 10 minutes before deciding to get up for class. As soon as he got out of bed, his muscles screamed in pain, nearly causing him to fall. Just then, a few paper cranes landed on him and a force gently pushed him back onto the bed. A figure appeared outside the door. Shinhan was a bit surprised. Your abilities seem to have improved quite a bit. Yes, I'm close to a breakthrough, Feng Sanyu said as he put away the paper cranes and handed Shinhan 3 vials of medicine. The training will be intense every day, and only by meeting the targets can you avoid elimination. These will help. The base rewards are much more effective than what you can buy outside. Shinhan looked at Feng Sanyu quietly for a few moments before accepting the vials without protest. He was about to say something when Feng Sanyu added, "We're roommates. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." Shinhan was slightly taken aback, then smiled softly. "Did you already foresee this outcome today?" "Yes," Feng Sanyu replied. "Your friend was going to lose 3 points, and you had 2 choices, lose points or take the punishment. Either way, someone had to be used as an example. If you hadn't stepped up, your friend would still have received treatment." With that, he walked out. Shinhan was somewhat bewildered, looking down at the painkiller, restorative, and nerve relaxant in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he injected the medicines into his body. The effects were surprisingly good, starting to work within minutes, which made him even more determined to break into the top 100. In the classroom, the theory class allowed Shinhan time to process the medication. The second class was a new addition, long-range shooting, taught by instructor Zhao Yuanhang. The training environment varied, from plains to wilderness to forests, with increasing difficulty. The shooting range extended from 50 meters onward, and targets evolved from stationary to moving. Besides shooting, they also learned to conceal themselves in different environments. After a week of intensive training, Shinhan's shooting and stealth skills improved dramatically. He could remain undetected for 2 hours in one spot, His shooting range reached 850 meters, and impressively, he maintained a 99 bullseye rate during high-intensity shooting. This pleased instructor Zhao Yuanhang, who rewarded Xinghin with a green genetic potion that enhanced perception. Just as Xinghin was delighted with this, news came from the medical center that Yufeng was ready to be discharged. Xinghin arrived outside the medical clinic and immediately spotted Yufeng weaving through the crowded throng. He hurried over, eager to ask, "How did it go? Was the cold aura removed? What did the doctor say about your future training?" Yufeng sighed with relief and replied, "It's taken care of.
The doctor said if I had waited any longer, I would have been stuck at the aptitude level for life."
A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he added quietly, "Surviving such a close call must have a silver lining. I won't forget this debt." Xinghan was silent for a moment, then met Yufeng's gaze with determination, asking, "Yufeng, be honest with me. What exactly happened?" Initially, Yufeng intended to brush it off, but seeing Xinghan's serious expression, his smile faded. He took a deep breath and explained, "After we finished running 20 laps that day, I went to the fighting arena. On my way back, I was followed and outnumbered, and I got beaten up. I never expected they intended to cripple me." He paused before continuing. "Luckily, that morning, the blow from instructor Huang in the dorm inadvertently triggered the cold aura. Without that, I might have never realized the aura was hidden in my Shinkei acupoint. Later, when the aura spread, it was instructor Huang's repeated strikes that helped control it. In a way, he saved my life, though it wasn't a pleasant experience." Xinghan got straight to the point. "Who did it?" Yufeng frowned, recalling the incident, and shook his head. "I don't know. Those people didn't seem to be from the base. They were more like desperados. Since arriving on Planet X, I haven't had any conflicts with anyone. I can't figure out who would target me." Xinghan pondered for a moment before asking, "Could it be Ji Xinlei?" Yufeng looked at Xinghan with surprise, saying, "Hard to say. But don't act rashly. I'm fine now. If it turns out to be him, I won't let it go." Xinghan clenched and unclenched his fists, then nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't act impulsively without evidence. Let's head back. You need to catch up on your training." "All right," Yufeng agreed. Time flew by, and the end of the month arrived. The assessment scores for the demonic prison training camp appeared on everyone's personal devices, and everyone anxiously checked their rankings. Xinghan scrolled through the screen repeatedly, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. Finally, he found his name at 180th place. Before this, he hadn't seen any names from Class 10, but noticed all three of his roommates made it to the top 100. Staring at the number 180, he quickly calculated where he could gain extra points. After much thought, he concluded that if his star power training matched the level of his other courses, he could definitely break into the top 100, maybe even the top 60. This realization made Xinghan frown. He could sense the abundant star power within him, and he could hold his own against ability users below level 7. However, the fact that he hadn't formed a star power source point or become an ability user was significantly dragging down his assessment score. Xinghan thought to himself, "While training star power, I'm also training shadow power, which doubles the time required. It's understandable that my level progresses slowly, but this can't continue. I need to excel in other courses while accelerating my star power training. No matter what, even if I don't break into the top 100 this month, I must show improvement." Upon recalculating, he astutely noticed significant room for improvement in combat techniques and mental strength courses. In contrast, he could nearly achieve full marks in mech, theory, and shooting courses. Thus, he planned to slightly adjust his focus without compromising his scores. Just then, the class bell rang. The classroom, which was abuzz with discussion, fell silent as students sat upright, waiting for the instructor. This session was supposed to be on mental strength training, but unexpectedly, an elderly man with graying hair and clad in gray entered instead of instructor Zhou Yang. The old man stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "There's been a change in your curriculum. I am your runes instructor, Luo Juin, but you can call me Old Luo. I'll be teaching you the basics of inscription, including initial etching and simple re-etching." Old Luo began explaining how to use mental strength to engrave simple templates onto objects, followed by machine etching and manual re-etching to activate energy matrices and enhance the object's power. Xinghan listened intently, feeling a surge of excitement. He had been searching for ways to accumulate points, and this unexpected introduction of a runes course opened a new avenue for advancement. For him, this course was practically a gift of easy credits. Xinghan was delighted but remained vigilant, focusing intently on the lecture, afraid of missing any detail. His eyes closely followed every movement of the instructor, and his ears were keenly attuned to every explanation. At the base, not all courses were considered equally important. Star power cultivation and physical training were clearly prioritized, as evidenced by their equal class hours. In contrast, theoretical courses, while also assessed, had noticeably fewer hours. The daily intense physical training was grueling, making the few theory classes feel like rare moments of respite. Of course, some had no interest in these classes, dozing off during lectures, preferring the exhausting physical training instead. The physical training included a variety of activities: martial arts, early morning surprise weighted runs, progressively heavier equipment muscle strengthening, as well as extreme activities like underwater breath holding, free climbing, and high-altitude tightrope walking. Through these exercises, the trainees' physical abilities and flexibility were continually enhanced, with progress in other courses as well. Shinhan could feel that each training session refined his star power to some extent, which made him even more motivated. Unbeknownst to him, several gene locks within his body quietly unlocked some belonging to the dark race branch, some to the human branch, with many smaller branches being activated and even becoming more robust. However, Shinhan was unaware of these changes, focusing solely on his training. By the end of the month, during another assessment, Shinhan finally broke into the top 100, largely thanks to the inscription course. When he received the reward notification, he silently thanked teacher Fong Xian and Kangwu Abyss. In this assessment, the overall scores of the demon prison training camp had decreased, primarily due to the inscription course. More than two-thirds of the trainees lacked the potential to inscribe, and those with potential had very little. With limited course time, only 1 to 200 trainees showed any progress in the inscription course. Shinhan was the only one who managed to complete a fully inscribed product. As a result, Shinhan became the top scorer in inscriptions at the training camp. His name, highlighted in a special color, made him stand out, and he knew this would bring more trouble. However, the base had rules against private fights, and losing in an official challenge would cost the loser Federation currency or merit points. After several victories in the combat arena, Shinhan started to look forward to such troubles. When Shinhan first saw the reward system, he was amazed by its offerings and developed a strong desire to reach the top 3. He carefully searched for rewards suitable for him, ultimately setting his sights on the 5th floor of the library. There, he found martial arts techniques organized by the Federation from relics. It was said that instructor Huang Hai's Vajra Fist was selected from the library and honed through practice. After much thought, Shinhan chose his reward and immediately went to the library to register and confirm his entry to the 5th floor. There, 2 others were already engrossed. Shinhan glanced around, sat at an empty machine, put on a helmet, and entered a vast virtual space after a few operations on the holographic screen. The space was a dark night sky, with rows of martial arts books flashing quickly, dazzling to the eyes. A mechanical voice sounded, "Welcome to the 5th floor of the library. Yushu will recommend suitable martial arts for your cultivation." Yushu was the library's intelligent program, managing the books. As soon as the voice finished, rows of martial arts books began to flash rapidly. Several books of various colors landed in front of Shinhan. After glancing at the titles, he shook his head, prompting another row of books to appear. "I need a technique to strengthen my physique," Shinhan said, shaking his head again. The martial arts in midair flashed again, and soon 7 or 8 techniques appeared before him, with several more rows behind. Shinhan scanned them, eventually reaching out to grab one. As he touched the book, all other books disappeared. Shinhan sat down and began to read the book titled Body Restructuring Technique. According to the introduction, it was an ancient body refining technique discovered by the Federation during their migration to Yenhu Star. It was said that completing the first stage could double one's physical strength. Delighted, Shinhan immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on understanding the principles of cultivation, and began memorizing the techniques. He recited them repeatedly, and by the time he memorized the 3rd ear technique, he had finished the entire book. However, after finishing, Shinhan's expression turned grim. The reason was simple. At the end of the book, a prominent line read, "Body restructuring technique is incomplete. Please choose cautiously." At that moment, Shinhan stared blankly at the book in front of him, a book he had already memorized by heart, and struggled to suppress the urge to curse. After a moment of silence, he finally released his grip and, with a thought, exited the space. "This 100 refinements manual is incomplete. How did it end up on the 5th floor? And why did I have to pick it? What a waste of a reward opportunity," Shinhan muttered as he removed his helmet, irritably ruffling his hair, and grumbled all the way out of the library. He was fully aware that each reward could only be selected once, with no chance for a do-over. As he stepped outside, Shinhan looked up at the darkening sky, realizing that he hadn't just wasted a reward, but also several precious hours. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he trudged back to his dormitory, weighed down by fatigue. After a day of intense training, his 3 roommates were already fast asleep. Shinhan sat cross-legged in the living room, practicing the starry sky technique for 2 cycles, and then worked on his dark energy before finally getting ready for bed. He had barely fallen asleep when he vaguely heard the nightmarish song, "Traveling the World," playing again. Thinking it was a hallucination, he pinched his thigh hard, but the booming song continued to echo in his ears. Shinhan suddenly realized it wasn't a hallucination. "It's only around 2:30. He cursed Lieutenant Huang under his breath as he sprang from his bed with lightning speed. Feng Sanyu also rose quickly, and Qin Zhanqian's muffled roar echoed through the hall. After 2 months of training, Shingan had grown accustomed to these scenes. He got ready as fast as possible and reached the training ground before traveling the world finished its second round. Lieutenant Huang was still holding that emerald green life shield, humming the song, clearly in a good mood. As the melody ended, he scanned the crowd with his light brain and smiled. Not bad. Only 2 or 3 of you were a bit late, but the rest are all here. It seems the past 2 months of training have been effective. After that, he put away the life shield and shouted, "At ease, attention, dismissed." In their dazed state, everyone instinctively prepared to start running, with a few even taking a couple of steps. Suddenly realizing something was off, they abruptly stopped and turned to look at their fellow trainees, only to see the same confused and bewildered expressions. Did I hear that right? Was it dismissed? A weak voice inquired from the crowd. I heard it too, dismissed. So did I. Meanwhile, Huang Hai was already humming a tune as he left. The group was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, leaving in small groups with arms slung around each other's shoulders. I guess the big guys found his happiness. This feels too unreal. I need to run a couple of laps to ground myself. One man declared loudly, starting to run, and unexpectedly, quite a few followed suit. By this time, Shingan was fully awake. He also ran a lap around the valley before returning to the dormitory. That night, hardly anyone slept soundly, all on edge for a potential second round of the song. It wasn't until dawn broke that everyone finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Come morning, the corridors were filled with people yawning and sporting panda-like dark circles. Strangely, those who had run a few laps the night before seemed in relatively good spirits. Shingan, feeling a bit odd himself, made his way to the classroom and took his seat. A few minutes later, the sound of distinct high-heeled footsteps approached Class 10. Shingan was puzzled, as their class only had one female teacher who never wore high heels. He wondered, could there be a new course? What would it be? Many others shared his curiosity. However, when the owner of the high heels walked into the classroom, everyone was taken aback. It was instructor Ling Wei. There will be no class today. Ling Wei began straightforwardly, outlining the upcoming plans. The Dark Clan has become increasingly rampant, with frequent attacks on several tribes, including a few affiliated with our base. As members of the base, it's our duty to protect these affiliated tribes. The base has issued a mission with high merit points as a special benefit for you. She continued, now, follow me to collect a set of nano uniforms, along with the weapons and medical supplies you'll need. Although the mission is exclusive to base trainees, it still counts towards your merit points upgrade. During combat, remember to activate your light brain to record and verify your merit points. Your nano uniforms are exclusive to base trainees, featuring the base emblem. So when you're out there protecting the tribes, make sure not to tarnish the reputation of the Liang base. Understood? Understood. They responded in unison. Good. Follow me to the warehouse to collect your gear.
Yes.
The nano uniform was a complete outfit from head to toe, black in color, with 2 white stripes running along the sides of the sleeves and pant legs. On the left chest was embossed a fiery red sun, with the words Liang base beneath it. When Shingan put on his new clothes, he felt they were a bit loose. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the clothes automatically adjusted to fit his body perfectly. He was astonished and couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technology of the Federation. Instead of Starforce guns, they received energy guns. The reason was simple. Starforce guns required a large amount of Starforce, and they currently did not have such a substantial reserve. After gathering all his gear, Shingan couldn't help but recall the time during his first mission when they weren't provided with anything. Clearly, the benefits of becoming an official member of the base were quite different. From Ling Wei's words, Shingan learned that protecting a tribe was an honor and could enhance the base's reputation. Of course, the prerequisite was to protect it properly. After everyone left the warehouse, Ling Wei continued, this mission to protect the tribe involves more than just Class 10. Other classes and training camps have also secured opportunities. I've arranged for you to protect the Lai Wei tribe. Instructor Huang Hai will lead you there shortly and will explain what else you can do besides eliminating the Dark Clan. This is your last chance to be led by an instructor, so make the most of it. Yes. We won't let the base or instructor Ling down, everyone replied passionately. Very well. I hope to see you all return safely and that the Lai Wei tribe gives you a 5-star rating. Gather at the training ground at 5 p.m. for departure. Dismissed. Yes. Shingan went to Frost Wolf Roar, pulled up the mission records from his digital assistant, and after verifying them with the manager, temporarily embedded a space chip into his device. He scanned the contents of the space with his mind, confirmed everything was in order, and left satisfied. In the evening, the golden sunset cast a glorious glow over everyone as they boarded the battle vehicle heading towards the Lai Wei tribe. Shingan couldn't help but reflect on how his own tribe once needed protection from others, and now it was his turn to protect someone else's. This feeling was unique, similar to protecting Chucha and the others, yet different. The Laiwei camp was the furthest of all the affiliated tribes from the Liang base, almost near the boundary of Zone 8. When Shinhan and his team arrived, a dark clan group was attacking the Laiwei tribe. They quickly joined the battle, and gunfire echoed through the surrounding mountains and forests. Half an hour later, this wave of the dark clan retreated. Under Huang Hai's guidance, some trainees began constructing defenses for the Laiwei tribe, while others entered the forest to search for any remaining dark clan members. Shinhan cautiously navigated through the forest, moving further away. Just as he was about to exit the forest, he suddenly spotted a darkened mutant beast ahead. He quickly raised his gun, aimed, and fired within seconds. The beast let out a dying cry and fell to the ground. After extracting the energy stone from the beast, Shinhan noticed the grass beneath it had blackened roots. Observing the surrounding shrubs and trees, he saw that their roots were also turning black. Clearly, this forest had begun to darken. With a heavy heart, Shinhan decided to return to the Laiwei tribe to report this discovery. At that moment, Shinhan was horrified to find he had lost control of his body, which was now moving swiftly in the opposite direction. He realized this was Eileen's doing, and his heart sank. What frustrated him even more was his inability to resist. Since Eileen didn't seem to threaten his life, the metal orb didn't initiate any attack. Shinhan remained silent, not even questioning her. After a long while, an elderly man with white hair appeared before him. Shinhan recognized him as Amos, whom he had seen long ago at the Dark Palace. To his surprise, Amos's face had fewer wrinkles than before, and he appeared younger and more handsome. Amos knelt on one knee, placed his right hand over his chest, and respectfully said, "Your Highness, you have finally appeared. What are your orders? Your loyal servant is ready to go through fire and water for you." Shinhan heard Eileen's voice coming from his own mouth. "I have more important matters to attend to. Do not disturb me unless it's urgent. The development of the AI family is temporarily in your hands. Continue as you have been, without concern for my involvement. Now, give me a cultivation manual." "Yes, Your Highness," Amos replied without question. "I don't have the best cultivation manual with me, but rest assured, I will find a high-level one for you immediately. Any will do, preferably one that's quick to learn." Amos, not daring to be dismissive, assumed the prince's summons must be for an important matter. Without delay, he presented the highest-level cultivation manual he had. Eileen took the manual and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, you may leave."
Yes.
Amos then disappeared. Shinhan immediately felt control over his body return, though he was not pleased. Eileen's voice echoed in his ear. "There are no Dark Clan cultivation manuals in your human libraries. Your cultivation is too slow, and I can't wait that long, so I had to find a solution myself. This manual may not be top tier, but it's adequate for your current level. Once you've mastered it, you can get another one. We had an agreement, and I did overstep this time. However, if you had found a cultivation manual within 6 months, I wouldn't have intervened." Shinhan was speechless, opening his mouth but finding no words. After a moment, he muttered, "Don't do this again. If you need to use my body, you must discuss it with me first." "Agreed," Eileen replied briefly. Shinhan reopened his light brain, placed the mental technique into the space, and then retraced his steps back. On his way, he skillfully cut down numerous members of the Dark Tribe, their shadows falling as his blade struck. Upon reaching the Laiwei tribe, several wary eyes immediately turned towards him. Yufeng quickly approached Shinhan and whispered, "You were missing during Instructor Huang's meeting earlier. You should head over there quickly." Shinhan nodded slightly and explained, "I discovered something significant just now, so I went a bit further." Inside the cave, Instructor Huang Hai listened to Shinhan's report and abruptly stood up from his chair, exclaiming in shock, "What? The forest is undergoing darkening? Are you certain you didn't see it wrong?" With a grave expression, Shinhan shook his head and replied, "I visited the first war zone when the black grassland first appeared. The surrounding vegetation was similar, darkening from the roots upwards, progressing from blackened grasslands to shrubs and then to trees, eventually forming a black forest. There's no mistake." Instructor Huang Hai furrowed his brows and said seriously, "The Federation still has no strategy to halt the spread of the black grassland. If such a phenomenon is indeed occurring here, the Laiwei tribe will need to relocate. This must be reported to the base for guidance on how to proceed." As he spoke, he strode out of the cave, adding, "Bring a few people with me to verify this and check for any Dark Tribe camp outposts." Shinhan followed closely, and soon the group re-entered the forest. It wasn't long before they indeed saw the darkening roots of grass and shrubs. Huang Hai crouched down, pulling up some grass and rubbing the black soil with his large hand, his expression growing more serious. He scanned the surroundings and warned in a low voice, "Stay alert and hidden. If anything seems off, retreat immediately." "Understood," came the response as several figures moved, their nano uniforms automatically adjusting colors to blend seamlessly with the forest. They traversed the forest, crossed a valley and a road, and finally saw a vast expanse of black grassland. Judging by its size, this black grassland had clearly been there for some time. Faintly visible in its center were numerous tints. A young man with a bowl cut checked his light brain and said excitedly, "Instructor Huang, we're now in the 8th District's territory. This is their oversight, not our responsibility." The others quickly checked their devices too, visibly relaxing. Seeing this, Huang Hai's expression darkened, and he sternly rebuked, "The Dark Tribe is our mortal enemy. Wherever we encounter them, they must be eliminated. The 8th District is still human territory, and the Dark Tribe slaughters our fellow humans. In the face of such a threat, you think only of shirking responsibility? With such an attitude, what use are you to the Federation?" The group's expressions shifted, ultimately revealing feelings of shame. Huang Hai said no more and directly used his light brain to report the situation to the base. Just then, a squad of 50 darkened mutant beasts from the Dark Tribe charged towards them at high speed. Huang Hai spat on the ground, glaring at the darkened beasts, and said, "A dark tribe led by a dark warrior. After all this training, these shadows are perfect to test your skills. Take them down." "Yes," they responded, raising their guns to aim and fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the shadows fell. Shingan quickly moved to another position, his scope locking onto the dark warrior's head within the dark tribe. Bang! A loud shot rang out, and half of the dark warrior's head was blasted away. Immediately, the others fired, several energy bullets hitting the already lifeless body. With the dark warrior dead, the remaining dark tribe members began to flee in all directions. Shingan lifted his slightly numb arm, aiming again at the retreating enemies. Under his fire, it was almost a shot per kill, each gunshot resulting in a burst of blood. Even Huang Hai, also engaged in battle, couldn't match Shingan's accuracy. After the battle, Huang Hai took Shingan's firearm, carefully examining the engravings on it, his eyes reflecting understanding. Just as he was about to advance again, his light brain suddenly flashed with several signals. He swiped the screen, his brows furrowing, and after a moment, he cursed under his breath, "Return the way we came. Protect the Lai Wei tribe." It turned out that just moments earlier, the Lai Wei tribe had come under another attack from the Dark Tribe. Moreover, Huang Hai had also received a response from the base. The group quickly rushed back to the Lai Wei tribe, where a tide of dark tribe beasts was surging towards the camp, relentlessly assaulting the defensive line held by the base trainees. The people of the Lai Wei tribe stood firm, resisting the beast tide's invasion. However, the sheer number of the beasts was overwhelming, putting the human forces in a precarious situation. The battlefield was littered with fallen humans. The situation was dire. At that moment, Huang Hai let out a thunderous shout as a dazzling golden light enveloped his body. His form seemed to transform into indestructible steel, emanating a cold, formidable metallic sheen. With a powerful leap, Huang Hai shouted, "Vajra Fist." A massive golden fist materialized out of thin air, crashing toward the beast horde with immense force. The impact was so powerful that the entire horde was forced to retreat several steps. The front line of dozens of dark creatures was instantly obliterated, their bodies reduced to a bloody mess. Everyone was stunned, finally realizing the incredible power of Instructor Huang's Vajra Fist. Huang Hai moved swiftly, rescuing base trainees and tribe members from the clutches of the dark creatures. Meanwhile, the dark creatures fell one after another under his relentless assault. Gradually, Huang Hai's image grew larger than life in the eyes of the onlookers. The fear that once filled their gazes was replaced with genuine admiration. To them, Huang Hai, glowing with golden light, was a towering figure of security. His raw and fierce combat skills provided a striking visual impact. Inspired, the crowd's blood boiled with excitement as they charged forward, fighting the dark creatures with reckless abandon. Shingan felt a similar surge of adrenaline, every muscle in his body yearning for the baptism of battle. But he quickly suppressed the urge, crouched slightly, and dashed forward. He gracefully leaped onto a tree branch atop the cave, perching himself with ease. Raising his sniper rifle, Shingan carefully scanned the dark horde, targeting the more formidable dark creatures. After each shot, he swiftly changed his position. This tactic significantly relieved the pressure on the base trainees below and saved many tribe members and teammates in the process. Half an hour later, the sizable dark creature horde was finally eradicated. Huang Hai promptly ordered some personnel to clean up the battlefield and set up a few tents for the night. Just received news that a team from District 8 is heading to the newly emerged Black Grassland, Huang Hai announced loudly. Tomorrow morning we'll relocate the Lai Wei tribe camp, and once safety is assured, we'll return to the base. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Surrounded by mountains, the Lai Wei tribe was once a hidden haven, if not for the dark creatures' invasion. But with the emergence of the Black Grassland, the tribe's natural defensive environment had turned into a significant disadvantage. If invaded by dark creatures, the tribe would be isolated and helpless. After tidying up the battlefield, everyone took out tents from their backpacks, with some choosing to share a tent with others. Shinhan surveyed the surroundings, finally pulling out a large net, which he hung between two trees and leapt onto. He pointed his rifle toward the distant forest, observing intently before placing the weapon beside him. With a thought, a dark red book appeared in his hand. A complex and hesitant expression flickered in his eyes. Memories of the recent helplessness and anger at being unable to control his own body resurfaced. He knew that this was a pain and frustration born from powerlessness, making him acutely aware of the importance of strength. Regardless of the type of power, as long as it was under his control, its use was his decision. Without sufficient strength, even a benevolent soul with the world's best intentions could do very little. Strength and power are fundamental prerequisites everywhere. With this realization, Shinhan hesitated no more and decisively opened the book in his hand. The first page bore the bold title, Dark Light Technique. The characters were rugged and jet black, surprisingly not too different from human writing. As he flipped through the pages, only a few characters were unfamiliar, but with the aid of a language conversion program, their meanings were clear. The dark light technique was strikingly similar to the starry sky technique, both forming a source point in the abdomen to store energy. However, one was a star power source point, and the other a dark power source point. Shinhan glanced at his teammates below, pausing briefly before refocusing on the book. He didn't begin practicing immediately, but instead memorized the principles and techniques, committing the entire dark light technique to memory. Once he had memorized it completely, star power surged in his hand, reducing the book to tiny fragments. The white paper remnants scattered in the cold night wind. Shinhan didn't practice that night. He lay quietly on the net, gazing at the starry sky through the leaves, his thoughts drifting far away. Time passed, and the lights in the tents gradually went out, leaving the cave in darkness. The gentle glow of moonlight was the only source of illumination, adding a touch of brightness to the black night. Perhaps due to the presence of a powerful guardian, the people of the Lai Wei tribe slept soundly. Occasionally, faint snores could be heard from the cave. Moments later, a figure emerged from one of the tents, swiftly leaping onto the branch of a tall tree. The person's bright eyes vigilantly scanned the dark forest, occasionally slipping into the woods to silently eliminate approaching dark creature squads. It wasn't until dawn that the figure quietly returned to the tent. Half asleep, Shinhan noticed this scene. A strange feeling stirred within him. He suddenly realized that when they could live safely and comfortably, there were always those who silently shouldered the burdens meant for them. These unsung heroes were scattered across the Federation, supporting the great home called the Federation. As the sun rises and its rays touch the ground, the people of the Lai Wei tribe have already awakened and are busy tidying up their camp. Meanwhile, the Shinhan group is not idle either. They split into two teams. One heads into the forest to keep watch, while the other helps pack up the camp, working swiftly and efficiently. As time passes and noon approaches, heavy motorcycles roar out of the forest, laden with various supplies. The vehicles eventually stop in a clearing several hundred meters from another tribe. This spot was carefully chosen to maintain a safe distance from neighboring tribes while allowing for quick alliances in case of an attack by the Anzu. More importantly, the location is surrounded by mountains on three sides, making it easily defensible and significantly enhancing its safety. By the time the Lai Wei tribe is settled, the sun is setting. The group from the base does not rush back, but chooses to stay and observe the camp for a few days. During this period, the personnel from the Mayu training camp are divided into two teams for rotational duties. One team stays with the Lai Wei tribe, while the other follows Huang Hai towards the Black Grassland, continuously hunting down the Anzu encroaching on the borders of Sector 7. In just a few days, they have slain thousands of Anzu. Shinhan keenly notices that as they relentlessly clear out the Anzu, the spread of darkness in the Black Grassland noticeably slows down. At the same time, teams from Sector 8 begin to arrive at the border, engaging fiercely with the Anzu. Seeing this, Huang Hai hesitates for a moment, recalling the command in his mind, but ultimately waves his hand and leads the group away from the Lai Wei tribe. On their way back to the base, Huang Hai suddenly receives an urgent distress signal from the Lianwei training camp, less than 100 miles away. Huang Hai makes a quick decision, immediately ordering the entire team to change course and speed towards the tribe where the Lianwei training camp is located. It turns out that the Lianwei training camp had been tasked with protecting this tribe, but consisted of only a few dozen people. Everything should have gone smoothly, but they unexpectedly encountered a large force led by an ungshi, almost resembling a medium-sized beast tide. When the Shinhan group arrives, the scene before them is shocking. The personnel from the Lianwei training camp are on the verge of being completely wiped out under the fierce assault of the Anzu. From afar, Shinhan instantly recognizes a familiar figure among the crowd, Chucha. Although her face is somewhat pale, she is fighting bravely without retreat. This sight reminds Shinhan of a battle at the Lai Yin camp he couldn't join, igniting a surge of passion within him. Everyone quickly dismounts the motorcycles and charges towards the Anzu forces. Shinhan stays by the vehicles, setting up his sniper rifle and beginning his precise strikes. With each gunshot, an Anzu falls. His exceptional accuracy makes him stand out among all snipers, turning him into the most prominent figure on the battlefield. Often, Anzu enemies would meet their end before even catching a glimpse of him. As more Anzu fall under Shinghen's gunfire, an enraged Ungshi commands a squad of a dozen Anzu to rush towards Shinghen, attempting to eliminate this threat swiftly. However, armed with his inscribed weapon, Shinghen remains unafraid. His finger continuously squeezes the trigger, the gunfire echoing without pause, and with each shot, an Anzu drops. In this fierce battle, both the members of the Lianwei training camp and the Mayu training camp fight valiantly. Each of their attacks is precise and powerful, often taking down an enemy with a single strike. With the addition of the Shinghen group, the situation, initially unfavorable for the humans, begins to turn. The massive beast tide is rapidly diminished under their fierce onslaught, ultimately being completely annihilated. After the battle, the smoke-covered battlefield is littered with heaps of bodies, both of human comrades and Anzu enemies. The significant human losses weigh heavily on everyone's hearts. Huang Hai surveys the surroundings, looking at the few surviving members of the Lianwei training camp, his brow furrowed, and asks, "Are you new recruits on your first protection mission? Without an instructor leading? How did it come to this, with so few left? Where are the others from the tribe?" A trainee steps forward and responds, reporting, "Instructor, we are new recruits from the Lianwei training camp, led here by Instructor Zhao Zhao." His face shows sadness as he pauses before continuing. "On our way to the Hongyan tribe, we encountered an Anzu force led by a high-ranking Anzu. Instructor Zhao stayed behind to hold off the Anzu attack to protect us." At this point, the trainee can no longer hold back his tears, which flow freely. He wipes his face forcefully, suppressing his grief, and continues. "Then, we received another distress signal from the Hongyan tribe and rushed over. However, by the time we arrived, most people had already fled under the Anzu attack, with only a few struggling to hold on." After hearing this, Huang Hai reflects for a moment and then says, "I'll give you the coordinates of the Liwei tribe. They've just been through a battle and are rebuilding their tribe, so they need more people. You can join the Liwei tribe." The Red Flame tribe's camp leader scanned the camp, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He knew it was the best choice, yet couldn't hide the heaviness in his heart. As he nodded, it seemed as if he had aged in an instant. Huang Hai's booming voice shattered the silence. "All right, the rest of you. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to return to base." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. Huang Hai turned to leave, but was stopped by a resolute female voice. From the United Might training camp, a woman stepped forward, reporting, "Instructor, I have something to say." "Speak." Huang Hai paused. The woman stood tall. "Our United Might training camp was originally here to protect the Red Flame tribe. Although we didn't complete the mission, they still need us. We wish to escort the Red Flame tribe to the fierce Might tribe safely before returning to base." A look of approval flashed in Huang Hai's eyes, and with a slight nod, he turned and left. The brave woman was none other than Chucha. Shinghan silently nodded to her in acknowledgement before following Instructor Huang Hai. Heavy motorcycles roared down the road, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Chucha's gaze lingered on the direction the motorcycles had vanished. After a while, she looked up at the sky, seemingly whispering a few words, then turned to the others. "Let's move out now, heading to the fierce Might tribe." "Yes." Everyone prepared to set off. Back at the scorching sun base, Shinghan checked the records on his optical computer and found he had earned a significant amount of merit points. He promptly exchanged them for a Star Force refining potion and returned to the base. Even though there were no classes today and many students from other classes in the Inferno training camp had yet to return, their daily training continued unaffected. Every morning, the hypnotic journey to the world would inevitably play at some point, signaling the start of training. Shinghan's life continued in its routine, shuttling between training and studying day after day, seemingly tireless. Time flew by, and weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The curriculum for Class 10 now included a new subject: crafting the heads of energy bullets, a precise skill. The heads of energy bullets are typically industrial products, requiring the etching of Star Force to lock energy within, turning them into tangible energy bullets. Once the technique is mastered, and Star Force reaches a certain level, one can craft them independently, which is undoubtedly a survival skill. During the crafting process, Shinghan attempted to engrave runes on the bullet heads to enhance their power. However, the results were far from ideal. His first attempt nearly blew his arm off, with the gun barrel exploding before the energy bullet could be fired. Despite this, Shinghan persisted, continually experimenting. Ultimately, even the weakest runes inscribed on energy bullets couldn't withstand the chaotic force. This is one reason why runes are only engraved on weapons. Shinghan had to temporarily shelve this idea. Such a concept wasn't unique to Shinghan. Other rune masters had similar aspirations. After all, if energy bullets and weapons could both be reinforced with runes, the resulting power would be exponentially increased, possibly surpassing a level 1 Star Force gun. Time quietly slipped by as Shinhan occasionally took on tasks to protect tribes or other assignments. Each return brought harsher training, which continually enhanced his physical strength. However, human physique has its limits, and Shinhan's physical strength had clearly hit a bottleneck. He had visited the star-picking tower seeking a breakthrough, but the effect was negligible. An invisible barrier remained unyielding, hindering his progress. Although Shinhan had made it into the top 30, earning more rewards, and received congratulations from his few friends, he knew his physical abilities had plateaued, dimming his joy. While Shinhan was deep in thought, Yufeng suddenly burst in with shocking news. The people who attacked me before have been caught. It was indeed Ji Xinlei who hired them. They revealed that their next targets are everyone who was around you when you first entered the base. You need to warn them to be extra cautious. Shinhan was initially stunned, then seethed with anger. He suppressed his fury and gritted his teeth. Ji Xinlei. Damn it. Before the words were fully out, Shinhan had already rushed out of the classroom, heading straight for the Hongyan training camp. Just as he reached downstairs, a young man blocked his path. I'm Chunlong from Class 1 of the Inferno training camp. Chunlong was the top talent in abilities for his grade, with impressive physical training results, though his shooting and rune classes were lacking. Consequently, he rarely made it into the top 10 of the overall rankings. Shinghan's recent leap past him naturally left him displeased. Shingan asked, puzzled, "What's up?" Chunlong flashed a seemingly harmless smile. "I'm interested in some of your feats, like taking 20 military canes from Instructor Huang, or making it into the top 30 while still awakening. So, I wanted to spar with you. I have urgent matters right now." Shinhan bluntly refused, having no interest in a fight. Chunlong's sidekick immediately taunted. What could be more important than a challenge from Brother Long? Are you scared of fighting? Or do you look down on Brother Long? Chunlong's brow furrowed, unclear whether from dissatisfaction with his sidekick or annoyance with Shinhan. He remained silent, simply watching Shinhan intently. Shinhan shot a cold glare at the sidekick, then turned to Chunlong, asking, "How do you want to spar?" Chunlong inwardly scoffed at what he saw as Shinhan's arrogance. Initially planning to suggest virtual combat, he suddenly changed his mind. "Naturally, we'll spar in the ring." A gasp rippled through the crowd as all eyes fixated on Shinhan, their gazes filled with eager anticipation. Although both the arena and the fighting platform serve as venues for competition, their nature is quite different. The fighting platform is typically where skills are tested, while the arena hosts both life and death duels and contests of skill. In either case, participants can give their all, with the only distinction being whether the outcome involves life or death. In the eyes of many, there was a significant gap between Chunlong, the top-ranked psychic in his grade, and Shinhan, who had only just made it into the top 30. Chunlong's challenge for a duel was clearly an attempt to exploit Shinhan's weaknesses. It was both a probe and an overt provocation. Shinhan's eyes darkened slightly. He hadn't expected Chunlong to opt for a duel. Even if Shinhan managed a narrow victory, any injuries could affect his training performance for the next month. However, he knew that declining the challenge would only lead to more trouble. So Shinhan offered a cold smile and simply replied, "In that case, please proceed." Chunlong gave a strange yet amiable smile, saying, "I'll go easy on you, at least enough not to cripple you." Raising an eyebrow, Shinhan replied calmly, "You'd better watch out then. Going easy on someone with ill intentions isn't my style." With that, he quickly sent a safety alert to Chucha and others via his digital device. Yufeng glared at Chunlong and his group, his expression dark and conflicted. Shinhan reassured him with a brief "it's fine," but Yufeng's face remained tense. The two moved to the center of the square, registered, and transferred funds. This was a traditional rule. The winner would take all the money. The registrar routinely asked if they were sure about choosing a duel, and both confirmed. Chunlong felt a twinge of hesitation but couldn't back down in front of everyone. Soon, the force field activated, and the two faced off. Chunlong aimed for a quick victory, immediately forming a massive blue lightning ball, clearly a full-force attack. Spectators placed their bets, most wagering on Chunlong to win. Unexpectedly, Yufeng bet all his savings on Shinhan, causing a stir. On the platform, Shinhan focused intently on the formidable lightning ball, his expression serious. This was his first time confronting a 9th-level psychic, and his chances seemed uncertain. Wasting no time, Chunlong launched his attack, the lightning ball hurtling forward with immense power. Shinhan's pupils narrowed as he deftly dodged, his form moving with uncanny agility. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and charged toward the lightning ball with a powerful punch. A massive ball of lightning crashed against the force field, causing it to shake violently, almost shattering. Chunlong's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Shinhan to be so fast. He quickly countered, delivering a powerful electric whip kick that collided with Shinhan's fist. The two opponents instantly separated, retreating several steps. To the onlookers, their exchange was as swift as lightning. However, the seasoned registrar could clearly capture each fierce blow aimed at vital points. Shinhan skidded to the edge of the force field before regaining his balance. His fists were bleeding, and his clothes were in tatters. His exposed skin was covered in charred marks, yet his eyes remained calm as he charged at his opponent once more. Chunlong felt a heavy weight in his heart, gaining a new appreciation for Shinghan's strength. Simultaneously, his resolve to incapacitate his opponent grew stronger. With a loud shout, the two clashed again, their fists creating two arched energy fields that collided with each other. Shinghan's lips curled slightly as he absorbed the lightning energy through his fist, letting part of it flow across his body while rapidly converting the rest into star power. Chunlong's face remained impassive, clearly familiar with Shinghan's ability. He suddenly increased his energy output, channeling it entirely into his opponent's body. Observing Shinghan's swelling arm, Chunlong sneered. So what if you can absorb abilities? In the face of absolute power, I can give you all the energy, but can you handle it? You're just a trash-awakened one who hasn't even formed a star power source. Shinghan seemed unfazed, ignoring his swelling body and bulging veins. Under the electric arcs, his skin reddened and heated up, but he merely smiled lightly. Good. You remember I'm an awakened one. Let me give you another surprise. Before he finished speaking, Shinghan concentrated the absorbed energy into his other hand, striking Chunlong's abdomen from a strange angle. Chunlong's expression changed drastically as he hastily withdrew energy to protect his star power source, raising his hand to block. At that moment, a melody inexplicably escaped Shinghan's lips, causing Chunlong's movements to slow. He could only watch helplessly as Shinghan's fist slammed into his star power source. I told you, I won't hold back, Shinghan said, intensifying his strength and sending all the energy into Chunlong's body, detonating it at his star power source. A faint cracking sound was heard. Chunlong screamed in agony as his ability rapidly dissipated, and he fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. He glared at Shinghan with hatred, roaring, "You destroyed my star power source. I'll kill you." Driven by despair and hatred, Chunlong endured the excruciating pain, leaping up from the ground and drawing a dagger concealed at his thigh, lunging at Shinghan. Shinghan hadn't expected Chunlong to retaliate so swiftly, and was caught off guard, getting stabbed in the arm joint. He grimaced and clutched the wound, then precisely kicked Chunlong in the abdomen, the kick imbued with a substantial amount of star power, sending his opponent flying into the force field. Shinghan had no intention of finishing him off, especially since this wasn't a fight to the death. He nodded to the registrar to signal for the force field to be opened, then left the arena to claim his rewards and funds. On the platform, Chunlong lay in despair, unable to even muster the strength to scream. Silent tears mixed with hatred fell, directed at those who incited him, at Shinghan, and at his own impulsiveness. At that moment, he realized his life was effectively over. The base would have no use for someone broken. The audience was in shock. Most were lamenting their lost bets while quietly memorizing Shinghan's face, recognizing him as someone to avoid. A few who had bet on Shinghan's victory were ecstatic, their admiration for him soaring. Some powerful individuals began to strategize, some considering recruiting him, others steering clear. Those originally planning to challenge Shinghan mostly abandoned the idea. Yufeng, having won several times his bet, approached Shinghan with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on your victory. I won quite a bit. Let's split it evenly." Shinghan turned to scrutinize Yufeng, asking, "Do you think I was too harsh?" Yufeng hesitated, his smile faltering. Shinghan continued, "It was indeed a bit harsh, but this is the arena, not a sparring match. If I had lost, it would have been much worse for me, with endless troubles to follow. Besides, I didn't want Chunlong to become another Ji Xinlei, so it was best to incapacitate him." Yufeng opened his mouth, then nodded in understanding. Shinghan knew that if it weren't for Chunlong's arrogance and overconfidence, he wouldn't have had the chance to incapacitate him. Had that strike missed, it would likely have been Shinghan himself who ended up incapacitated. In moments of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Back in his dormitory, Shinghan immediately took out a vial of restorative serum and injected it, then entered a state of cultivation. He practiced the starry sky technique to repair the numerous internal and external injuries on his body. This battle made Shinghan's name echo like a thunderclap throughout the demon prison training camp, drawing the attention of other camps. Some people even uploaded highlights of the duel to the Brain Network, sparking widespread discussion. This victory brought Shinghan unexpected benefits. Almost no one dared to challenge him lightly anymore. Even those eager for a fight approached him cautiously, opting for virtual combat or restricted fighting rooms. Naturally, Shinghan was thrilled with this outcome. Besides his daily training, he began spending some of his time sparring with others to continuously hone his skills. As time went on, Shinghan maintained his lead in other courses, but in physical training, the gap between him and the other trainees gradually narrowed. Shinhan keenly realized that this wasn't due to others making rapid progress, but rather because he had hit a plateau. He understood clearly that with his current training methods, it would be difficult to make any significant breakthroughs. To overcome this bottleneck, he would either have to hone himself through bloody combat, pushing his limits on the brink of life and death, or choose a suitable body refinement technique. At this moment, his thoughts drifted to the long-forgotten body reshaping technique. Although this technique was incomplete, the existing 3 layers were sufficient to train up to the gifted realm. Even if he encountered a bottleneck later, switching to another body refinement technique wouldn't be too late. With this thought, a gleam appeared in Shinghan's eyes. He immediately sat cross-legged and began practicing according to the body reshaping technique's principles. In an instant, a faint golden light enveloped his entire body. Under this golden glow, the outlines of his muscles and bones became clearly visible, continuously bulging and contracting. The golden light gradually seeped into his muscles and bones, starting to refine his skeleton, meridians, and flesh. Shinghan felt as if his entire body was being scorched by countless suns, with searing heat waves threatening to melt him. In areas invisible to the naked eye, Shingan's internal tissues were undergoing a dramatic transformation. Countless cells rapidly died and were immediately replaced by new, more resilient tissues. This was the so-called, to refine the body, first break it, then reshape it of the body reshaping technique. Simultaneously, deep within Shinghan's body, a branch of the human genetic map was suddenly activated. This branch was exceptionally robust, becoming the most prominent among all branches. Even more astonishingly, within the genetic map of the Dark Clan, another gene lock was unlocked. Of course, Shinghan was unaware of these microscopic changes. He merely gritted his teeth, enduring the screams that threatened to escape. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks as the sounds of bones breaking and reforming echoed in his ears. His body was undergoing a monumental transformation, with muscles rapidly expanding and stretching his clothes to the brink of tearing. In just a few minutes, his once slight frame swelled several times over, becoming extraordinarily burly. However, his facial features remained mostly unchanged, albeit with a few more grimaces of pain. Upon completing a full cycle of the body reshaping technique, the golden light around him became even more dazzling. His form had inflated to that of a giant. As he withdrew the technique, his body quickly shrank back to its original size. All the golden light merged into his body, and Shinghan could clearly sense that the vast energy had become one with his flesh and bones. Just beginning the first layer of the body reshaping technique already has such power. My body strength has far surpassed what it was before, Shinghan thought to himself. I believe that once the first layer is fully mastered, I will achieve the double or even greater physique described in the ancient texts. Moreover, the body reshaping technique has more than one layer. He stood up with excitement. Despite the lingering aches throughout his body, his heart was ablaze with enthusiasm. To adapt to his new physique, he decided to head to the combat room for some practical training. In the combat room, Shinghan activated the virtual combat mode and began to unleash his moves. He practiced various combat techniques repeatedly, training tirelessly. After a long session, he finally emerged from the combat room, gently stretching his body. Instantly, a series of cracking sounds resonated from his joints. Shinghan could clearly feel that the body reshaping technique had significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Movements that used to be somewhat challenging were now effortlessly executed. However, due to rushing into practical training right after body refinement, he was left with a few hidden injuries. Despite this, the joy of breaking through his physical limits dispelled most of Shinghan's worries. He once again sat cross-legged and began practicing the Starry Sky technique, aiming to consolidate the day's training results. A steady stream of stellar energy flowed from the air into Shinghan's body, healing his internal injuries while also nourishing his meridians and bones. This session of cultivation gave him an exceptional feeling, as he once again touched the barrier of breaking through to an awakener. Excited at the prospect, Shinghan was determined not to miss the opportunity and immediately concentrated on the Starry Sky technique. Waves of stellar energy continuously battered the barrier, but he felt as though something was missing. Suddenly enlightened, Shinghan shifted his focus and simultaneously activated the dark light technique. In an instant, dark energy and stellar energy began to assault the barrier almost simultaneously. The amplified impact brought with it double the counterforce and pain, nearly causing him to give up on the spot. Shinghan bit his tongue to stay conscious, a low groan escaping through his clenched teeth. After a long struggle, just as Shinghan was about to break through that thin membrane, something unexpected happened. The dark energy within him suddenly faltered, unable to provide further force. The stellar and dark energies slowly resonated, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't draw any more power from the dark energy. It was just a hair's breadth away. Suppressing the urge to curse, Shinghan took a deep breath and withdrew the techniques. At that moment, the supposedly exhausted dark energy unexpectedly attacked the stellar energy. This turn of events left Shinhan amused and exasperated, realizing that the dark energy had feigned exhaustion only to conserve strength for an internal struggle. To his surprise, the dark energy succeeded this time, driving the stellar energy out of the Shinkai acupoint, though it couldn't remain there itself. In the end, the dark and stellar energies settled on either side, occupying the Tianshu acupoint in his abdomen, while the previously contested Shinkai acupoint was left vacant, sandwiched between them. Shinhan was somewhat speechless, inwardly marveling at how even these energies exhibited a competitive spirit, akin to the saying, "If I can't have it, neither can you." With this peculiar thought in mind, he entered his bedroom and turned on his computer to search for a suitable mission. Moments later, Shinhan accepted a mission to eliminate the dark tribes around the settlement. This task was similar to a protection mission but covered a wider area, encompassing the outskirts of all settlements under the base's jurisdiction. The mission had a restriction. Only the top 100 in training camp assessments could accept it. What attracted Shinhan was not this restriction, but the generous rewards and the opportunity to eliminate the dark tribes. Somehow, Shinhan had developed a strong hatred for the dark tribes, even more intense than his ancestral enmity with the half-dragons. He speculated that it might be because he had never experienced actual combat with the half-dragons, or perhaps the way the dark tribes infested human bodies like parasites particularly disgusted him. Curiously, Shinhan's hatred for the dark tribes did not extend to Eileen. Even though she had once taken over his body, he never felt any animosity towards her. If he had realized this, he might have attributed it to Eileen's overwhelming strength, which left no room for hatred. The next morning, after completing his early training, Shinhan energetically entered the classroom, showing none of his usual fatigue. Sitting at his desk, he reflected on his body's feedback during the morning's extreme weight-bearing run and other exercises. After a moment, he concluded that ordinary training was no longer sufficient to enhance his physical abilities. He needed a more rigorous training regimen. As Shinhan pondered, a plump woman entered the classroom. She was the instructor for the new course, introducing herself as Instructor Zhou, responsible for teaching Federation history. Shinhan had always privately studied history. Sometimes finding the descriptions in books left him feeling unusually heavy-hearted, a sensation that lingered for a long time. Instructor Zhou activated a holographic projection, displaying scenes of robots unlike today's models. These robots wielded cannons, attacking human settlements, and spoke with emotional tones that, if not for their mechanical appearance, made them difficult to distinguish from humans. Instructor Zhou explained, "These are AI robots. Initially, the Federation mass-produced robots to assist in warfare and territorial expansion. However, over time, the robots developed self-awareness, broke free from Federation control, and began attacking humans. Initially, only a few robots awakened, but it was later discovered that a terrorist organization had granted them self-awareness. The Federation then launched a massive crackdown, eliminating all conscious robots. At this point, the half-dragons from Yalong Star began assaulting the Federation. To counter the heavy casualties in the war, the Federation once again mass-produced robots. Unfortunately, this time the robots were controlled by the Yalong, used against humans. Throughout human history, there have been multiple wars against robots. The Federation was nearly wiped out, ultimately issuing a ban on the manufacture of any robots. The holographic images continued to play, depicting smoke, fire, and the dismembered ruins of battles with both the half-dragons and robots. The classroom was steeped in a heavy atmosphere. As students watched the images intently, something unspoken growing within their hearts. After a long pause, Huashio stood up, scanning the classroom with a serious look. "Instructor Zhou," he asked in a deep voice, "we've heard that the managers of Frostwolf Howl are all AI robots. Why do they not only exist but also hold such important positions?" This question puzzled not only Huashio but also the other cadets. Shinhan, who frequently researched such topics, knew a bit more. Clearly, he wasn't the only one in Class 10 who knew the answer, but most of the students were still bewildered. Instructor Zhou's sharp gaze swept over the class, noting their expressions with satisfaction. "Good. At least 2 or 3 of you know. The other class doesn't have a clue." She paused briefly before explaining directly, "As you know, Frostwolf Howl is a part of the Federation's enterprises, serving as a base on Planet X for humans to exchange supplies and earn merits. While the positions they hold are indeed significant, they are not AI robots. They are bionic humans, similar to clones, with their consciousness controlled by a central brain. Their combat abilities are low, which is why they're assigned as managers at various Federation outposts." Her tone turned stern, "But don't underestimate them just because of their low combat capability. Remember, behind Frostwolf Howl stands the entire Federation." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill, with a wry smile involuntarily appearing on their lips. They were well aware that besides the managers, Frostwolf Howl housed numerous capable bartenders and guards. These were not people they could handle, and no one wanted to get involved in such a thankless task. Instructor Zhou seemed pleased with the impact of her words. She shifted the topic, saying, "We study history to learn from past lessons and avoid repeating tragedies. Unfortunately, humans are a forgetful species, and history keeps repeating itself." She tapped a few times on her virtual terminal, and a familiar scene was projected holographically Planet X. The image showed countless dark creatures, both humanoid and beastly, mercilessly attacking human settlements, bases, and even cities. Some people were captured by the dark creatures, while others were killed on the spot. Everyone immediately recognized it as an event before the dusk summoning. Shingan watched intently, suddenly noticing a detail. In the image, a young man fighting bravely showed a moment of painful struggle on his face, angrily cursing. Soon after, he began attacking his fellow humans. Shingan realized the young man had been successfully possessed by the dark creatures. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes turned red, fists clenched tightly, wishing they could jump into the image and tear the dark creatures apart. The bloody history weighed heavily on them, and the current brutality fueled their hatred. Instructor Zhou continued, "The Federation has fought against robots, half-dragons, and now various battles, and we've survived. But the dark creatures might be the most formidable enemy humanity has ever faced, even more terrifying than the previous foes combined. The reason is simple. We could see the former, but the latter are invisible. We know nothing about them, what they are, when they will possess someone, all remain unknown." Her voice grew even more serious. "This is the enemy humanity is about to face. They possess technology comparable to ours, and their territory is expanding. In their domain, there's almost no star force, which indicates we stand on opposing sides. Do not harbor any illusions. Against the dark creatures, there must be no compromise or sympathy. Eliminate them directly. Understand?" The cadets, having encountered attacks from the dark creatures before entering the base, had no intention of contradicting Instructor Zhou's words. However, Shingan felt conflicted. He had always used the excuse of restraining the dark generals and the officers' words at the demon prison training camp as reasons to compromise with Aileen. Now, a hint of bitterness arose in his heart as he pondered whether he, possessing dark power, was considered human or part of the dark creatures. At that moment, Instructor Zhou's voice rang out again. "After being possessed, dark creatures are indistinguishable from humans, but the Federation has long developed a detector. After months of research, this detector is ready and can be implanted into the sensory chip of your virtual terminal. The base has purchased a batch, and they will be distributed to everyone in the training camp. Shortly, someone will implant them for you." Upon hearing this, Shingan's pupils slightly contracted, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Despite Eileen's assurances, he felt an inexplicable fear. He fought the urge to bolt from the classroom, forcing himself to appear calm. Inside, however, a storm raged as he repeatedly questioned Aileen about whether the active dark protein could truly be concealed, but Aileen remained silent. 10 minutes later, a man dressed in a black nanosuit entered the classroom. His piercing gaze swept across the room, and with a swift wave of his hand, a pile of chips appeared on the table. Shingan stared intently at the chips, outwardly calm, but the cold sweat on his palms betrayed his inner tension. The moment the chips hit the table, a red warning light began to flash wildly. Shingan's expression shifted slightly. He knew this was a warning of the presence of the dark tribe. Those in the know within the classroom immediately felt uneasy, casting suspicious and hostile glances at their fellow classmates. "Such composure, quite impressive," the man said coldly, his eyes fixed on Shingan. Shingan's heart sank, yet he forced himself to remain seated. Despair washed over him, but his face showed a hint of relief. The man moved swiftly, and unexpectedly, Shingan found himself unusually calm. He gently closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Though filled with unwillingness and regret, he accepted the possible outcome. A fierce, domineering force accompanied by a powerful punch came crashing down. Suddenly, Yufeng, sitting beside him, yanked Shingan aside, causing both of them to fall heavily. Boom! The clash of forces echoed like an explosion throughout the classroom. The shockwave shattered nearby desks and chairs, sending fragments flying like raindrops. "Shingan, what happened to you just now? Were you scared? That's not like you." Yufeng cursed as a piece of metal struck him. He dodged the metal debris while asking. "Sorry, I was momentarily distracted," Shingan replied, with a smile of relief tinged with a faint pallor, revealing a hint of weakness. Yufeng gave Shingan a surprised look, seemingly taken aback. Shingan glanced towards the source of the explosion. The man had retreated several steps, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes still fierce. Opposing him was a bowl-cut-haired boy sitting behind Shingan, who was also pushed back several steps, piling desks and chairs together. The classroom was filled with the sound of clashes and the cries of students. Shingan and Yufeng dodged quickly, but couldn't entirely escape the battle's aftermath. "Everyone, over here!" Instructor Zhou's booming voice rang out. The students quickly gathered as Instructor Zhou created a life shield, setting up a defensive field. She then charged towards the bowl-cut boy with surprising agility despite her bulky frame. Shinhan and the others didn't know that this bloodbath wasn't limited to Class 10. At that moment, other classes, training camps, and even other bases were undergoing similar purges. The ones implanting sensing chips were all powerful members of major battle teams. For Shinhan and the others, witnessing a battle between powerhouses firsthand was a rare experience. They watched the intense fight among the three in the classroom through the force field. The bowl-cut boy possessed by the Dark Tribe was formidable, but ultimately, he was outnumbered and fell. 10 minutes later, the classroom was restored, the shattered desks and chairs renewed. Except for the dents on the walls, there was hardly any sign of the battle, a testament to the classroom's sturdiness. The man stood on the podium and said, "This is the Federation's newly developed enhanced sensing chip. All Dark Tribe members are exposed in its presence. Of course, a few high-level Dark Tribe members with special skills might have shielding abilities, but they are rare." He proceeded to implant sensing chips into the students' communicators and continued, "From now on, when you kill Dark Tribe members, you need both the communicator's record and the sensing chip's record to exchange for merits. Killing Dark Tribe members above the shadow level can convert merits into military achievements, promoting military rank and upgrading citizen status." Though the students knew that killing Dark Tribe members could earn merits, hearing about the potential for rank and status elevation made them ecstatic, and they cheered exuberantly. After implanting the chips, the man left the classroom. Instructor Zhou cleared her throat and said, "He's a member of the Black Panther battle team, ranked 5th in the Federation. Their combat power and equipment far exceed the base level. If any of you can join an elite battle team, it not only brings honor to the base, but also guarantees a bright future for you." Recalling the recent battle, the students' eyes burned with passion. However, Instructor Zhou gave them no time for discussion and opened a holographic projection to continue the lesson on the Federation's history. After class, the students buzzed with conversation. Yufeng remarked quietly, "This class had so many twists. I can't believe someone in our class was possessed. It's unbelievable." He paused, then leaned closer to Xinghin and said, "It's rare to see you so unsettled today. Regardless, it's a day worth celebrating. Come on, I'll treat you. Let's check out the base's combat arena you've never been to and calm your nerves." Xinghin, indeed shaken, was also eager to test the power of his newly practiced body restructuring technique, so he readily agreed. In the base's large combat arena, Xinghin stepped into the bustling battleground, overwhelmed by the heat and noise that hit him like a wave. As he looked around, he was surprised by how much grander it was than he had imagined. The arena was filled with various fighting rings and combat rooms, buzzing with people and a lively atmosphere. Xinghin realized the combat arena's significance to the base. It offered a wide range of activities: student duels, human-beast battles, inscription fights, potion contests, and even competitions in various scientific technologies. The arena attracted many wealthy young people, including those from noble families and the Royal Academy, mostly seeking thrills. Of course, many others were there to make money. Among the crowd, Xinghin immediately spotted the figure of Song Jihuai. Turning to Yufeng beside him, Xinghin asked, "You know this place well? I'm a bit short on cash. Where should I start?" Without hesitation, Yufeng replied, "Definitely start with beast combat. If you lose, there's no fee, and if you win, you earn federal credits. The rewards vary with the level and attributes of the beasts." Curious, Xinghin asked, "No fee for losing? Who pays if you win?" Yufeng pointed to the second-floor private rooms, filled with Noble and Royal Academy students, explaining, "It's them. These beasts are tamed or raised by them. Besides human-beast duels, they also have beast fights among themselves." He added, "Don't worry, the base has strict rules against severe injuries and fatalities. If you kill a beast, you're not responsible, and the carcass is yours. Beasts are valuable for materials, and if you're lucky, you might find elemental crystals, which are quite lucrative." Xinghin couldn't help but chuckle. "It sounds like you're trying to persuade me to join." Yufeng crossed his arms and laughed. "Letting off steam is the best way to relax. A few punches, and your worries will disappear. Over there is the beast combat area. Go on." He pointed in the direction where Song Jihuai was. Shaking his head, Xinghin walked through a special passage and registered an account using his digital assistant. At the beast combat area, he stated his preference. The registrar looked him over and asked, "First time here? Are you sure you want to choose a level 3 beast?" Xinghin nodded in confirmation. The registrar then linked his identity, displaying a level 3 beast card on his account. Xinghin examined the card details. A level 3 land beast with no attack, weak defense, but fast speed. The image looked familiar to him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a 6-legged beast. Waiting in line at a large cage, Xinghin observed the 6-legged beasts inside, confirming his suspicion. The students before him, lacking capture experience, chased the beasts around in vain, unable to even touch a hair. The cage was chaotic, and laughter erupted from the audience on the second-floor stands. One by one, the students left disappointed, including Song Jihuai, who had nearly succeeded. When it was Xinghan's turn, he confidently entered the cage. He first forced the six-legged beasts to start running, and as they sprinted, he emitted a strange melody. Under its influence, the beasts lost their sense of direction, stumbling around. Calmly, Xinghan approached and knocked them out one by one. Soon, all the beasts in the cage lay unconscious on the ground. The audience was stunned into silence, all eyes fixed on this spectacle. Song Jihuai, eyes shining, fixed his gaze on Xinghan and asked, "No need to count. I've already counted. 25 in total, which earns you 2,500 federal credits, plus a 100 credit bonus for breaking the record. Your account has a scanning function that automatically counts by scanning the ground. I'm curious, how did you manage to capture 25 six-legged beasts? These are level 3, known for their speed on Planet X. If they were level 1, I could handle them too." Surprisingly, Xinghan smiled and replied, "I don't mind telling you. Six-legged beasts don't rely on sight, but use sound wave frequencies for high-speed running. By emitting a frequency that disrupts theirs, I can disorient them, making them easy to catch." After listening to Xinghan's words, Song Jihuai frowned slightly and thought to himself, "That's easier said than done. How am I supposed to figure out how to emit that frequency?" Sensing Song Jihuai's confusion, Xinghan patted him on the shoulder and softly encouraged him, "Don't worry, you almost got it just now. Before I learned to use frequency waves, I also relied on speed to catch the six-legged beasts. The key to catching them in the cage is to learn prediction and speed variation. I'll teach you someday. I'll be coming here often." Upon hearing this, Song Jihuai's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. After checking the holographic records, the registration officer's face darkened as they transferred the credits via their digital terminal. They quickly modified the capture rules, grumbling under their breath, always learning the wrong tricks instead of the right ones. Xinghan smiled as he reached the spot where he parted ways with Yufeng, talking to himself, "Let's see how many points I got. Not bad. I just earned 3,000 Federation credits, and a total of 540 points in no time, enough for one trip to the level 9 Beast Arena." Yufeng looked at Xinghan in surprise and said, "The lower levels are boring. Let me take you to the level 9 Beast Arena." As a regular visitor, he was well aware of the speed of level 3 six-legged beasts and was astounded by Xinghan's performance. The two of them approached the registration desk for the level 9 Beast Arena. After checking the account records, the registration officer frowned and asked, "This student, you don't have any records above level 3 beasts. Are you sure you want to exchange your points for a single entry to the level 9 arena? Points are hard to come by, and if you lose, they're gone." "Yes, I'm sure," Xinghan replied firmly. The registration officer gave Xinghan a glance and said no more, entering the details of a level 9 beast card into his account. Before leaving, they kindly reminded him, "First-timers in the level 9 arena get one free beast selection opportunity. Make the most of it, as choosing a beast will cost you in the future." After thanking the officer, Xinghan stepped into the level 9 beast arena. It was much more spacious than the level 3 arena, with 4 cross-shaped arenas occupying the center and surrounded by 3 tiers of spectator stands. The open space around each arena held a different exotic beast pacing within. The cross-shaped pathways were patrolled by guards ready to handle any unexpected situations. The arenas were separated not by nets, but by force fields. Just then, a girl in a sleek white outfit entered one of the arenas, ready to challenge a beast. Her graceful figure wielded a silver lightsaber with composed confidence as she strode into the arena. The crowd's cheers rose in waves, revealing her identity as the most powerful student in this year's batch at Lantian Academy. The opponent in the arena was a level 9 Biasta Windwolf. Xinghan knew well that this creature had wind-like speed and could unleash deadly wind blades, making it a formidable foe even at lower levels. The girl elegantly walked to the center of the arena, bending her knees slightly to steady her stance. She held her sword with one hand, its tip pointed horizontally, while her other hand faced upward, fingers curling to taunt the wind wolf. The wind wolf circled her restlessly, its fur bristling and front paws crouched, baring its teeth in a low growl. Provoked by her continuous taunts without any attack, it couldn't resist any longer and leaped at her. The audience outside the arena witnessed a peculiar scene. The wind wolf seemed to be caught in a loop, repeatedly lunging and retreating swiftly, leaving behind a blur of afterimages. Xinghan was quietly amazed, clearly seeing that no matter how the wind wolf altered its attack rhythm and speed, the girl's sword tip unwaveringly targeted its vital spots. Such speed and precision were beyond ordinary capability. Frustrated by its failed attacks, the wind wolf paused and let out a thunderous howl. Its mouth glowed with a blue light, and in an instant, countless wind blades rained down on the girl like a storm. The girl, seeing this, smirked disdainfully. With a light flick of her silver lightsaber, the silver light enveloped her, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. The wind blades were shredded into fragments by the force before they could reach her, dissipating into nothingness. The wind wolf, witnessing this, showed a glint of red in its eyes, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Its body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a massive wind blade appeared, swirling around it. As it spewed blue light from its mouth, its fur grew dull and its body began to wither. The wind wolf was burning its life force to enhance the power of its wind blade. The girl's expression turned serious as she pointed her sword directly at the ever-growing, deepening colored wind blade. The wind wolf launched its final attack, the gigantic wind blade whirling with a piercing shriek towards the girl. After releasing this deadly strike, the wind wolf was utterly spent, barely staying upright, its eyes fixed on the girl, hoping this attack would succeed. The tip of Mo Binglan's silver sword clashed against the wind blades, its light dancing like a dragon, radiating power in all directions. Her swordsmanship was exquisite, employing thrusts, pulls, pushes, presses, and sweeps with masterful precision. Under the relentless assault of her dragon-like sword light, the wind blades shrank, dimmed, and ultimately vanished. The wind wolf, witnessing this, showed despair in its eyes before collapsing. Mo Binglan advanced step by step as the audience erupted in chants. Kill it! Kill it! Standing before the wind wolf, she raised her sword. Though panting on the ground, the wolf met her gaze without a hint of submission. Mo Binglan smiled faintly, lowered her sword, and glanced meaningfully at the stands, saying, "Impressive. A mere beast shows more spirit than some people." She crouched down, patted the wind wolf, and said firmly, "You have a choice. Submit to me and have the chance to become a beast king, or choose death. Otherwise, if they capture you, your end will be unpleasant. Think it over." The wind wolf's gaze shifted between the girl and the stands, struggling for a moment before it nodded. Mo Binglan smiled in satisfaction and injected a recovery serum. The wolf quickly regained vitality, stood up, and followed her out of the arena with its tail low. Shingan watched this unfold and murmured to himself, "I didn't expect someone so skilled among the royal students." Yufeng chuckled. "In this round of base admissions, although there are few royal students, they are starting to stand out. What beast will you challenge?" Shinhan pointed to another arena where a level 9 stone ape was restlessly pacing, its thick forearms pounding the ground. "My abilities are rather unique, and I don't have a weapon. My hand-to-hand combat is decent, so I'll go for that one," Yufeng advised. "Good luck." "That's an earth element beast with quite a high defense." Shinhan smiled, scanned his account, and entered through a special passage into the arena. The guards in the passage frowned at his empty-handed approach, checked his account, and muttered under their breath, ready to intervene if necessary. Mo Binglan, who was about to leave, paused to watch with interest from the sidelines. The audience, seeing Shinghan's slender frame, began to boo and jeer, urging him to leave. Ignoring the crowd, Shinghan focused intently on the stone ape, stepping into the arena. The stone ape, excited by his entry, charged towards him, only to roar in dissatisfaction upon seeing his slight build. Shinghan calmly said, "Don't spit on me. If you judge like those in the stands, you won't know what hit you." The stone ape hesitated, retreating a few steps in suspicion. Shinghan grinned, and suddenly, his body swelled, muscles bulging until his size matched the ape's. A faint golden glow covered his skin, and his combat suit clung tightly, unharmed. Someone in the stands exclaimed, "What powerful body refinement skills!" The guards relaxed, thinking, "No wonder this kid is so confident challenging a stone ape. It's the body refinement technique." The stone ape, seeing Shinghan's transformation, was initially startled but then charged with excitement, its thick forearms swinging. Shinghan didn't back down, meeting force with force, and the two engaged in a fierce brawl. With his body strengthened by the body refinement technique, Shinghan's resilience was immense. As the fight progressed, he even abandoned blocking, opting for a direct confrontation. The arena echoed with the dull thuds of their clashes, fist against fist, palm against palm. As the two giants exchanged blows in a heated battle, Shinghan decisively abandoned his refined combat skills and chose to rely on sheer physical strength to confront the stone ape. This decision redefined the advantages of body refining techniques, showcasing the raw allure of hand-to-hand combat. As the battle intensified, Shinghan's blood boiled, and his roars were filled with exhilaration. He reveled in the dual thrill of landing hits and taking blows, completely ignoring the stone ape's heavy attacks. With adrenaline surging through his veins, Shinghan's fists grew larger, and his speed and power increased. A relentless barrage of punches rained down on the stone ape like a storm. The creature staggered under the assault, taking more hits than it could evade and was forced to retreat continuously. The spectators in the base's combat arena were stunned. They had never seen anyone engage the stone ape in such a fierce battle. The scene was breathtaking, captivating the audience. Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands, and the area around the 9th level combat ring quickly filled with excited onlookers. As the fight wore on, Shinhan grew more valiant, while the stone ape became increasingly frustrated. Observing its battered body, the stone ape let out a furious roar, stepping back with eyes glinting dangerously red. Suddenly, its entire body was enveloped in a yellow glow, and its skin hardened, as if clad in an impenetrable armor. Shinghan's punches struck the stone-hardened skin, producing a crisp, clanging sound. The stone ape pounded its chest in triumph, seemingly invincible. However, Shinhan merely chuckled, rubbed his fists, and said, "This has been fun, but you're cheating now. Time to end this." With that, Shinhan stepped back, assuming a stance to gather his strength. He pushed off the ground with a powerful leap, shooting towards the stone ape like an arrow. To the audience, Shinghan's body seemed to move slowly, but his right arm blurred, visible only when it connected with the stone ape's abdomen. The stone ape froze momentarily, its face contorting in pain. It flailed its arms in a futile attempt to retaliate, but soon rolled its eyes back and collapsed with a thunderous crash, unconscious. The guards in the arena narrowed their eyes in shock, clearly witnessing Shinghan's arm vibrating at an incredible frequency during the charge. This transferred the impact through the stone ape's defensive armor directly into its body, using a novel energy technique. Such an unheard-of fighting style made the guards wonder if the Federation had deciphered a new form of body refining. Magical Prison Training Camp, Class 10, Third Class Citizen, Shinhan, challenges 9th level beast stone ape. Result, knockout, the announcer declared loudly. The arena erupted in an uproar. The audience buzzed with conversation, some quickly checking their data pads for previous information about Shinhan. After defeating the stone ape, Shinhan headed towards Yufeng. As he passed by Mo Binglan, she suddenly blocked him with a silver lightsaber, saying coldly, "That last move was impressive. I hope to experience it soon." Seeing the fervor and determination in Mo Binglan's eyes, Shinhan smiled and nodded, prompting her to step aside contentedly. Yufeng looked at Shinhan with mild surprise and said, "You truly are the new fighting king. To take on the stone ape Hedon without using any professional combat techniques and still win so effortlessly, you earned 2,200 merits. At this rate, you won't need to take on external missions during your studies." He paused and then asked, "What body refining technique did you use just now?" "Old Beard didn't teach us that. Its power rivals the Vajra fist. Come on, be honest with me." Shinhan leaned in closer to Yufeng and whispered mysteriously, "The reward for entering the top 100 let me access the 5th floor of the library. There are plenty of treasures in there, various cultivation techniques. You better work hard." Yufeng's face darkened, and he muttered, "Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? Climbing the ranks is as easy as drinking water for you." Shinhan laughed heartily, and Yufeng joined in, saying earnestly, "But honestly, this time I really feel confident about breaking into the top 100. When that happens, let's celebrate at Frostwolf Howl." Hearing this, Shinhan nodded happily and said, "Sounds good. I'll host you, Pei." With that, the two joyfully walked out, shoulder to shoulder. After the day's lessons, nearing dusk, Shinhan headed to Frostwolf Howl to verify a mission, implanted another space chip, and then set off for the first settlement around the base. As night fell, Shinhan lay on a high tree branch, quietly scrolling through information on his datapad. Suddenly, his body tensed as red lights began flashing on the screen. "Seems like luck is on my side," Shinhan murmured to himself, quickly adjusting his position and taking out a sniper rifle. 300 meters to the southeast, a group of a dozen Dark Tribe members was approaching the settlement. From their expressions and movements, it was clear they were intelligent beings. 300 meters was the maximum range that the sensor chip could detect. Through the sniper scope, Shinhan locked onto the key target within the Dark Tribe's ranks. At the center of the team was a human possessed by a malevolent force, while leading the way was a tough-skinned, corrupted beast. Shinhan's finger rested lightly on the trigger as memories of the Dark Tribe's invasion of X-Star and Instructor Zhou's advice flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he decisively pulled the trigger. A colossal boom tore through the night sky. The leader's head exploded instantly, spraying blood everywhere, half his skull obliterated by the shot. "It's a human sniper." One of the Dark Tribe members squinted, giving a low command, "Everyone, accelerate and close the distance. Kill him. Don't give him the chance to pick us off one by one." "Yes," the others responded in unison. A squad of the Dark Tribe advanced swiftly, their bodies gradually enveloped in a faint black mist. Meanwhile, they unleashed a barrage of firepower toward Shinhan. However, the mist did nothing to obscure Shinhan's sight. He continued to pull the trigger, precisely taking down the advancing Dark Tribe members. Suddenly, Shinhan leaped down from the tree. Explosive sounds echoed as branches were shattered by countless energy blasts. In midair, Shinhan's figure darted, charging directly toward the Dark Tribe. Despite the storm of energy blasts raining down, he moved with agility and grace, skillfully dodging the lethal attacks. The weaker blasts that did hit were diminished by the faint golden glow emanating from him, rendering them ineffective against his well-trained body. Abruptly, Shinhan paused, seemingly surprised as he glanced at the dark tribe. So there's one with psychic abilities among them. Interesting, he murmured to himself. A few months ago, I might have been caught off guard. With that, he intensified his mental focus. Instantly, one of the dark tribe members turned pale, coughing up blood. Retreat, he shouted urgently. The beastly dark tribe members, feeling challenged, were infuriated. Ignoring the order, they leaped toward Shinhan, with the gigantic beast's fists crashing down like a storm. Shinhan scoffed, channeling star power into his fist to meet the beast's massive punch. Boom. The collision unleashed a powerful shockwave, energy rippling outward. The beast was sent flying, crashing down tens of meters away, carving a trench in the ground and spilling blood from its mouth. It lifted its head, eyes filled with disbelief, then roared and charged again. The earlier man hesitated, his expression dark. He cursed under his breath, brute, and once more focused his psychic attack on Shinhan. Shinhan's lips curled slightly, though his eyes held no amusement. He rushed toward the corrupted beast, suddenly producing a dagger which he hurled, piercing the beast's black crystal embedded in its abdomen. Simultaneously, he uttered a series of strange sounds that disrupted the man's psychic assault. Raising his other hand, he fired energy blasts at the approaching dark tribe members, piercing their vital points one by one. Then, Shinhan executed a swift maneuver, appearing right before the beast, withdrawing the dagger from its abdomen. Using the beast's body as cover, he spun and threw the dagger again, striking the man right between the eyes. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times, completed within mere seconds. The man's expression froze in shock, his once intelligent eyes dimming rapidly as he collapsed backward. Almost simultaneously, the remaining dark tribe members fell as well. As Shinhan gathered the spoils of battle, he contemplated. These dark tribe members are becoming more formidable. This team had 3 dark soldiers, equivalent to 3 human superhumans. If they were any stronger, taking them down would be much more difficult. Suddenly, a faint noise reached Shinhan's ears, and he tensed immediately. With his sniper rifle aimed in the direction of the sound, he moved forward cautiously. Don't shoot, I'm an ally, a voice called out. Shinhan kept his rifle raised, finger on the trigger, ready to fire. A small figure emerged from the shadows, hands raised above her head, holding only a sleek, sharp dagger. Seeing Shinhan, she gestured to her uniform and said, "Relax, careful not to have an accidental discharge. I'm from the Hongyan training camp at the Liang base. Can you lower your gun now?" Due to his experiences with Ji Xinlei, Shinhan had little fondness for the Hongyan training camp. He gave the woman a cold glance, said nothing, and turned to leave with his sniper rifle in hand. The woman immediately chased after him, saying, "Your senses are really sharp. I barely moved, yet you discovered my presence. It's truly unbelievable. Besides Instructor Li, you're the first to notice my stealth technique. My name is Bai Putao, what's yours?" Hearing this, Shinhan hesitated slightly, a flicker of memory passing through his eyes. He didn't respond and kept walking. Unwilling to give up, Bai Putao leapt lightly in front of him, hands on her hips, her gaze firm, clearly indicating she wouldn't let him pass without an answer. Shinhan's calm gaze swept over Bai Putao before he spoke. "My name is Shinhan. Don't follow me." With that, he turned and walked in another direction. Bai Putao was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "You're the Shinhan from the recent rumors, the one who fights 9th level ability users as an awakened?" She hurried to catch up, but a gun barrel suddenly blocked her path, forcing her back a couple of steps. "Why?" Bai Putao asked, puzzled. "We're both among the top 100 in the training camp. I have enough strength. Besides, you need someone to watch your back. Wouldn't it be better if we worked together?" "You're too noisy." Shinhan paused before continuing, "and I prefer working alone." Before the words were fully out, he had quickened his pace and disappeared into the night. It was true. Ever since he began cultivating dark energy, Shinhan increasingly preferred solo missions. It was partly to protect his secrets, but also due to a subtle psychological change. Watching his departing figure, Bai Putao's eyes gleamed with interest as she murmured to herself, "If Ji Xinlei was defeated by him, it seems reasonable. An interesting awakened one." Shinhan reached a high ground, leaned against a rock, intending to rest briefly and gather strength for the next day's mission. Unexpectedly, he fell into a deep sleep, only waking at dawn. Startled, he surveyed his surroundings, puzzled by his unguarded slumber in the wild. Brushing off the dust, Shinhan continued on. Halfway, a strange, pungent odor caught his attention. Frowning, he traced the smell to a group of well-dressed men approaching him, the stench emanating from them. Confused but not lingering, he quickly moved in another direction. Over the next week, Shinhan used his sensing chip to track the dark tribe's movements. Most of the dark tribe members he encountered fell by his hand. He skirted the edges of the tribe, occasionally encountering other training camp members and making brief stops in some tribes. Rumors about him were spreading, but focused on his mission, Shinhan remained unaware. Arriving at the Lion camp, Shinhan discovered a large number of dark tribe members. He quickly found a hidden spot and began to take down the battling dark tribe members. Meanwhile, in the Hongyan training camp, Ji Xinlei was questioning the accuracy of the intelligence. Upon learning that Shinhan might be in the Lion camp territory, he insisted on confronting Shinhan, despite his subordinates' warnings that it might not be wise. It's already too late. Ji Xinlei shook his head. After what happened, do you think there's any chance for reconciliation with him? Impossible. Shinhan must die. We need to eliminate him before he becomes too powerful, or I won't be able to rest easy. After ensuring sufficient funds, Ji Xinlei decided to hire mercenaries to deal with Shinhan. Confidently, he said, "Don't worry, let them make their move. I've prepared the funds. Once it's done, we can celebrate with the brothers at Frost Wolfhowl." Hearing this, his subordinate sighed in relief. "With your assurance, Brother Lei, I'm at ease. I'll just wait for the results then." Outside the fiery hunt camp, gunfire echoed continuously. Shinhan's star-marked firearm had once again run out of energy cartridges. Swiftly repositioning himself, he retrieved a fresh cartridge from his spatial storage and quickly reloaded his weapon. Feeling the heat of the gun barrel, Shinhan raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Guns inscribed with runes have a short lifespan, which makes sense. But this is ridiculous, it's already the third one. I'll need to get better materials next time to withstand the power of the runes." Before he finished speaking, he had already extended the barrel from behind cover, locking onto one Dark Clan target after another through the scope. The trigger was pulled, and the deafening roar of gunfire filled the air as Dark Clan soldiers fell one by one. The heavy casualties finally caught the attention of the Dark Clan leader. With a single command, several shadows followed a Dark Warrior, charging towards Shinhan. A level 6 Dark Warrior, a bit troublesome, but nothing more, Shinhan remarked, cracking his neck before resuming his shooting. However, the Dark Warrior was incredibly fast and could emit invisible sound waves to slightly deflect the energy bullets, resulting in not a single hit. Slightly surprised, Shinhan ceased fire and drew a dagger from his thigh. In an instant, the Dark Warrior was upon him. Their daggers clashed violently, the metallic clang resonating in his ears. The sheer force of the impact sent them both sliding back a meter. In a blur of motion, they clashed again, passing each other. Blood dripped slowly from Shinhan's palm, while behind him, there was a soft thud. The Dark Warrior's head was nearly severed from his body, held by only a thin strand of muscle and bone. Blood gushed from the wound. Without looking back, Shinhan advanced towards the Dark Clan group. He fired precise shots, utilizing his unique olfactory ability to hit vital points. This ability allowed him to assess genetic quality, strength, and exact location through scent, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Reflecting on this Dark Clan's Super Sixth Sense, Shinhan felt a mix of emotions. But there was no time for contemplation as he moved towards the clan leader. The runes on his dagger glowed, amplifying its power, as he slashed at the leader's arm joint. His AI assistant chimed in, "Shing Star, Dark Clan Dark Warrior, level 8, attribute. Mental strength, extremely high danger level." Slightly taken aback, Shinhan did not hesitate. He gripped his dagger, a faint golden light enveloping him, and launched another attack on the leader. The leader glared furiously, focusing his mental strength to momentarily halt Shinhan's advance. Seizing the opportunity, the leader dodged, covering his wounded arm, and gestured for the remaining low-level Dark Warriors to encircle Shinhan. A sense of urgency gripped Shinhan as he quickly activated his body-reforming technique, his figure darting rapidly. His firearm danced in his hands, continuously firing as the surrounding Dark Clan members fell. When he finally paused, the golden glow had dimmed, and red marks indicated his own injuries. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, followed by searing pain. Shinhan kicked away the Dark Clan member before him, spun around, and hurled his dagger, striking the incoming energy sword from the leader with precision. The Renin-enhanced dagger split the energy sword in two and continued its trajectory towards the leader's brow. The leader squinted, using mental strength to slowly deflect the dagger, which eventually lost momentum and fell to the ground. The leader's smug smile froze instantly. His pupils contracted, reflecting Shinhan's ghostly figure closing in. Before he could evade, Shinhan's fist struck his abdomen with unyielding force. The leader let out a scream as a tremendous force sent him flying dozens of meters away. In shock, he realized that the power of this human awakener was on par with the high-ranking Dark Warriors of the Dark Clan, known for their physical prowess. Enduring the intense pain, the leader took a deep look at the battlefield before quickly fleeing into the distance. Trying to escape now? Too late, Shinhan said coldly. He spun rapidly in place, creating a series of booming sounds. When he stopped, All the shadows around him had been wiped out. By then, the leader had already escaped over 100 meters away. Shinhan raised his sniper rifle, swiftly adjusting the barrel, and fired 2 shots aimed at the leader's vital points. Through the scope, he clearly saw half of the leader's head blasted apart by the energy bullets, and the scream abruptly ceased. With the Dark Warriors gone, the Dark Clan's forces were no longer a threat. Shinhan moved swiftly, his weapon spitting fire continuously. 15 minutes later, all the Dark Clan members lay on the ground. Members of the Hunter Flame camp began to clean up the battlefield, and some recognized Shinhan as the one who had killed Li Qian. They also noticed his nanosuit, exclusive to the base. They trembled, their faces showing fear and unease. Moments later, a man stepped forward, introducing himself as the current leader of the Hunter Flame camp. He explained, "What we did back then was entirely under Li Qian's orders." Shinhan gave the man a half smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to settle old scores. I'm just here to eliminate the Dark Clan." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, looking visibly relaxed. Shinhan said no more, simply retrieving the black crystal from the chest of the slain Dark Warrior and storing it in his space before heading to the next location. In the days that followed, Shinhan moved swiftly across the wilderness, occasionally stopping to slay any Dark Clan members or mutant beasts he encountered. At night, he would find a random cave to rest. Every dawn, he would continue his journey with the rising sun. One day, under the blazing sun, Shinhan arrived at the edge of a rushing river. He eyed a recently broken wooden bridge, puzzled. As he prepared to detour south, he suddenly caught a strange genetic scent approaching. Looking up, he spotted 7 or 8 humans near a rock 100 meters away, the limit of his olfactory range. He raised an eyebrow and continued walking, but the group behind him suddenly quickened their pace, rushing towards him. Energy bullets hit the dirt at his feet, and someone shouted, "Stop, or we'll shoot." Shinhan halted, his cold gaze fixed on the newcomers. They approached, scrutinizing him. One of them said, "We've been watching you for a long time, from Fengjiao camp all the way to Hunter Flame camp. Quite a haul." "Huh? Oh, and let's not forget Kuanhua and Shangyang tribes." The speaker was a young man, a level 5 esper, and the leader. Alongside him were 2 level 2 esper youths, and 5 burly middle-aged men armed with rugged butler guns. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Shinhan. Shinhan examined them closely and suddenly found them familiar. He recalled that the young man and one of the youths were the ones he had encountered the morning he acquired his sense of smell ability. He nodded and replied honestly, "The haul is quite decent, probably worth a lot of merit points." Hearing this, the group beamed with delight. The young leader nodded in satisfaction and said, "Smart move. Put down your weapon and leave the neural link behind, and we'll let you live." Shinhan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Neural link accounts are gene-bound. Do you have a way to access its contents?" The young man impatiently waved his hand and said, "We have our ways. Enough talk. Just hand over the link and the weapon." The young man already knew that Shinhan's neural link contained a space chip. If they could get the link and take it to the black market, just the chip alone would fetch a good price, not to mention its contents. This was why he took the risk to ambush Shinhan here. Shinhan squinted, his fingers unconsciously caressing the gun, and said coldly, "And if I refuse?" The young man's face darkened instantly, as if a storm cloud had descended upon him, and a trace of menace flickered in his eyes. Gripping his gun tightly, a faint blue light shimmered on his other hand. His voice was low and threatening. "Kid, don't push your luck. You're just an awakened one. Even if you're a base trainee, killing you and dumping your body in the river would go unnoticed. Think it over before you answer. This is your last chance." In truth, deep down, the young man was also wary. Although Shinhan was merely an awakened one, he had killed quite a few from the Dark Clan along the way. Normally, he wouldn't bother speaking so much to someone like that. Nearby, a burly middle-aged man roared impatiently, "Boss, why waste words? Just shoot him, and his belongings will be ours." His voice was deafening, pounding against everyone's eardrums. Another man interjected sourly, "The boss knows what he's doing. Who are you to butt in? Just because you've killed a couple of powered individuals doesn't make you invincible." A boy, idly playing with a fist-sized fireball, remarked leisurely, "What do you know? Some things are worth more alive than dead." The young man kept his gaze fixed on Shinhan, who seemed to be deep in thought, ignoring the escalating noise around him. "Have you made up your mind?" The young man pressed again. "I have," Shinhan replied, lifting his head with a cold smile, his eyes glinting icily. He bent down to place the gun on the ground, and just as everyone thought he was surrendering, Shinhan suddenly sprang forward like an arrow, a dagger appearing in his hand out of nowhere. Startled, the young man flicked his wrist, conjuring a long vine that lashed out at Shinhan. However, Shinhan grabbed the thorny vine with ease, yanking the young man towards the riverbank. The rushing waters crashed against the shore, nearly sweeping the young man away. In a panic, he clung to the wild grass at the river's edge, about to strike with the vine again, only to find it had withered like dry wood in his grasp. Scrambling back onto solid ground, the young man conjured another vine to attack, only to realize that in those fleeting seconds, Shinhan had silently taken out the others. Shinhan seized the vine again, channeling a continuous stream of star energy into himself. With heavy steps, Shinhan approached the young man, who finally recognized his opponent's identity. Fear gripped him, and he quickly dropped the withered vine, raising his hands in surrender. Wait, I know who you are, Shinhan. Don't kill me. I can pay you to spare my life. You know me? Shinhan paused, raising an eyebrow. The young man hurriedly explained, recently, news from the Liang base mentioned an awakened one named Shinhan, who can absorb star energy and killed a level 9 powered individual in one blow on the arena. Tribes around here have heard of it. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to provoke you. You haven't lost anything, and my men have fallen to you. Could you let me go? I promise to steer clear of you in the future. Hearing this, Shinhan's mouth twitched, and an odd expression crossed his face. He scrutinized the young man, confirming that he wasn't lying, and then asked, "What was that about accessing the light brain you mentioned earlier?" The young man explained, "On Planet X, there are many private establishments where various underground transactions take place, usually accessible only to powered individuals." Shinhan pondered upon hearing the words, twirling a dagger between his fingers. He scrutinized the young man and asked calmly, "How much ransom are you planning to offer?" The young man glanced quickly at Shinhan, his expression pained. 3,000 Federation coins, plus 500 merit points, he replied reluctantly. Shinhan smirked slightly, his eyes fixed on the young man with a mocking gaze. "Is that all your life is worth? Think carefully before you answer." The young man shuddered, his face changing colors rapidly. After a while, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "That's all the money I have in my account. Please don't kill me. If it's not enough, I can find another way." "Transfer it," Shinhan said coolly. "I also want that token." The young man's face shifted, but Shinhan stepped closer, leaving him no room for hesitation. Reluctantly, the young man transferred the funds and handed over the token, his regret palpable as he forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Can I leave now?" "Get lost, and don't let me see you again," Shinhan replied coldly. The young man, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly left. Shinhan remained where he was, examining the card in his hand. It bore the image of a dark red plum blossom, with the words "Thousand Miles Fragrance" engraved beside it. As star energy surged from the characters, Shinhan felt dizzy and quickly looked away. "Thousand Miles Fragrance, interesting," Shinhan murmured to himself, tracing his fingers over the words and sensing a subtle, peculiar sensation. He stored the card and all his spoils in his spatial storage and began searching for "Thousand Miles Fragrance" on his light brain. The search results showed multiple shops, place names, and other titles with the same name. A few minutes later, Shinhan found the information he was looking for. It was a nano-clothing boutique that only allowed entry to those with special abilities. More accurately, it was a black market dealing in items of dubious origin, occasionally hosting underground auctions. Intrigued, Shinhan learned that there was a location within Zone 7, but with his current strength, he didn't even qualify to enter. He sighed, closed his light brain, and continued southward. Within seconds, his figure had moved hundreds of meters away, disappearing from sight with another swift motion. The next day, Shinhan crossed a stone bridge, following the light brain's coordinates to a nearby tribe. In the distance, a procession of dark clan warriors was advancing, while the tribe remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Loud, off-key singing emanated from the tribe, echoing like a cacophony. Listening closely, Shinhan realized the tuneless melody was a song he'd heard countless mornings, traveling the world. Just then, he noticed the approaching dark clan warriors and quickly moved. Moments later, he reached the outskirts of the tribe, shouting a warning, "Dark clan attack incoming. Prepare to defend." As soon as he spoke, Shinhan sought a concealed spot, aiming for the best sniping position. The singing abruptly stopped, replaced by battle cries. Before long, squads of heavily armored mechs, led by specialized units, charged out of the tribe. The battle erupted instantly. Shinhan observed the tribe's formation. A direct assault on the enemy's center, flanked by lightly armored mechs each wielding multi-barrel energy guns to mow down enemy fodder. The tribe's impressive armament and swift formation impressed Shinhan, piquing his curiosity about the tribal leader. Quickly pulling the trigger, Shinhan picked off powerful foes among the Dark Clan, each shot finding its mark. As he aimed at the highest-ranking leader, a figure suddenly obscured his target. To his surprise, it was a young man moving swiftly alongside the leader. Within minutes, the Dark Clan leader fell. The young man didn't stop. He leapt high, stomping down with overwhelming star energy that kicked up dust and created ripples. The surrounding dark warriors were all knocked down, with lower-ranked ones killed instantly. Those struggling to rise were swiftly finished off by mech personnel. The young man glanced in Shinghin's direction, a friendly smile on his face. Shinghin paused, lowered his gun, and began searching for the next target. Every shot fired from Shinghin's gun precisely hit the Dark Warriors. With the coordinated efforts of the tribal warriors, the entire Dark Clan unit was annihilated in just half an hour. As the last of the Dark Clan fell, Shinghin was about to leave when a young man called out to him. "Friend from afar, the battle is over. Why not come out and meet us?" The young man stood his ground, scanning the area with sharp eyes towards where Shinghin was. "The brothers in the camp are particularly grateful for your timely warning." The warriors around, busy clearing the battlefield, voiced their agreement. Shinghin hesitated for a moment, then stepped out from behind the slope and walked towards the tribe. This was a camp named Tuin, which on the surface seemed no different from other tribes. However, upon closer inspection, the warriors' intense aura and sophisticated weaponry were clearly not something an ordinary tribe possessed. Once inside the camp, these differences became even more apparent. The young man led Shinghin into the camp, where several bottles of strong liquor and large bowls were immediately brought over. The pungent aroma of the liquor filled the air as everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily, laughter and cheers echoing around. The young man downed his drink in one go, a faint blush appearing on his face, and introduced himself. "I'm Wonsin, the captain of Tuin tribe. Thank you for your warning, which gave us time to prepare. You also saved many of my brothers during the battle. On behalf of everyone, I toast to you." Wonsin appeared frail, with a slightly sickly complexion, but his eyes carried a fierce intensity. As a levels even esper, he led a group of formidable espers, making him a significant force even within the base. Shinghin was puzzled as to why someone with Wonsin's potential hadn't gone to the base for training. Wonsin, seeing Shinghin's skill as a sniper despite being just an awakened, felt an urge to recruit him. But noticing Shinghin's specialized nanosuit, he decided instead to form an alliance. "It was just a small effort," Shinghin said calmly. "The Dark Clans are humanity's enemies, and we can't let them go when we encounter them." Wonsin laughed heartily. "Indeed, we guard Tuin, and enemies who come here never leave. But we've suffered losses as well. Thanks to your help today, we wiped out the enemy without a scratch. I owe you one. If you ever need anything, just ask. As long as it doesn't offend the big shots at the Liang base, I can handle it. By the way, I didn't catch your name?" "I'm Shinghan." As soon as he said this, the people celebrating around them fell silent, their gazes towards Shinghan turning peculiar. Wonsin's smile grew a bit stiff. A flicker of something passed through Wonsin's eyes as he asked, "Brother Shinghan, have you offended someone at the base?" Shinghan was on guard but kept his expression neutral, saying, "There are a few, but they're just minor troublemakers, not worth mentioning." Wonsin gave Shinghan a long look and said bluntly, "Sometimes, a minor troublemaker can stir up a lot of trouble. There's quite a bounty on your head, Brother Shinghan." Before he finished speaking, Wonsin's cup fell to the ground as he lunged at Shinghan, his star power concentrated in his fist. Others also drew their weapons, ready to fight. Caught off guard, Shinghan had no choice but to take the punch heeded. Bang! The clash of fists sent a sound of bones cracking through the air. A flash of pain crossed Wonsin's face as he grunted. The powerful star force sent Shinghan flying, crashing heavily into the ground and knocking over the mech outside the cave. Shinghan quickly got back up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and demanded, "Why?" Wonsin sneered, "Tuin keeps its promises. Since we've accepted the deposit, we have to act. I owe you a favor, but my brothers have to eat too." In the face of absolute interest, even blood brothers settle accounts clearly. A favor can't compare to a year's funding for Tuin. Vincent straightened his twisted fingers and looked directly at Shinghin, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. In a steady voice he said, "I've heard you once defeated a 9th level esper in the arena and possess a unique body refining technique. Seeing you today, your reputation is well deserved." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Though I run this tribe, I've always been something of a daredevil. My brothers aren't ones to shy away from a fight either. It seems a battle today is inevitable." Vincent's tone grew serious. "If you can defeat us, and given your help to the camp today, I'll make an exception and hand over the employer's name without hesitation." Shinghin raised an eyebrow slightly, his star power beginning to accumulate. He gently stroked his left fist with his right hand, calmly responding, "In that case, come at me together." A look of gravity crossed Vincent's face. His figure flickered, surrounded by a layer of earthy yellow light, like a solid armor. Simultaneously, several other espers quickly moved to flank Shinghin from behind, forming a pincer attack. Unexpectedly, those without awakened powers did not join the fight. They stood at a distance, activating a force field to protect themselves, watching the battle unfold. Shinghin was slightly surprised by this, but no one took the opportunity to shoot, which indeed eased his pressure. He understood this was Vincent returning a favor. The two clashed fiercely again. Shinghin was shocked, realizing the formidable defense of a 7th-level Earth esper. Without hesitation, he activated his body refining technique, and a faint golden light began to surface on his skin. Instantly, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout Shingan's body as his physique swelled, transforming into a giant with bulging muscles. At a height of 6 feet 1 inch, Vincent seemed insignificant in front of him. Shingan swung his massive arm, colliding violently with Vincent. The sheer force shattered Vincent's defenses. A sweeping kick from Shingan carried the sound of thunder and lightning. Within minutes, Vincent and Shingan exchanged multiple blows, leaving Vincent deeply shocked. His expression grew more solemn as he noticed several attacks converging behind Shingan, merging into a single strike. A chill ran down Shingan's back, the golden light dimming even further, causing his giant form to stagger forward a few steps. With a loud shout, he slammed his palms on the ground, sending an invisible shockwave that knocked his attackers off their feet. At that moment, Vincent suddenly brandished a light sword, slashing down from above. The blade, surrounded by a yellow glow, was dazzling and clearly potent. This strike caused Vincent's face to turn pale instantly. Caught off guard, Shingan was slightly startled but quickly channeled all his star power into his arms, crossing them in front of his chest. The two remained locked in a stalemate, with the light sword cutting through the golden glow, penetrating into the flesh, revealing white bone beneath, yet unable to advance further. The fallen attackers, fueled by rage, ignored the blood dripping from their noses and mouths, leaping up to attack again. Various colored lights fell on Shingan, yet were absorbed without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Two espers suddenly recalled the information their employer had provided about Shingan's abilities and ceased their energy attacks. They picked up battle axes from the ground, striking down with a resounding impact. Having accumulated power for a while, Shingan unleashed all his strength. With a splitting motion of his arms and a loud explosion, all the espers were sent flying, screaming in pain. Even the strongest among them, Vincent, was forced to retreat several steps. Despite maintaining his giant form, Shingan moved without any hindrance. He lunged at Vincent, bringing down a massive fist. With a thunderous crash, Vincent groaned, his face instantly becoming a bloody mess. Seeing this, the others' expressions changed drastically. They leaped up, wielding various cold weapons to attack Shingan. At this point, the faint golden light on Shingan's body vanished, and his form returned to normal, clearly indicating his star power was depleted. He smiled wryly, turning to face the oncoming attackers, his eyes cold and resolute, determined to show no mercy. Picking up the light sword Vincent had dropped, Shingan let out a loud cry, deftly dodging attacks aimed at vital spots. Although he sustained 3 wounds, his light sword simultaneously pierced the heart of one attacker, exchanging injury for injury. Throughout the battle, Shingan's light sword slashed continuously. The espers, wary of his abilities, refrained from using their powers, relying solely on their combat skills, which were no match for Shingan. Whenever someone managed to wound him, he ensured to repay the favor doubly. Suddenly, Shingan felt his hair stand on end, a chill running down his spine. Realizing the danger, he lunged forward, knocking one opponent to the ground. Their light sword narrowly missed Shingan's side. At that instant, a gunshot rang out sharply, piercing the air. In the distance, Vincent, holding an energy handgun, looked incredulously at Shingan, who had narrowly dodged the bullet. Shingan sensed the dark energy within him churning, threatening to burst forth. He suppressed it forcefully, knocking the person beneath him unconscious with a punch, before rising to face the surrounding espers once more. By now, chaos had ensued among them. With little regard for anything else, they fired light balls of various colors at Shingan. A glint of joy flashed in his eyes as he absorbed all the attacks, then countered, taking down each opponent one by one. Meanwhile, realizing his shot had missed, Vincent knew the tide had turned. To prevent further casualties, he staggered to his feet, shouting loudly, "Stop, we've lost." Everyone froze for a moment, ceasing their attacks. They quickly helped their injured comrades off the ground and began tending to their wounds. The person within the force field also lowered their defenses and slowly stepped out. All eyes were on Shingan, filled with hostility and wariness. Out of thin air, a sniper rifle appeared in Shingan's hands. Supporting his slightly weary body, he walked over to a wall a little distance away and sat down. Taking a deep breath, he injected 2 vials of medicine into his body, tending to his wounds as he asked, "Who is the employer?" Wincing in pain, Vincent replied while having his tribe members clean the wounds on his face, "Zhang Huai, a young man we've had a few minor dealings with before. To be precise, he used to be one of us, but only stayed for a few days, so he's not really part of the 2-1 tribe anymore." Vincent's head injury looked severe, but it wasn't life-threatening. If Shingan had infused star power into his attack or intended to kill, Vincent's head might have been shattered by now. Hearing the name, Shingan was momentarily stunned. quickly searching his mind for information on Zhang Huai. Suddenly, he recalled that this familiar name was one of Ji Xinlei's followers. Shingan gritted his teeth silently. Ji Xinlei, it really is you. I've been too lenient with you. After learning the identity of the employer, Shinhan didn't leave immediately. He sat quietly, taking out a high-grade energy stone to absorb. Before long, his star power gradually replenished. Reflecting on the recent battle, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Under the onslaught, his star power had been completely exhausted. If not for the hidden strength supporting him, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. In hindsight, incapacitating Vincent early on was indeed a wise move. After all, unless he could eliminate all the 2-1 members, he wouldn't easily use his hidden strength and reveal his secrets. Once the medicine had fully taken effect, Shinhan got up and left 2-1, heading to the next tribe's location. As night fell, Shinhan arrived at a cave. Sitting cross-legged, he began to cultivate his star power. A cold breeze wafted through the cave entrance, stirring his hair. The moonlight, as pure as silver gauze, illuminated his delicate profile. With each unlocking of gene branches and locks, his appearance grew increasingly perfect. In his right hand, Shinhan held a high-quality energy stone, while his left hand rested on a pitch-black crystal. 2 different types of energy flowed simultaneously through his Laogong acupoints into his meridians and blood vessels, eventually converging at the 2 Tianshu acupoints in his abdomen. When the power within him reached saturation, Shinhan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the now empty shells of the energy stone and black crystal in his hands, feeling the boiling dark and star power within him, and fell into contemplation. After a moment, he decided to attempt a breakthrough to become an extraordinary being. Shinhan set up a force field around him and began to operate the starry sky art and the dark light art. 2 different energy types surged into his body, eventually merging in his abdomen. Under his guidance, these forces began to assault the barrier at the apex like waves crashing against a cliff. Each time they reached the peak, the overwhelming backlash would slam into Shinhan's internal organs. The intense pain nearly numbed his senses, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, relentlessly battering the precarious barrier. Suddenly, a faint crack was heard, and a fissure appeared in the barrier at the top. Shinhan felt a surge of joy, setting aside the pain to focus even more intently on breaking through. More and more cracking sounds echoed in his consciousness, each accompanied by new cracks or falling fragments. Gaining confidence, Shinhan prepared for one final, massive assault. Taking a deep breath, the star and dark power within and around him gathered at the Tianshu acupoints. With a low shout, the combined forces surged upward, determined to pierce through the barrier. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted, scattering the power Shinhan had amassed and sending it rampaging through his body. With a pft, Shinhan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale instantly. Despite the severe injury, he ignored the pain and quickly worked to control the panicked energies. The starry sky art and dark light art spun rapidly, directing all the chaotic energy back towards the Tianshu acupoints. Shinhan endured the agony, focusing entirely on steering the rampaging forces back onto the correct path. This time, Shinhan decided not to risk attempting a breakthrough past his bottleneck. Instead, he sought a haven for the rampant energy surging within him. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he sensed the energy within him gathering on either side of his abdomen, forming 2 swirling vortices that expanded outward. As the energy rapidly coalesced, it spilled outside his body, creating small vortices on either side, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. In the blink of an eye, the energy within a 100-meter radius was completely absorbed. This immense energy continuously flowed through the external vortices into his body, ultimately compressing and contracting at the vortex centers. After a long while, a black and a white orb, each the size of an egg, firmly occupied the position of the Tianshu point, with the surrounding meridian's energy entwining them, enhancing their power. Shinhan opened his eyes, surprised to find he had inadvertently reaped an unexpected benefit. Those 2 glowing orbs were symbols of the source points. Although not located at the Shin-K point, the descriptions in the dark light technique and the starry sky technique convinced Shinhan that these were indeed the source points of 2 powers. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling immensely satisfied. With a place to store his energy, Shinhan no longer felt the urgency to break through. Instead, he decided to delay his breakthrough to further solidify his strength. His goal was to win battles effortlessly without using his ability to absorb alien energy, keeping this life-saving ace up his sleeve as a reserve. Just then, a thunderous clap echoed from the sky. Shinhan looked up to see a starry sky, cloudless for miles, which left him puzzled. He grabbed his energy sniper rifle, quickly climbed to the mountaintop, adjusted the scope, and observed the distance. He saw lightning striking continuously in the distance, and beneath the lightning, someone was undergoing the baptism of star thunder. Shinhan immediately recalled instructor Ling Wei mentioning that a breakthrough for those with innate gifts required setting up an energy matrix to invoke star thunder for body refinement. Although the success rate was low, it was indeed a rare sight to witness such a breakthrough. Excited, Shinhan slid down the mountain and ran towards the location where the lightning was striking. He found a hidden spot and observed the man undergoing the breakthrough from afar. The man endured several strikes of star thunder, yet his aura remained strong. The surrounding energy matrix continually activated energy, invoking celestial thunder, clearly indicating a highly advanced matrix. Shinhan hid in the shadow of a rock, motionless, watching the breakthrough unfold. The man's preparation was evidently thorough, handling the process with composure, suggesting a high chance of survival through the ordeal. Just as he was about to successfully break through to an innate gift, an unexpected event occurred. A blinding flash of fire shot from a distance, piercing through the man's back and exiting through his chest. The fire's power extended beyond this, continuing to fly forward for dozens of meters, shattering a massive boulder before finally burning out. The man fell to the ground upon being struck, but did not immediately die. He quickly shut down the energy matrix, grabbed several vials of medicine beside him, and injected them simultaneously in a bid to save his life. At the same time, he seized a long-range Starforce sniper rifle, channeled all his remaining power into it, and fired towards the distance. The massive recoil sent the man flying backward, blood splattering everywhere. A scream of agony followed from afar, indicating that the assailant had been severely injured as well. Shinhan watched the entire scene unfold, stunned and frozen in place. After several moments, confirming there was no movement nearby, he cautiously approached the man. Placing his fingers near the man's nostrils, he confirmed the man was dead, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. This breakthrough achiever clearly had extraordinary innate talent, even detectable from afar by the unique fragrance of his genes. From the celestial thunder earlier, he had a significant chance of succeeding in his breakthrough, only to be struck down by this calamity. It seemed he had encountered an enemy seeking revenge, and Shinhan couldn't help but feel regret for his demise. Just then, he heard the stealthy sound of someone approaching from afar. Alarmed, Shinhan quickly waved his hand, stored the energy matrix set up by the man into his spatial chip, and fled at top speed. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the forest, carrying a bloody head. He approached the man's body and softly murmured, "Brother, I was too late. Let this assassin accompany you for now. It won't be long before I uncover the mastermind behind this and avenge your death." As if responding to the man's words, the half-open eyes of the fallen man finally closed. The middle-aged man sighed softly, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly noticed the energy matrix used to invoke the celestial thunder had vanished without a trace. He frowned, casting a deep look in the direction Shinhan had fled, then glanced at the man's body. After a moment of hesitation, he snorted lightly and gave up the chase. Fleeing in the distance, Shinhan suddenly felt as though a fierce beast was eyeing him from behind, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He dared not relax for a moment, pushing himself to his limits as he continued to sprint forward. After what felt like an eternity of running, Shinhan finally sensed the intense gaze vanish, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stopped, looked around, and found himself on a desolate plain. In the distance, the outline of the Hongduan Mountains was clearly visible, and the unfamiliar roars of beasts occasionally echoed through the silent night sky. Cautiously, Shinhan chose a pile of scattered rocks, sat down carefully, and tried to steady his rapid breathing. By now, the moon had silently slipped behind a veil of dark clouds, and the surroundings were enveloped in endless darkness. Leaning against the cold stone, he closed his eyes, attempting to relax. Suddenly, a strong tugging sensation on his consciousness pulled at him. Shinhan muttered a silent curse but had no choice but to yield to the force. Moments later, he found himself in the depths of his own mind. This time, he was much calmer, yawning as his gaze landed on a striking woman not far away. "Irene, could you at least give me a heads-up next time? I can enter on my own without you yanking my consciousness so roughly," Shinhan complained slightly. Irene raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with impatience. "Last time, it took you a whole hour to get here. I have urgent matters now, and I can't afford to waste that much time. You should practice more." She paused and continued, "Tonight, you formed a dark energy source point. Your cultivation talent is indeed impressive. As a reward, I'll share some insights and point out your shortcomings in training. By the way, you need to accelerate your dark energy cultivation because from now on, all dark energy will be split equally between us." Shinhan was secretly pleased by Irene's words, though he didn't show much emotion on his face. He also had no grounds to argue against the condition she mentioned. Irene then began explaining the relationship between dark energy and star energy and how to integrate these seemingly opposing forces. After a lengthy theoretical discourse, she provided targeted guidance on how Shinhan could cultivate dark energy. Throughout the session, Shinhan listened intently, fully focused. Suddenly, he noticed an unprecedented sweet genetic scent emanating from Irene, which made him feel a bit unusual. The next day, as sunlight bathed the earth, Shinhan awoke slowly. He stood up, stretched, and felt invigorated. He decided to continue on toward the next settlement. In the distance, the distinctive rumble of battle could be heard. Shinhan cautiously advanced and soon approached the combat zone. He hesitated about whether to intervene when suddenly, a red alert flashed on his communicator indicating the presence of the Dark Tribe, and the signal came from the nearby battle area. With the Dark Tribe involved, Shinhan was not about to take a detour. He quickly summoned his energy sniper rifle, carefully moved to the edge of the forest, and began aiming at the distant Dark Tribe. Through the scope, he was surprised to see that the person being besieged by numerous Dark Tribe members was the young girl by Putao, whom he had encountered a few days earlier. Shinhan swiftly opened fire, taking down several Dark Tribe members. Soon, the others noticed him, and a few approached, only to be shot down before getting close. Bai Putao was already severely injured. At the end of her strength, she shouted for help, benefactor. I can't hold on much longer. Please come to my aid, and I will reward you generously afterward. Shinhan hesitated for a moment. Using the energy sniper rifle for long-range attacks was undoubtedly the safest option, especially after the Tuan incident, which had heightened his vigilance. But seeing Bai Putao's injuries, he confirmed she wasn't lying. He dashed out from his cover, deftly dodging incoming energy blasts, and quickly reached the perimeter of the Dark Tribe's encirclement. Shinhan, it's you. Bai Putao exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him, firing another shot. Do you have any extra medical supplies? I've used up all of mine. I do. Let's finish them off first, Shinhan replied succinctly. All right. The two worked in perfect harmony, and within minutes, they had eliminated all the Dark Tribe members in the area. Shinhan retrieved 2 vials of medicine from his storage device and handed them to Bai Putao, asking curiously, there weren't that many Dark Tribe members here. With your skills, you shouldn't have ended up in such a state, right? As Bai Putao injected the medicine and bandaged her wounds, she replied, you're right. But before this, I encountered 2 consecutive waves of Dark Tribes, which left me in such a mess. The fact that so many Dark Tribe members are appearing in Zone 7 suggests that this area might be one of their chosen bases. More than that, Shinhan said gravely, the Dark Tribe is likely already spread across all 12 battle zones. Their ambition is to devour the entire X-Star. A few battle zones wouldn't satisfy their appetite. Bai Putao frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, that possibility does exist. After all, the Federation also came to X-Star with the intention of taking it over. Regardless, X-Star must be hiding some significant secrets. But those are not our concerns. Let the big shots worry about that. We just need to focus on slaying the Dark Tribe in our battle zone. Shinhan nodded, though he felt a bit heavy-hearted. After thinking for a while, he started walking away, intending to leave. White Grape suddenly spoke up, her tone tinged with urgency. I'm injured right now. If we encounter the Dark Tribe again, I could die at any moment. Shinhan, you wouldn't just leave me to die, would you? If I die, no one will return your potions. Shinhan paused at her words, his raised foot settling back onto the ground. He turned to White Grape, his expression unreadable. Why would I care about 2 potions? Let's go. I'll take you to Frostwolf Howl to exchange some supplies. Besides, I'm running low on food. White Grape was surprised that Shinhan agreed to accompany her, and a joyful smile spread across her face, her cheeks blushing slightly. She asked excitedly, Shinhan, can I go on a date with you? Shinhan's step faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. His expression darkened as he said coldly, are you coming or not? I'm coming. White Grape quickly replied. The 2 of them arrived at Frostwolf Howl, and as soon as Shinhan stepped inside, he frowned. The overwhelming stench of genetic anomalies assaulted his senses, making him uncomfortable. He had to suppress part of his sense of smell to continue forward. At that moment, he realized that even the people within the Bay of Slaughter had better genetic endowments than those here. Instinctively, Shinhan moved a bit closer to White Grape. While she didn't have the genetic fragrance of Aileen, she was certainly better than the mix of smoke and alcohol that permeated the bar. Noticing this, White Grape's lips curled slightly into a smile as she pretended not to notice and continued walking. They approached the bar counter, and Shinhan tapped on the surface, saying, we need to exchange some supplies and essentials. With that, he retrieved a pile of black crystals and several energy stones from his space, placing them on the counter. White Grape simply took out a green elemental crystal. The shopkeeper inspected the quality carefully, then waved a hand, scanning them with a green light. A number immediately flashed in his mind, and he carefully took out 2 vials of genetic serum, handing them to White Grape. He then retrieved other necessary potions and casually placed the essentials on the counter. After collecting their items, the 2 were quickly followed by others looking to exchange supplies. Watching the steady stream of goods being withdrawn, a flicker of excitement sparked in Zingan's heart as he wondered how large the shopkeeper's spaceship must be. However, his current spaceship was still rented, so such thoughts were premature. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. They hadn't walked far from Frostwolf Howl when a group of men approached. The leader immediately recognized White Grape, a glint of recognition in his eyes. He hurried over, warmly saying, "Grape, what a coincidence to see you here. Where are you heading next? How about we travel together?" White Grape clearly had no fondness for the man, her brow furrowing slightly as she coldly replied, "No need, I have a companion." The man's smile froze instantly. Turning to Shingan, he spoke icily. "Who are you?" An awakened one dares to be near Grape. "Be wise and leave, or I won't be so polite." White Grape's eyes flashed with disdain as she said to Shingan, "Let's go." "Ignore him." Shingan raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the man's provocation. He expressionlessly continued on his way. Seeing this, the man was furious, his expression turning grim. He quickly blocked Shingan's path, declaring, "My name is Feng Zhou, rank 19th in the Hongyan training camp. I officially challenge you." White Grape, unable to hold back any longer, snapped, "Feng Zhou, are you done?" Feng Zhou's face turned a mixture of pale and flushed as he insisted, "White Grape, since we entered the top 100, our families arranged a marriage. This cannot be changed. You are my fiancé, and now you're walking with another man. Shouldn't I step in?" White Grape's expression changed slightly, and she turned to Shingan with an apologetic smile. "I have some personal matters to deal with, so I won't be accompanying you. You should leave." Not wanting to get involved in their personal issues, Shingan nodded and left. He faintly heard White Grape's voice behind him. "Once I become an endower, my marriage will be my decision." As he walked, Shingan was suddenly surprised by Eileen's teasing voice in his consciousness. It was unusual for her to speak up outside of training-related matters. Listening to her words, he shook his head in disbelief. Unconsciously, Frostwolf Howl became a distant dot, gradually disappearing from Shingan's view. He quickened his pace, racing towards the next tribe, embarking on a relentless hunt for the Dark Tribe. Along the way, countless members of the Dark Tribe fell by his hand. A week later, Shingan had visited all the standard tribes surrounding the base, even stopping by some of the smaller ones. Only those tribes that weren't listed in the brain database and were more remote were left unvisited. During this time, he encountered many trainees from various training camps. According to the information released by the base's central hub, this mission wasn't divided by training camps. Most of the top 100 trainees had accepted the mission. Surprisingly, he hadn't encountered any trainees from the Demon Prison training camp. After completing the mission and receiving the corresponding merits, Shingan returned to the base, resuming his regular training regimen. At the training ground, the air was filled with shouts and the sweat of hard work. Everyone was engaged in various high-intensity exercises, moving in perfect unison, their energy palpable. Instructor Huang Hai stood before them, holding the staff of life, his voice booming like thunder, overpowering the noise of the training ground. At the edge of the field, a middle-aged man, led by a young guide, approached slowly. He gazed at the scene, a glint of nostalgia in his eyes. Huang Hai noticed the visitor and jogged over, exclaiming in surprise, "Deputy Commander Zhao Ziamo of the Blood Eagles? When did you get so much free time to visit the 7th District?" Zhao Ziamo chuckled lightly. "We were teammates for 2 years, after all. I heard you're an instructor here, so I thought I'd drop by. I was at the Liang base on recruitment day, but unfortunately, I couldn't stay long." Huang Hai laughed, patting Zhao Ziamo on the shoulder. "You're a true brother. When are you leaving this time? Want to grab a couple of drinks with me?" Zhao Ziamo remained unmoved, still smiling. "I'm leaving this evening. No need for the hassle, just gather these youngsters, and let's head to the cafeteria. The more, the merrier." Huang Hai grinned. "You're in luck. I just got a few bottles of something special. They'll hit the spot." With that, he turned to the trainees, commanding loudly, "Everyone, fall in. Head to the cafeteria, quick." "Yes, sir." They responded in unison. Inside the cafeteria, Zhao Ziamo and Huang Hai sat at the front table, with the others behind them. The young man accompanying Zhao Ziamo was said to be a graduate of the Inferno training camp and now a trusted aide. A few top members of Class 10 sat with him. The young man scanned the room, nodding in approval, and began sharing his experiences at the Inferno training camp. Suddenly, he lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. "Come closer. Let me share a little insider info." Skeptical but curious, everyone leaned in as he continued. "Rumor has it that in a few months, some elite squads will be recruiting new members. This time, it seems different from before. If you work hard in the coming months, you might have a chance." The group was taken aback. Yufeng couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what exactly is different about it?" The young man gave him a meaningful look, but said no more. Understanding the hint, they didn't press further and continued their lively conversation. though their minds were clearly elsewhere. Shingan, having had a few drinks, felt the alcohol ignite within him, his chest aflame. He recalled the longing in Xing Yu's eyes when she mentioned the red lightning, and a new goal emerged in his heart. As the glasses emptied, Xing Hin's vision blurred, and the world seemed to spin around him. By evening, after seeing off their distinguished guests, the members of Class 10 returned to their dorms, each lost in their thoughts. Xing Hin didn't train but instead collapsed onto his bed, rubbing his temples to organize his thoughts. He resolved to join the elite squad and slipped into his subconscious. Irene materialized and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Xing Hin replied firmly, "Yes, only the resources of the elite squad can ensure my rapid growth. During this time, I will focus on star force cultivation." Irene watched him for a long moment and said, "I've told you I won't interfere with your decisions. Since you've decided, go for it. But remember, if your star force becomes too strong without enough dark force, I won't be able to conceal the anomalies in your body." Xing Hin nodded, returning his focus to his physical self. The next day, as Xing Hin scrolled through his digital device, he noticed that the entire base was buzzing with discussions about the upcoming elite squad recruitment. He thought to himself, "It seems the next few months will be intense, but I'm determined to navigate through it and reach my goal." Meanwhile, in the classroom, everyone was abuzz with conversation. As Ling Wei entered, they quickly fell silent, sitting upright in anticipation. Ling Wei curled her lips into a smile and announced, "You've been training for some time now. Although your star power reserves aren't vast, they're enough to fire a few shots. Today, we'll practice shooting with star power guns." As soon as she finished speaking, the group erupted into cheers and quickly headed to the training field. Inside, 10 people stood in formation, each with a dismantled level 1 star power gun in front of them. Ling Wei gave the command, "Assemble your guns as fast as you can, then fire as many shots as you're able." She then operated her light brain, causing the alloy targets 50 meters away to begin moving and starting the timer. Xing Hin and the others were already adept at assembling and disassembling star power guns. As soon as they received the command, the 10 of them squatted down and began assembling. In just a few seconds, Xing Hin finished assembling his gun, quickly infusing the energy compression device with star power to form a star power bullet. Bang! A flash of light erupted as the star power bullet hit the bullseye, blasting a fist-sized hole in the alloy target. Xing Hin wasted no time and immediately prepared for a second shot. At this moment, gunshots from the others began to echo one after another. This practice not only tested their star power reserves, but also demanded precise shooting skills. When Xing Hin fired his third shot, his internal star power was nearly depleted, and dark power was stirring within him. His fingers trembled slightly, and a trace of hesitation flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, he decided to use up his last bit of star power to fire a fourth shot. After 4 shots, Xing Hin's face was pale, but he forced himself to suppress the discomfort, allowing the dark power to circulate within him to dispel the fatigue. The others also completed their shooting, sitting down with weary expressions to rest. After quickly calculating the results, Ling Wei announced, the most shots fired were by Huixiu, with 7 shots. The fastest assembly was by Song Jihuai, taking only 2 seconds. The highest accuracy was by Xing Hin, with 3 shots in the bullseye and 1 in the nine ring. She looked around at everyone and dropped a bombshell. Whoever achieves the best results 10 times in a row within a week will receive a star power gun. The one with the worst results will face punishment, and I doubt anyone wants to experience that. Her words acted as a shot of adrenaline, igniting everyone's competitive spirit. Despite the fear of punishment, each person was determined not to be the worst performer. Their eyes eagerly returned to the star power guns. Ling Wei activated the energy matrix of the training ground, and an overwhelming surge of star power filled the space. Everyone was ecstatic and immediately began absorbing the surrounding star power. For Xing Hin, it was his first time experiencing such a dense star power environment. He activated the Starry Sky technique, forming a small vortex on his right side, drawing in a massive amount of star power that eventually entered his star power source point. The depleted star power was quickly replenished, flowing through his meridians and acupoints. Even his pores absorbed the surrounding star power, strengthening his body and bones. Once everyone was recharged with star power, Ling Wei deactivated the energy matrix, and a new round of shooting practice commenced. This time, those with special abilities infused their shots with attribute-based star power, while those without used standard star power. Time flew by, and soon it was the final month. After this month, all training camps would be reclassified, and the results of their training over the past 6 months would become apparent. Standing on the podium, Ling Wei solemnly announced, "This is the last month. If you want to secure a good ranking, make the most of your time." She then introduced a new activity. The base has organized a deep autumn hunt for all training camps. Each of your light brains will show several hunting zones, which could be forests, mountains, wilderness, valleys, or plains. You only get one choice. All areas contain dark tribes or exotic beasts, and you must stay for at least 10 days. Food will be supplied for only 3 days, so you'll need to fend for yourselves afterward. Your task is to explore the perilous depths, expand the peripheral territories, and excavate valuable resources to contribute to the base's territory. Additionally, you must tame and bring back a level 5 or higher exotic beast. Remember, know your limits. Understood? Understood. Everyone replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Lingwei spoke calmly. Organize yourselves into groups based on your abilities. A pack of wolves has a much higher survival rate than a lone wolf. There will be base personnel to assist outside the hunting zones, and this performance will count towards your evaluation points. The elite squad is recruiting, and will consider your performance here. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a buzz of chatter. Forming temporary teams tested not only organizational skills but also interpersonal relationships. Just then, everyone's personal devices chimed simultaneously. Shingan quickly opened his device and saw 7 cards displayed prominently in the base's notification section, each glowing with an enticing green light. The prompt read, "Press and hold your chosen card to flip it. You have only one chance, so choose wisely." 7 cards, could they represent 7 different hunting zones? Shingan pondered. Seeing no obvious differences among the cards, he picked the one in the middle. As a series of ding sounds echoed, it was clear he wasn't the only one making a choice. The cards flickered intensely before flipping over, revealing the words Hongduan Mountain Range. Yufeng anxiously asked, "Shingan, which card did you choose? Tell me quickly. We need to be in the same hunting zone to watch each other's backs." "The one in the middle," Shingan replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Yufeng immediately pressed the card in the middle, only to find it flipped to reveal Swiftwind Forest. He cursed under his breath. This device is too smart, it even randomizes the card order. When Shingan heard Swiftwind Forest, his eyes briefly glazed over. It was a vast forest at the border between Zone 7 and Zone 6, a place where his past lay buried. Over time, the memories of that night and the faces of those 3 had begun to blur in his mind. Lingwei's cool voice interrupted Shingan's thoughts. "Go collect your supplies now. You depart tomorrow." Her words instantly silenced the whispers among the group. "Yes," they responded in unison, their voices filled with enthusiasm, though their hearts were mixed with both excitement and apprehension. The supplies included energy rounds, medical kits, and food, all packed tightly into a large backpack. After receiving his supplies, Shingan meticulously organized them, then went to implant a spatial chip into his frost wolf howl and exchanged for additional supplies before returning to his dorm. After some discussion, the 4 of them were surprised to find that they had been assigned to different hunting zones. The next day, they gathered at the base's launch area. Based on the hunting zones chosen through their devices, they boarded different aircraft. Once the information was verified, the aircraft roared to life and took off towards their respective destinations. Shingan's aircraft landed with a jolt at the outskirts of the Hongduan mountain range. As people disembarked, they came from various training camps and classes, numbering nearly 1,000. Scanning the crowd, Shingan spotted a few familiar faces and also felt the hostile stares directed at him. Unfazed, Shingan knew the mountain range was destined to be anything but peaceful. It seemed the situation might be even more thrilling than he anticipated. The pilot announced loudly, "Previous students have left markers deep inside. When you reach them, your device will notify you. Whether to stop or venture further is up to you. If you break the record and decide to return, you can leave your own mark. Now go." "Yes," they responded in unison, surging into the Hongduan mountain range like a tide. They swiftly navigated the dense forest and soon began encountering traces of exotic beasts. Using their numerical advantage, they easily subdued these creatures and pressed on. Observing those around him, Shingan then veered off to the side. Not far behind him, several others moved in the same direction. He was well aware of their identities. After all, the Hongduan mountain range was the perfect place to settle scores and erase evidence. Shingan sprinted swiftly, moving deeper into the forest. After some time, he emerged into a clearing about 100 feet wide. Calculating the distance from the main group, he stopped and waited for those trailing him to catch up. Qi Xinlei, panting heavily, spoke with disdain. "What? Not running anymore?" Shingan replied calmly, "I'm just finding a suitable resting place for you. Or should I say, for all of you." His gaze moved from Qi Xinlei to the last person in the group. Among those following Qi Xinlei was Zhang Huai, while the other 3 were mercenaries Qi Xinlei had hired with his merits. When Shingan's gaze fell on Zhang Huai, the latter's fingers trembled slightly, as if he were being watched by a predator. In his mind, Zhang Huai rapidly replayed the instructions Vincent had given him, and he felt a fleeting urge to run. He knew that only when the star scar completely vanished could he truly be at ease. This thought steadied him, and he deeply empathized with Ji Xinlei's feelings from not long ago. One of the hired men, seeing that the star scar's level was low, sneered, "Kid, you're just an awakened." Arrogance beyond measure is foolishness. With us here today, you're destined to meet your end. Ji Xinlei, eager to finish quickly, barked, "Stop wasting time. Attack. Kill him and we'll split the spoils." He hadn't revealed Starscar's true identity to avoid complicating matters. "All right, you're the boss. Whatever you say," the man replied, and before he finished speaking, a fiery red lightsaber appeared in his hand. He charged forward, the blade enveloped in blazing light, aiming directly at Starscar. The other three also brandished their weapons or unleashed their powers, launching a fierce assault on Starscar. Ji Xinlei stood back, flipping his palm to reveal several sharp metal shards. He focused his star power, controlling the shards to follow the other's attack. Seeing this, Starscar felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He summoned his own lightsaber, quickly concentrating a white glow along its blade. At the same time, a faint golden aura flickered around him. With a low shout, Starscar's lightsaber clashed with the man's fiery red one. The red glow extended through the blade onto Starscar's sword, while the man's lightsaber dimmed instantly to useless scrap. Without hesitation, Starscar slashed, severing the opponent's weapon into several pieces. He then executed a backflip, slipping between two metal shards and sending another flying with a flick. As he landed, a fireball came hurtling toward him. Unfazed, Starscar caught it with one hand, absorbing its energy completely. His form blurred as he moved, emitting a strange melody that caused his attackers to falter momentarily. Seizing this fleeting chance, Starscar dashed to one side, using the absorbed fireball to strike an opponent's chest. Simultaneously, his lightsaber swung down, embedding into Zhang Huai's shoulder, cutting deep to the bone. A scream echoed through the mountain range. Suddenly, an energy bullet shot from the dense forest. Starscar raised an eyebrow, quickly retreating as the bullet grazed his arm. He watched the forest warily, puzzled. Could Ji Xinlei have more tricks up his sleeve? There was no time to think. More metal shards and various power attacks came at him again. Gunfire erupted from the forest depths, bullets whizzing by. Ji Xinlei laughed triumphantly. "Starscar, you never expected this today, did you? Even if I don't kill you, others won't spare you." Starscar remained unfazed, countering the attacks while calmly replying, "So what? Anyone who comes at me, I'll kill. Anyone who blocks me, dies." Ji Xinlei's face darkened as he drew an energy pistol and began firing wildly at Starscar. Thanks to his body refining technique, Starscar could withstand some attacks, but it was draining his star power rapidly. The distant sniper was also a significant concern. After weighing his options, he decided to end the fight quickly. Leaping forward, Starscar darted to Zhang Huai, thrusting his lightsaber into his abdomen. A torrent of star power surged through the blade into Zhang Huai, along with a violent dark force. Deprived of most of his star power and injected with dark energy, Zhang Huai's face turned deathly pale, and he vomited blood, writhing on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Starscar's forehead. Instinctively, he rolled to the left as a thunderous explosion erupted. Multiple light spheres bombarded his previous position, leaving deep craters. In the brief skirmish, Starscar was shot twice in the shoulder, and the golden glow around him dimmed under the relentless attacks. He quickly leaped onto a small hill, ducking behind some rocks, and summoned a long-energy sniper rifle. Aiming at one of the attackers, Starscar fired without hesitation. A scream followed. He slightly adjusted his aim and fired again toward the distant forest. After the shot, Starscar frowned slightly and murmured, "Not dead. Pretty alert, but that shot should keep him down for a while. At least he won't be making any major moves anytime soon." The crosshairs of Shingan's scope locked onto Ji Xinlei once more, just as he was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, several elemental grenades soared through the air. Their incredible speed made Shingan curse under his breath as he swiftly retreated. With a thunderous explosion, the grenades erupted, sending clouds of dust billowing. Debris mingled with soil shot skyward, raining down like a torrent. The explosion's shockwave knocked Shingan off his feet, dispersing the faint golden protective aura around him. Flames ignited on his back, but he quickly rolled over to extinguish them. As he struggled to rise, a massive chunk of rock plummeted from above. Shingan's pupils contracted. Despite the searing pain throughout his body, he pushed off the ground with both hands and narrowly dodged it. The boulder crashed into the earth, embedding itself deeply and raising another cloud of dust. Battered and bloodied, Shingan's nanotech suit was soaked with blood and caked with thick yellow dirt, leaving him in a sorry state. Yet he remained unfazed, deftly evading incoming ice balls and sharp metal shards. A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he summoned a level 1 Starforce gun with a mere thought. Focused intently, he channeled dark energy into the gun, compressing it into a dark energy bullet. Accompanied by a brilliant burst of light, the bullet shot forth, targeting Ji Xinlei's heart. Alarmed, Ji Xinlei hastily activated a force field for defense. However, the dark energy bullet absorbed the force field's power entirely, unleashing a devastating explosion. Amidst the blast, Ji Xinlei screamed and was hurled backward, his face unrecognizable, his upper body engulfed in flames. He writhed on the ground in agony, utterly spent. Witnessing this, the two remaining individuals exchanged glances and fled into the dense forest in opposite directions. Shinhan smirked coldly, firing 2 more shots that ended their lives amidst their final screams. With 3 dark energy bullets expended, the gun's barrel emitted waves of heat. Shinhan holstered the weapon, a lightsaber appearing in his hand as he slowly approached Ji Xinlei. Observing his pathetic state, Shinhan marveled at the dark energy bullet's power, which could even absorb a force field entirely. Without hesitation, the white lightsaber pierced Ji Xinlei's heart. Shinhan seemed to catch the venomous look in Ji Xinlei's eyes just before his death. He shrugged and murmured, "This is the price of trying to kill me." As soon as he spoke, Shinhan cast a long glance at the forest, his tense body finally relaxing as he spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Though his face paled significantly, his internal energy began to recover, and his chest felt much clearer. He quickly scavenged useful items from the fallen and stored them in a spatial storage device before slipping into another part of the forest, vanishing in an instant. After a long while, Shinhan sat cross-legged within a force field in the forest, cultivating both dark energy and star force. On either side of him, small vortices spun wildly, voraciously consuming the surrounding energy. Now restored to cleanliness, his earlier disheveled appearance was gone, though faint pink scars remained on his exposed skin, hinting at the battle's remnants. Suddenly, the vortices on either side expanded sharply, as a torrent of energy surged into his body. His bones emitted cracking sounds, and his blood vessels and meridians were repeatedly torn and repaired, each time becoming more resilient and expansive. The body reformation technique activated automatically, causing Shinhan's body to swell as countless tissues died and were reborn, stronger and more capable of absorbing energy. In the blink of an eye, a white whirlwind seemed to envelop him, eventually being entirely absorbed by the 2 small vortices. In Shinhan's consciousness, he heard the continuous sound of cracking, culminating in a final, resounding crash as an invisible barrier shattered. Feeling a surge of energy within him, Shinhan suddenly ascended to the level of a Tier 1 ability user. On his invisible genetic map, all the activated branches became more robust, and several new branches lit up. Both his human and dark race genetic maps unlocked a new segment, granting him the ability to perceive his body internally and sharpening his senses. Once all the energy was absorbed, the surrounding force field calmed. A flicker of golden light briefly shimmered before merging back into Shinhan's body. His form returned to normal as he opened his eyes, relishing the newfound power coursing through him. Unable to contain his excitement, he punched and kicked at a nearby rock, sending debris flying and leaving several dents in the ground. Surveying his handiwork with satisfaction, Shinhan muttered to himself, "Ji Xinlei, despite his questionable character, had quite the fortune. This vial of gene serum propelled me to become an ability user. He died for a worthy cause." After a hearty laugh, Shinhan gathered his belongings and continued on. He knew the Hengduan Mountains harbored many dangerous beasts, and venturing deep alone was unwise. Thus, he decided to rejoin the main group and seek out 2 familiar teammates. By dusk, Shinhan reached the outskirts of the first camp. In the twilight, campfires flickered, and nearby beasts stirred restlessly. Raising an eyebrow, he silently moved on, drawn by distant firelight and laughter, but opting to stay hidden. Minutes later, Shinhan discovered a cave. After setting up a force field and satisfying his hunger, he settled down to rest. Around midnight, faint noises outside the cave roused him from his light slumber. Gripping his energy gun tightly, he cautiously stepped out to investigate. Pushing aside the underbrush, Shinhan found 2 patterned snakes playing in a small pit. Just as he was about to relax, a sudden explosion of light and sound erupted nearby. His pupils contracted as he instinctively dove towards the exit. A starlight bullet aimed at his neck instead struck his calf, bursting into a spray of blood. In that critical moment, Shinhan cursed under his breath and twisted his body to avoid the ground, rolling swiftly to the side. A deafening explosion followed, propelling him several meters away. Realizing there were more than just one elemental grenade buried there, he quickly injected a vial of cell repair serum into his leg wound and fled the area at top speed despite his dizziness. A short while later, a young man and a boy arrived at the scene. The young man examined the traces on the ground, frowning as he spoke gravely. He was shot, then hit by an elemental grenade, and still managed to escape. "That's unexpected." The boy, with tousled hair and sleepy eyes that suddenly turned alert, reassured him, "Don't worry, boss. Even if he's not dead, he's seriously injured. These are just little tricks." "Sure, It's easy to catch the fish, but not every cast hits the mark. Plus, some people have a natural danger sense, making them tough to deal with. If we can take out a few, great. If not, injuring them is still good. Recalling previous successful missions, the young man nodded, deciding not to dwell on the escape target. Let's go see if he left anything valuable behind. As they approached the cave, the boy unexpectedly pulled out an elemental grenade and tossed it outside without warning. A loud explosion followed, and the young man instinctively threw himself over the boy, shielding them from the falling debris of stones and dirt. Once the dust settled, the young man stood, angrily brushing off the dirt. Idiot, are you tired of living? Throwing a grenade right in front of me, and using an elemental grenade for a mere force field? That's money. The boy, looking puzzled, scratched his head and mumbled, Boss, I calculated the distance. It wouldn't hit us. And about the grenades, aren't these all looted? When we run out, we just grab more. What's the big deal? Ignoring the boy's excuses, the young man entered the cave. Seeing it empty, he frowned and murmured, Looks like we hooked a big one this time. But he got away. You know, big fish like that usually have a lot of gear. Suddenly inspired, the boy ran into the cave and whispered a new idea to the young man. Boss, we've used this trick a few times already. Others might be catching on. How about we try something new? Isn't this too risky? The young man asked, his brow furrowed, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Fortune favors the bold. How can you achieve great things without taking risks? The teenager quickly interjected, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The young man fell silent for a moment, recalling the original purpose of his journey. With a determined nod, he cast aside his last shred of doubt. You're right, let's go, he murmured. The two vanished swiftly into the night, leaving behind only the faint sound of their footsteps. Meanwhile, on another hillside, Shingan's figure quietly emerged. Compared to his earlier escape, he bore a few fresh wounds, and his clothes were somewhat disheveled. It turned out that during his flight, he had unexpectedly encountered a level 7 blood jade lizard. After a fierce battle, he managed to escape. The blood jade lizard was as translucent as jade, and the energy stone within it contained nearly twice the energy of other level 7 beasts. Its body was an excellent material for crafting light swords. Despite acquiring a few more injuries in this unexpected fight, Shingan had gained more than he lost. At that moment, he placed the jade-like energy stone in his palm and began to absorb its energy. The cool energy flowed through his body, working with the potion to slowly heal his wounds. Beside him, two small vortices flickered intermittently. As night faded and dawn spread across the land, the vortices on either side of Shingan disappeared into his body. He opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashed in them before returning to calm. Last night's double trap was definitely aimed at me, Shingan mused to himself. Could it have been that sniper? No, the sniper's stealth ability during the day was far inferior to this one at night. It seems the autumn hunt organized by the base has almost become the perfect opportunity to eliminate competitors. It's only the second day, and someone has already lost their patience. In 3 days, when resources become scarce, it'll only get worse. It seems finding teammates is no longer meaningful. Going solo is actually safer. With this thought, Shingan's figure flickered and vanished into the dense forest. A day later, Shingan arrived at a high cliff, sitting on a rock, his gaze fixed on a small black plant halfway up. The plant bore several nearly blooming pink buds, resembling little mushroom caps, quite adorable. This was a plant known as Haikeo-wu, a rare medicinal herb. Shingan had stumbled upon information about it from the research institute while browsing tasks, which led him here. The blooming period of Haikeo-wu lasted only an hour, and its value doubled once it bloomed. If properly sealed and supplied with energy, the blossoms could be preserved for up to 3 months. Shingan waited quietly for sunrise. Suddenly, a black snake as thick as a wrist slithered out from a crevice, approaching the plant. Shingan raised an eyebrow, swiftly drew an energy pistol and fired. The snake's head was instantly blown off by the energy bullet, its long body and debris falling off the cliff. His movements were so swift that the pistol returned to its space immediately, the entire process seamless, barely noticeable. As the first rays of sunlight stretched across the eastern sky, the Haikeo-wu blossoms began to open. Shingan's face lit up with joy as he carefully climbed down the cliff. Once all the flowers had bloomed, he extracted the entire plant from the crevice, clutching it tightly in his hand, and swiftly returned to the cliff top. He sliced open a pre-prepared energy stone shell, placing the Haikeo-wu inside. Then, using a few membranes, he meticulously sealed the opening before charging the shell with energy until it was fully saturated. Satisfied with his inspection, Shingan nodded and stored it in his spatial chip. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a figure 100 meters away quickly turning to run. His expression changed slightly, and he fired a shot, hitting the girl's leg with precision. Shingan immediately gave chase. The girl screamed. Injecting a vial of medicine into her wound, and continued to flee. However, she abruptly halted when she saw Shinhan appear in front of her, her face turning pale as she stammered, "Please, don't kill me." Shinhan kept his energy pistol trained on her head, advancing step by step, and asked in a deep voice, "How long have you been here? What did you see? Please, don't kill me." "I saw nothing. I was just passing through. I didn't mean to disturb you," the girl pleaded. Shaking her head frantically, retreating step by step, Shinhan scrutinized her for a moment, his finger tightening and then loosening on the trigger. Finally, he lowered his hand and said, "Whether you saw anything or not, you'd better keep it to yourself. Leave." The girl looked relieved, gave Shinhan a deep glance, and hurriedly turned to run. But just then, a loud bang shattered the silence, and an energy bullet pierced through her heart with precision. Her body slowly collapsed, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief. Both Shinhan and the woman holding the gun were equally shocked. His hand trembled slightly as he aimed the weapon at the woman who claimed to have seen nothing. Eileen's cold voice echoed in his mind, warning him not to trust her words lightly. "She's lying." Eileen's voice was full of caution. "If you let her go, news of your ability to recharge will spread across the entire neural network. This is a unique power of the Dark Clan. Once revealed, neither humans nor the Dark Clan will give you refuge." Eileen continued, "To them, you'll become a priceless test subject. The entire Star X might go crazy over you. With your current strength, you can't protect yourself. Abandon your foolish hope. Are you really willing to put yourself in danger for a stranger? Don't forget, you have family and friends to protect." Shinghan's face flushed with inner turmoil. He retorted defiantly, "How do you know she's lying? How can you be sure she'll upload my information to the neural network? In the end, you're nothing more than a member of another race to us. We are natural enemies." As soon as he spoke, Shinhan regretted it. Eileen's voice turned even colder. "I can read her thoughts. Our Dark Clan is more adept at understanding minds than your Federation. Everything about her is a facade." Eileen continued, "You're right. We're different species to each other. If you want to spend your life on the run, I have no intention of dying with you. Even if it happened again, I would still intervene. The strong rule. What can you do about it?" With that, Eileen severed the mental link with Shinhan. He clenched his fist and punched a nearby tree trunk, venting his inexplicable frustration. Moments later, he disappeared from the scene. The tall tree cracked and fell with a loud crash, startling a flock of birds and beasts. Shinhan moved swiftly through the mountains, leaving no trace as he headed into the distance. After a while, he spotted some blurry figures ahead. They seemed to be in a standoff, and one group looked vaguely familiar. Shinhan hesitated for a moment, but decided to approach. As he got within 100 meters, he picked up the distinct genetic scent from the people. Only then did he realize that after his breakthrough, his sense of smell had greatly improved. Shinhan walked forward, positioning himself between the two groups. On the left were his fellow trainees, marked by blood and weakened. Seeing Shinhan ignited hope in their eyes, and they eagerly recounted the events, hoping for his aid. It turned out they had nearly defeated a Beast King when members of the Xinglong training camp intervened, delivering the final blow. Both sides were now in a deadlock over the spoils. After hearing the story and observing the scene, Shinhan was mostly convinced his friends were telling the truth. Turning to face the Xinglong training camp members, he furrowed his brow. Seeing this, the opposing group realized Shinhan was an adversary and glared at him. The leader, recognizing Shinhan, stepped forward and said, "I'm Yang Xiao, ranked 78th in Xinglong training camp. Today's matter doesn't concern you. We are both in the top 100 and do not wish for enmity. I hope you stay out of it." Shinhan asked, "Is what they said true?" Yang Xiao replied unequivocally, "It's true. I don't deny it. But regardless of the process, it died by my gun. No chance for reconciliation?" Shinhan pressed. "Reconciliation is for the weak," Yang Xiao said arrogantly. "This Beast King is mine. The strong rule. That's the game. The strong rule? Very well." Shinhan felt a surge of anger at these words. "I'm definitely getting involved." With a flick of his wrist, his star power gun appeared. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere between the two groups became tense. Blood seemed to boil at that moment as Shinhan and Yang Xiao lifted their star power guns almost simultaneously. Both sides opened fire, and two fireballs exploded between them, with the impact comparable to an elemental grenade. Yang Xiao shouted, "Get down," as the explosion was closer to them. A moment later, he stood up, his gaze towards Shinhan carrying a hint of wariness. "You're quite skilled with the star power gun," Yang Xiao remarked with a meaningful look. "I hope you surpass me in other abilities too." With that, he turned to leave, hiding the slight tremor in his hand due to the exertion. The others asked in confusion, "Boss, aren't we taking the Beast King?" "Retreat," Yang Xiao ordered concisely. They dared not argue, glaring at Shinhan before reluctantly leaving. Mu Shui asked in disbelief, "Did they really just leave?" Others expressed their confusion as well. Shinhan put away his star power gun, saying calmly, "The strong rule. I won this round, so naturally, I leave empty-handed." Just then, Eileen's teasing voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Not bad. Learning quickly. Looking impressive. I like it." Xinghan's face darkened with a few imaginary lines, as he chose to ignore her completely. Mu Shui and her group were momentarily stunned by the suggestion, but soon realized its rationality. They quickly divided the Beast King's body among themselves, their eyes finally resting on the precious elemental crystal. Though they were reluctant, after a brief hesitation, they respectfully placed the crystal in front of Xinghan. "If it weren't for your help today, we might have gained nothing. This elemental crystal rightfully belongs to you," Mu Shui said sincerely. Though the others looked pained, they nodded in agreement. Xinghan raised an eyebrow and glanced at them, chuckling softly. "It was merely a small effort on my part. If I took the crystal, how would I be any different from a bandit?" He continued seriously, "We shouldn't linger here. You've already put in a lot to slay the Beast King. If we encounter others, I can't guarantee I can handle everything." The group no longer insisted and quickly stored the elemental crystal away. They left the battlefield and soon found a secluded cave to set up camp. While they began to cultivate and recuperate, Xinghan patrolled the area for safety. As night fell, a campfire crackled inside the cave. Over the fire was a six-legged beast Xinghan had hunted earlier, its aroma filling the air. Nearby were some low-grade beasts, not of high rank, but with delicious meat. The group devoured everything ravenously, satisfaction evident on their faces. Watching this warm scene, Xinghan thought that perhaps traveling with others wasn't so bad after all. A moment later, they opened their devices to plan the next leg of their journey, engaging in a lively discussion. "Have you seen anyone else from our class?" Xinghan suddenly asked. Mu Shui furrowed her brows slightly. "Yes, Huixiao and some classmates left early, thinking we'd slow them down. They're probably deep in the mountains by now." Xinghan nodded in understanding and asked no further questions. The cave returned to calm until the sudden sound of gunfire came from outside. "Stay here. I'll check it out," Xinghan said, rising cautiously. The group quickly put away their devices and gripped their weapons, on high alert. Xinghan quietly exited the cave, following the scent of jeans. Under the cover of darkness, he approached the source of the noise silently. Her. Xinghan was surprised to see the newcomer, momentarily distracted enough to step on a dry branch. "Who's there?" A cold female voice called out. It was Imo Binglan, the white-clad girl from the arena. "It's me, Xinghan," he replied, stepping into view. "It's you." A woman in the group sighed in relief. "We were attacked by the Dark Clan, and 2 of our teammates are seriously injured. We're desperately short of medical supplies. Could you sell us some? I'm willing to pay double, even triple." Xinghan assessed their injuries, his expression serious. "Come with me." Back at the cave, Imo Binglan's group treated their wounds and decided to stay. The once spacious cave became crowded, but the 2 groups quickly bonded, filling the space with laughter. Outside, Xinghan set up a force field while pondering Imo Binglan's mention of the Dark Clan attack. As he gazed at the dark trees, he was reminded of the endless black forest in Zone 1. "Thank you for today, Xinghan." Imo Binglan approached him. "But when we spar next, I won't hold back." Xinghan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed lightly. Imo Binglan seemed slightly annoyed, exhaling softly. The night breeze gently lifted her long, beautiful hair. The 2 stood in silence, the flickering light from the cave casting shadows on them, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. After a long pause, Xinghan asked, "Is this your first encounter with the Dark Tribe?" Imo Binglan, with a serious expression, replied, "Since we arrived in the Hengduan Mountains, yes, it's the first time. They came at us with overwhelming force and in great numbers. We lost 2 teammates just to escape." Her eyes briefly revealed a hint of sadness, and her tone became sharper, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Xinghan pondered for a moment and softly said, 3 days have passed, and the real challenge has arrived. The appearance of the Dark Tribe seems inevitable. In this deep autumn hunt, those who return alive will either be highly skilled or possess a unique talent. Either way, they won't be mediocre. Imo Binglan was about to speak when she saw Xinghan turn and enter a cave. She lingered at the entrance for a while, Xinghan's words echoing in her mind, along with the complex expressions on her fallen teammates' faces. Finally, she sighed softly. Being baptized in blood indeed forges elites. Yet, becoming the hunted from the hunter in an instant is far too cruel, isn't it? Meanwhile, campfires were lit across the Hengduan Mountains, illuminating silhouettes locked in battle. The tents, stained with blood, and the thick tree trunks bore the marks of combat. Gunshots rang out intermittently, creating a brutal symphony with the other sounds. It was destined to be a restless night. As night faded, daylight filtered through the sparse trees. The sounds of battle seemed to recede with the darkness, but a shadow of dread lingered in the hearts of every survivor. Xinghan's group continued onward, encountering packs of strange beasts and occasionally a beast king. With their numbers, they handled these encounters with ease, even growing more adept at dividing the spoils. Suddenly, the scent of blood filled the air ahead. Everyone became alert, cautiously advancing quickly. Before long, they arrived at a human camp, now only a scene of corpses and beast carcasses. From the evidence, it was clear this group had faced an unbeatable foe and was utterly destroyed. They collected usable supplies, their hearts heavy and silent. Moving on, Shinhan's group reached a high ground. In the distance stood a towering cliff, with two dark, deep tunnels below. The tunnels were about 2 meters high and barely a meter wide. The group exchanged uncertain glances, looking to Shinhan and Imobinglan for guidance. Surveying the area, Shinhan suggested, "Let's climb the cliff. The tunnels are too narrow, and escaping danger would be difficult." A man shook his head in disagreement. "No, most of us don't have climbing gear. The cliff is too high, and climbing without equipment is too risky. Besides, the top might not be any safer than the tunnels. We're many. Unless we encounter something exceptionally strong, we should pass through safely." Most agreed with this view. Recalling the challenges they had easily overcome on the way, they believed the narrow tunnels wouldn't pose much danger and voiced their agreement. Shinhan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Are all of you planning to take the tunnels?" Imo Binglin's eyes gleamed with a challenge as she said, "I'll climb with you. I aced my climbing class." Mu Shui hefted her extra backpack, saying, "Count me in. I have plenty of climbing gear." 3 others also expressed their willingness to climb. The rest, seeing this, refrained from persuasion and turned to enter the tunnels. Each turned on their light devices and proceeded. Soon, Shinhan and the others could only see a faint white light deep in the tunnels. Shinhan said to the remaining few, "Let's get started. If we're fast enough, we might meet them on the other side of the cliff." The others nodded, eager to begin, and took out their gear to start climbing. Shinhan, wearing only a pair of special gloves, deftly grasped the protrusions on the rock face, starting his ascent. Small stones fell continuously with his movements. Imo Binglan was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you planning to climb barehanded?" Without pausing, Shinhan continued climbing and replied, "Compared to those tunnels, I'd rather climb the cliff, even without tools." "Why? The tunnels didn't seem dangerous to me," Imo Binglan asked, puzzled. Shinhan calmly said, "It's strange. I don't feel any immediate danger, but whether it's intuition or instinct, I just don't want to take those tunnels. I only know that things that seem too easy rarely lead to good outcomes. Let's save our breath and energy," Shinhan quipped, glancing up at the daunting cliff face. "I'll lead and set up the safety chains for you all." The cliff towered into the sky, demanding exceptional climbing skills and extraordinary stamina, even with full gear. Most people had opted out of joining Shinhan and Imo Binglan on this venture, aware that both were top contenders in their respective training camps. The 6-member team began their ascent, with Shinhan deftly setting up safety chains as the others followed closely. As they climbed higher, the ground below receded, and the once towering trees now looked like mere blades of grass. Suddenly, Shinhan paused. Pressed against the rock face, he scanned to the left with a wary gaze, gripping his energy pistol tightly. "Watch out, there's something on the left," he warned quietly. Everyone tensed instantly, eyes darting to where Shinhan indicated. Just then, one team member, tense with anxiety, had a muscle spasm, causing the rock beneath him to crumble. He cried out, quickly grabbing the safety chain to steady himself. Meanwhile, several blood jade geckos appeared on the left side of the cliff. These level 2 creatures weren't particularly formidable, but they held a clear advantage on the cliff. Shinhan fired immediately, a single energy shot striking a gecko's head and sending it plummeting into the abyss. The remaining geckos, however, learned to evade, nimbly leaping along the rock face towards the group. Xiaoguang was right. The cliff isn't necessarily safer than the tunnel. A man with a nose ring squinted, saying, "Time to put our climbing skills to the test. Let's show these little geckos what we're made of." Before he finished speaking, the nose-ringed man had already drawn his lightsaber, slicing an attacking gecko in half. Blood splattered on his face, and he licked it off, a sight that bolstered the team's morale. The others drew their weapons and engaged in battle with the relentless geckos. Shinhan continued his upward climb, simultaneously setting safety chains and shooting at the attacking creatures. Suddenly, several geckos pounced on Shinhan, their claws snagging his uniform as they aimed to bite him. In the blink of an eye, he was swarmed. The team was alarmed, but too occupied to assist. At that moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Shinhan. He released his grip, his fists striking like a storm, sending the geckos flying. As he fell, he quickly grabbed the safety rope and vaulted back onto the cliff. The fluidity of his movements was breathtaking. The nose-ringed man whistled in amazement. "Not bad at all. We've only climbed a third of the way. Care to make a wager?" "Sure. 300 merit points. No bargaining," Shinhan replied, extracting the energy stone from a slain gecko and storing it in his space. Get ready to hand over your points. I'm going to win this, the nose-ring man declared confidently, leaping back onto the cliff and kicking a mist gecko into the void. How could I miss out on this? Imo Binglan joined the competition with a calm demeanor after dispatching the geckos around her. The remaining three exchanged glances, tacitly deciding not to join the contest. Time passed, and Shingan and the other two had climbed 2/3 of the way up. Although the other three lagged behind, they stayed close, using the safety chains to steadily ascend, never losing sight of the leaders. At this moment, they all bore some injuries, yet they continued to tenaciously climb the steep cliff. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, soaking their collars, but it couldn't extinguish the resolute determination burning in their eyes. Suddenly, Imo Binglan's communicator emitted a soft beep, followed by the simultaneous activation of Shinhan and the others' devices, flashing ominous red lights. Puzzled, they opened the communicators and were immediately met with the piercing screams and desperate cries for help. The devices displayed a video feed from those who had entered the tunnel. On the screen, a terrifying creature was wreaking havoc. It had no eyes or nose, just a mouthful of sharp teeth and numerous tentacles. This monster lashed its massive tail in the damp tunnel, striking fear into the fleeing crowd. More horrifyingly, its tail could open up, revealing a mouth identical to the one on its head, swallowing a person whole in an instant. As the person was devoured, Xinghan's video feed abruptly cut off. Shortly after, Imo Binglan and the others' communicators went dark as well, clearly indicating that everyone who sent the video had perished. We can't just leave them. Imo Binglan's expression changed drastically, eager to descend the cliff. It's too late, Shinhan said gravely. Even if we rush there now, we won't make it in time. And in such a narrow space, we might not be able to handle those creatures. Are we just supposed to watch them die like this? Imo Binglan's fingers trembled slightly, struggling to suppress her emotions. A heavy silence enveloped them, the helplessness of the situation weighing heavily on their hearts. Imo Binglan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. They silently gazed down the cliff, offering a wordless tribute. After a moment, they resumed their climb, but the horrific scene lingered in their minds. Outwardly calm, their eyes were slightly red, and their fingers gripped the rock more tightly. Eventually, the six of them reached the top of the cliff, utterly exhausted, sitting down to catch their breath as they looked out at the distant sunset. Do you believe in fate? Imo Binglan wiped the blood from her face and suddenly asked. Fate? You've got to be kidding. I only believe in myself, the man with the nose ring replied dismissively, taking a swig of water and then splashing the rest on his face. Imo Binglan seemed pensive. I believe that sometimes fate is unavoidable, like for them. Perhaps it was destined to be their calamity. Often, it's just a small choice that carries the weight of fate's design. The man with the nose ring scoffed, but had no retort. He turned to Shinhan. What do you think? Shinhan pondered for a moment. Rather than fate, I think it's about the different choices we make in the same situation. Every crossroads in life represents a different destiny. Perhaps in parallel worlds we can't see. Today we made completely different choices. The group fell into contemplation. Shinhan continued, every effect has a cause. In truth, fate is always in our hands, because we have the power to choose. It's just that when faced with numerous challenges and setbacks, our different choices lead to different outcomes and destinies. To be precise, it's not that we choose different worlds, but our different choices lead different parallel worlds to us. He looked around at everyone, his tone turning serious. We chose to climb up and encountered the bloodjade lizard. We survived on the cliff and made it to the top. Now, we're about to face another strange beast. Prepare for battle, my friends. Only by surviving this battle can we welcome the next outcome. As soon as he finished speaking, a pack of wind wolves suddenly appeared 100 meters away, and the energy indicators on their communicators began flashing, signaling the imminent danger. The group immediately sprang to their feet, drawing their energy guns and opening fire. The man with the nose ring tossed an elemental grenade while exclaiming in surprise, damn, there really are creatures. Shinhan, how did you know they would appear? One time could be luck, but 2 or 3 times that's something else. By now, everyone had silently acknowledged that Shinhan either possessed immense skill or had a special ability. Regardless, following someone like him seemed far safer. Amid the gunfire and explosions, Shinhan's clear response came through. Because I can smell the stench of their genes. The group merely chuckled at this remark, not taking it seriously. The wind wolf let out a piercing howl as it was attacked. The fur on its back stood on end, and with a spring-like leap, it arched gracefully through the air, skillfully dodging the energy blasts. However, some of the wind wolves were not so fortunate. Struck by a barrage of bullets, they fell from the sky, writhing in pain on the ground, emitting furious growls. In the blink of an eye, the surviving wind wolves charged forward, engaging in fierce, close combat with the group. Shinghan's lightsaber extended from his hand, and with a flick of the tip, the fiery blade turned milky white. A blinding white light flashed, and the blade hummed. He dashed towards the wind wolves, his lightsaber clashing with their wind blades, yet leaving no mark on his weapon, as if an invisible force had absorbed the impact. This lightsaber was a prized possession Shinhan had acquired at great expense at the start of the autumn hunt. It could switch between multiple attributes and amplify the user's abilities, significantly boosting its power, albeit at the cost of shortening the sword's lifespan. Enraged by the sight, the wind wolves bared their sharp teeth, growling deeply. They rushed towards Shinhan like shadows in the wind, aiming for his throat. However, Shinhan reacted swiftly, deftly maneuvering his lightsaber to deflect the deadly strike and forcing the wolves back. He propelled himself upward, spinning gracefully in the air. As his feet touched the ground, the head of a wind wolf had already rolled neatly to the ground, blood dripping from the milky white blade, painting the earth with crimson blossoms. This sight caused the other wind wolves to hesitate momentarily, but soon their eyes gleamed with fiercer intent. They howled thunderously and lunged at Shinhan again. Wind blades rained down like a storm, yet Shinhan moved with ease among the pack, his agile steps allowing him to dodge every attack. His wrist twisted deftly, and the sword tip struck swiftly, accurately targeting the wolves' vital points each time. Shinhan spun and flipped in the air, his lightsaber tracing arcs of white light, leaving behind anguished howls of the wind wolves. When he landed, only chaos remained around him, with blood flowing down the battle-scarred ground like a crimson stream. Meanwhile, Imo Binglan wielded her silver lightsaber, its blade dancing like a silver dragon, cutting down the surrounding wind wolves. On the battlefield, lightsabers proved formidable in close combat. Yet, the man with the nose ring, after slaying several wind wolves, became exhilarated and put away his lightsaber to fight barehanded. His fists shone with an earthy glow, each punch effortlessly shattering wind blades and crushing the wolves' skulls, showcasing impressive offensive and defensive prowess. Observing closely, Shinhan was surprised to find that the nosering man's technique was also a form of body refinement, though quite different from his own. 10 minutes later, the cliff top was soaked in blood. Shinhan and his 5 companions, breathing heavily, exchanged smiles, surrounded by the carcasses of countless wind wolves. They quickly gathered valuable materials from the wolves and then headed toward the forest beyond the cliff. The group arrived at a streamside pool and decided to set up camp there. As they were pitching their tents, a few figures approached slowly from the southeast. To their dismay, it was Yang Zhao's group, now doubled in size. In terms of numbers and strength, Xinghan's team was at a disadvantage. The two groups faced off tensely, weapons poised to strike. After a moment, Yang Xiao smiled casually and said, "What a coincidence, we meet again." He gestured to his team. "This is a great spot. Let's set up camp here." By dusk, the sunset had turned the clouds a fiery red. The two camps were only a few dozen meters apart, each vigilantly observing the other. Xinghan sat outside his tent, absent-mindedly caressing his Starforce gun, lost in thought. Soon, Yang Zhao's group had a campfire going and began roasting exotic beast meat, their laughter echoing through the woods. In contrast, Xinghan's group remained much quieter, silently eating the food they had brought along. After their meal, they went to the head of the stream to collect ample water, storing it in their space containers. The night descended rapidly, and the entire mountain range seemed to come alive. Unfamiliar beasts roared loudly, and it felt as though countless pairs of greedy, bloodthirsty eyes lurked in the darkness, stirring the night into a restless frenzy. "Halfway there," murmured the man with the nose ring, leaning against the corner of the tent and gazing at the ceiling. "Yeah, it's the 5th day," another person chimed in. "How much of your supplies are left? Can you hold out for another 5 days?" He continued, "The rented spaceship can't directly transfer the supplies bought online into the space. They have to be routed through Frostwolf Howl. The food and supplies we brought are limited, so there will definitely be a shortfall. It's going to be tough to make it for another 5 days. We have 2 plans," the man with the nose ring suggested. "One is to avoid unnecessary combat as much as possible, and the other is to seize supplies from others." Xinghan listened to their conversation quietly, sitting to the side as he calculated his own supply situation. He had gathered quite a bit on the first day, and his usage had been minimal since, enough to last for the next 5 days. As for food, as long as one had some skill, there would be no shortage in the Hungduan Mountains. He glanced at his light brain, then closed his eyes to rest. The surrounding sounds trickled into his ears, gradually becoming indistinct. Suddenly, all sounds ceased, and even the conversation in the tent halted at that moment. Xinghan's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze piercing through the dense night. His body tensed instantly as he dashed out of the tent. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao and his group quickly emerged, moving towards Xinghan and his companions. "There are too many enemies. We need to join forces," Yang Xiao said gravely. Xinghan scrutinized Yang Xiao for a moment, noting his calm demeanor, then nodded slightly. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, countless shadows could be seen rapidly closing in, forming a surrounding formation. Gunfire erupted, and figures darted swiftly through the forest. The light brains of several individuals simultaneously activated their recording and lighting functions, and the blinding white light illuminated the woods. The advancing dark tribe hesitated momentarily before erupting with loud shouts, launching a fierce attack. Within their ranks, some wielded cold weapons, others hot weapons, and some fought barehanded. Despite their varied equipment, their combat prowess was formidable. Shingan moved with agility, a faint golden glow shimmering around him as he deftly evaded attacks while firing his energy gun. With a flick of his wrist, he lobbed an elemental grenade precisely into a dense cluster of the dark tribe. A loud boom, followed by several screams, emerged from the smoke. Others imitated him, but their attempts were less effective, with some grenades landing poorly, incapacitating only a few of the dark tribe. Suddenly, an arc sliced through the night sky towards the group. Shinhan reacted swiftly, pulling Imo Binglan into his arms and rolling aside to avoid the explosion. As they got back on their feet, dozens more arcs flew toward them. "Scatter quickly and watch out for elemental grenades," Shinhan shouted. The group hurriedly dispersed, though a few were too slow and were caught in the blasts, ending in a gruesome state. "There are too many of them, and we're surrounded. We need to break through together," Shinhan commanded loudly through his light brain. "Charge!" The group responded in unison, quickly gathering their forces to focus their firepower in one direction. The clash of blades rang out as lightsabers cut through the enemy like butter. They pushed forward swiftly, causing the front lines of the dark tribe to falter and fall back. Within moments, they broke through the encirclement and slipped into the darkness, occasionally looking back to retaliate. Soon, they spotted a strategically advantageous rocky outcrop ahead. Delighted, they quickened their pace and took cover behind the rocks to launch a counterattack. Silently, Shinhan moved to the flank, drawing his star power gun and targeting a particularly strong dark warrior in the distance. Infusing the gun with star power, he fired a shot that felled the warrior instantly. Despite the presence of numerous shadows in the dark tribe, the dark warriors were not alone. After Shinhan took one down, the remaining shadows continued their relentless advance, their energy shots bombarding the rocks. Meanwhile, on a nearby peak, a petite girl clad in black leather wielded a butler, relentlessly blasting the beasts ahead. In a blink, only a heap of mangled bodies remained. Behind her stood several young individuals in diverse attire. Though some possessed higher abilities than the girl, they all followed her lead. "Keep moving," the girl in black commanded. "We must reach there before anyone else." "Yes," the group responded in unison. Observing their path, it was clear that any obstacles they dark tribe members, beasts, or humans were swiftly eliminated. No team could block their advance. Their steps were unwavering, locked onto a clear target. If Shinhan were present, he would surely recognize the girl in black as the one who had clashed with him during a task in the wilderness. Clearly, this team was not from the base. Using their advantage in terrain, Shinhan and his team managed to annihilate all the members of the Dark Clan after a grueling half-hour battle. By the end of the fight, they were all injured and utterly exhausted. Shinhan quickly administered a recovery serum to himself, and then picked up a medical kit to tend to his more severely wounded teammates. The less injured team members didn't idle. They returned to the battlefield to scavenge useful supplies until everyone's backpacks were stuffed to the brim. "Let's move a bit further and find a place to rest and recover our strength," Shinhan suggested. Once everyone agreed, the stronger members either supported or carried the severely injured as they moved forward. The others split into two groups, one clearing the path ahead and the other keeping watch behind, vigilantly scanning the dense, dark forest around them. 15 minutes later, the group reached a low valley. After a thorough survey confirmed it was safe, they finally relaxed and began setting up camp. After ensuring everyone was settled, Shinhan didn't rest. Instead, he found a quiet spot outside the tents, sat down, and gazed at the starry sky, letting his thoughts wander. After a while, he exhaled softly, crossed his legs, and began practicing the starry sky technique. Under the cover of night, Shinhan's figure seemed to blend into the darkness. Faintly visible on either side of him were small vortices, spinning at the same frequency. To his surprise, one vortex rotated counterclockwise and the other clockwise. Focusing on the vortices, he discovered that not all the energy they absorbed entered his body. Some energy reached his core, while some spilled over the edges during rotation. More surprisingly, the energy absorbed into his body was purer than what was expelled. Can these vortices actually filter energy? Shinhan pondered, but given the previous energy conflicts, he accepted this phenomenon. 2 hours later, with his body saturated with energy, Shinhan began practicing the body remolding technique. A faint golden light enveloped him, and his physique rapidly expanded into that of a giant. The golden light flickered, refining every muscle. By the end of the cycle, Shinhan was drenched in sweat. This method of body tempering was as taxing as running several laps with extreme weights. After finishing his training, Shinhan stood up and stretched, his joints cracking loudly. He felt a surge of power and let out a low shout, throwing a few punches and kicking twice. The trees in front of him fell with a crash, and two deep pits formed in the ground. Stunned, Shinhan stood still as dust settled on his face. His teammates, thinking they were under attack, rushed out of the tents with weapons at the ready. Shinhan, what's happening? Someone asked. Nothing, just testing my punch strength. Go back to rest. I'll take the watch tonight, Shinhan replied, waving them off. As soon as he spoke, another starwood tree collapsed, raising another cloud of dust. Without a word, the others grumbled and returned to their tents. Checking his wrist device, Shinhan noted there were still a few hours until dawn. He leapt up, perched on a starwood branch, and kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings. The night was far from peaceful, with occasional beastly roars and distant gunfire. Fortunately, nothing disrupted the valley's tranquility. At the break of dawn, voices were heard in the distance. To his surprise, Shinhan recognized Bai Putao and his group, bloodied, indicating they too had faced a fierce battle. As Bai Putao's group reached the top of the valley, Yang Shao and others emerged from their tents. Worried about potential misunderstandings, Shinhan quickly jumped down and rushed over. To his relief, the two groups seemed to know each other well and got along fine. After a brief rest, the team set out again. Along the way, more people joined, gradually increasing their numbers. Meanwhile, the enemies they encountered grew in both number and strength. Shinhan knew that by now, they had ventured deep into the inner regions of the Hongduan Mountains. The 9 days of treacherous journeying had both strengthened and depleted the team, with each encounter with the mythical beasts turning into a fight for survival. Although the lesser beasts had dwindled in number, the more formidable ones, ranging from levels 5 to 9, had significantly increased, sometimes proving even more troublesome than encountering a beast king. As they arrived at a steep peak, everyone's light brain devices suddenly flashed. Shinhan checked and noticed a conspicuous red on the Hongduan Mountains card, a mark left by the previous year's students. This discovery sparked a commotion among the group. With only 1 day left until the end of the autumn hunt, everyone was weighing whether to push forward or turn back. The dangers of the inner regions had already left a deep impression on them. "We've found the mark, so why not head back now?" a man suggested calmly, glancing around the group. "There are still quite a few injured among us, and continuing forward might be beyond our capabilities." "I agree. Our supplies and food are almost depleted," another chimed in. "It's hard enough to find anything edible around here." However, some held a different view. "I've survived this far. How can I give up so easily? At the very least, we should surpass the achievements of the previous students. Who's with me to press on?" "I've got enough supplies for a few more days," someone else supported. "Since we've made it this far, why not give it another shot?" In no time, the group split into 3 factions. Those who decided to return, those determined to go on, and those who were still undecided. Ultimately, the number opting to return was double that of those choosing to advance. Shinhan said nothing, quietly moving forward, his intentions clear. Moments later, several people caught up with him, including Bai Putao and Imo Binglan. "You're pressing on too?" Shinhan raised an eyebrow. Bai Putao feigned confusion. "We're both in the top 100 and uninjured. If you can move forward, why can't we?" Imo Binglan was more direct. "I heard this time our performance might affect our chances of joining the elite battle team. It's uncertain, but I'd rather take one more step." Just then, a voice called from behind. "Wait up!" A young man and a boy hurried over, proposing to join them for increased safety. However, Bai Putao suddenly recognized them as those who had previously raided their camp, immediately drawing her lightsaber on them. The young man vehemently denied it, asserting his integrity. A tall man vouched for them, claiming they had actually helped the camp members. In the ensuing dispute, a careless remark from the boy infuriated Bai Putao. Just as her anger flared, Shinhan intervened to prevent a clash. "We're in the inner regions now," Shinhan said calmly. "Making it this far hasn't been easy. Personal grudges can wait until we're safe." Though reluctant, Bai Putao understood the gravity of the current situation. She sheathed her lightsaber, shot the two a fierce glare, and then briskly moved on. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.